Chapter 1: The Villain Simulator. Initiate. In the Grand Empire of Daxia, within the enchanting city of Magic Capital. Young Master Lu, the owner of the estate in Magic Capital, just called, informing that several foreign scholars with exceptional artistic talents have recently arrived. He encourages you to visit at your convenience to enhance your language skills and provide some guidance. Understood. A strikingly handsome young man, exuding an air of nobility, languidly reclined against the plush leather seat of a Maybach, stifling a yawn as he slightly nodded in acknowledgement of the driver's report. The young man is named Lu Qian, 18 years of age, a traveler from another realm. In his previous life, he was an extreme enthusiast from Blue Star, frequently traversing various nations to explore their exotic cultures and master their languages. Unfortunately, upon returning home, he accidentally encountered a plane crash and found himself transported to a world of high martial arts, where a cultivation system coexists with bizarre alien races, becoming the second son of the prestigious Lu family in the Daxia Empire. The Lu family is among the most formidable clans in the Daxia Empire, boasting an ancestor who has reached the 8th stage, the Heavenly Being. In the absence of any 9th stage earthly immortals intervening, the Heavenly Being stands as a pinnacle of existence in this realm. As the second young master of the Lu family, he has not faced the humiliation often depicted in mindless narratives. Rather, he is enveloped in the affection of his family. Even his elder brother, the heir to the Lu family, dotes on him excessively, frequently bestowing upon him the finest of gifts. It can be said that the Lu family is a model of harmony, devoid of the sordid affairs typical of other prominent families. However, due to a peculiar issue with his constitution, he finds that his spiritual energy inexplicably dissipates during every attempt at cultivation, rendering him incapable of condensing it. Even the esteemed ancestor in the Heavenly Being realm is at a loss, ultimately concluding that he lacks the aptitude for cultivation. Given his lack of talent in martial arts, Lu Qian has turned to academia, immersing himself in the vast ocean of knowledge, and has begun to relish a carefree existence. After all, with the stature of the Lu family in Magic Capital, he need not worry about his livelihood for a lifetime. Recently, however, while in the imperial capital, he had a minor altercation with the scion of a top-tier family, resulting in a rather significant uproar when he decisively dealt with the matter. Consequently, the Lu family hastily arranged for him to retreat to Magic Capital, not only to evade the ensuing storm but also to enroll at Magic Capital University to further his studies. While presented as an educational endeavor, it is, in reality, an opportunity for leisure he may choose to attend or not at his discretion. As the second young master of the Lu family, he enjoys a nearly unfettered existence in Magic Capital, akin to a ruler of chaos. All parties are wary, fearful of inciting the wrath of the Lu family. During his time in Magic Capital, Lu Qian has naturally focused on foreign languages. It is essential to learn languages, as first-hand experience reveals the benefits of mastering additional tongues. In Magic Capital, there is no shortage of individuals eager to befriend the second young master of the Lu family, including a billionaire owner of an estate, who is among those vying for his attention. In the blink of an eye, 18 years have passed. The days as a second-generation heir truly felt monotonous. Regrettably, I have yet to awaken a golden finger or anything of the sort, which is indeed a pity. Lu Qian's gaze was tinged with a hint of nostalgia, accompanied by a trace of uncontainable reluctance. Having arrived in a transcendent martial world, yet being unable to cultivate, how could he resign himself to such a fate? It is well known that those formidable cultivators possess the ability to extend their lifespans, capable of moving mountains and parting seas with ease. It is said that the Emperor of the Great Xia, a figure akin to a terrestrial celestial being, embodies such power. Despite holding the status of the second young master of the Lu family and being surrounded by countless protectors, he remains unable to harness his own strength. In contrast to other transmigrators who begin their journeys with the ability to conquer the heavens, earth, and even the air, wielding the blood of Pangu or treasures of the primordial chaos, he has been left with naught but emptiness. This is undoubtedly a source of regret. Speaking of which, I have been in the Magic City for nearly a month. I wonder how matters are faring back in the imperial capital, and when I might return. That little rascal from the Gu family, whom I had dispatched with 2 shots to the head, is unlikely to let this matter rest easily. Lu Qian's reminiscing gaze suddenly darkened, a flicker of indescribable light igniting within, as he murmured to himself. Forget it, no use dwelling on it. I should focus on studying at the Mountain Spring Manor. Abruptly, Lu Qian's expression froze, his gaze growing dim as he looked out the window, where a swaying, graceful figure was emerging from the hotel's rear entrance, drawing nearer while muttering something. With a thud, the elegant figure suddenly collapsed before a Maybach, illuminated by the car's headlights, revealing a stunningly fair visage, her cheeks faintly flushed as if intoxicated, before she promptly fell asleep. Young Master Lu, that appears to be the daughter of the Lu family from the Magic City, Lu Ruyue, the icy beauty of Magic City University, who is also your schoolmate. The driver spoke, a hint of surprise in his voice. The Lu family is a prominent albeit dwindling clan in the Magic City, with their patriarch having passed on, leaving only a sixth-tier transcendent to oversee their affairs, a status far beneath that of the Lu family. Lu Ruyue is renowned as the Ice Queen of Magic City University, attracting countless admirers and envy alike. It is said that she is often accompanied by a bodyguard clad in tattered clothing, seemingly hailing from a rural village, who has fiercely repelled numerous suitors. Yet here she lay, drunkenly unconscious. Young Master Lu, should we? There's no rush. Lu Qian surveyed the scene before him, feeling an inexplicable familiarity wash over him, his brow furrowing slightly. He was no stranger to Lu Ruyue. He had encountered her a few times upon his arrival at Magic City University and had been struck by her beauty, having extended several invitations for dinner, all of which she had declined. Yet now, in the dead of night, a drunken beauty, utterly alone. The narrative felt strikingly familiar. It seemed that such scenarios were common in certain urban antagonist tales where the female lead becomes inebriated, the male lead is absent, and the antagonist seizes the opportunity to whisk her away. However, in this second life, Lu Qian had grown increasingly cautious, sensing that something was amiss. Ding, a comatose destined female lead, Lu Ruyue, has been detected 10 meters ahead. The fate line of this world is beginning to manifest. Antagonist simulator, activated. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly resonated in Lu Qian's mind. Confronted with this unexpected situation, Lu Qian felt no fear, rather, a sense of joy blossomed within him. After traversing 18 years, his golden opportunity had finally arrived. The Villain Simulator enables the host to simulate various future timelines, acquiring an array of resources and information. Each simulation requires a certain number of villain points, which increases in accordance with the host's cultivation level. Alterations in the real world that deviate from the original outcomes or character arcs can yield villain points. Ding! The beginner's gift pack has been delivered, granting the host 3 opportunities for villain life simulations. This is a simulator-type golden opportunity. Having perused countless novels in his previous life, Lu Qian instantly discerned the nature of his newfound advantage. However, a villain simulator? Did this imply he was destined to play the role of a villain? Considering the classic scene unfolding before him, he began to speculate that the world into which he had transmigrated might be a mindless, glitch narrative. With a hint of suspicion swirling in his mind, he glanced outside the car window at the unconscious so-called destined female lead, Lu Ruyue. After contemplation, he resolved to initiate a simulation. Everything felt peculiarly coincidental, prompting him to ascertain the utility of this golden opportunity. Commence simulation. Ding! Initiating the first villain life simulation. Given the inaugural activation of the villain simulation, the host can acquire 1 free simulation talent. Talent levels: gray, white, blue, yellow, green, red, purple, gold. Ding! Talent simulation extraction in progress. Congratulations, host. You have temporarily acquired the blue talent, Oily Feet. Oily Feet Blue, your feet are as if coated in oil. With the slightest distraction, you will vanish without a trace, even evading the grasp of cultivators. Oily Feet. This appears to be an exceptional escape skill. Elated, Lu Qian felt his consciousness and soul bifurcate. One part remained in the real world, while the other was thrust into a virtual simulation realm. You are the second young master of the Lu family. Due to a misstep in the capital of the Great Xia, you have sought refuge in the Magic City, only to become a figure that instills fear in all. At this moment, you are preparing to seek some amusement when you unexpectedly discover the inebriated campus belle, Lu Ruyue. Lu Ruyue is the daughter of the Lu family and the campus belle of Magic City University, currently ensnared in a profound stupor. Her bodyguard, rumored to be blessed by destiny, is inexplicably absent. With your compassionate heart, fearing Lu Ruyue might catch cold, you decide to take her with you. You soon realize that Lu Ruyue has been afflicted by a potent poison, rendering her delirious and possibly suffering from a high fever that may damage her mind. Your overflowing compassion compels you to rescue her, not for any ulterior motive, but out of kindness. Before you can issue commands, the driver, understanding your intent, has already driven away. Tonight, all is well. Half an hour later, the hastily arriving destined protagonist, Yi Chen, gazed upon the vanished Lu Ruyue and let out a heart-wrenching wail. No. The realms of this narrative encompass transcendence, spirit convergence, mystical understanding, divine power, mountains and rivers, supernatural, entry into sanctity, celestial beings, true immortals.
Chapter 2, The Supreme Emperor's Bone. The unconscious ice-cold campus beauty, the opportunistic wealthy antagonist, and the late-arriving Dragon King bodyguard, against all odds. This plot unfolded in an exceedingly typical manner. However, it truly was as I had anticipated. This world is indeed a realm dominated by simplistic narratives set in a high martial arts context. At this moment, Liu Qian felt as though he were experiencing a split personality, intrigued by the unfolding scenes in the simulated world, and he could not help but reflect on the situation. Having traversed this world for 18 years, he never expected to only now begin to grasp its underlying secrets. Clearly, the depths of this world are profound. This sudden turn of events naturally piqued his interest in the forthcoming simulated storyline even more. As for the reality outside, where the immobile, chilled campus beauty Lu Ruyue lay drunkenly, women could hardly compare to the allure of a simulator. There was no rush, let her rest a while longer. The enraged destined protagonist, Yi Chen, learned through nearby surveillance that Lu Ruyue had been taken by you half an hour ago. He erupted in fury, commandeering a motorcycle to pursue you at breakneck speed. However, as a transmigrator, you had clearly anticipated all of this, having made certain preparations in advance. You instructed the driver to contact various departments in Magic City, resulting in all traffic lights at the hotel intersection turning red. Yi Chen, on his motorcycle, found himself caught in the middle of the road and, just as he was about to run the red light, he noticed several traffic policemen in reflective vests approaching, ready to impound his vehicle. Indeed, the version of me in the simulator possesses its own independent thought, unlike the mindless villains in those simplistic narratives. Knowing in advance of the existence of a so-called destined protagonist, the Dragon King bodyguard, how could I possibly ignore his approach? Failing to set up obstacles for him would be sheer folly. Liu Qian watched with amusement as events in the simulated world unfolded, but in the next moment, his smile froze in place as he beheld the ensuing developments. In the Magic City Hotel, you began to detoxify Lu Ruyue. The destined aura surrounding her began to boil, undergoing a transformation as it was forcibly absorbed and plundered by some presence within you. You felt your spine grow scorching hot, as if molten lava surged within, and a peculiar transformation manifested in your body. Suddenly, the ghastly wail echoed in your ears. The curse placed upon you shattered, awakening the Supreme Emperor's bone, and your physical form began to undergo a metamorphosis, stepping into the threshold of cultivation. A curse. The Supreme Emperor's bone. As Liu Qian gazed at these two unfamiliar terms appearing in the simulator, his previously stiff expression darkened, and his eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. No wonder he had struggled to cultivate the Lu family's techniques, unable to consolidate spiritual energy into his physique. The energy he gathered always dissipated unconsciously. It turns out he had been cursed, preventing him from awakening the Supreme Emperor's bone and hindering his cultivation. Who could have possibly wished such harm upon him? It is noteworthy that, in times past, even the esteemed ancestor of the Lu family, the being of the 8th rank, failed to discern the underlying issues. Could it be that the assailant was of the same celestial rank? Or perhaps the perpetrator was a terrestrial true immortal who had attained the 9th rank. Yet, on the surface, the only terrestrial true immortal in the Great Xia Empire is none other than the Emperor of Xia himself. What could his motives possibly be? In the presence of such a formidable entity, Liu Qian, as the second son of the Lu family, felt akin to an insignificant insect, easily extinguished without the need for elaborate schemes. Furthermore, what precisely is this Supreme Emperor bone, and how could he possess such an extraordinary constitution? Had the Lu family been aware of this all along? A myriad of enigmas began to surface in Liu Qian's mind, nearly suffocating him with their weight. At that moment, he felt as though he were an ant trapped within a box, forever unable to glimpse the world beyond its confines. Were it not for the emergence of the villain simulator, he feared he would remain oblivious to the secrets hidden within himself until the end of his days. The prospect of ever stepping into the realm of cultivation seemed nearly impossible. However, the fact that Lu Ruyue, the destined heroine, could unravel the curse and grant him a chance to cultivate anew appeared to be an extraordinary coincidence. Lu Qian's gaze grew intricate as he murmured to himself. Subsequently, he redirected his focus back to the simulated world. According to the unfolding narrative, there remained an hour until the destined protagonist, Yichen, would make his appearance, ample time indeed. You are astonished by Lu Ruyue's uniqueness, but even more so by the revelation of your own curse, now lifted, allowing you to cultivate once more. You have also awakened a formidable forbidden power within you. Overwhelmed with joy, you begin to practice the Lu family's ancient dragon-elephant scripture. In mere moments, you ascend to the first layer, and your body begins to undergo a transformation as you step into the first realm of cultivation, the transcendence of the ordinary. To achieve such a swift completion of the transcendence of the ordinary and reach the pinnacle, Lu Qian's pupils constricted. It is crucial to note that the ancient dragon-elephant scripture is an ancient body-forging technique of the 8th rank. Once mastered, it can overpower adversaries of the same tier and is a hallmark of the Lu family. It ranks among the finest body-refining techniques in the entire Great Xia Empire. Even his elder brother, Lu Shou, the heir to the Lu family and hailed as a prodigy of the empire, required several months to grasp the basics of transcendence. Yet he accomplished it in mere moments. The cultivation talent of this body is indeed terrifyingly extraordinary. As the first realm of transcending the mundane begins, one harnesses spiritual energy to forge the body, achieving a strength that rivals 1,000 Jun, rendering flesh impervious to blades and fearless of fire and water. Upon embarking on your cultivation journey, you swiftly condense the power of an avatar, ascending to the pinnacle of transcendence, and discovered that your simultaneous detoxification and training accelerated your progress remarkably. Before long, half an hour had elapsed, and you broke through to the second realm of drawing in spiritual energy, coalescing it within your being. Soon after, Lu Ruyue regained consciousness, having been rendered unconscious by your hand. At this moment, the destined protagonist, Yichen, was still en route. Another half hour passed, and you advanced to the third realm of comprehension, where the spiritual energy within you transformed into a spiritual lake. You sensed that with the activation of the Supreme Emperor Bone, even formidable beings of divine prowess would be powerless against you. You surmised that your rapid cultivation was significantly influenced by the Supreme Emperor Bone, and it was highly likely that Lu Ruyue possessed a unique physique. In this instant, you suddenly perceived that a portion of fate from Lu Ruyue was being forcibly absorbed by the Supreme Emperor Bone, granting you a fleeting boon of destiny. Yet, by the time others arrived, the dishes had grown cold. Unexpectedly, the Supreme Emperor Bone within you exhibited such overwhelming dominance, not only accelerating your cultivation intensity but also usurping the fortunes of others. It became clear to me why those behind the scenes sought to curse me. Such a formidable constitution eclipses even the ancient holy bodies. Lu Qian, observing the content within the simulator, felt no joy, but rather an unsettling apprehension. It was too rapid. Indeed, it was astonishingly swift. Awakened by the Supreme Emperor Bone, he surged forth with a rocket-like velocity. At this rate, within mere years, he could reach the celestial realm or even become a terrestrial true immortal. However, the question loomed, would those who had cast him stand idly by? Having broken through to the third realm, you found yourself entranced by power, teetering on the brink of losing your rationality. In that moment, the Supreme Emperor Bone inflicted a sudden, excruciating pain, accompanied by a chilling aura, as if something momentous was about to transpire. Chapter 3, You have perished. The simulation concludes, you regain your sanity, awakening to the imminent peril. A thunderous roar erupts from below the hotel, accompanied by the sounds of destruction. After 2.5 hours, your adversaries finally arrive. It seems they are acutely aware of your location, advancing straight towards the top-tier suite, traversing an uninhabited realm where no one dares to obstruct them. You sense something amiss. The guardian assigned by the Lu family has not intervened. Prior to your arrival in the magical city, the Lu family had discreetly arranged for a formidable 7th-tier sage to ensure your safety. With such a protector, you should have felt secure in your endeavors. You urgently called for the Guardian, yet received no response. Either the Guardian has encountered difficulties, or someone has restrained them. Someone intends to harm you. As the fated protagonist, Yi Chen is but a pawn. The puppeteer behind the scenes seeks to use him as a means to eliminate you. The initial appearance of Lu Ruyue is also questionable. Yet the mastermind likely did not anticipate that through her, you would unravel the curse, awaken the Supreme Emperor's bone, and ascend to the third realm of enlightenment. You sense Yi Chen's presence drawing near, separated by only a thin wall, his aura radiating with the power of the fourth realm, evidently harnessing some formidable technique. In this moment, possessing the Supreme Emperor's bone, you feel unafraid, yet wary of the unseen hand that has led away your guardian. Without hesitation, you opt for a hasty retreat. Before fleeing, a pang of conscience compels you to deliver a swift slap, awakening the unconscious Lu Ruyue, leaving her bewildered. With the gift of speed at your feet, you dart like a shadow through the night, leaping from the rooftop and gliding away, instantly vanishing without a trace. Yi Chen alters his course in pursuit, yet he cannot even catch a glimpse of your trail, erupting in frustration. Ah! Lu Qian! How dare you lay a hand on my woman? I, Yi Chen, vow to slay you. Ignoring the ranting of a certain jester behind you, you sprint forward. For that chilling premonition still lingers in your heart. Without hesitation, you conceal yourself by a water pool. The Supreme Emperor's bone appears to possess the ability to mask your presence, your aura is suppressed, and combined with the favor of fate. The chilling dread begins to dissipate. At that moment, headlights illuminate the area as a Maybach approaches, and you exhale in relief. The driver is none other than your chauffeur. The same seventh-tier sage assigned by the Lu family to protect you. You rejoice, promptly revealing yourself and entering the vehicle. Just as you are about to inquire why the driver was absent, a sudden wave of cold envelopes you, issuing a warning. You realize something is wrong. But it is too late. The driver's head suddenly spins unnaturally, blood gushing from his 7 orifices. His visage twisted in malevolence as he gazes at you. I've caught you. In an instant, a black hand thrusts from the back seat. Piercing your chest and extracting the Supreme Emperor's bone, your pupils constrict in disbelief, only to be met with the hand twisting your head off. Before your demise, you seemed to hear the sound of gnawing, as if some monstrous entity was devouring your corpse. You have perished, and the simulation has concluded. Commencing the final settlement. The host may select 3 options from the 5 presented below. 1. The third layer of the ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra, understanding the profound. 2. Awakening the forbidden physique, Supreme Emperor's bone. 3. A fixed blue talent, grease on the soul, becoming your innate talent. 4. A vibrant green heart, Yi Chen. 5. A portion of the fated luck of the destined heroine, Lu Ruyue, lasting for 3 days, a streak of crimson, emanating an eerie aura, materialized before Lu Qian's eyes. His gaze turned exceptionally frigid, and his fists involuntarily clenched. This was, indeed, a trap set for his demise. If the description of the villain simulator held true, was he to perish tonight? What a cunning mastermind, possessing the ability to disguise themselves, ultimately masquerading as a driver. Causing the version of him within the simulator to lower his guard and step outside. Had it not been for that, he might not have met such an end. This was a meticulously woven snare. Both Lu Ruyue, the destined heroine, and Yi Chen, the destined protagonist, were merely pawns in the hands of the unseen manipulator, aiming to usurp the Supreme Emperor's bone from him. Thus, the orchestrator must have been plotting for a long time, ever since his arrival in the Magic City. Nor, it should have been when he was still in the capital of the Great Xia Empire that the schemes were set in motion. However, the capital of the Great Xia Empire was replete with formidable experts, many of whom were at the celestial realm, alongside the presence of terrestrial immortals, rendering the mastermind hesitant to act directly. Instead, they resorted to some means to force him to leave for the Magic City. That little rascal Gu Eo seemed suspect. After the conflict, he had an inclination to deliberately provoke trouble. Otherwise, given his gentle disposition, he would not have resorted to violence without cause. It was plausible that he was either an accomplice of the mastermind or merely another pawn in the game. A glint of cold light flickered in Lu Qian's eyes. Yet he was not blinded by rage, rather, he became increasingly lucid. Half a month prior, at an entertainment venue in the capital of the Great Xiao Empire, a confrontation arose due to a woman and Gu Eo, a spoiled scion of the Gu family. After some underhanded dealings, it was inevitable that Lu Qian would be arranged by the Lu family to evade the ensuing storm. The Gu family was also one of the premier families of the empire, harboring a celestial ancestor. Hence, could the mastermind be from the Gu family? Otherwise, they would not easily manipulate Gu Eo. Dreadful, the information was still too scant to ascertain the truth. Nevertheless, from the simulator's revelations, the existence of the Supreme Emperor's bone was indeed capable of driving countless individuals to madness, even those of the celestial realm. Lu Qian exhaled a breath of turbid air, casting his gaze upon the middle-aged driver, Lu Zhong, and felt a quiet relief within. For now, he was still safe. Lu Zhong was a loyal scion of the Lu family, possessing formidable strength that had already reached the 7th stage of sainthood. He would not hesitate to sacrifice himself to ensure Lu Qian's protection. In the initial simulation, the orchestrator of the scheme intended to create a deadly trap, luring away Lu Zhong, the guardian. This signifies that the adversary is wary of Lu Zhong's formidable strength. If not, why go through the trouble of devising a scheme when they could simply capture him and extract his bones? Thus, it appears that the advantage lies with me. This game still has much to unfold. His gaze lingered upon the rewards awaiting final evaluation, and without the slightest hesitation, he made his selection. For the simulator rewards, I choose the first, the second, and the third. Chapter 4, the second villain simulation, the opening move, slaying the protagonist of Destiny. Regarding the 5 options presented by the villain simulator, Lu Qian experienced little hesitation. The first option, the third layer of the ancient dragon elephant scripture, understanding, promised to elevate him from an ordinary individual to a practitioner, bestowing upon him extraordinary powers. Although it may not rival the monstrous prodigies of the imperial capital, it certainly surpassed the average talents, and in fact, could even be deemed superior. Achieving the third realm of understanding would grant him an initial grasp of mystical forces. Ordinary firearms would become ineffective against him. Coupling this with formidable techniques and methods, he could effortlessly obliterate a fully armed gang. Even within the imperial hierarchy, he could be assigned a position of authority, enjoying various privileges and advantages. In some remote small towns, he could easily reign supreme. Presently, he found himself on the brink of peril, ensnared in a deadly trap, and facing the insidious threats of unseen adversaries. It was imperative that he harness his own power. As for the second option, the awakening the Supreme Emperor's bone, it was even more critical. Without the awakening of the Supreme Emperor's bone, the curse that afflicted him would persist, causing his spiritual energy to rapidly dissipate and his cultivation to regress, ultimately reducing him to a mere mortal. Without the enhancement of the second reward, the first options, understanding, would likely fade within mere hours, reverting him to his original state. Thus, these 2 rewards were complementary and of utmost importance. As for the remaining 3 options, the fourth, a green heart, could be dismissed outright. It would only serve those peculiar individuals designated by fate. He held no interest in such an item for himself, though he might find it amusing to offer it to others. The third reward, oily feet, represented a blue talent that had already demonstrated its utility within the villain simulator, earning the title of Escape Artifact. The fourth realm's divine powers protagonist, Yi Chen, was unable to keep pace with his escape, and even the shadowy mastermind was momentarily outmaneuvered, unable to ascertain his whereabouts. Ultimately, the mastermind resorted to a trap, luring him out before delivering the fatal blow. The temporary blue talent of Oily Feet was undeniably powerful, and its solidification would yield significant advantages in the upcoming simulation. The fifth option, a portion of destiny and fortune from the female protagonist Lu Ruyue, valid for 3 days, was indeed appealing. However, during the initial simulation, Lu Qian had been clearly informed that fortune was ultimately an external factor. While it conferred the ability to attract good fortune and avert calamities, it was not infallible otherwise. He would not have met his demise in the first simulation. Moreover, this option could be replicated in subsequent simulations. In comparison, the blue talent of Oily Feet was a unique reward from the first simulation. Once lost, it would be irretrievable. Boom! With his 3 choices made, the terrifying power of the villain simulator erupted forth. In his astonished gaze, a river of time suddenly pierced through dimensions, revealing before him the vivid scenes of his first villainous life simulation. Before him, a corpse with its spine brutally removed and a grotesque visage emerged. Strikingly, this cadaver bore an uncanny resemblance to him. However, at that moment, 5 fruits radiating with various hues adorned the body. Suddenly, 3 of these brilliant fruits plummeted, hurtling towards him. The formidable power of the 3rd layer of the ancient dragon elephant scripture surged into him instantaneously. A roar echoed in his mind, reminiscent of the ancient dragon elephant's bellow, as beneath his seemingly frail exterior, muscles swelled, akin to the awakening of a primordial beast. In an instant, he possessed the strength of 10 elephants, capable of effortlessly tearing through steel and iron, impervious to blades and firearms, resembling a humanoid beast of terror. At that moment, he felt as if a single punch could obliterate a tank. This ancient technique of the Lu family, the ancient dragon elephant scripture, revered the physical form above all, relegating the cultivation of chi to a lesser priority. Yet, in comparison to the awakened Supreme Emperor Bone, the so-called strength of 10 elephants appeared trivial. Accompanying the awakening of the Supreme Emperor Bone, the haunting cries he had first encountered during his initial simulation reverberated anew in his mind. Even the roars of the dragon elephant within him became submissive, as if bowing before a supreme being that governed the heavens and earth. In that moment, all traces of Lu Qian's cultivation were suppressed, revealing nothing. The guardian, Lu Zhong, in the front seat, seemed to sense something amiss. Through the rearview mirror, his gaze met Lu Qian's, only to be met with a pair of profound, domineering eyes. An inexplicable pressure, emanating from the depths of their bloodline, compelled him to shudder involuntarily, forcing him to lower his head, unable to maintain eye contact. Such a terrifying gaze. Even the family head had never bestowed upon him such an oppressive sensation. Despite Lu Shao being merely an ordinary person devoid of cultivation, the intensity of pressure he exuded at that moment surpassed that of the ancient ancestors. How could this be? Lu Zhong's face was etched with disbelief. His long-standing disdain and contempt for the young master, often labeled a prodigal, evaporated in an instant, replaced by an inexplicable sense of reverence. This seemingly frivolous heir of the Lu family appeared to be far from the simpleton he had been led to believe. Witnessing even a 7th-tier saintly expert subdued by the aura of the Supreme Emperor Bone, Lu Qian felt an overwhelming surge of pride within him. This was precisely what he desired. At this moment, he lacked nothing. Host, Lu Qian, age 18, realm, transcending profound, technique, 3rd layer of the ancient dragon elephant scripture, heavenly human level, physique, Supreme Emperor Bone. Talent, greased lightning, blue, simulation attempts, 2, villain points, 0, as rewards were bestowed, the river of time and the corpse dissipated. Lu Qian retracted his gaze, studying the attributes displayed on the simulator, gaining a deeper understanding of the Supreme Emperor Bone's existence. It was evident that he had yet to fully uncover the true power of the Supreme Emperor Bone. At this moment, merely 5 minutes have elapsed since the initial simulation. There remains time before the impending deadlock. I shall embark on the second simulation, determined to unearth the mastermind behind my demise, while simultaneously seeking to extract some advantage from Yi Chen, the fated protagonist, and gauge the depths of this world. Villain Simulator, commence the second simulation. A chilling light flickered in Lu Qian's eyes. Ding, the second villainous life simulation is commencing. Detected that the host possesses no villain points, bypassing the talent extraction phase. The simulation begins. You are the second son of the Lu family due to circumstances in the capital of the Great Xia. Following the failure of the first simulation, you have become increasingly cautious. This time, you refrain from disembarking the vehicle to retrieve Lu Ruiyue, opting instead to remain seated and quietly await developments. Before long, an hour passed, and Yi Chen's figure hurriedly approached from a distance. His face reflecting a hint of anxiety, evidently deeply concerned for Lu Ruiyue. Soon, he spotted Lu Ruiyue not far away, along with a Maybach ahead. Upon witnessing the target's arrival, a slight smirk played upon your lips. You commanded Lu Zhong, who had ascended to the 7th realm of the Saint level, to take action against Yi Chen. No need for capture, simply eliminate him with a decisive blow, severing his head from his shoulders. Chapter 5 No. I have captured you. Having perused countless web novels, you are well aware of the absurdity of those fortunate protagonists who repeatedly turn peril into safety through serendipitous encounters. Naturally, Lu Zhong would not afford the slightest opportunity for leniency, lest unforeseen circumstances arise. Simultaneously, he wished to observe the capabilities of Yi Chen, this auspicious protagonist. Though Lu Zhong, serving as both protector and chauffeur, was puzzled, he resolutely obeyed your command, his corporeal form tearing through space and vanishing from sight. Boom! Suddenly, Yi Chen, hurrying towards the scene, was overwhelmed by a chilling sense of dread. In the next moment, he beheld a colossal golden hand descending toward his head. A Saint Realm expert. Yi Chen let out a terrified cry, sensing imminent disaster. Yet, in an instant, the soul light manifested around him, propelling his cultivation from the 4th realm of divine techniques to the 5th realm of mountains and rivers, narrowly evading Lu Zhong's assault. Rip. One of Yi Chen's hands was torn away by Lu Zhong, but was quickly enveloped by a soul light, allowing it to flee into the distance. At this moment, he clearly prioritized his own survival over Lu Ruiyue. What audacity! He even harbors a remnant soul. Lu Zhong furrowed his brow, rebuking him sternly before pursuing Yi Chen. To think he is a protagonist endowed with an elder spirit. Such beings are notoriously difficult to contend with, often exhibiting explosive growth. Lu Qian observed the simulator's data, instantly discerning the anomalies surrounding Yi Chen and the peculiarities of his golden hand. It was highly likely that it belonged to the remnant soul of a powerful being. However, the specifics of the remnant soul's prior cultivation level remained a mystery. It was reasonable to assume it was not lowly. A remnant soul bound to an object, maintaining its consciousness, would at least have been a celestial being in life. There was even a possibility it was a terrestrial true immortal. As you watched Lu Zhong chase after Yi Chen, you surmised the latter's greatest reliance, feeling a flicker of confidence within yourself. You chose not to wait for Lu Zhong's return. Based on your understanding of fortunate protagonists, it was unlikely that Lu Zhong would subdue Yi Chen swiftly. There was a significant chance that Yi Chen might escape. Yet, that was sufficient. What you desired was simply to drive away this bothersome cockroach, preventing him from interfering with your forthcoming plans. You exited the vehicle alone, retrieved Lu Ruiyue, and continued along the original path. However, this time, it was you behind the wheel, not Lu Zhong. Upon arriving at your destination with Lu Ruiyue, you commenced the detoxification process and began practicing the ancient dragon elephant technique. An hour later, you attained the intermediate level of profound understanding and deepened your comprehension of the ancient dragon elephant sutra, augmenting your power with 3 additional manifestations. After half an hour, you successfully transcended to the advanced realm of the transcendence, swiftly merging your primordial power, ultimately culminating in the formation of a singular dragon's strength. At this moment, despite not having practiced any martial arts or techniques, your physical prowess alone could easily vanquish an opponent of equal standing in the transcendence realm. You soon noticed that your cultivation speed began to decelerate. Evidently, the fortuitous fate bestowed upon you by Lu Ruiyue seemed to be waning. Or perhaps your elevated cultivation necessitated additional resources. She awakened, and this time, rather than rendering her unconscious as in the initial simulation, you seized her by the throat, demanding answers with a menacing inquiry. Why did you suddenly appear tonight? Speak, or I shall annihilate your entire Lu family. During the first simulation, you sensed that her appearance this evening was too coincidental, undoubtedly influenced by some underlying factor, possibly linked to a hidden puppet master. Liu Ruiyue was clearly terrified by your demeanor, combined with your fierce expression and the suffocating grip around her neck. She crumbled, divulging that the Liu family's fortunes had waned. And problems had arisen. Her father, in a bid to sustain the family, had organized a banquet this evening, intending for her to be matched with the eldest son of the Zhao family. Reluctant to sacrifice herself, she had feigned the need to use the restroom during the banquet and fled, but in her haste, she had begun to lose consciousness. The Zhao family, one of the 4 prominent families of Magic City. You were somewhat astonished. The 4 great families of Magic City were all fortified by saint-level powerhouses. Although they could not rival the terror of the Liu family, they were deeply entrenched and intertwined with numerous formidable factions. Could it be that the Zhao family of Magic City was connected to the hidden puppet master? Or perhaps they were complicit in the schemes. Your ruthless nature, devoid of any semblance of humanity, began to formulate thoughts and suspicions. Your supreme imperial bone surged with power, forcibly seizing a portion of the destiny from Liu Ruiyue, granting you a fleeting boon of fate. You sensed that Liu Ruiyue was still concealing something, failing to reveal the entirety of her knowledge. Just as you were poised to further interrogate her, a chilling dread washed over you once more. It had arrived, the hidden puppet master from the first simulation. A thunderous noise erupted from below the hotel. Your keen senses detected fragments of conversation. The arrivals were formidable members of the Liu and Zhao families, evidently intent on capturing you. You knew well that their appearance was undoubtedly linked to the hidden puppet master, who clearly intended to use them as instruments against you. Faced with the approaching members of the Liu and Zhao families, you contemplated briefly, then chose not to confront them. Instead, you made the decision to flee. For you dared not wager whether the so-called puppet master lurked among them, or whether they were indeed members of the Liu and Zhao families. One misstep, and you might find yourself forced to start anew right there. You began your escape, aided by the azure endowment that granted you fleeting evasion from prying eyes. You found refuge in a secluded forest, submerging yourself in a pool, concealing your form and stifling your presence. 10 minutes later, a black and white Maybach approached from a distance, seemingly in search of something. Soon, the voice of the driver, Liu Zhong, echoed from within the vehicle, calling out your name. This time, the visitor seemed genuine. You exhaled in relief, emerged from the pool, and strode confidently towards the car, your aura bursting forth, drying your clothes instantly, as you unhesitatingly entered the vehicle. However, as soon as you settled inside, a chilling sensation crept over you once more, and your fate began to signal a warning. You've been caught. In the front seat. Liu Zhong's head twisted at an unnatural angle, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, his gaze fixated upon you with a triumphant expression. Yet, in that moment, you felt no fear, instead, a smile of triumph adorned your face. No, it is I who has ensnared you. Chapter 6, When one is small and bullied. It is essential to seek the protection of the elder. No, it is I who have caught you. Seeing that you are not as frightened as anticipated, but instead displaying a mocking smile, the driver's ghastly expression subtly shifts, as if he has come to a realization. Rend. A dark hand suddenly emerged from the leather seat of the back row, desperately attempting to extract your spine. You maintained your composure, merely stating, "Make your move." Boom. A terrifying blaze erupted from the ground, incinerating that dark hand, as the guardian Liu Zhong, who had previously pursued Yichen, suddenly appeared. A colossal hand engulfed in golden flames seized the driver's head, disregarding his terror, then forcefully yanked him out. As he was dragged out, the crazed mastermind behind the violence immediately recognized this as a plot against him. Liu Zhong's earlier absence after chasing Yichen was evidently intentional. No. You observed calmly as the once arrogant mastermind was ruthlessly pummeled by Liu Zhong, his limbs brutally torn apart, a subtle smile curling at the corners of your mouth. Just as you had anticipated, although the mastermind's strength was formidable, it was far from sufficient to contend with Liu Zhong at this moment. Otherwise, there would have been no need for him to resort to cunning schemes to ensnare you. Previously, you had ostensibly sent Liu Zhong to hunt the destined protagonist Yichen, but secretly, you had communicated through spiritual energy. instructing him to pursue for a while before hastily returning to lie in wait, all to ensnare the mastermind, catching him unawares. However, to your surprise, the mastermind possessed an extraordinarily peculiar ability, able to transform into a shadow, evading capture in a myriad of ways, nearly escaping Lu Zhong's grasp. Nevertheless, as the guardian assigned to you by the Lu family, Lu Zhong's prowess was also remarkable. He transformed into a gigantic golden ape and delivered a powerful blow to subdue him. Before long, the battle came to an end. With a fierce expression, Guardian Lu Zhong dragged the dismembered, nearly lifeless mastermind before you, explaining, "Young Master Lu, this vile creature has practiced a long-lost sinister art known as the Thousand Shadow Demon Technique, which allows him to manipulate shadows and alter his appearance. It is exceedingly treacherous. I almost let him slip away, and as for his origins, it remains unclear." You were not surprised. The so-called mastermind before you was likely merely a pawn to be discarded at will, and thus could not possibly possess any reputable techniques or scriptures. Soul Search. Your voice was icy. Upon reaching the seventh realm of sanctity, your soul had coalesced into a tangible form, endowed with various powers, including the ability to search souls. However, once employed, the afflicted would either become a mindless wreck or perish instantly. This mastermind had already claimed your life once during the initial villain simulation. How could you easily let him go? The guardian Lu Zhong nodded, commencing the soul-searching of the unseen puppet master in his grasp, intent on uncovering the identity of the individual bold enough to strike against the illustrious Lu family of the Great Xia. Such audacity was nothing short of reckless. Before long, under the intense scrutiny of the soul search, the puppet master could no longer withstand the pressure, blood oozing from all 7 orifices, trembling uncontrollably, and soon thereafter, he succumbed to death, devoid of breath. Yet, Guardian Lu Zhong felt no joy, rather, he furrowed his brow, a hint of shame clouding his expression. Young master, a portion of this scoundrel's memories has been erased, preventing me from identifying the mastermind. The only information I could ascertain is that this individual appears to be an orphan. Later taken in and instructed in the art of the Thousand Shadows Demon Technique, indeed, the erasure of memories was thorough, severing all potential leads. Lu Qian observed the villain simulator with an expression of calm detachment, as though he had anticipated this outcome. Clearly, this scheme directed against him had been meticulously orchestrated over a long period, making it improbable that it could be easily unraveled. However, the circumstances surrounding the puppet master sparked a realization within him. The collection of orphans, their careful nurturing, and the impartation of esoteric techniques, this was unmistakably a method employed by the noble families to cultivate assassins. In a certain light, Guardian Lu Zhong himself was akin to an assassin of the Lu family, living solely for the clan, ready to sacrifice his life at any moment. This was precisely why Lu Qian held such unwavering trust in him. Thus, it became evident that the suspicions surrounding the Gu family of the Great Xia had been significantly magnified. Additionally, the Zhao family from the Magic City bore a share of suspicion as well. Yet, within the confines of the villain simulator, he found himself lacking concrete evidence. However, at his level, the importance of evidence was subjective, sometimes paramount, yet at other times, trivial. A more pronounced smile graced Lu Qian's lips as his anticipation for the actions of his simulator counterpart grew. It was essential to note that the Lu Qian within the simulator possessed his own cognitive faculties, and the external Lu Qian could not intervene directly. Your report regarding Lu Zhong does not come as a surprise. It demonstrates an extraordinary level of composure, beyond what ordinary individuals could fathom. For the average person, in the absence of evidence, they would be left stifled or would have to painstakingly gather proof. But who are you? You are the second young master of the Great Xia Lu family, with the celestial level ancestor of the Lu family watching over you. Evidence and law are mere trifles in your realm. When faced with bullying, one naturally seeks refuge in allies. From the storage ring adorning his finger, he retrieved the bloodline communicator of the Lu family and dispatched a message to his elder brother, Lu Shou, informing him of the assassination attempt and implicating the Gu family. Another celestial lineage has the orchestrators, seeking his assistance in avenging the affront. elder brother Lu Shou shared a deep bond with him, having always stood up for him during their youth. Lu Qian held unwavering faith that he would come to his aid. As one of the foremost prodigies of the great Xia and the heir of the Lu family, Lu Shou wielded considerable influence, far surpassing Lu Qian's own. Capable of representing the Lu family and creating a substantial uproar that might rattle their enemies. As for the Zhao family of the Magic City, he intended to investigate their involvement in his own manner. The Li family, one of the 4 prominent families in the magical city, is related to the Lu family through marriage, as the head of the Li family has wed your distant cousin, thereby establishing a familial bond. Your arrival in the magical city has been facilitated by the Li family's arrangements, encompassing both your residence and all necessary provisions. You intend to enlist the Li family's assistance in gathering intelligence and taking action. In your initial attempt, you were unable to leverage your inherent advantages and power, resulting in your demise. This time, however, you are determined to manifest your capabilities to their fullest extent. Once everything is meticulously arranged, you instruct Lu Zhong to draft a document regarding the soul-searching technique he obtained, known as the Thousand Shadows Demon Art. It is evident that you harbor a keen interest in this malevolent technique, which possesses the ability to transform and assume shadowy forms. Lu Zhong agrees, but suddenly inquires whether you are capable of cultivating it, as you had previously communicated with him through spiritual energy, which led him to realize that you might be concealing your true cultivation level. You nod slowly, acknowledging that Lu Zhong is one of your most significant trump cards, and some matters cannot remain concealed. You express your desire for Lu Zhong to keep this information confidential, requesting that he divulge it to no one. The hidden mastermind, who remains deeply concealed, is evidently unaware that you have awakened the Supreme Emperor's bone and possess the ability to cultivate. You wish to maintain an element of surprise. Lu Zhong pauses for a moment in silence, before ultimately nodding in agreement. Chapter 7, The Thousand Shadows Demon Technique as your guardian. Lu Zhong is loyal not only to his family but also to you. Since he has vowed to keep your secrets, it is unlikely he will betray your trust. You instructed Lu Zhong to completely obliterate the remains of the mastermind behind the scenes to avert any unforeseen complications. Subsequently, you inquired about the fate of the destined protagonist, Yi Chen. Upon hearing your question, Lu Zhong's expression reflected a hint of embarrassment as he acknowledged that Yi Chen harbored numerous secrets and formidable trump cards. He was unable to sever the protagonist's head but managed to incapacitate one of his arms and seized some items in the process. From his storage ring, Lu Zhong produced a severed arm of Yi Chen and a bloodied storage bag. You raised an eyebrow in surprise. On one hand, you were astonished that Lu Zhong could retain an arm from Yi Chen while also acquiring a storage bag. On the other hand, it was remarkable that Yi Chen, merely at the 4th tier of divine powers, could escape from Lu Zhong, who was at the 7th tier of sainthood, indicating the formidable nature of the old man accompanying him. You took the severed arm of Yi Chen, contemplated for a moment, and decided against destroying it. Instead, you placed it in your storage ring, recognizing the myriad of peculiar and mystical techniques in this world, including curses. This severed arm would surely prove invaluable in the future. Opening the bloodied storage bag, you discovered an assortment of cultivation pills and rare materials, evidently collected by Yi Chen over the years as part of his fortuitous encounters. In one corner of the bag lay a black, ancient token adorned with the image of a ferocious beast with a single horn and a terrifying visage. After scrutinizing the beast token for some time, unable to discern its origins, you concluded that its possession by Yi Chen, the destined protagonist, indicated its extraordinary nature. Thus, you decided to keep it and intended to enlist the Lu family as assistance in uncovering its significance. The cultivation resources came at an opportune moment, perfectly suited for your needs. You instructed Lu Zhong to drive away from the site, returning to a private villa in the heart of Magic City for recuperation, preparing to seize the moment to cultivate and enhance your strength. Once inside the villa's secret chamber, you directed Lu Zhong to stand guard outside and began to consume the elixirs in preparation for your training. You contemplated the ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra and the Thousand Shadows Demon technique for a while before ultimately deciding to focus on the enigmatic Thousand Shadows Demon technique first. In this instance, the version of me within the villain simulator exhibited a certain caution, not fully trusting even the Lu family. Refraining from demanding martial techniques and laws directly from them. Was it due to suspicion that there were hidden instigators within the Lu family? Or perhaps a desire to act discreetly to avoid leaving traces? Lu Qian, somewhat surprised, quickly deduced your thoughts. Indeed, it was reasonable. Having been in Magic City for merely half a month, you had already fallen victim to an ambush. Exercising caution was entirely justified. The ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra. A celestial-level technique leaned towards physical defense but lacked corresponding combat skills and evasive maneuvers. Unless one could condense the requisite divine powers upon breaking through to the fourth tier, one would remain akin to a warrior with a formidable vitality yet devoid of skills. The only talent I possess is the blue gift of grease on the soles, serving as a means of survival. In contrast, the enigmatic and sinister technique known as Thousand Shadows Magic possesses the ability to transform in myriad ways, adopting the guise of a shadow and altering its visage, thus compensating for some of my inherent shortcomings. Moreover, the previous mastermind was merely at the sixth realm of the extraordinary, yet with the aid of Thousand Shadows Magic, it nearly evaded capture from Lu Zhong, revealing the terrifying nature of its life-preserving capabilities. Lu Qian harbored grave doubts, had it not been for the guardian Lu Zhong lurking underground, suddenly erupting and catching the opponent off guard, dealing a significant blow. It might not have been possible to retain the adversary. Should I master this technique, combined with the grease on the soles talent, there may be a chance to rival a certain revered deity known for their flight. For reasons known only to you, you have chosen the Thousand Shadows Magic. You perceive the terrifying potential of this malevolent art, seemingly crafted by a colossal fiend surpassing the heavens, laden with various wicked and mysterious spells. However, only the first half of the scroll remains capable of reaching the realm of the heavens at most, while the latter portion has been torn away. You begin to study the expanded version penned by Lu Zhong. But soon your brow furrows in confusion as you find the ancient script incomprehensible, the perplexing amalgamation of archaic, demonic and divine writings. An hour slips by. Yet you remain at a loss, growing increasingly restless, your brow nearly knitting into a tangle. Suddenly, a wave of tranquil, cool energy surges forth from your spine, enveloping your mind, inducing a sense of drowsiness as you drift into a peculiar state. In your vision, the characters of Thousand Shadows Magic morph into tadpole-like forms, floating and swirling, rushing into your mind's palace. Your practice of Thousand Shadows Magic is remarkably swift, as you successfully enter the first layer and acquire the ability to conjure shadowy avatars. Is it the power of the Supreme Emperor's Bone at work? Lu Qian's pupils constrict in astonishment, realizing that the mysterious and unfathomable Supreme Emperor's Bone possesses such extraordinary efficacy. It can disregard the thresholds of cultivation techniques, forcibly allowing one to succeed and rapidly gain entry. Truly, it is fearsome. Furthermore, it enhances the speed of cultivation. This is more potent than any so-called golden finger. On the first day, you ascend to the pinnacle of the first layer of Thousand Shadows Magic, able to condense 9 shadowy avatars, each embodying 10% of your original power. You found yourself engulfed by an overwhelming sense of emptiness, as the Supreme Emperor Bone within you began to awaken a profound hunger. Unconsciously, you retrieved Yi Chen's storage pouch, extracting vials of elixirs and celestial materials, hastily consuming them. Such an alarming quantity of medicine would terrify even those in the mountain and river realm or the transcendent realm, who would fear the peril of explosive demise. Yet, the Supreme Emperor Bone within you unleashed a terrifying devouring force, consuming every ounce of energy. Your cultivation speed of the Shadow Demon Art began to soar uncontrollably. On the following day, you ascended to the second layer of the Shadow Demon Art, acquiring a newfound ability, the power to manipulate shadows, enabling you to control your own shadow and immobilize your target. By the third day, You had broken through to the third layer of the shadow demon art, gaining yet another ability, the transformation of your body into shadow, allowing you to momentarily shift your form into that of a shadow. On the fourth day, you transcended to the fourth layer of the shadow demon art, condensing a demonic divine ability, shadow mimicry. Upon contact with a target's shadow, you could morph into their visage, your own aura mirroring theirs. Devouring special energies to elevate your martial arts, you were certain your name was Supreme Emperor Bone, not Deep Blue. Lu Qian wore an expression of incredulity as he observed the unfolding scenes within the villain simulator. Goodness, this was swifter than a rocket launch. Chapter 8, The Clash of Two Great Celestial Families. It is no wonder that Lu Qian is momentarily overwhelmed with astonishment. The effects of the Supreme Emperor Bone within the villain simulator are nothing short of breathtaking. Typically, a mere mortal requires years, if not decades, or even centuries, to cultivate their techniques. Even those exceptional prodigies, with their extraordinary comprehension, can only condense this time to mere years or months. Yet, under the auspices of the Supreme Emperor Bone, he, within the confines of the villain simulator, achieved entry in just a few breaths. Moreover, he surged ahead, breaking through to the fourth layer in a matter of days, thereby condensing a shadowy divine ability. The condensation of each divine ability is one of the core secrets of the cultivated techniques, and to succeed, one must possess immense willpower and insight. The Thousand Shadows demon art, an ancient and nefarious technique, is inherently difficult and requires a specific physique. According to Lu Zhong, even the previous mastermind had only reached the fourth layer, a feat likely born from countless years of effort. Lu Zhong had previously advised me to only experiment lightly, warning against becoming overly engrossed and losing sight of the path. Had he known of my progress at this moment, he would surely be left speechless. To condense a divine ability before officially breaking through the fourth realm is an exceedingly rare privilege, typically reserved for the most exceptional talents among the human race. Presently, the foremost prodigy of the Great Xia Empire is the sixth prince, Chen Tai, born of the imperial lineage. It is said that he took 10 days to break through to the divine ability realm and condense his own ability. A feat that astonished the entire empire and drew the attention of countless formidable beings. Even the enigmatic foreign races viewed this sixth prince as a future adversary, eager to eliminate him before he could pose a threat. A shadow flickered across Lu Qian's gaze once his talents were unveiled. It would undoubtedly draw an overwhelming amount of covetous attention. Fortunately, he felt assured that his choice in simulation had not been misguided. The shadowy divine ability he possessed was evidently the unique skill of the slain mastermind. The ability to simulate appearances and essence, to alter one's identity, is undoubtedly a divine technique for him at this juncture, one that could ensure his survival in perilous circumstances. At present, as his cultivation has yet to reach an invincible state, he must prioritize caution and self-preservation. Sigh, I am still far too weak. Were I to possess the strength of an earthly immortal or even that of a celestial being, I could easily break the deadlock and confront the mastermind, engaging in a battle of wits. However, with the support of the villain simulator, the day of reckoning is not far off. Lu Qian brimmed with confidence. If he had not perished previously, he might have been somewhat flustered. But now that he has faced death, what is there to fear? Regardless of who the mastermind may be, since the arrival of his villain simulator, there can only be one conclusion: either he perishes, or he survives. On the fifth day, you successfully cultivated the Thousand Shadows magic to the pinnacle of its fourth layer, enhancing the effects of the shadow mimicry technique. Suddenly, you were jolted awake by an overwhelming sense of hunger. Upon regaining your senses, you discovered that all the elixirs and precious materials had been consumed. And even your storage bag bore the marks of your gnawing. Your body had become emaciated, and your vitality was severely depleted. Devoid of the restorative energies from elixirs and herbs, your life force was being relentlessly drained, plunging you into a state of extreme weakness, nearly falling victim to the Supreme Emperor's bone. Had it been a few days later, death would have been imminent. Driven by the dual temptations of hunger and survival, you hastily activated the mechanism of the secret chamber, sending out a distress signal. Guardian Lu Zhong forcefully opened the secret chamber, discovering you on the brink of death. His face instantly contorted with shock. He promptly retrieved life-saving elixirs from his possession, channeling his own spiritual energy into you to stabilize your life force, while also sending someone to prepare nourishing spiritual cuisine to replenish your vitality. You began to eat. Several hours later, your breath began to stabilize, the withered flesh and blood gradually becoming plump, and you ultimately survived. Remarkably, you had not fallen victim to the unseen orchestrator. Instead, you had nearly succumbed to your own actions. Observing the villain simulator, Lu Qian, his lips twitched slightly. However, the Supreme Emperor's bone was undeniably tyrannical, demanding not just wealth but also life. Having survived, you felt a lingering dread, fully aware of the dominance of the Supreme Emperor's bone. Henceforth, should you wish to utilize its power, you must adequately prepare sufficient elixirs and herbs. Seeing you recover, the terrified Guardian Lu Zhong finally exhaled in relief and promptly inquired about the situation. You casually attributed your near demise to excessive cultivation and a moment of madness, concealing the true nature of your successful mastery of the Thousand Shadows magic and the shadow mimicry technique. Lu Zhong, believing your trouble stemmed from practicing dark arts, urged you to cease your cultivation. You nonchalantly deflected his concerns and then inquired about the happenings in the outside world over the past few days. During your first simulation, you had survived only a few hours. This time, however, you had endured for 5 days, having made prior preparations, suggesting that there must have been significant developments. In response to your inquiries, Lu Zhong candidly revealed that matters had escalated significantly. On the first day, in the capital of the Great Xia, everything remained tranquil, as if your distress signal had gone unheard by your elder brother, Lu Shou. On the second day, on the third day, the ancestor of the Gu family held a celebration for their 300th birthday. Elder brother Lu Shou, accompanied by the strong members of the Lu family, attended the festivities, but unexpectedly launched an assault, capturing Gu Eo, shattering his legs, and attempting to extract his soul, leading to a fierce conflict between both factions. The head of the Lu family intervened, asserting that matters concerning the younger generation should be resolved by the younger generation, while also intending to impart a lesson on the esteemed arts of the Gu family. Witnessing the younger generation being attacked and subjected to soul extraction, the ancestor of the Gu family erupted in fury, unleashing the pressure of a transcendent being. However, after a prolonged seclusion, the venerable ancestor of the Lu family has re-emerged. In the capital of the Great Xia, two formidable beings of the 8th realm clashed violently, engendering astonishment from all quarters. Despite the numerous obstacles posed by the Lu family's formidable members, Lu Shou ultimately succeeded in his soul-searching endeavor. The assassination plot originating from the Demon City was indeed linked to Gu Eo, this second-generation scion, yet the memories pertaining to the assassin had been obliterated. The soul-searched Gu Eo was rendered utterly feeble-minded. You dare to harm a member of the Lu family, especially my brother. The Gu family is courting death. Lu Shou bellowed in fury, shattering Gu Eo's skull with a single blow. The ancestor of the Lu family declared, if necessary, I shall sink the capital itself to bring ruin upon the Gu family. Although aware of their own culpability, the Gu family, humiliated and aggrieved, could not simply acquiesce. A genuine conflict ignited between the two clans. Ultimately, the enigmatic and powerful sovereign of the Great Xia was roused, personally intervening to mediate, resulting in a temporary truce between the two families. Chapter 9, The Enigma of Identity. The fierce conflict between the Lu and Gu families escalated to such an extent that even their celestial ancestors personally intervened, nearly bringing the capital of the empire to ruin. Ultimately, the enigmatic emperor of the Great Xia appeared to intervene. Lu Qian's eyes were filled with astonishment, clearly indicating that this second simulation had far exceeded his expectations. According to his initial thoughts, upon receiving the distress signal, the most he anticipated was that his elder brother, Lu Shou, would take action against the second-generation heir Gu Eo, delivering a lesson while simultaneously alerting the hidden mastermind. After all, the assassination attempt at the outset of the second simulation had failed. In such a scenario, the conflict was merely confined to a dispute among the younger generation, unlikely to escalate into a widespread eruption. However, the subsequent events surpassed all conceivable limits. Not only did elder brother Liu Shou respond, but also their father and the elder ancestor of the Liu family, who mobilized almost their entire strength, seemingly intent on exacting blood for blood and restoring justice. This reaction was astonishingly intense and utterly abnormal. It is noteworthy that the Liu family's celestial ancestor had remained elusive for decades, shrouded in mystery and in seclusion. Yet now, he had emerged from his retreat, even declaring an intent to dismantle the Gu family. Liu Qian could not fathom that his worth could be so significant. He was merely the second son of the family, not even the designated heir. Moreover, the Gu family of the Great Xia was also a celestial lineage, standing on equal footing with the Liu family. The Liu family's reaction was, indeed, excessively fervent. According to the descriptions from the villain simulator, there were considerable casualties and substantial losses in this clash. Although familial ties played a role, he suspected there were underlying reasons beyond that. It appeared that the Liu family, his elder brother, father, and ancestor, harbored genuine affection for him, without a shadow of a doubt. The magnitude of their response perhaps indicated that they were already aware of his possession of the Supreme Emperor's bone. At this moment, Liu Qian felt as though the path ahead was obscured by a thick fog, rendering it nearly impossible to discern. Upon careful reflection, it seemed that throughout the past 18 years, he had enjoyed the highest treatment within the Liu family, even rivaling that of his elder brother, Liu Shou. Whatever he desired or sought was readily fulfilled. Even after he had dealt with Gu Ao, exploding 2 of his heads, the Liu family did not reproach him. Instead, their first concern upon his return home had been to inquire if he was injured. Subsequently, they sent him to the capital for a holiday, free from worries about the consequences. Any issues that arose would be shouldered by the Liu family. While he had been immersed in this environment before, he had not perceived its nuances. Yet now, upon closer examination, he discerned the peculiarities. The Liu family's attitude towards him did not resemble that of a mere second son. It was excessively favorable, even indulgent, akin to how one would treat an individual of extraordinary significance. Liu Qian murmured to himself, seemingly arriving at a certain conjecture. At this moment, his attention remained fixated on the villain simulator. Upon hearing about the upheaval in the capital of the Great Xia, you began to realize the uniqueness and peculiarity of your identity, leading you to question your own lineage as a member of the Liu family. Liu Zhong conveyed that the family had sent word advising you to remain in the bustling metropolis and not return home for the time being, urging caution regarding the Gu family, and to wait until the family resolved matters before returning. Due to the conflict between the Liu and Gu families, it was challenging to dispatch high-level warriors to the metropolis. However, for your safety, your elder brother, Liu Shou, incurred great costs to send you a life-saving blood escape talisman, capable of shielding you from a fatal blow at a critical moment and transporting you to safety 1,000 miles away. The blood escape talisman. Liu Qian was taken aback. This was a powerful talisman of celestial rank, requiring the heart's blood of a blood demon bat as its primary ingredient, with beast hide as the talisman base. Ultimately crafted by a master talisman artist, the success rate was less than 1%. Such a life-preserving artifact was highly coveted even by celestial elders. At a crucial moment, it could provide an additional chance at life. To think that his own elder brother had gone through such lengths to procure it for him. He could scarcely imagine the price his brother had paid. This truly demonstrated that he was regarded as a cherished brother. Moved by this gesture, you accepted the blood escape talisman from Liu Zhong, securing it close to your person, then silently vowed to repay this kindness manifold in the future through diligent cultivation. Having learned of the situation in the capital, you took a moment to compose yourself before inquiring about the circumstances in the metropolis. 5 days prior, you had instructed the Li family, one of the 4 prominent families in the metropolis related by marriage to the Liu family, to investigate the Zhao family with a degree of assertiveness, even going so far as to strike against the Liu family to compel them to surrender Yi Chen. the destined protagonist and Dragon King's protector. In response, Lu Zhong remarked that when you initially directed the Li family to investigate the Zhao family, they had been somewhat reluctant and unenthusiastic. However, following the actions taken by the ancestors and the family head against the Gu family, their attitude had shifted, and they commenced a comprehensive assault on the Zhao family. The other two prominent families in the metropolis, the Wu and Lin families, chose to remain neutral, refraining from involvement. Currently, the two major families were engaged in a fierce conflict, yet the Zhao family seemed aware of your involvement and had refrained from counterattacking, opting instead for a defensive strategy. As for the Lu family, their patriarch, upon learning that his daughter Lu Rue's protector, Yi Chen, had offended Lu Qian, was utterly terrified, wishing he could capture Yi Chen to apologize for the affront. However, despite losing an arm, Yi Chen managed to wreak havoc within the Lu family before ultimately escaping, now a fugitive sought after throughout the metropolis. The Lu family's failure to apprehend Yi Chen had left them in a precarious situation, fearing retribution from the Lu family and desperately seeking forgiveness. Lu Shao, members of the Zhao family have arrived, along with the Lu family's heiress, Lu Ruyue, who is currently outside and wishes to see you, Lu Zhong remarked with significant implication. You, attuned to the underlying message, instantly comprehended that the Zhao family was evidently aware of your orchestration behind the Li family's actions against them and sought to come forth with an explanation. The Lu family seeks to appease your wrath through Lu Ruyue, striving to keep their family from being implicated. At this moment, although you may appear as insignificant as an ant in the eyes of the powerful elites in the imperial capital, in the bustling metropolis, you are perceived as a formidable villain, feared by many who dread incurring your displeasure. After a moment of contemplation, you decide to graciously accept the Lu family's goodwill. After all, when meat is presented at your door, one cannot simply refuse it. Moreover, you are a reasonable individual who values logic. As for the Zhao family, there is no rush, they can wait a little longer. Let them linger outside while Lu Ruyue may be brought in for now. Chapter 10, The Fall of the Zhao Clan, The Gathering of Divine Powers. Under your command, Lu Ruyue was brought in. Her gaze towards you was tinged with shyness, yet also carried an air of composure and complexity, for merely 5 days prior, you had already met with utmost candor. Although the circumstances at that time were peculiar, and your inclinations leaned towards taking advantage of the situation, Lu Ruyue, the destined heroine, had evidently resigned herself to her fate. Lu Qian. I do not know how Yi Chen has offended you, but he is no longer the bodyguard of the Lu family. I can become your woman, and I hope you will spare the Lu clan. In the presence of the willingly offered destined heroine, you were acutely aware of the delight that comes with being the antagonist. Yi Chen, the fated protagonist, had been incapacitated by your command to Lu Zhong, while the destined heroine humbly submitted for the sake of her family. Take your time, let me ponder this. Faced with the proactively presented destined heroine, you refrained from an immediate acceptance, instead inquiring about Yi Chen's origins. Your curiosity was piqued regarding this fated protagonist, and you sought to uncover the story behind him. Lu Ruyue appeared somewhat taken aback, your disinterest in a stunning beauty who had come to you voluntarily, while inquiring about a male bodyguard, left her puzzled. Did you harbor some peculiar preference? Nevertheless, after a moment of hesitation, she elucidated. Yi Chen was originally a security guard for the Lu group. I happened to notice his remarkable skills and took him on as a bodyguard. However, his character seems rather eccentric. He prefers to dress in tattered clothing, resembling a beggar, and is quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation, often speaking of the path to death. I once used the Lu family's connections to investigate Yi Chen's past but found nothing of substance. However, I have heard him mention that he hails from a mountainous village in the southern region of Great Xiao, and that he has family. Lu Ruyue strived to recall and shared every fragment of information she possessed regarding Yi Chen's background. Listening to her account, you could not suppress a smirk, indeed. This individual bore a striking resemblance to protagonists from ancient online novels. A rural upbringing, possessing extraordinary skills, a lingering spirit of a powerful warrior, a beautiful schoolbelle, and a close protection bodyguard, his story was practically overflowing with cliches. In recent days, the entire city of Magic Capital had been fervently searching for Yi Chen's whereabouts. Yet no trace had been uncovered, indicating that this destined protagonist indeed possessed some means of evasion. Upon gathering information about Yi Chen, you instructed Lu Zhong, the Guardian, to utilize the Lu family's channels to investigate further, with the intention of capturing Yi Chen's family to compel him to reveal his hidden opportunities. Previously, a medicinal pouch that Yi Chen had accidentally dropped contained elixirs and spiritual herbs that had significantly transformed you. He surely had other treasures in his possession. Not to mention, the enigmatic lingering spirit of the old man was a veritable treasure trove. However, the foundation of all this revolved around the ability to extract it from him. To capture him alive. Of course, aside from Yi Chen, Lu Ruyue, the destined heroine, could not be overlooked either. Lu Ruyue, I have perceived your sincerity to a degree. Yet it still falls short. Faced with your playful smile, Lu Ruyue instantly understood and silently nodded. The two walked into the room, preparing to delve into the intricate details of sincerity, for sparing the Lu family was no trifling matter. 3 days later, armed with compelling reasons and sincerity, Lu Ruyue managed to persuade you to reluctantly agree to spare the Lu family, with the condition that she would become your personal secretary, providing you with auspicious services at all times. 5 days later, rumors began to circulate that Lu Ruyue had become your woman, and the Lu family had gained the protection of the Lu family. This caused quite a stir. Upon hearing that the goddess was taken, many young gentlemen wept openly. 7 days later, due to a summoning of Lu Zhong to assist the Li family, the Zhao family in Magic City could no longer withstand the pressure. The head of the Zhao family brought the young master Zhao Quan before you to plead for forgiveness, claiming ignorance of Lu Ruyue's relationship with you. You understood that the Zhao family head was referring to the incident with Lu Ruyue while she was intoxicated, yet you were unconcerned. Your primary focus was whether Zhao Quan was connected to the mastermind behind the scenes. After all, the initial events had been too coincidental, prompting you to express your intent to search Zhao Quan's soul. The head of the Zhao family acquiesced, deeming one son insignificant compared to the safety of the family. You instructed Lu Zhong to conduct the soul search on Zhao Quan, but to your surprise, Zhao Quan was found to be innocent, suggesting that everything was merely a coincidence. Could it be that you were mistaken and that the Zhao family had no ties to the mastermind? Lu Qian squinted, momentarily lost in thought. In his initial assumptions, he had suspected the Zhao family in the earlier assassination attempt. Had it not been for Zhao Quan's selfish machinations, Lu Ruyue would not have drunkenly escaped, ultimately leading to a series of subsequent events. This was the fundamental reason why he had directed the Li family to specifically target the Zhao family. Yet, Lu Zhong's soul search indicated he was wrong. Now the question arose, if he was incorrect, would the version of himself in the antagonist simulator acknowledge it? Lu Qian immersed himself in the scenario, a malicious smile creeping across his face. Zhao Quan perished. Following the soul search, he was rendered a fool, only to be struck dead by the head of the Zhao family. You began to realize the Zhao family's innocence. Perhaps you had erred. Young Master Lu, my son is dead. Should all grievances dissipate? You observed the calm demeanor of the Zhao family head, but beneath his tranquil facade lay an almost imperceptible trace of hatred. It was evident that the anguish of losing a son had deeply ingrained resentment towards you. Zhao family head, I do not recall making any promises, you retorted coldly, embracing Lu Ruyue and gesturing for Lu Zhong and the Li family's formidable warriors to take action. Since you had erred, you resolved to see it through to the end. To easily spare the Zhao family would undoubtedly lay a trap for yourself. As the head of the Zhao family was about to unleash a tirade of invectives against your shamelessness, he was abruptly struck down by Lu Zhong, reduced to ashes. The 4 prominent families of Magic City are still too numerous, 3 would suffice. The territory and enterprises of the Zhao family shall belong to the Li family. Yet the accumulated wealth in the form of elixirs and treasures, I, Lu Qian, shall claim for myself. You have set forth a proposal leveraging profit as a motivator. compelling the Li family to decisively eradicate the Zhao family, yet you seek the largest share for yourself. With the Li family's venerable ancestor and Lu Zhong, a formidable figure, joining forces, the annihilation of the Zhao family is undoubtedly imminent. In the span of a mere day, the Zhao family was nearly vanquished by the three clans, suffering grievous losses and finding themselves in dire straits, while you remained in the rear, indulging in the spectacle. Throughout this turmoil, the Lin and Wu families maintained a stance of neutrality, refraining from involvement. Before long, the Zhao family was obliterated. Yet the head of the Li family reported that the Zhao family's venerable ancestor had mysteriously vanished. Upon hearing this news, you cursed the Li family for their incompetence, leaving you with such a significant liability. A saint-level practitioner, now unencumbered by concerns or attachments, poses an enormous threat to you. You have successfully acquired the resources amassed by the Zhao family over centuries, intending to retreat from sight and begin the process of refining and absorbing the Zhao family's remnants, striving to transcend to a new realm. Just as you were preparing for seclusion, Lu Ruyue suddenly approached you, revealing that a secret realm had seemingly emerged in the waters near Magic City, attracting numerous powerful figures, and inquiring if you had any interest in participating. You furrowed your brow, suspecting it to be a new scheme by the puppeteer behind the scenes, and wary of the hidden Zhao family ancestor. You resolved not to get involved. On the first day, you opted to cultivate the ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra, consuming 100 spirit essence pills, preparing to break through to the fourth realm of divine abilities. By the third day, you successfully ascended to the fourth realm of divine abilities, coalescing a new divine talent, the Dragon Elephant Dominance Body, embodying the strength of dragons and elephants. On the fifth day, the auspicious fortune surrounding you began to wane. In the final moments of its dissipation, you felt a sudden chill of inspiration, and the aura of destiny re-emerged, heralding a foreboding sense of mortality. You were abruptly awakened. Chapter 11, using the fated female protagonist as a substitute, you awaken from your meditative state, overwhelmed by an ominous chill that surpasses the terror you felt during your initial simulation by an astonishing tenfold. A sense of impending danger envelops you. In disbelief, you find yourself within the villa arranged by the Li family, surrounded by an array of defenses, with the formidable guardian Lu Zhong, a seventh realm saint, standing watch outside. How could there be any peril? Unless, of course, the current threat exceeds your wildest imagination. In the next moment, your suspicions are confirmed. The sounds of fierce combat reverberate in your ears, the clamor of battle is alarmingly close, accompanied by three distinct pressures, all reaching the saint level. One of these formidable auras belongs to Lu Zhong, yet the other two are utterly unfamiliar. Lu Qian, the ancestral elder of the Zhao family, and a masked saint-level powerhouse, accompanied by a cadre of formidable black-clad warriors, have breached the premises. Senior Lu Zhong is entangled with them. Quickly, open the secret door. I will take you away. The anxious voice of Lu Ruyue suddenly calls from outside the hidden chamber. Your expression shifts dramatically, there is no time for doubt. You hastily peer through a concealed passage to assess the situation outside, where you see the distressed Lu Ruyue and a group of black-clad assailants clashing fiercely with the guards. Above, the ancestral elder of the Zhao family and an unfamiliar masked saint are locked in a fierce struggle with Lu Zhong. However, the circumstances appear dire. Lu Ruyue speaks the truth. How is it possible? Where did this saint-level powerhouse in the Demon City come from, along with such a multitude of black-clad warriors? Could it be that the mastermind has once again struck, orchestrating a new wave of slaughter? The specter of vengeance lingers persistently. Lu Qian's eyes darken as he reaches a conclusion. Merely a few days have passed, and yet a new cycle of bloodshed has commenced. Clearly, the puppet master is fixated on his supreme imperial bone. In the second simulation as a villain, you had thought you had laid a trap to gain a brief respite for development, yet you had underestimated your opponent. However, the pressing question arises. In the Demon City, your residence shifts every other day, making it nearly impossible to trace your whereabouts. How did the Zhao family elder and those black-clad figures discover your location? Faced with Lu Ruyue's urgent pleas from outside, you do not choose to open the secret door and step out, but instead, you unhesitatingly activate a highly concealed escape route. Your fear of death overwhelms you. This secret passage was constructed specifically for emergencies, a means of escape. At this moment, you are prepared to abandon Lu Zhong and Lu Ruyue in favor of self-preservation. As long as you survive, there will be opportunities for vengeance in the future. Should you perish, all hope would be extinguished. Selfish and self-serving, you have placed your own life above all else, truly the mark of a coward. Yet just as you are about to slip into the secret passage, an even more chilling aura sweeps over you, then simultaneously. The fated luck you had seized from Lu Ruyue dissipates entirely. There is someone in the passage. This is the final warning from destiny. You have realized that this is akin to catching a turtle in a jar, and you are that very turtle. You cannot help but utter an expletive. And a fierce expression surfaces on your face. After a moment of electric thought, you decisively open the secret chamber door and allow Lu Ruyue to enter. Lu Ruyue is already in the same boat as you. If you perish, the Lu family will undoubtedly face ruin, unable to withstand the wrath of the Lu family. Lu Ruyue could never betray you. Lu Qian, we must depart. Once we escape this place, the Lu family will soon. Lu Ruyue's words are abruptly cut short as you swiftly strike her neck, rendering her unconscious. You wield your force with precision. Lu Ruyue will awaken in a few hours at most, though there is also the possibility that she may never awaken again. You channel the Thousand Shadows demonic art and, for the first time, utilize the mimicry divine technique to alter Lu Ruyue's appearance. Just as your demonic energy enters her body, it encounters resistance, unable to penetrate. However, it soon vanishes, and dismissing it as a mere illusion, you continue undeterred. Before long, Lu Ruyue's visage begins to morph, ultimately transforming into your likeness, while you, in turn, adopt Lu Ruyue's appearance and exchange garments with her. In a desperate bid for survival, you resolve to make Lu Ruyue, the destined heroine, your substitute. Sacrificing her life in the hope of securing a fleeting opportunity. You stabilize Lu Qian, feigning deep cultivation, and then, in your female guise, you once again open the secret chamber door and slip out. This time, devoid of destiny's favor, you can only conceal your aura, masquerading as Lu Ruyue. Terrified of detection, skirting the edges of chaos, prepared to flee. Fortunately, the black-clad figures are focused solely on Lu Qian within the chamber and show no interest in you. The 3 saint-level experts engaged in battle above do not cast a glance in your direction. You breathe a silent sigh of relief. Though soon a wave of confusion washes over you. Despite the fierce conflict, the other families in the Magic City show no reaction, understandable given their desire to avoid trouble. Yet, why has the Li family not yet appeared to provide support? Just as you are about to escape the battlefield, a mysterious saint-level expert, their face concealed by a black cloth, suddenly glances your way, when you feel an immense pressure bearing down upon you. However, he evidently does not perceive the deception of the mimicry technique and quickly shifts his gaze, allowing you to exhale in relief. Boom! A violent tremor erupts from the secret chamber, drawing the attention of everyone present. The chamber door is suddenly smashed open from within, revealing the long-missing Yi Chen, who appears with a dagger plunged into Lu Qian's chest. Ha ha ha, Lu Qian, you wretched dog, how dare you insult the woman of Yi Chen? This day marks your demise. With a sudden jolt, Lu Qian awoke from her unconsciousness, her enchanting eyes wide with disbelief. She gazed at the maniacally laughing Yi Chen before shifting her attention to Lu Ruyue in the distance, her lips moving silently as she struggled to remain conscious. Lu Shao. Upon witnessing Lu Qian's demise, Lu Zhong descended into madness, igniting his vital essence, reinstilling fear in the Zhao family's elder and another black-clad saint-level expert, compelling them to retreat from his wrath. Yet, in the next moment, the slain Lu Qian's visage and form grotesquely contorted, transforming into that of Lu Ruyue, leaving the audience in shock. Ruyue. No. Damn it, that was the real Lu Qian. Seize him quickly. Just as Yi Chen's anguished cry pierced the air, The enigmatic black-clad Saint-level expert reacted swiftly, commanding the remaining black-clad individuals to charge toward Lu Ruyue. Realizing your exposure, you sighed inwardly, acknowledging the considerable limitations of the shadow mimicry technique. Nevertheless, you had already reached the periphery of the battlefield. You fully unleashed the fourth layer of the Thousand Shadows demon art, manifesting 8 indistinct shadows that eluded discernment, retreating into the distance. The surrounding black-clad assailants could not grasp your presence, left helplessly watching as you vanished. Thousand Shadows demon art. Chapter 12: The conclusion of the second simulation. As you unleash your formidable prowess, the masked saint-level warrior gasps in astonishment. However, in comparison to your cultivation, it is evident that he is far more taken aback by your manifestation of the Thousand Shadows demonic technique. His extraordinary reaction confirms all your previous speculations. Indeed, he is the mastermind behind the scenes. At this moment, having used Lu Ruyue as bait, you have genuinely seized a fleeting chance of survival. With the Thousand Shadows demonic technique and the advantage of your Asha talent that allows for swift escape, your speed now surpasses that of the Fifth Realm, leaving the cloaked figure far behind. The elder of the Zhao family and the masked strongman are firmly held back by Lu Zhong, unable to intervene, forced to watch you make your escape. It appears that this near-death ordeal can once again be evaded. Lu Qian gazes at the villain simulator, secretly relieved. The longer the version of himself within the simulator survives and the higher his cultivation ascends, the greater the benefits for him. The reason for his current predicament stems from the second simulation, where his earlier rise to power led him to become overly complacent and indulgent in comfort, ultimately resulting in a delayed recognition of the impending danger. The Demon City remains perilous, if only he could return to the capital of the Great Xia, to the stronghold of the Lu family, where the protection of a celestial-level ancestor would ensure such relentless pursuit would never occur. The mastermind behind the scenes likely forced him out of the Great Xia capital, having set a trap in the Demon City, ready to spring into action. As long as he remains in the Demon City, his fate is sealed. Suddenly, Lu Qian's pupils constrict as he intently observes the unfolding scene within the villain simulator, his expression one of horror. You, akin to an ethereal shadow, conjure 8 demonic phantoms, dispersing in all directions, a delightful smile gracing your lips at the thought of having escaped this deadly trial. However, in the next moment, a chilling sense of death washes over you. Lu Qian, you killed Ruyue. I want you dead. Yi Chen's venomous and frenzied voice reverberates across the battlefield. A shiver runs down your spine as you cannot help but glance back, only to witness a horrifying sight. There stands Yi Chen, missing an arm, seemingly driven mad. Stepping forward with 3 swift strides, his peak saint-level aura suddenly erupting like a balloon. 5th realm. 6th realm. 7th realm. To everyone's astonishment, Yi Chen, the destined protagonist, shatters 3 realms in succession, stepping into the 7th realm. Even the 3 saint-level warriors are taken aback, halting their battles in disbelief. While it was already anticipated that the destined protagonist would be extraordinarily formidable, you are nonetheless utterly astonished. Could it truly be played this way? Boom! In a fit of rage, Yi Chen suddenly materialized before you, launching a devastating strike towards your head. Lu Shao. At that critical moment, Lu Zhong, without a second thought, appeared to shield you, only to be obliterated by a single punch, disintegrating into a mist of blood. You stood frozen, witnessing the gruesome demise of Lu Zhong, your pupils dilating in horror, nearly unable to contain your despair. How could Yi Chen have undergone such a cataclysmic transformation in just a few days? If he truly possessed such formidable abilities before, why was he pursued by Lu Zhong, who had even severed one of his arms? What had transpired in these days? Was it the lingering spirit of the old man within Yi Chen that was orchestrating this chaos? With a resounding crash, Yi Chen resembled a frenzied god of slaughter, delivering yet another punch aimed at you, evidently holding you accountable for Lu Ruyue's death. This time, no one would come to your aid. In a crucial moment, A blood-red talisman that had been closely attached to you suddenly transformed into a sanguine demon bat, enveloping you and thwarting Yi Chen's lethal assault. Subsequently, it tore through the void, whisking you away into the distance. The life-saving blood escape talisman sent by the Lu family had proven its extraordinary efficacy at this pivotal juncture. Before your escape, you seemed to hear Yi Chen's anguished roar. Simultaneously, the mysterious token seized from Yi Chen quivered slightly, as if responding to some unseen force. As you fled into the distance, the fabric of space twisted and turned, plunging you into a state of disorientation, nearly leading to a loss of consciousness. In a daze, you suddenly fell from the blood escape, plunging into frigid waters, your body chilled to the bone. Struggling to open your eyes, you realized you had descended into the ocean. Had you been randomly transported to a sea realm 1,000 miles away from the magic city? At that moment, a massive shadow resembling a colossal octopus surged past you, hinting at some powerful, bizarre otherworldly entity. You attempted to resist, but your body remained rigid. Then, an excruciating pain surged through you, accompanied by a strange sound of gnawing. You have perished. Simulation concluded. Final assessment commencing. The host may select 3 options from the following 6. 1. Fourth layer of the ancient dragon elephant scripture, divine ability. 2. Fourth layer of the Thousand Shadows demon technique, divine ability, shadow mimicry. 3. Mysterious token. 4. Life-saving blood escape talisman, heavenly human level. 5. Partial fate and fortune of the destiny female lead Lu Ruyue, 1 week. 6. A preserved severed arm. Yi Chen, gazing at the gruesome text of the villain simulator, Lu Qian's expression fluctuated continuously, at times shadowed, at others filled with fury. Barely restraining himself from cursing. Damn. Is this how it can be played? Yi Chen's final performance was nothing short of extraordinary, akin to a mechanical descent of divinity. A dimensional strike. Even the destined protagonist should not be allowed such unfair advantages. He had contemplated the possibility of meeting his demise at the hands of the mastermind behind the scenes. Yet he never imagined that he would fall to a destiny protagonist he had nearly destroyed himself. Indeed, how few are those who can truly be favored by destiny. I have underestimated him, taken him too lightly. This time, the simulation of a villain's life ended in demise, serving as an apt reminder to cultivate humility and refrain from arrogance towards anyone. Although the second iteration of the villain simulator also ended in failure. With a lifespan of less than a month before his untimely demise, he did not dwell on regret for long. Instead, he swiftly adjusted his mindset. Superfluous emotions are destined to cloud his rationality. He, Lu Qian, possesses the ability to grasp and to relinquish. Chapter 13, The Red Talent, You Cannot See Me, Beep. The host's current mindset has begun to align with that of a true villain, possessing a profound influence on both himself and the future of this world. Reward, 500 villain points. The mechanical voice of the villain simulator abruptly interrupted Lu Qian's thoughts. To his astonishment, he unexpectedly resonated with the villainous mindset this time. Earning a reward of villain points, truly a double-edged sword. Lu Qian was somewhat taken aback, merely his own reflections had triggered the villain simulator's reward, underscoring his significance in this realm. Yet, in comparison to these so-called 500 villain points, the current mindset and insights he possessed were undoubtedly far more precious. Sufficient to save his life in the future. Simulator, how many villain points are required for an independent simulation? Lu Qian had not forgotten that he had only been granted 3 complimentary villain life simulations at the beginning, of which he had already utilized 2, leaving but 1 remaining. Once that was exhausted, he would have to expend villain points to initiate a 4th simulation. Presently, he had to advance step by step and comprehend the operational rules of the villain simulator. Beep, the host's current realm is the 3rd level of enlightenment. Conducting a villain simulation requires 1,000 villain points. 1,000 villain points. Lu Qian frowned slightly, finding this figure somewhat unexpected. It seemed rather excessive. Just moments ago, he felt fortunate for having acquired 500 villain points, yet now he found himself unable to conduct an independent simulation. However, that was not the most pressing concern. The upcoming rewards from the simulator could potentially allow him to break through to the 4th level of divine power. System. How many villain points are required if my cultivation reaches the 4th level of divine power? The higher the host's strength, the greater the influence of the secret treasures on the future of the simulation, thus necessitating more villain points. The 4th level of divine power requires 5,000 villain points. The mechanical voice of the villain simulator reappeared to elucidate. The required villain points had multiplied 5-fold. The stronger one's abilities, the higher the villain points required. This implied that suppressing one's cultivation and fighting strength in the early stages could be advantageous, allowing one to obtain more rewards with fewer villain points. Yet, the crux of the matter was that time was his most pressing constraint, and strength was his utmost necessity. With unseen forces lurking in the shadows, Lu Qian dared not pause in his pursuit of power. In a certain sense, he had no choice left. His gaze shifted to the 6 rewards from the conclusion of the second simulation. Among these 6 rewards, he was covetous of more than 3. However, he could now only select 3 from the 6 options. Without doubt, the 5th and 6th rewards were the first to be dismissed. The 5th reward, the destiny enhancement of the destined heroine, Lu Ruyue, 1 week, was merely a replica that could be refreshed, so there was no urgency. The 6th item, the severed arm of Yi Chen, holds little significance in his current predicament, as he has yet to master the arcane arts of curses. The 1st item, the 4th layer of the ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra, is indispensable. It will enable him to swiftly transcend to the 4th realm of divine abilities. The 2nd item, the 4th layer of the Thousand Shadows Demon Technique, with its inherent shadow mimicry, proves to be quite advantageous. Were it not for the intervention of a fated protagonist during the second simulation, he would have seized the opportunity to escape unscathed. The 3rd item, a mysterious token, resides within Yi Chen's storage pouch. It had shown some response during his previous explosive outburst, hinting at a potential purpose, though he has yet to ascertain its true nature. In contrast, the 4th item, the life-substituting blood escape talisman, is an unequivocal lifeline. Despite its unpredictable nature of random teleportation, it indeed possesses the capability to preserve life in critical moments. Should he be teleported during the second simulation, he would still have the strength to resist, thus avoiding demise at the hands of the bizarre beings lurking in the sea. Moreover, if he selects the life-substituting blood escape talisman, and acquires another from his elder brother within the simulator's realm, he would possess 2 such talismans, granting him 2 chances at survival. It stands to reason that this would extend his lifespan. With swift resolve, Lu Qian made his decision. For the simulator, I choose the 1st, 2nd, and 4th items. Boom! In the next moment, a magnificent and profound force descended. The river of time once again manifested, transcending dimensions and appearing before him. A fragment of a devoured corpse materialized, revealing the remnants of himself, consumed during the second iteration of his villainous life simulation. Although not his first encounter with this sight, witnessing his own tragic demise elicited a twitch at the corner of Lu Qian's mouth. From the 6 fruits suspended above the mangled body, 3 fell in an instant, racing towards him and merging into his being. Boom! In his mind, his comprehension of the ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra surged to a new threshold, breaking through to the 4th realm of divine abilities, coalescing into the formidable Dragon Elephant Dominance body. Simultaneously, a dark and enigmatic power began to burgeon within him, imbued with a peculiar and ever-changing nature. Indeed, it was the Thousand Shadows Demon Technique. Host, Lu Qian, age, 18, realm, divine ability, cultivation, 4th layer of the ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra, celestial level. 4th layer of the Thousand Shadows Demon Technique, celestial level, divine ability, Dragon Elephant Dominance body, shadow mimicry, physique, Supreme Emperor Bone. Talent, Grist Feet, Blue, simulation attempts, 1, villain points, 500, in the previous 2 simulations, I had actively engaged. This time, I shall seize complete control. The primary objective of the third villain simulation is to thoroughly cleanse the entirety of the demon city at once, anticipating all potential hazards. Now that my true self resides in the demon city, failing to discern friend from foe would surely disrupt my peace of mind. The second simulation of encirclement was exceedingly perplexing. How could the Zhao family's ancestors be aware of my residence unless there is a traitor among us? Since my arrival in the Magic City, all aspects of my life have been meticulously arranged by the Li family, my in-laws. Moreover, I must unravel the mystery behind Yu Chen's sudden surge in power, as well as the enigmatic presence of Lu Ruiyue. Thoughts of the peculiarities from the second simulation flooded Lu Chen's mind, his gaze filled with calculation and madness. In the realm of the villain simulator, being schemed against and ambushed time and again ignited his ire. It was imperative to eliminate the puppeteer behind it all. Villain simulator, commenced the second simulation. Din. Beginning the third villainous life simulation. Detected that the host possesses sufficient villain points. Would you like to expend 500 villain points for a random temporary talent draw? 500 villain points. To my astonishment, this time they are just enough to utilize. The previous blue talent, Grease the Skids, had granted him considerable advantages. Acquiring additional talents would undoubtedly be even more beneficial. If villain points are left unused, what difference does it make to possess them? Should I save them for future progeny? I shall go all in. Aware that going all in is a sign of wisdom, Lu Chen decisively wagered his villain points. Din. 500 villain points have been automatically deducted from the host, commencing random temporary talent draw. Suddenly, a blinding red light appeared before Lu Chen, radiating with intense heat. Is this the manifestation of a fateful twist? Have I drawn a golden legend? Overjoyed, Lu Chen hurriedly examined the talent he had drawn. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the temporary red talent, You Cannot See Me. Chapter 14, Is Lu Ruiyue problematic? She is at the celestial realm. When you silently recite You Cannot See Me, there is a certain probability that those present will be unable to perceive your existence. The higher their power exceeds yours, the diminished the effect. A crimson talent. Moreover, it is a conceptual talent. Lu Chen felt a shock in his heart, and the delight in his eyes was unmistakable. In a sense, this crimson talent could potentially influence even the celestial level ancestors or the true immortals of the land. Merely possessing a crimson talent touches upon the conceptual realm. How much more extraordinary must the higher purple and golden talents be? It appears that this time, the simulation of the villainous life will be markedly different. A smile graced Lu Chen's lips as he began to anticipate the upcoming simulation with heightened eagerness. Simulation begins. You observe the inebriated Lu Ruiyue outside the vehicle and choose not to follow the pattern of the previous two simulations by alighting to retrieve her. Instead, you entertain different thoughts. Given that Lu Ruiyue's presence is a part of the conspiracy orchestrated by the unseen puppet master, why would you foolishly involve yourself? It is important to note that you have awakened the Supreme Emperor's bone and possess the combat prowess of the fourth realm. Lu Ruiyue holds little value for you now, at most bestowing some fortuitous destiny upon you. This time, you intend to deviate from the established script and observe what changes will unfold. You instruct the driver, Lu Zhong, to head home. You calmly direct Lu Zhong to drive away, disregarding the drunken Lu Ruiyue ahead, maintaining an air of composure. Lu Zhong is somewhat astonished by your demeanor. Your reputation for lechery is well known throughout the capital of the Great Xia, yet here you are, exhibiting such restraint. Nevertheless, he adheres to your command and drives away. Have I begun to play against the grain? It seems that this iteration of the simulator wishes to explore a new trajectory of fate. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, whispering to himself. In the previous two simulations, the impetus to engage was to compel the puppet master to reveal themselves and uncover their identity. However, the deaths experienced previously only unveiled a mere glimpse of the iceberg. The true identity of the mastermind remained elusive. In such circumstances, it was necessary to pursue an alternative path. Soon, the vehicle sped away, and Lu Ruiyue's figure began to fade from view. At that moment, You suddenly called for a stop, disregarding Lu Zhong's puzzled expression, and disembarked, employing the shadow demon technique to transform into a mysterious shadow, hastening toward the location where Lu Rue lay unconscious. During the second simulation, when you were in the secret chamber, using the shadow demon technique to alter your appearance, you encountered a brief obstruction. At that time, you dismissed it as a mere illusion, but later, you sensed something amiss. Your suspicions regarding Lu Rue began to solidify. Before long, you arrived at your destination, concealed within a patch of grass. Observing the inebriated Lu Rue not far away, silently reciting "You cannot see me." 10 minutes elapsed, yet Lu Rue remained unresponsive. 20 minutes passed, and you, concealed in the grass, felt a chill at having been bitten by several mosquitoes, yet you maintained your vigil without a hint of movement. After half an hour, you frowned, questioning whether your assumptions were flawed, but ultimately, patience prevailed, as you held firm in your convictions. Time swiftly slipped away, and as the clock approached 59 minutes. With merely a minute remaining before Yi Chen's arrival, Lu Rue, who lay in front, began to stir. A sudden crack echoed through the air, hidden amidst the foliage. You bore witness to Lu Rue, who should have been in a deep slumber, suddenly open her eyes. The rosy hue of inebriation vanished, replaced by an expression of icy detachment, as though she had transformed into an entirely different person. Her gaze, frigid and penetrating, scanned her surroundings, her brow slightly furrowed, emanating an aura of authority that suggested she was probing for something. A tremor coursed through your heart as an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped you. You realized she was employing some extraordinary ability to survey her vicinity. Instinctively, you clenched your fists, your pupils dilating in shock. For the oppressive force emanating from Lu Rue was far more formidable than that of Lu Zhong, a saint-level powerhouse. Your suspicions were indeed validated. Lu Rue was certainly not as she seemed. A fervent outcry echoed within your mind, as you fervently repeated, "You cannot see me, you cannot see me. You cannot see me." Yet, remarkably, Lu Rue failed to uncover your concealed presence, the red talent that rendered you invisible. Gradually, she retracted her terrifying aura and ceased her search. How peculiar. Lu Rue nodded slightly, her countenance reflecting surprise as she murmured to herself, seemingly perplexed. Having confirmed that no one else was present, she disregarded the approaching Yi Chen, and with a single step, she transformed into a celestial apparition, treading upon the void and vanishing from sight. Treading the void. This was a technique of the celestial realm. Lu Rue was, astonishingly, a powerhouse of the celestial level. Lu Qian's pupils contracted and unable to avert his gaze from Lu Rue, who lay outside the vehicle. Yet, he swiftly reined in his emotions, daring not to reveal even the slightest hint of his astonishment. The Lu Rue before him was a being of celestial rank, on par with the ancestors of the Lu family. How could this be possible? Even if she were the destined heroine, she could scarcely be in her 20s, how could she attain such celestial stature? It is known that those of the celestial realm in the Great Xia Empire can ascend to the highest councils and voice their opinions. Even the Emperor of the Great Xia would offer her due respect. Yet, the so-called prodigy, the sixth prince of the Great Xia royal family, was nowhere near as extraordinarily terrifying. How could a hidden celestial powerhouse willingly dwell in the magic city, masquerading as the daughter of a second-rate family? Was it possible that Lu Rue was the true mastermind behind it all? Yet, this did not align. A dignified celestial should not disguise herself in such a manner, allowing herself to be belittled and dismissed. This made no sense. Could it be that she harbored some unknown proclivity? The conundrum lies in the fact that if she were indeed the mastermind behind the scenes, why orchestrate such a convoluted scheme, relying on others to act? Earlier, in the hotel, a mere flick of her hand could have easily resulted in my demise. A celestial being, determined to take my life, would find no one in the entire city of magic capable of thwarting them. Even the Lu family, in their attempts to intervene, would likely find their efforts futile. At this moment, Lu Qian's mind felt as though it were turning to mush, overwhelmed by the enormity of the situation, which seemed to once again exceed his expectations. He had unwittingly allied himself with a celestial being and audaciously engaged in acts of rebellion against authority, and not merely once or twice. Yet, astonishingly, the other party had refrained from taking his life. Instead, they appeared to be willing, silently enduring the circumstances. It was utterly bewildering. Chapter 15: The Supreme Mode. Suppressing the fated protagonist. One would have thought that Yichen had already reached the height of exaggeration, yet it appears that there are still masters beyond him. Lu Qian's lips twitched slightly. Previously, he believed that Yichen's sudden eruption as the fated protagonist was sufficiently astounding, transcending from the fourth realm of divine powers to the seventh realm of sanctification in an instant. A feat that could only be described as terrifying. However, Lu Ruyue, the destined female lead, has unequivocally imparted a lesson, as she has seamlessly transformed into an eighth realm celestial being. This phenomenon cannot be merely attributed to luck. These two are destined for greatness. Were it not for his possession of the villain simulation device, he might have been utterly vanquished by them. This indeed showcases a blatant disregard for the villains. Nonetheless, he has now utilized the villain simulation to unearth their secrets, allowing him to devise various contingency plans in advance. It appears that the Magic City conceals hidden talents, far more complex than one might initially assume. Presently, it seems Lu Ruyue harbors no murderous intent towards him, otherwise, he would have perished countless times already. Even Lu Zhong would be powerless to withstand her. Thus, it seems there are two factions targeting him, one being the so-called puppet masters, and the other, Lu Ruyue. The Lu family's decision to send him from the capital to the Magic City remains shrouded in uncertainty, a double-edged sword. Having narrowly escaped one peril, he has now entered another den of wolves. Even in the presence of a powerful protector in the form of a sanctified being, he feels no semblance of security. For a celestial woman lies ahead. Should she harbor a single thought against him, he possesses no capability to resist. This sensation of relinquishing control over life and death is profoundly unsettling. It is imperative to swiftly acquire the power to master his own destiny. You gaze in shock at the vanishing Lu Ruyue. No one could have anticipated she would be an unparalleled celestial being. Simultaneously, you are relieved that you cannot perceive the activation of your red talent. Otherwise, should Lu Ruyue discover that you have unearthed her secret, the consequences would be dire. You suspect that you are being pursued not only by the puppet masters but also by another faction. Your intuition suggests that Lu Ruyue is likely a disguise for an ancient being or a reincarnated prodigy, otherwise it would be improbable for someone so youthful to attain celestial status. Given the current trajectory, her breakthrough to terrestrial true immortality seems merely a matter of time, at which point she could ascend to the pinnacle of power. In contrast, it appears that the puppet masters have been overshadowed. As their initial forces consisted solely of extraordinary and sanctified beings, with no celestial warriors yet in sight. You have come to deeply appreciate the profound depths of this world. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Abruptly, Yichen's hurried arrival interrupts your thoughts. He seems to be frantically searching for something, his face etched with anxiety. No. Yichen emits a wail of despair, seemingly under the misapprehension that his goddess has been taken away. As you gaze upon such a classic scene, a stirring sensation arises within your heart. With the celestial being Lu Ruyue having departed, it is highly likely that the assassin, who has mastered the Thousand Shadows demon technique, lies in ambush nearby at a hotel, an excellent opportunity indeed. You contemplate taking action against Yichen. Yichen, a practitioner of the fourth realm of divine abilities, stands at the same level as yourself, and while he possesses a trump card that could elevate him to a significantly higher tier, you are undeterred by your own supreme imperial bone. As for Yichen's seemingly continuous ascent through multiple realms, you harbor no fear. For it is evident that he currently lacks such prowess. Otherwise, he would not have been severely injured by Lu Zhong at the commencement of the second simulation, losing a hand in the process. Moreover, you seek to refine your combat experience. Possessing immense cultivation without practical experience renders one a mere fool. Before you stands Yichen, The fated protagonist at the narrative's outset, a worthy adversary, and even if you cannot prevail, you are confident in your ability to escape. Cautiously, you refrain from immediate action. Instead, employing the shadow mimicry technique to alter your appearance to that of Zhao Kuan, the unfortunate heir of the Zhao family in the Demon City, whom you had dispatched in the previous simulation. You produce a black cloth to obscure your visage. It is clear that you intend to divert blame elsewhere. Just as Yi Chen turns to seek Lu Ruyue, you decisively opt for a surprise attack. With a swift motion, shadows emerge from the ground, ensnaring Yi Chen's own shadow and rendering him momentarily paralyzed, as if bound. 8 demonic shadows spring forth, wielding shadow blades aimed at his limbs, nearly incapacitating him. This sudden turn of events sends a chill of terror through Yi Chen, particularly as he perceives 4 blades targeting his lower extremities, nearly causing him to lose control of his faculties. In an explosive display, a surge of fiery energy erupts from Yi Chen, propelling him from the realm of divine abilities into the 5th realm, breaking free from the shadow's grasp. He intercepts the blades aimed at him, enduring the strikes that leave him bloodied and battered, clearly preferring to sustain injuries to his limbs rather than suffer a more grievous fate. You are taken aback, not expecting Yi Chen to react so swiftly to your ambush. A tremendous explosion of flames engulfs and obliterates 7 of the demonic shadows, revealing your true form. You despicable wretch, how dare you ambush me? I shall see you dead. Yi Chen, enraged and nearly incapacitated, disregards Lu Ruyue's safety, fixating solely on eliminating you. Confronted by the wrathful Yi Chen, who possesses a significant advantage in cultivation, you quickly find yourself at a disadvantage. However, with the ghostly speed afforded by the Thousand Shadows demon technique, you choose to evade his fierce onslaught. Despite several instances of being caught off guard and struck by the furious Yi Chen, your body, fortified by the Dragon Elephant Dominance technique, withstands the blows. You come to the realization that while you can maintain your position without defeat in this scenario, overcoming the battle-hardened Yi Chen proves to be a formidable challenge. As you prepare to make your first attempt to wield the Supreme Emperor Bone, you discover that it remains inaccessible, as if something essential is still lacking. You are momentarily taken aback. Could it be that your current cultivation level is insufficient to activate it? Suddenly, you sense an icy yet domineering warmth emanating from your spine, flooding your mind. Before your eyes, Yi Chen's movements begin to slow, as if he were laboring 10-fold, 100-fold. You swiftly analyze and absorb his actions. In this state, you realize that you can assimilate your adversary's combat techniques, refining them to enhance your own battle experience at an astonishing rate. At this moment, you feel akin to a true deity, surveying the world. All existence is laid bare before you, with nothing able to escape your insight, all under your command. In this instant, you comprehend the terrifying power of the Supreme Emperor Bone. It seems to possess a certain consciousness, discerning precisely what you require. You remain silent for a moment, yet soon find peace, dubbing this extraordinary state as the Supreme Mode. Empowered by this mode, you experience rapid growth, achieving parity in strength and gaining the upper hand, nearly overwhelming Yi Chen. Chapter 16, Self-Destruction of Cultivation, Deceiving Lu Zhong. The Supreme Emperor Bone possesses such remarkable capabilities. Lu Qian's pupils quivered slightly, and he grew increasingly astonished by the Supreme Emperor Bone he bore. It is worth noting that during the second villain simulation, Yi Chen managed to escape from Lu Zhong, a formidable saint-level warrior. His combat prowess was undoubtedly extraordinary. In his expectations, the self within the villain simulator, even if confident, should not have been so effortlessly triumphant. Yet, everything surpassed his predictions. Within the villain simulator, his alter ego, in the supreme mode, resembled a frenzied sponge, voraciously absorbing and enhancing itself. Yi Chen's battle experience was nearly disassembled, mimicked, assimilated, and refined. In this state, he felt as though he possessed precognition, foreseeing Yi Chen's every move and forthcoming lethal strike, enabling him to evade and disrupt them in advance. This is impossible. The suppressed Yi Chen emitted an incredulous howl, his expression one of sheer horror, fixating on you as if confronted by a monster. Whooshed. You seized the fleeting opportunity presented by Yi Chen's momentary lapse, your gaze indifferent. Manipulating a colossal shadow blade to emerge from the ground, swiftly severing Yi Chen's right arm, causing his storage pouch to plummet as well. You disregarded the current achievements and pressed on. Yi Chen let out a blood-curdling scream, a terrifying inferno erupting from his form, compelling you to retreat. The black cloth upon your face was scorched by the flames, revealing Zhao Kuan's visage, feigning astonishment. The Zhao family. Zhao Kuan. I shall not spare you. Yi Chen's venomous voice emerged from the flames, clearly recognizing your identity and mistakenly believing you responsible for abducting Lu Ruiyue. Yi Chen's figure was engulfed by the terrifying flames. Reduced to ashes, vanishing from sight. Evidently, at a critical moment, he employed a certain esoteric technique to escape. You were not surprised by this, after all. During the second simulation, you had inquired of Lu Zhong, and Yi Chen's flight had mirrored this moment precisely. The destined protagonist carries a divine fate. They are not so easily vanquished. Suddenly, you sensed a familiar aura of fortune manifesting from thin air, merging with your being. You acquired a portion of the protagonist Yi Chen's fortune, receiving the blessing of destiny, which would last for a week. Blessing of destiny. By defeating the destined protagonist, one can obtain a fragment of their fateful fortune. Lu Qian raised an eyebrow, gaining newfound insight into the so-called destiny fortune. Typically, the main theme revolves around the destined protagonist triumphing over the destined villain, thereby strengthening their own fateful fortune. However, upon suffering a disastrous defeat, one's own fortune would dissipate, transferring into the embrace of the victor. This mechanism proved to be quite intriguing. You were somewhat astonished but quickly surmised the underlying mechanism. You approached and retrieved Yi Chen's severed arm along with a blood-stained storage pouch filled with numerous medicinal pills and materials, as well as a mysterious token. As you stored them away, the supreme mode within you began to fade like a receding tide. In the next moment, you were struck by a heart-wrenching agony and an overwhelming fatigue that seeped into your very soul. A gnawing hunger emanated from your spine. Was this the side effect of the supreme mode? A premature expenditure of your physical potential in exchange for fleeting power. Realizing the repercussions of the supreme imperial bone, you hastily extracted several vials of medicinal pills from Yi Chen's storage pouch and consumed them. The potency of the pills was ruthlessly absorbed by the supreme imperial bone, alleviating some of your exhaustion and pain. You glanced around, not lingering for long, fearing that Lu Ruiyue, who had just departed, might return to investigate. You hurried back towards the direction where Lu Zhong was driving. Upon returning to the vehicle, Lu Zhong detected the scent of blood on you and frowned slightly. Yet he wisely refrained from inquiring further, sensing your altered state. He drove back to the villa. This time, due to your clever framing of Zhao Kuan, the heir of the Zhao family, you refrained from issuing a manhunt for Yi Chen, opting instead to observe the unfolding drama from the shadows. With Yi Chen having lost his hand, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance against Zhao Kuan, and eventually, someone would issue the pursuit order. As long as Zhao Kuan perished at Yi Chen's hands, the Zhao family's patriarch would not engage in a relentless confrontation with you as he had during the previous simulation. This time, you were prepared to meticulously lay your plans and discern the true nature of allies and adversaries within the Magic City. Upon returning to your residence in the Magic City, you suddenly spoke, "Lu Zhong, can I trust you?" After receiving Lu Zhong's affirmative response, you revealed your cultivation at the fourth realm of divine powers, which left Lu Zhong staring in astonishment. In the capital of the Great Xia, it was well known that Lu Qian, the second son of the Lu family, was notorious for being a useless dandy, incapable of cultivation and fond of indulgent pleasures. Yet now, he displayed a cultivation level of 18 years in the divine powers realm. A status befitting a prodigy within the Great Xia Empire. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Zhong inquired about your cultivation. Armed with insights from the previous simulation, you were acutely aware of Lu Zhong's loyalty and chose not to conceal the truth, revealing a portion of the reality. You conveyed that a malevolent force had been lurking behind the Lu family, harboring nefarious intentions, and that you had concealed your true capabilities. Masquerading as a dandy to uncover the truth, you began to weave a tale, asserting that your arrival in the Magic City was prompted by the discovery of this malevolent force's presence and your determination to uproot it entirely. This matter had been kept from your family until now, as you had only recently gained a lead. Given your status as a direct descendant of the Lu family, Liu Zhong, after a brief silence, placed his trust in you and inquired about your objectives. You disclosed that you had already uncovered partial information and evidence regarding the mastermind behind it all, and that you were likely to face assassination attempts, or even death, in the near future. You instructed Liu Zhong that, should you ever fall victim to an assassination attempt, he should prioritize his escape above all else, returning to the Lu family to reveal the identity of your assailants. You disclosed the currently identified masterminds, the Gu family of the Great Xia, rival celestial lineage, the Zhao family from the Magic City, Yichen, and the Li family, which is connected through marriage. As Liu Zhong listened to the names of these formidable factions, a look of anguish and astonishment crossed his face, and he began to comprehend the depth of your secretive investigation. Among these powers, while one might dismiss a mere petty figure like Yichen, the involvement of a celestial lineage and two prestigious families of saintly rank presents a daunting challenge. Should they unite in action, even the Lu family would find themselves in a precarious position. Liu Zhong questioned the validity of your suspicions, yet you steadfastly maintained your convictions, expressing your intention to immerse yourself in the fray to unearth those who covet your family's legacy. Upon hearing your willingness to sacrifice for the sake of your clan, Liu Zhong's expression shifted to one of admiration, and he ultimately acquiesced to your request. A shrewd maneuver indeed, as you decisively unveiled a portion of the truth to secure Liu Zhong, a powerful figure of saintly rank, thus shifting the focus of the conflict onto the Lu family as a whole. For someone like Liu Zhong, who has been unwaveringly loyal to his family since childhood, this strategy undoubtedly yields the most favorable outcome. Observing the third iteration of the simulator begin to set its plans in motion, Liu Qian could not help but applaud the brilliance of this move. Chapter 17, Amending Flaws, Cultivating Lethal Techniques. In the present day, within the confines of the magical city, Liu Zhong stands as one of my most formidable safeguards. Certain matters are, of course, impossible to conceal from him. Cooperation is essential. Thus, a modicum of candor is requisite. As for why I do not directly engage the Lu family to unleash greater forces, Liu Qian understands well that his counterpart in the third iteration of the villain simulator seems inclined towards a more discreet and dormant approach. In such circumstances, to rashly contact them and mobilize additional power might attract the attention of the puppet master lurking in the shadows. The Lu family, a celestial lineage, is exceedingly conspicuous. Every action is under scrutiny, especially those of the sixth realm and above. The mere involvement of one would undoubtedly draw the gaze of the vigilant. It could even provoke the latent presence of the puppet master. At present, it is reasonably certain that the Gu family, another celestial lineage, holds some connection to this enigmatic figure. Should they be incited to disregard all caution and unleash their celestial entity to hunt me down, the repercussions would be dire. Currently, I possess but a single life-saving blood escape talisman that can activate celestial methods, and it remains uncertain whether it would suffice to elude the pursuit of a celestial being. My foremost aim now is to purge all potential threats lurking within the magical city, to unearth them all. After all, while the version of myself within the simulator can act recklessly, the reality is that I am limited to but one life. If I am not mistaken, this iteration of the simulator intends to execute a ruse akin to the golden cicada shedding its shell, retreating into the shadows. The plan is to vanish from all sight, and through my own demise, incite the wrath of the Lu family to cleanse the entirety of the magical city. Liu Qian knows himself too well. He is not the self-sacrificing figure depicted in the simulator. There is undoubtedly a scheme at play, and he has already gleaned the essence of it. The subsequent events within the simulator further corroborate this understanding. After persuading Liu Zhong to be wholly at your service, you adopt a serious demeanor and inquire whether the Lu family possesses any death warriors of similar stature in the magical city. You are acutely aware that a lineage such as the Lu family maintains clandestine channels of information and the existence of death warriors throughout the empire. Without hesitation, Liu Zhong divulges the details of the Lu family's death warriors in the magical city. You nod in silent approval, instructing him to discreetly bring them forth. You understand that the puppet master will not easily relinquish their deadly schemes against you, thus, you plan to execute the Golden Cicadas stratagem. Before long, Liu Zhong presents a young death warrior. Employing your shadow mimicry technique, you transform this youth into your likeness, preparing for the following days to have him emulate your every action, creating a FAOD to deceive others and serve as your decoy. This time, you intend to orchestrate an opportunity for the decoy to perish in your stead while you remain in the shadows, stepping beyond the confines of a mere pawn to become a clandestine player in the game. You conveyed the impending perilous mission to the young assassin, who unwaveringly agreed, expressing only a desire for the Lu family to care for his sister. You assured him, promising to provide his sister, Su Mei, with a life of opulence. After making all the necessary preparations, you instructed Liu Zhong to procure a substantial amount of cultivation resources from the Lu family under the pretense of his own training, which included various martial techniques, Taoist methods, and even curses, though these were ultimately intended for your own use. Being cautious, you refrained from revealing your cultivation abilities prematurely. Simultaneously, you utilized your bloodline abilities to send a message to your elder brother, Lu Shou. Unlike the second simulation, you did not send a plea for assistance to exact vengeance on the Gu family or to create turmoil in the capital of the Great Xia, as the killing game had yet to commence, and you had eluded it, thus lacking justification. This time, you adopted a new pretext. Brother, I have been feeling a bit restless these past few days. I heard you possess a life-saving blood escape talisman. May I borrow it for a while? I shall return it upon my return. Your innate fear of death compelled you to obtain your brother's life-saving blood escape talisman as a second safeguard. Once everything was arranged, you proceeded to the secret chamber, retrieved the resources from Yi Chen's storage pouch, and began your cultivation. After a night of intensive training, your progress was remarkable, elevating from the initial stage of the divine power realm to the intermediate stage, while your imitation dragon elephant dominance technique grew ever more formidable. The following morning, your cultivation was interrupted by Liu Zhong, who brought good news. The life-saving blood escape talisman you requested, along with the cultivation resources and martial techniques, had arrived. Young master, the eldest is very concerned about your affairs and had everything sent overnight, along with the materials you requested. As you listened to Liu Zhong, holding the still warm talisman in your hand, a wave of warmth washed over you. Whenever it involved your own matters, your elder brother always prioritized arrangements. Now, possessing two life-saving blood escape talismans, you felt a sense of assurance even in the face of a potential ambush from a celestial-level ancestor. Your anxieties were significantly alleviated. You received a new storage pouch from Liu Zhong, and as your mental energy swept over it, you were met with an abundance of cultivation resources and several jade slips inscribed with martial techniques and methods. You anticipated that once you fully absorbed these resources, your cultivation could see considerable enhancement. However, your attention was primarily drawn to the jade slips. Having merely attained a certain level of cultivation without any means of self-protection ultimately amounts to emptiness. At this juncture, you lacked a systematic combat approach and legitimate killing techniques, rendering you not a true cultivator. You resolved to rectify these deficiencies. Chapter 18: The Majestic Overlord Dragon Fist. First rank Talismancer. The jade slips sent by the Lu family consist of 3 pieces. One is the specialized combat technique, the Majestic Overlord Dragon Fist, another is a unique skill jade slip, the True Register of Talismans, and the last is a sinister curse technique, the Soul Nail Method. These 3 jade slips were procured at your behest, with Liu Zhong approaching the Lu family on your behalf, making them perfectly suited to your needs. The Majestic Overlord Dragon Fist is an exceptionally formidable martial art of the saint level, with power that rivals even that of celestial grade techniques, possessing the might to carve mountains and part seas. However, this domineering martial art is exceedingly demanding, necessitating a robust physique. A misstep could lead to self-recoil. Yet it harmonizes seamlessly with your terrifying strength derived from the ancient dragon elephant overload technique. Until now, you had not developed a signature killing move. And the majestic overload dragon fist is precisely what you require. As for the true register of talismans, it serves as an introductory foundational text for talismans, containing over 10,000 talismans. Since your discovery of the supreme efficacy of the Supreme Emperor Bone in cultivation, you realized the possibility of pursuing a secondary vocation. Among the myriad options, the versatile role of a talismancer has undoubtedly captured your interest. Regarding the final technique, the soul nail method. It is a cursed secret art prepared for the destined protagonist, Yi Chen. It is crucial to note that Yi Chen still possesses one arm under your control, allowing you to utilize this cast method to lock onto his position. Your plans are indeed comprehensive. While enhancing your strength, you have also acquired the boundless potential of the talismancer vocation. It is well known that a high-ranking talismancer enjoys significant prestige within the upper echelons of the Great Seer. As Lu Qian gazed at his reflection within the antagonist simulator, he could not help but feel a wave of emotion. The status and potential of a talismancer are truly unimaginable. A high-level talismancer, given sufficient time to prepare, can instill fear even in the celestial ancestors. For one can never ascertain the number of high-level talismans they might unleash in a devastating barrage. Moreover, certain advanced talismans possess extraordinary effects. For instance, the life-substituting blood escape talisman in his possession, designed for life preservation, originates from the hands of a high-ranking talismancer. To eliminate a prepared high-level talismancer, it would require the combined efforts of several celestial ancestors. One day, when he achieves the realm of a high-ranking talismancer and amasses sufficient high-level talismans, he would be confident in challenging the Gu family, a celestial lineage. Next, it remains to be seen whether the capabilities of the Supreme Emperor Bone can yield success. Although it has previously demonstrated formidable prowess in cultivation, its efficacy in martial arts and techniques remains uncertain. All must be tested in due course. Upon acquiring the 3 jade slips, you wasted no time and once again retreated into the secret chamber to commence your training. You began consuming numerous elixirs to activate the enlightenment state of the Supreme Emperor Bone, plunging yourself into a profound state of comprehension. You began your training in the formidable Kangmang Overlord Dragon Fist, as intricate ancient scripts surged into your consciousness, swiftly comprehended and assimilated. On the first day, you consumed hundreds of bottles of elixirs, successfully grasping the fundamentals of the Kangmang Overlord Dragon Fist, quickly advancing to a minor proficiency. By the second day, you had depleted the medicinal resources in Yi Chen's storage bag, and the Kangmang Overlord Dragon Fist ascended to a major accomplishment. A single punch unleashed, akin to the roar of a colossal dragon, could shatter mountains and rivers. In that moment, you felt confident that even the fifth realm would not dare to withstand your strike. If struck, death was inevitable. In contrast, the previous Yi Chen would have been rendered powerless by a mere punch, unable to retaliate. On the third day, you discovered that after reaching a major accomplishment, the Kangmang Overlord Dragon Fist encountered a bottleneck. To attain its pinnacle, a considerable period of perseverance was required, prompting you to decisively focus on the study of talismanic scriptures and delve into the craft of talisman creation. Among the myriad of foundational talismans, you selected the Thunder Talisman and the Fire Talisman, the 2 most volatile attributes. Mastering these would render the remaining attributes trivial. On the 4th day, after countless failures in talisman crafting, your materials began to dwindle, when your spirits wavered. You questioned your innate talent as a talisman master, even with the Supreme Emperor's bone. Yet, an indomitable spirit within you refused to concede defeat. On the 5th day, after enduring nearly 100,000 failures, a moment of inspiration struck, and you successfully inscribed a first-tier Thunderlight Talisman, thus becoming a first-tier Talisman Master. Although the Thunderlight Talisman was merely a basic talisman with limited effect, your heart swelled with joy at this accomplishment. It was indeed possible. Lu Qian could hardly contain his excitement as he gazed at the content of the villain simulator, his fists involuntarily clenching. The consecutive successes within the simulator illuminated the path before him. Given ample time, he could rapidly increase his power. With sufficient villain points for simulation, he could emulate the sword god of Shalipu, bursting forth from the novice village, sweeping all before him. After 5 consecutive days immersed in intense cultivation and enlightenment, a profound fatigue settled upon you, and even your pace of cultivation began to decline. Recognizing that haste leads to stagnation, you decided to pause your training. You opened the door to the secret chamber and inquired of the guardian outside, Su Meng, about recent developments. Young Master Lu. The Demon City has remained calm and unchanged these past few days, Su Meng replied truthfully. Unlike the second simulation, your decision not to take Lu Ruyue had allowed you to evade the traps laid by hidden adversaries, resulting in a tranquil situation without inciting a bloody clash between the Lu and Gu families, nor the demise of Zhao Kuan. Everything seemed to be at peace. However, according to the results of the second simulation, tonight you would face an ambush from the Zhao family's ancestor, alongside another saint-level powerhouse and numerous cloaked assailants. However, in the present day, Zhao Kuan remains alive. The Zhao family has not been annihilated, and the ancestral figure of the Zhao clan would not dare to risk the extermination of his lineage by attempting to eliminate you. A solitary saint-level warrior would be utterly incapable of hindering Lu Zhong, even with the addition of a cadre of shadowy figures. They would likely lack the confidence to bring about your demise. You surmise that the puppeteer behind the scenes, grappling with insufficient high-end combat prowess and uncertainty regarding your capabilities, will likely postpone their plans against you, while simultaneously conceiving more sinister stratagems. You cast a glance toward the young assassin Su Meng, who bears an uncanny resemblance to you. His demeanor and aura are nearly indistinguishable from your own, indicating that Lu Zhong's rigorous training has yielded remarkable results in a matter of days. By the way, Lu Shao, it appears that a mysterious realm has emerged in the waters of Magic City, drawing many to its allure, Su Meng suddenly interjects, as though a thought has struck him. You furrow your brow, recalling that during the second simulation, Lu Ruyue had mentioned this very matter, but at the time, your wariness of the mastermind's traps had led you to dismiss it. Lu Zhong enters from outside, interrupting your contemplation. Lu Shao, the young master of the Li family, Li Yong, has arrived, stating that he has matters to discuss with you. Chapter 19, The Enigmatic Manor of Demon City. A fortuitous encounter with the school belle, Li Yong. Lu Qian's eyes flickered, his expression tightening as if he were taken aback yet somehow expected this turn of events. The Li family of Demon City is connected by marriage to the Lu family of the Great Xia. 2 decades prior, the head of the Li family, Li Gu, wed one of his distant cousins. Subsequently, they bore a son, Li Yong. In terms of lineage, despite Lu Qian's youth, he holds a higher status, with an esteemed background that renders him an elder in the eyes of Li Yong, who is 2 years his senior and addresses him as uncle. Nevertheless, Lu Qian has never been particularly concerned with such formalities, and he shares a cordial camaraderie with Li Yong. Since arriving in Demon City, it has been Li Yong who has connected with him, attending to all his needs, perhaps due to the belief that young people might share more common interests. Their friendship, rooted in mutual affection and familial ties, is indeed quite close. However, this relationship is predicated on the assumption that the Li family is free from troubling issues. During the second incident involving the antagonist simulator, Lu Qian harbored grave suspicions regarding the Li family. How else could those assassins have pinpointed his residence with such precision? Moreover, amidst the uproar, not a single member of the Li family came to his aid, raising significant concerns. Lu Qian speculated that the Zhao family, particularly Zhao Kuan, whom he had eliminated, might merely have been scapegoats, while the Li family, his relatives, could very well be the masterminds pulling the strings. At that moment, Li Yang's arrival prompted an immediate sense of unease within you. Clearly, doubts about the Li family had already begun to fester in your mind. Coupled with Li Yang's coincidental appearance, your suspicions solidified. The Li family was embroiled in something sinister. Li Yang's visit was likely a precursor to the machinations of the hidden orchestrator who was preparing to strike again. Contemplating your next move, you resolved to turn the situation to your advantage, eager to discern the intentions of your visitor. Exercising caution, you instructed Su Meng to masquerade as your substitute while you employed your projection technique to assume the guise of Lu Zhong, with the genuine Lu Zhong concealed in the shadows. Before long, a flamboyant Li Yong entered, adorned with a roguish smile. Liu Shao, Senior Lu, he greeted, extending his salutation with utmost respect towards your impersonation of Lu Zhong, cautious not to exhibit the slightest hint of disrespect. You, as Lu Zhong, remained silent, merely nodding to maintain your aloof persona, observing Su Meng engage in light conversation while wearing your visage. After several days of training, Su Meng's disguise was nearly flawless. Aside from minor discrepancies, he resembled you so closely that only those intimately familiar with you would discern the difference. Li Yong, evidently, was oblivious to the fact that the Lu Qian before him was an imposter. Soon, he revealed his ulterior motives, announcing the organization of a social gathering at the Demon City Manor, attended by numerous classmates from Demon City University, eager to connect with you, the busy individual, and presenting you with a delightful surprise. As he spoke, Li Yang meaningfully blinked. Disguised as you, Su Meng was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what decision to make. You urged him through a covert transmission of spiritual energy to agree, preparing to discern the ulterior motives of the cunning Li Yang. This would serve as an opportunity to validate whether the Li family was indeed the puppeteer orchestrating events in Magic City. Soon, you took on the role of chauffeur and protector, having visited the Magic City Manor numerous times before. The location was familiar to you, and you swiftly arrived. As esteemed guests approached, the owner of the manor hurriedly came out to greet you. Upon entering a supreme VIP room deep within the estate, you noticed several figures present. Among them, two were particularly familiar, Zhao Kuan and Lu Ruyue. The moment you laid eyes on Lu Ruyue, a fleeting tension coursed through your muscles. But you quickly regained your composure, forcing yourself to remain calm. After all, you were currently wearing the face of Lu Zhong. Previously, when you employed the illusory shadow technique to alter your appearance, even Lu Zhong, a formidable figure, could not discern the truth. However, you pondered whether this ruse would be sufficient to fool the seemingly celestial Lu Ruyue. At that moment, a pang of regret washed over you for having come. In all of Magic City, Lu Ruyue was perhaps the last person you wished to encounter. You soon realized her presence was due to her status as the campus belle of Magic City University, where she was in the same class as you. Most of those present were students from the university, and aside from Lu Ruyue, there were several other strikingly beautiful female classmates. It seemed today was a meticulously crafted trap aimed squarely at you. You observed Zhao Kuan, fawning over Lu Ruyue, and understood the situation. The unfortunate Zhao Kuan was likely here because the Li family intended to use him and the Zhao family as scapegoats to extricate themselves from any culpability. It appeared that in your previous confrontation with the antagonists, you had wronged the Zhao family. As Su Meng, disguised as you, made his entrance, all present instinctively rose to their feet. These individuals hailed from illustrious families, yet before you, they were mere shadows of their true selves. Young Master Lu, I expended considerable effort today but to no avail. It was only through your influence that I managed to invite the campus belle, Lu. Li Yong remarked with a sycophantic smile. Clearly, he was well aware of your past pursuit of Lu Ruyue at Magic City University and was attempting to employ the same seductive strategy once more. At this juncture, you had already surmised the likely unfolding narrative. Lu Ruyue would be intoxicated, and you would be tasked with escorting her to a hotel for rest. Your brow furrowed slightly, feeling as though history was repeating itself, as no matter how you tried to evade it, you could not escape this fate. Fortunately, you had now assumed a different identity. All eyes were fixated upon Su Meng, the stand-in, whose countenance bore an air of obsequiousness, while your presence was regrettably overlooked. Even Lu Ruyue's gaze remained steadfastly upon Su Meng, though your keen observational skills allowed you to detect a fleeting moment of furrowed brows, hinting at her underlying confusion. A pang of anxiety gripped your heart, fearing Lu Ruyue might uncover the truth about the substitute. You refrained from further directing the stand-in through spiritual communication, choosing instead to allow her the freedom to act independently, thereby minimizing the risk of exposure. Soon, the stand-in took her place, mingling with the offspring of affluent families, vividly portraying the debauchery of the capital's elite. Meanwhile, you stood aside, a silent observer of the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 20, The chaos erupts, assassins appear. Perhaps due to the prominent background of the Lu family, the substitute has inadvertently become the focal point of the gathering, receiving countless compliments. While several attractive female classmates have exhibited gestures of affection towards him, even Lu Ruyue has cast numerous glances in the direction of the substitute, her brow furrowed, lost in thought. The sight of even the illustrious Lu Ruyue appearing somewhat captivated undoubtedly stirs feelings of envy and resentment among all the men present. Zhao Kuan, a suitor of Lu Ruyue, finds his expression twisted with anger, yet he dares not act out, fearing repercussions for his family. As the atmosphere intensifies, Li Yong rises and approaches you, who stands out like a sore thumb, whispering, "Senior Lu, would you like me to arrange some entertainment for you?" Aware that Li Yang's intention is likely to divert your attention, allowing him to set his sights on the substitute impersonating you, you do not refuse. Instead, you nod affirmatively, consenting to his suggestion. The current situation is well within your expectations, and you prefer not to linger here too closely to Lu Ruyue, an unpredictable element. However, for reasons unknown, you feel that Lu Ruyue before you seems somewhat peculiar, as if she has undergone subtle changes from the Lu Ruyue encountered in your previous simulations. After exchanging a few words with the substitute, you rise and leave, guided by the staff to another private room, accompanied by more than 10 vibrant and diverse young women. Clearly, Li Yong intends to temporarily delay you through the allure of beauty. Faced with the throng of enchanting young ladies, you remain resolute, swiftly incapacitating them before retrieving a communication talisman to contact Lu Zhong, who is stationed outside the mansion in Magic City. The talisman, a first-tier consumable, allows for one discreet communication within a 10-mile radius, a resource you crafted shortly after ascending to the rank of a first-tier talisman master. In this proactive engagement, you do not permit Lu Zhong to accompany you closely, instead, you instruct him to maintain a distance as a contingency. Lu. Numerous shadowy figures in black have emerged outside the mansion in Magic City, their levels predominantly at the third realm of profound understanding and fourth realm of divine ability. The leader among them appears to possess the strength of a saint. Lu Zhong's message sends a jolt through you, firmly confirming that the Li family is indeed the puppet master behind the scenes. Just as you and the substitute arrive at the mansion, assassins make their entrance, an obvious indication of the truth at play for anyone not blinded by ignorance. The veiled saint-level figure from the second simulation is likely to be the patriarch of the Li family. With the kill zone already established, urgency grips you, prompting an immediate command for Lu Zhong to approach, exchanging identities. In the ensuing assassination plot, your impersonation of Lu Zhong, the saint-level powerhouse, emerges as the greatest variable, likely to attract the brunt of the onslaught, with the saint-level assassin poised to strike. In this present day, not only is the doppelganger perilous, but your situation is equally fraught with danger. Fortunately, Lu Zhong has remained close behind, and within mere moments, he appears before you, prompting a sigh of relief from within. You relay some matters to Lu Zhong and, utilizing the illusory shadow technique, transform into the guise of a waiter and step outside. At this moment, your satisfaction with this peculiar and formidable demonic art, the illusory shadow, intensifies. You take refuge in a wine cellar, retrieving the soul nail technique to diligently practice. Confident that the assassins will not act swiftly, you begin to study the jade slip, discovering that the soul nail technique is not intricate, but rather exceedingly simple. One merely needs an item belonging to the target to track and even cast them. However, due to its insidious nature, it is prone to backlash and may influence one's fortune. An hour later, you successfully grasp the fundamentals of the soul nail technique. From your storage ring, you extract Yi Chen's severed arm and employ the soul nail technique to siphon blood essence, opting for tracking rather than cursing. For cursing a protagonist blessed by destiny could very well result in dire consequences. The severed arm begins to bleed, coalescing into a small blood nail that points steadily forward. Indeed, Yi Chen has also arrived. You are acutely aware that whenever a grand spectacle unfolds, the fated protagonist Yi Chen will undoubtedly be present. Soon. This mana in the demon city shall descend into chaos. Boom. A terrifying explosion reverberates nearby, and you swiftly retract the severed arm. Peering outside the cellar to witness Lu Zhong fiercely engaged in combat with a masked saint-level adversary. The assassination plot has clearly commenced. In the second simulation, the dark-clad strongman had allied with the Zhao family's ancestor to contend with Lu Zhong, yet now, alone, he quickly finds himself at a disadvantage. The clash between the two saint-level powerhouses unleashes a horrifying wave of spiritual energy, threatening to level the entire mana, plunging the scene into disarray. Amidst the turmoil, a throng of black-clad assassins rushes toward the room housing the doppelganger, intent on delivering a lethal blow. In midair, Lu Zhong, battling the dark-clad warrior, scoffs coldly. Unleashing an overwhelming pressure, managing to free one hand to strike down and obliterate a significant portion of the assassins. Those who dare to lay hands on the Lu family's young master shall meet their demise, regardless of who stands behind you. Lu Zhong's domineering voice echoes across the manor. Even as a few black-clad assassins escape unscathed, they are swiftly intercepted by the remaining guards of the Demon City manor. The tide of battle appears to be turning decisively. After orchestrating schemes for so long, it cannot conclude so easily. There must be a contingency plan. Allow me to observe what other means you possess. Lu Qian's gaze darkens, fixated intently on the fierce combat unfolding within the antagonist simulator. He does not believe that the adversaries lack further hidden tactics. Otherwise, once Lu Zhong defeats the formidable figure clad in black, it would simply culminate in a one-sided massacre. Amidst the battlefield, you begin to silently recite an incantation, rendering yourself invisible to all, while intently observing the unfolding conflict. Suddenly, an unforeseen event transpires. A youthful figure, missing an arm, abruptly materializes in the room, wielding a crimson blade imbued with a palpable aura of menace, aimed at one of the individuals. Yi Chen. A voice gasps in astonishment. It was presumed that Yi Chen intended to assassinate Lu Qian. However, in the next moment, everyone was left in shock, as it became evident that Yi Chen's target was none other than Zhao Kuan. Just as all attention was diverted towards this revelation, another twist of fate emerged. With a swift motion, a shadowy hand suddenly emerged from behind Lu Qian, piercing through his chest. And the owner of that ominous hand was none other than Lu Ruyue. Chapter 21. Everything has descended into chaos. Cackling. I have caught you now. Lu Ruyue, amidst the astonished gazes of all, emitted a strange and eerie laugh, her skin transforming into a dark and coarse texture. Hidden in the shadows, Lu Qian was struck with realization as he witnessed the piercing of his chest, finally understanding the inexplicable sense of foreboding he had felt earlier. It turned out that she was indeed the shadowy assassin who had been lurking outside the hotel, mastering the Thousand Shadow technique, poised to eliminate you. However, since you had not entered the fray, she opted to remain concealed, and today, she chose to strike once more. This shadowy assassin was evidently the ultimate weapon in this deadly scheme. Others attempted to rush forward to rescue, but were effortlessly slain by the sixth-tier shadowy assassin, leaving only Li Yong to escape unscathed. Seeing such an easy victory, the shadowy assassin could not help but laugh maniacally, preparing to eliminate the target. But suddenly sensed something was amiss. Cough, 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 if you kill me, the Lu family will not spare you. Lu Qian, with shock etched on his face as he gazed at the gaping wound in his chest, let out a furious roar, suddenly producing a unique talisman in his hand. Not good. It's a self-detonation talisman. Li Yong and the others were struck with horror. Boom. A terrifying explosion erupted, engulfing Lu Qian in flames, leaving no trace of him behind. The previously laughing shadowy assassin was also blasted away, bewildered. Wait. Why did the target suddenly self-destruct and die? With the target dead, what will happen to its mission? Young Master Lu. Seeing Lu Qian slain, Lu Zhong was instantly consumed by rage. his body trembling with fury, causing the black-clad warrior before him to instinctively retreat. Just as the black-clad warrior thought Lu Zhong was about to go berserk, he witnessed the furious Lu Zhong suddenly turn and flee. Black-clad warrior. Though somewhat unexpected, at least he had successfully slipped away. Observing the demise of his substitute and Lu Zhong's escape, you realized that your plan had succeeded halfway. However, the shadowy assassin remained a looming threat. It seemed she had sensed something just moments ago. It was imperative to eliminate this threat. Your brow furrowed as your gaze fell upon Yi Chen. The destined protagonist who had easily dispatched Zhao Kuan, seemingly struck by inspiration, a wicked smile curling upon your lips. Concealed in the shadows. You abruptly disguised your voice and shouted, "A monster." You killed Lu Ruiyue and disguised yourself in her form to slay young Master Lu. The Lu family will not let you go. Not far away, Yi Chen, who had easily vanquished Zhao Kuan, was puzzled by the sudden weakness of his adversary. But upon hearing the shout, he looked up to see a dark and grotesque creature clad in Ruiyue's attire, blood surging in his veins. "You wretch! What have you done to Ruiyue? I will see you dead." Step. Heaven. 9 steps. Enraged. Yi Chen's fury clouded his mind as he wielded a sharp-bladed blade, taking 2 swift steps forward, his aura surging dramatically. 4th realm of divine abilities. 5th realm of mountains and rivers. 6th realm of the extraordinary. Astonishing. Though I was already aware of Yi Chen's potential as a fated protagonist, especially after witnessing his prowess during the second simulation, to see him erupt once more, directly transcending 2 major realms to achieve the 6th realm of the extraordinary, was nothing short of remarkable. The corners of Lu Qian's mouth twitched slightly. How unreasonable. Steps to the heavens. Is this the secret technique that enables Yi Chen to continually break through major realms? It seems I have been fortunate enough to acquire some pertinent information in advance regarding this matter. Given this context, it appears this unique technique must have been acquired by him only in recent days, otherwise he would not have refrained from utilizing it during the second simulation when he was being pursued. Based on the information and data currently at hand, Lu Qian quickly formed his own conclusions. This extraordinary technique, steps to the heavens, which allows for rapid ascension in cultivation and elevation of major realms, is likely a stroke of fortune for Yi Chen in recent days. However, the question arises, it seems that the Magic City has been rather tranquil lately, devoid of any peculiar occurrences. Wait. Lu Qian's gaze shifted slightly, as if a realization dawned upon him. Young Master Lu, a few days ago, a mysterious realm appeared in the waters of the Magic City, drawing many individuals to its allure. A dialogue surfaced suddenly in his mind. This matter had been mentioned by Lu Ruiyue during the second simulation, and by the substitute Su Meng during the third. At that time, I had assumed it was a trap set by the mastermind behind the scenes, but upon reflection, it seems highly likely that it was not. If one were to identify a location that harbors potential opportunities, that mysterious realm undoubtedly stands out as the most probable candidate. Moreover, during both simulations, after Yi Chen had his hand severed, he vanished without a trace. Even after overturning the entire Magic City, no one could locate him. It is highly probable that he was hiding within that mysterious realm, seeking out his fortune. Various conjectures swirled in Lu Qian's mind, gradually piecing together. In that moment, it felt as if he had intuitively grasped the truth ahead of time. Simultaneously, he had also pinpointed a formidable opportunity for the future. A technique capable of rapidly elevating one's cultivation level, bestowing immense combat prowess. How could he possibly resist? Even if it may conceal certain side effects, what of it? Thus, everything began to make sense. The mysterious token within that storage bag reacted when Yi Chen invoked steps to the heavens, suggesting it could very well be the key to the opportunities within that enigmatic realm. Lu Qian had not forgotten that within the simulator, he possessed a mysterious token seized from Yi Chen. During the next simulation, one might attempt to seize that fortuitous opportunity ahead of time. When Yi Chen unleashed the 9 steps of heaven, you sensed a peculiar disturbance emanating from the mysterious token upon your person. A tempest of thoughts engulfed your mind as you began to speculate on the origins of Yi Chen's 9 steps of heaven. And you couldn't help but lament the fact that you had inadvertently missed such a monumental chance not once, but twice. Ironically, it was Yi Chen, having been interrupted twice before, who had now preemptively snatched this extraordinary opportunity, soaring to unprecedented heights. This was unfathomable. The shadow assassin, witnessing Yi Chen descend like a deity, felt an overwhelming surge of power, causing their spirit to falter in terror. They attempted to flee, but it was too late. With a swift stroke, Yi Chen dispatched the shadow assassin, resulting in a gruesome demise on the spot. This sudden eruption of violence left everyone in a state of shock, while Yi Chen, after a series of killings, suddenly paled, his body unsteady and his breath unstable, transforming into a streak of white light to escape. All of this unfolded at a breathtaking pace, leaving everyone unable to react. Even the dark-clad strongman above was momentarily bewildered. Just a second earlier, their target, Lu Qian, had been slain, only to explode in defiance before his demise. Liu Zhong, the protector, did not seek vengeance but chose to flee instead. In the next instant, one of their own, a shadow assassin, was also cut down by the suddenly emerging Yi Chen. And then, Yi Chen vanished. Most critically, Zhao Kuan, who had been intended as a scapegoat, was likewise slain by Yi Chen. Now, chaos reigned supreme. Chapter 22, Hidden Behind the Scenes, the new Fate's female protagonist. The black-clad powerhouse was left dumbfounded. With Zhao Kuan's demise, the scapegoat had vanished. Who would bear the wrath of the mighty Lu family of the Great Xiao? That fleeing Lu Zhong was most likely returning to relay the news, and soon, the entire Magic City would be engulfed in turmoil. Witnessing the precarious situation, with Lu Qian, the target, having also fallen, the black-clad figure could only swallow his grievances. Who dares to harm my grandson? A formidable aura from the saint-level realm surged forth, swiftly approaching. It was none other than the ancestor of the Zhao family. Clearly, the opponent had sensed Zhao Kuan's fall. This is bad. The old ghost Zhao is stubborn and unreasonable. It would be disastrous to confront him directly. Realizing the peril, the black-clad powerhouse acted decisively, slaying the remaining survivors in the estate with a single strike before fleeing with Li Yong. This scene, naturally, was witnessed by you, concealed in the shadows. Due to your deliberate interference and machinations, the entire Magic City estate was thrown into chaos, with various factions intertwining in disarray. Once the trap was sprung, it is likely the mastermind would not pursue you relentlessly. Instead, they would need to contemplate how to address the impending fury of the Lu family. Undoubtedly, this would grant you considerable time to swiftly augment your combat prowess. When Lu Zhong returned, fully aware of the truth, he would inevitably disclose everything he had witnessed. And the Lu family would undoubtedly learn of your survival, yet they would also exploit this situation to their advantage. However, by that time, your cultivation endeavors would also likely come to their attention, though this was unavoidable. You remain too weak at present. Every action must be calculated, every move strategically planned. You retrieved Yi Chen's severed arm, contemplating whether to use the soul nail technique for a precise strike, but attempting to extract the powerful secret technique, Heavenly Step. Just moments ago, after slaying the 1,000 Shadows assassin, Yi Chen had clearly experienced some backlash, likely plunging him into a state of vulnerability. A cornered beast is the most dangerous. It would surely retaliate with a desperate fury. It would be wiser to let others take the lead. After deliberation, you ultimately dismissed the notion of pursuing him directly. Should Yi Chen recklessly unleash the Heavenly Step once more, you might not withstand the onslaught. In light of this, it would be prudent to allow the Zhao family ancestor, a powerful saint-level warrior, to take the forefront while you remain in the shadows, awaiting the opportunity to reap the rewards. In this world, survival hinges on intellect. Those devoid of it merely serve as pawns for others. You couldn't help but feel a sense of pride at having utilized Yi Chen, the destined protagonist, as a mere tool. However, you quickly regained your composure and hastily departed before the Zhao ancestor arrived. You had no desire to confront an enraged ancient being. With Lu Qian now deceased, you could no longer maintain that identity, necessitating a change. You resolved to adopt the guise of Su Meng, living within the magic city. Observing the unfolding events with a sardonic smile as the storm brewed. Su Meng secretly serves as an assassin for the Lu family, yet in plain sight. He appears as an orphan residing in a children's home, having grown up alongside his sister. Under the influence of the Lu family's power, he secured a modest job in logistics at Magic City University, establishing a small household. Previously, Su Meng had sought your assistance, requesting that you look after his sister after his demise, to which you readily acquiesced, transforming your appearance to resemble Su Meng. You arrived at a small rental apartment near the university, quickly encountering his sister, Su Mei. At the first glance, you were taken aback by her beauty. She was an innocent 18-year-old girl, yet possessed an innate allure that rivaled even Lu Ruyue. The only lamentable aspect was her snow-white eyes, marking her as a congenital blind. While you silently mourned this fact, you also felt fortunate that your disguise would facilitate your task. At that moment, Su Mei spoke. "Brother, you are back. I'm hungry. I will prepare dinner." Aware of her aloof nature and your own growing hunger, you embraced the role of Su Meng and proceeded to the kitchen. Having indulged in a life of luxury for too long, your culinary skills were nearly non-existent. After considerable effort, you managed to prepare 2 dishes and brought them out. The two of you sat at the dining table, and upon tasting the food, you found it overly salty, yet Su Mei ate without a hint of discontent. After the meal, you washed the dishes, and both retreated to your respective rooms to rest. Once inside your chamber, you commenced drawing upon resources for cultivation, eager to enhance your strength and bolster your arsenal. As you practiced the ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra, you suddenly perceived a significant acceleration in your cultivation speed, with the surrounding spiritual energy becoming increasingly vibrant. Startled by this unexpected change, your gaze shifted to the room opposite the wall, which was undeniably Su Mei's chamber, the very locus where spiritual energy converged most densely. You realized Su Mei's uniqueness. She seemed to possess some extraordinary constitution, likely akin to Lu Ruyue, marking her as a destined protagonist. Another destined protagonist. Lu Qian was somewhat astonished, surprised to discover yet another so soon. However, upon reflection, Su Mei's background appeared to hold the potential for her to become a fated heroine. An orphan, a blind, relying solely on her brother, who perished as a substitute, leaving her in solitude, yet endowed with a constitution that accelerated her cultivation. Had it not been for the simulator's initiative to approach her, her fate after losing her brother's protection would have been all too predictable. At this moment, if another destined character were to emerge and rescue her, it would indeed be fitting. Thus, it could be said that I have preemptively intercepted this fate. The following day, you discovered that your cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, nearing the threshold of a high-level divine passage realm, with both the illusory shadow and dragon elephant dominance techniques having been significantly enhanced. Upon becoming aware of this matter, you exhibited no extraordinary actions, instead continuing to embody the role of Su Meng. Each morning, you attended to mundane tasks at the logistics department of Magic City University, gathering information, and subsequently returned home to prepare meals for Su Mei, dedicating your evenings to cultivation. On the first day, your cultivation level and physical prowess ascended to the advanced stage of the divine ability realm, witnessing a transformation in the ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra, endowing your physique with the strength of a dragon. By the second day, you began to consume a plethora of resources in an attempt to break through. And after enduring 6 hours of relentless effort, you ultimately succeeded in reaching the pinnacle of the divine ability realm. On the third day, you endeavored to surpass into the 5th realm, the mountain and river stage, but encountered a formidable resistance. Acknowledging the need for time, you decisively shifted your focus to the Thousand Shadow Demon technique and the true record of talismans, thereby enhancing your foundational abilities. On the 4th day, You discovered that your mastery of the Thousand Shadow Demon technique had reached the pinnacle of the fourth layer, granting you the ability to merge with shadows, allowing you to traverse within them and conceal your presence. Simultaneously, your proficiency in talismans also saw significant enhancement, as you successfully crafted a second-tier lightning talisman for the first time, thereby establishing yourself as a second-tier talisman master. Chapter 23: Infiltrating the Li family to investigate the enemy situation. As you draw closer to Su Mei, you discover that your success rate in inscribing talismans significantly increases. In just a few short days, you have managed to create numerous low-tier talismans. Although their lethality is minimal, they possess remarkable effects under certain circumstances. Over the course of 5 consecutive days, your hidden strengths and overall prowess have undergone substantial enhancement. Simultaneously, you have been keenly observing the external environment. To your astonishment, the capital of the Great Xia remains eerily tranquil, with the Lu family showing no signs of activity whatsoever. It is worth noting that during previous simulations, once it was confirmed that you had been assassinated, the entire Lu family had mobilized, recklessly seeking to avenge you. Could it be that Lu Zhong failed to relay the situation back? Or has some unforeseen complication arisen? You begin to sense that something may be amiss in the imperial capital of Great Xia, or perhaps the Lu family is orchestrating something covertly. Is it yet another shift in circumstances? Lu Qian gazes at the new developments unfolding within the simulator, his heart sinking with trepidation. According to his expectations, once the Lu family received the information, a considerable uproar would surely ensue. It would not be impossible for a second simulation of the fierce battle against the Gu family to be replicated. Even the forces from the Demon City would likely feel the wrath of the Lu family. Yet, the current atmosphere is remarkably subdued. Could it be that the Lu family has uncovered something? Besides the Gu family, are there other influential forces pulling the strings? Might multiple celestial families be involved? It stands to reason that even a minor player like him could unearth significant details, let alone the colossal Lu family. This unforeseen turn of events has rendered you increasingly cautious. Previously, your rivalries had been limited to youthful skirmishes, never having engaged in high-stakes conflicts. You have also learned that the mysterious realm that recently appeared in the waters of the Demon City vanished shortly after its manifestation, temporarily quelling your desire to investigate further. You remain vigilant, carefully maintaining the facade of Su Meng as you assist in the logistics department of the Demon City University. Through casual conversations with passing students and faculty, you have gleaned insights into the tumultuous changes occurring in the region. Have you heard? That dashing young heir from the capital has seemingly gone missing, causing quite a stir among many who are searching for him. Rumor has it that it's connected to the campus belle, Lu Ruyue. The young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Quan, was reportedly slain, with the assailant being Lu Ruyue's clumsy bodyguard. The Zhao family has gone mad, digging to the depths to unearth the perpetrator. Did you catch wind of it? That clumsy fellow Yi Chen not only killed someone from the Zhao family but also wreaked havoc at the Li family, claiming that Lu Qian was murdered by him, absolving the Lu family of any involvement. In stark contrast to the tranquility of the imperial capital, the Demon City is engulfed in turmoil, with the most alarming news being the apparent disappearance of Lu Qian, the second son of the Lu family. Indeed, your demise seems to have stirred the prominent figures in the Demon City, who appear intent on burying the truth while frantically searching for the murderer. Due to the shadow assassin assuming the guise of Lu Ruyue at that time, he assassinated Lu Qian, which led the Lu family, the second-rate clan, to be deemed suspects by the Li family. Furthermore, the matter of Zhao Quan's murder has driven the Zhao family into madness, with the elder of the Zhao family issuing a bounty for the capture of the fated protagonist, Yi Chen. It is said that just a few days prior, Yi Chen was besieged by several formidable warriors from the Zhao family, yet he ultimately escaped with his life, even managing to turn the tables on some of Zhao's strongest. Upon learning of the troubles befalling the Lu family, Yi Chen created quite a commotion at the Li family estate, declaring that Lu Qian's demise was his doing and had nothing to do with Lu Ruyue, shouldering all the blame himself. Now, both Lu Ruyue, the destined heroine, and Yichen, the fated protagonist, find themselves ensnared in considerable predicaments due to your machinations. Suddenly, you spotted a supervisor from the logistics department of Magic City University, mysteriously gossiping with someone. You leaned in to listen. The Lee family had specifically summoned the ghost doctor, as it was rumored that the elder of the Lee family had sustained severe injuries and had fallen into a coma. The news of the elder's grievous condition astonished you. You recalled that the black-clad warrior who previously confronted Lu Zhong must have been the elder of the Lee family, who had been wounded during a furious altercation. Moreover, Yichen had also caused a ruckus at the Lee family, likely employing the 9 steps of Heaven's path once again, leading to the elder of the Lee family suffering further harm. Thus, his current state of severe injury and unconsciousness seemed rather unsurprising. The ghost doctor is a rather sinister physician from the Great Xia Empire, with a peculiar custom: to save one person, he must first kill another, and he will only act to heal after the killing is done. You held no substantial doubts regarding the supervisor's words. Magic City University is a prestigious institution within the Empire, granting access to numerous matters, which is precisely why you chose to adopt the identity of Su Meng. After hearing the news of the elder of the Li family being gravely injured and unconscious, you began to formulate a plan. You resolved to infiltrate the Li family to investigate the situation, hoping to uncover information regarding the mastermind behind the scenes. Having made up your mind, you requested leave from the logistics supervisor, claiming that your sister had fallen ill and required your care, to which he readily agreed. With your decision firmly in place, you utilized the Thousand Shadow Demon art to alter your appearance once more and set off towards the Li family. You were not unfamiliar with the Li family, having stayed there for several days upon first arriving in Magic City, and thus knew its location well. Before long, you arrived outside the gates of the Li family. At that moment, the gates swung open, revealing Li Yong exiting alongside an elderly man with a shadowy visage, his face adorned with a fawning expression. Listening to their conversation, you discerned that the shadowy elder was the fabled ghost doctor. Rest assured, esteemed ghost doctor. We of the Li family understand your rules and guarantee that within 3 days, we shall deliver the target's head to you. The ghost doctor arrogantly nodded, and suddenly, he cast a glance in the direction where you were concealed. You felt a sudden shock in your heart, quickly restraining your presence while silently reciting, "You cannot see me." Activating your Crimson Talent enhancement, you realized that the strength of your opponent was formidable, capable of breaking through the Thousand Shadows demon technique, then vaguely sensing your existence. Their power likely surpassed that of Lu Zhong. They were at least a formidable saint-level warrior. Soon, perhaps due to the success of your invisibility, the ghost doctor furrowed their brow and withdrew their gaze, leaving under the escort of Li Yong. As Li Yong prepared to turn back towards the estate, you utilized the newly acquired shadow escape technique, seamlessly merging into his shadow, ready to follow him into the Li family. Li Yong, however, remained completely oblivious. Striding into the Li residence, you successfully infiltrated the premises. "Young master. Young master. Young master." As Li Yong made his way to the back courtyard, the servants around him bowed respectfully. In this moment, Li Yong shed the obsequious demeanor he had displayed before you, instead bearing an air of pride. Before long, under your watchful gaze, he arrived at the back courtyard, entering a study where a refined middle-aged man awaited, none other than Li Gu, the head of the Li family. The father and son exchanged a few brief words regarding the ghost doctor, during which you gleaned that the ancestral figure of the Li family had indeed fallen into a coma. Unable to contain his growing unease, Li Yong finally spoke up, "Father, what shall we do about the matter with Lu Qian? That is the Lu family we are dealing with, and it has been 5 days, I am truly feeling anxious." "Do not worry, measures have already been taken in the imperial capital. Someone will restrain the Lu family, preventing them from intervening in Magic City for the time being." The words of Li Gu startled you. Indeed, it seemed that trouble had arisen for the Lu family in the imperial capital. Chapter 24. Hurry. Escape. To firmly restrain the Lu family, rendering them unable to interfere even in the Magic City, relying solely on the Gu family is undoubtedly impossible. other forces must have intervened. The influence of the mastermind behind the scenes appears to be far greater than one could imagine. Upon hearing this news, Li Yang let out a sigh of relief. That's good, as long as the Lu family cannot act. There is nothing for my Li family to fear in the Magic City. How infuriating that Yi Chen, that scoundrel, dared to cause a ruckus in my Li family and even injured our ancestor, bringing shame upon us. However, that brat was captured 2 days ago by a being referred to as the Venerable, who is now extracting information regarding the existence of that secret technique. Results will soon be forthcoming. Yi Chen has been captured. Upon receiving this startling news, you are taken aback. Unable to believe that the fated protagonist Yi Chen has been seized and is undergoing soul extraction by an entity known as the Venerable. You disregard the fact that you have not received any further information about him in recent days. Initially, you had planned to seize Yi Chen's heaven-treading 9 steps. But it seems that someone has outpaced you. However, who is this Venerable mentioned by the Li father and son? You are engulfed in confusion, wishing to eavesdrop further, but the Li family seems to hold a deep-seated aversion to discussing this individual, merely exchanging a few words before shifting to other topics. Li Gu, the head of the Li family, also inquires about information regarding the target the ghostly physician intends for them to eliminate. Further, the target that the ghostly physician has requested us to kill appears to be a hybrid of some sort. I have already dispatched someone to handle it. Suddenly, Li Yang changed the subject, producing a photograph from his pocket and handing it over. From your concealed position in the shadows, you catch a glimpse of the figure in the photograph. The target in the photograph is unmistakably that of a young girl. It is Su Mei. Your pupils constrict, and a wave of shock courses through you, inadvertently revealing a hint of your presence. Who is it? The head of the Li family immediately senses the disturbance and bellows. Boom! Realizing you have been exposed, you do not hesitate, you surge forth from the shadows, decisively activating the divine technique, the Dragon Elephant Dominance. Suddenly, you unleash 2 fists, erupting with a resounding dragon roar, manifesting the perfected Songmang Dominance Fist. Empowered by the dual dragon force, a single punch from you possesses the strength to shatter a small mountain. You strike down the astonished Li Yang with one blow, leaving no trace of his body behind. No. Yanga, the head of the Li family, consumed by rage, unleashes a terrifying aura of the 6th realm, retaliating with a punch aimed directly at you. Bang! The study shatters. The head of the Li family is pushed back several steps, incredulously exclaiming, 8th rank celestial martial technique. Your expression remains impassive as you instantly enter supreme mode, yet a wave of agonizing pain seizes your right arm, rendering it nearly numb. However, leveraging the recoil from the collision, you propel yourself forward, slipping away like a shadow, making your escape. Whooshed! 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 A multitude of lightning talismans erupted from your storage pouch, cascading forth in a dazzling display, a testament to your recent endeavors. And they instantaneously detonated within the confines of the Li family estate. The terrifying brilliance of the lightning illuminated the surroundings, unleashing a cacophony of anguished cries from the onlookers. How dare anyone disturb my Li family? Oh! My eyes! At this moment, you were apprehensive about awakening the comatose elder of the Li family, prompting you to shroud yourself in shadows with a singular focus on escape. Devoid of any inclination for confrontation. Despite possessing the formidable Treading Heaven's 9 steps technique, which could unleash several realms of combat prowess, you found yourself at a disadvantage. Yet, fortuitously cloaked by the veil of lightning, you successfully eluded the Li family and hastened your return home, eager to reach Su Mei before the Li family could intervene. Though the reason behind the ghost doctor's fixation on Su Mei as a target remained unclear, you had vowed to Su Meng to safeguard his sister. And you were resolute in honoring that commitment. After all, she had risked her life to shield you, facilitating your escape with a masterful ploy. As long as it did not bear consequences for life, you were inclined to uphold your oaths and promises. You hoped to arrive in time, should you be late. You would have to contemplate growing stronger in the future to exact vengeance. You nearly pushed the 1000 Shadow Demon technique to its limits, transforming into a mere shadow. Coupled with swift movements and the enhancement of a second-tier talisman for divine speed, nearly breaking the sound barrier, leaving even those of the fifth realm in awe. In that instant, you seemingly gleaned a new insight into the Thousand Shadow Demon technique, fully ascending to the fifth tier. You unlocked a new supernatural ability, shape-shifting shadows. This power, a harmonious union of intent and form, consumed both spiritual and vital energies, allowing for near-instantaneous movement. Furthermore, it could transport living or inanimate beings, albeit at an increased cost. To your astonishment, you had acquired a teleportation ability. Lu Qian felt a surge of joy, marveling at the unexpected boon during such a critical juncture. Indeed, your cultivation potential was extraordinary. As you endeavored to employ shape-shifting shadows, visions of Su Meng's abode materialized in your mind, the surrounding world becoming indistinct and disoriented. In the next moment, you found yourself transported near the magical capital university. Though still a short distance from your intended destination, it was not far off. In that fleeting instant, you had traversed no less than 10 miles. Once your cultivation prowess surged in the future, the shape-shifting shadows technique would likely prove as effective as the life-saving blood escape talisman. However, amidst your exhilaration, a wave of weakness washed over you, your spiritual and mental energies dwindling perilously low. This was dire, the expenditure had nearly drained you entirely. You hastily consumed several medicinal pills, gradually restoring a semblance of strength. Cautiously, you proceeded toward Su Meng's home, every step measured and deliberate. Perhaps fortune favored you. For when you arrived, the members of the Li family had yet to make their entrance. It appears that luck is indeed on my side, as destiny smiles upon me. You adjusted your attire, transforming into the likeness of Su Meng, revealing your form, then pushed the door open, stepping inside. The sound of dripping echoed, drip, drip, drip. The television emitted a crackling noise, devoid of imagery, only a monochromatic blur producing eerie sounds. On the sofa in the room, Su Mei's silhouette turned away from you, the television was on, and she seemed to be snacking. You strode purposefully to stand before her, grasping her hand firmly. Your voice as calm as possible, "Mayor, brother has found a new place, let me take you away." Suddenly, a drop of blood fell onto your hand. Your expression froze in an instant, for you noticed that Su Mei's once innocent snow-white eyes had vanished, replaced by two hollow, bloodied voids. Her face contorted, resembling a marionette controlled by unseen forces, then she uttered a faint plea, "Hurry, escape." Chapter 25, Celestial Being. As I gazed upon Su Mei, whose eyes seemed to have been gouged out, the chilling dread surged through my spine, plunging me into a realm of icy despair. In that instant, I realized I was ensnared, caught like a turtle in a jar. The minions of the Li family, or rather, the puppeteers behind the scenes, had arrived. Without hesitation, I summoned my spiritual energy, severing my own heart vein to activate the life-saving blood escape talisman. A phantom of a blood-red demon bat materialized above me, poised to whisk me away to safety. Ha ha ha, such a decisive little fellow. But can you truly flee? A sinister laughter echoed from within the room. Suddenly, like a brilliant burst of starlight coalescing into a colossal chain imbued with special power, the blood-red demon bat was ensnared. Its escape thwarted by the formidable force of the binding talisman. A talisman of celestial grade. And a rare one at that, possessing the elusive attribute of space, indeed. A legendary binding talisman. As a talisman master, my pupils constricted at the sight of that special manacle, the chill coursing through my heart. The scarcity of the binding talisman surpassed even that of the life-saving blood escape talisman, designed specifically to seal the surrounding space and nullify all forms of escape. It was evident that they were targeting me, fully aware of my trump card, the life-saving blood escape talisman. It could be said that my first talisman had been rendered utterly useless. I pondered whether they possessed a second binding talisman. A surge of panic gripped my heart as I attempted to resist, only to discover that my entire spiritual energy had been sealed, rendering me immobile. Yet, I refused to succumb to despair. Silently, I entered the supreme mode, calming my mind and preparing to struggle against my restraints. Indeed, as that individual had suggested, I did possess a life-saving blood escape talisman. Had it not been for the binding talisman brought along before their departure, it would have taken considerable effort to subdue me. Suddenly, my door was thrust open, revealing an elderly figure with a shadowy countenance, exuding an eerie aura, and wearing a malevolent grin. "It is you." My pupils dilated as recognition flooded in. The figure was none other than the ghostly physician Yuuji, who had previously emerged from the Lee family. What astonished me further was the faint, yet boundless, celestial pressure emanating from him. He was indeed a celestial being. The puppeteer behind the scenes had summoned a celestial to target me. Perhaps he believed victory was assured, or perhaps he thought me on the brink of death. For he did not strike directly but instead wore a sinister smile. "Indeed, it is I," he cackled. "I never anticipated that while attending to my duties here, I would encounter a little girl with those cursed eyes. However, this little girl possesses a remarkably tenacious spirit, resolutely refusing to divulge even the slightest detail pertaining to you, and even daring to plot against me. Should she succeed, it would undoubtedly spell significant trouble for me, despite my exalted status as a celestial being. Thankfully, I acted swiftly, rendering her sight utterly useless. Had I not seen her potential as bait, I would have eliminated her long ago, using her flesh to nourish my spiritual companion." "Brother, it hurts." Sume curled up, clutching her legs, trembling in pain. As you observed the girl huddled on the sofa, her blank eyes reduced to mere blooded sockets, a surge of fury coursed through you, accompanied by a palpable intent to kill. After days of companionship, you had instinctively embraced the role of an older brother, viewing Sume as your sister. Witnessing her sacrifice for your protection, rendered sightless, ignited a fire within you, almost consuming you entirely. In this moment, you regretted not ambushing Yichen earlier, devising a means to seize the 9 steps to heaven. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly confront that old scoundrel before you with lethal intent. Amidst this rising anger, your heart began to race, the supreme imperial bone within you growing unbearably hot. As if a terrifying force was awakening, the seals upon your body began to tremble. Although you had not acquired the cast eyes, the young scion of the Lu family, you possess many secrets. Previously, while outside the Lee family estate, you managed to evade my senses and vanish without a trace. Otherwise, I would not have expended such effort to ensnare you. The ghostly physician Yuuji wore a knowing smirk, as if he were already aware of your clever ruse. Your gaze sharpened, realizing that you had been detected outside the Lee family estate. Had you not been obscured by your red talent, you would have surely been captured. Suddenly, you recalled the conversation between the Lee father and son from a few days prior, concerning a venerable figure who had come to seize Yichen. You cast a sidelong glance towards the room from which the enigmatic Yuuji had just exited, catching a glimpse of a battered and nearly lifeless figure, a maimed body lying motionless on the ground. A shock coursed through you, but you quickly regained your composure. The reason they captured Yichen was undoubtedly to claim the 9 steps to heaven. However, with Yichen as a burden, it seemed they had yet to acquire the secret technique. Thus, there remained a glimmer of hope, the chance to fight back. You prepared yourself for a desperate struggle, willing to risk everything for a slim chance at survival. At worst, it would mean death. Even in failure, you hoped to extract information about the mastermind behind this scheme from them. Are you the venerable one? Interesting young lad. It seems you possess quite a wealth of knowledge. The enigmatic physician Yuuji expressed a degree of astonishment, realizing that the name of his esteemed figure was known to many, even those affiliated with the clandestine forces. He had not anticipated that this young scion of the Lu family would possess such knowledge. Previously, the assassin disguised as Lu Rue was also allied with you. To command a celestial being as a pawn signifies that your master is far from ordinary. As you abruptly spoke, did you recall the mention of official business when referring to your arrival in the Magic City? Meanwhile, your peripheral gaze remained fixated on Yichen, who lay motionless in the inner room like a lifeless hound. The instant you uttered Lu Rue's name, it appeared Yichen experienced a fleeting tremor, Cast be these fated protagonists, they are remarkably resilient, each one surviving against the odds, akin to an old trickster. You internally scoffed. Heed this. Young scion of the Lu family, do not expect to extract information from me, nor should you anticipate a savior to arrive on your behalf. Currently, the Lu family is akin to a clay idol crossing a river, unable to safeguard themselves, let alone concern themselves with your plight. The ghostly physician sneered, unveiling yet another shocking revelation. The supreme imperial bone upon you is beyond my reach, yet I covet your ability to obscure your presence from celestial perception. If you relinquish it, I can assure you a swift end, as I hold the authority to grant such a mercy. Chapter 26, Lu Qian, Old Fellow. Who claims that in the magic city you are the sole celestial being? You seem taken aback that the ghostly physician venerates your crimson talent. You cannot perceive me. Yet it dawns upon you that your counterpart dares not covet your supreme emperor's bone entirely for himself, although he harbors his own avarice. Indeed, it is true that you remain oblivious to the prowess of my crimson gift, a factor that undoubtedly contributes to your current diminished strength. Were you to possess the stature of a celestial, the mere ability to obscure the five senses would render you an exceptionally formidable assassin, instilling dread in countless prominent figures. Very well, however, the law of transmission is not to be taken lightly. Since you desire my secret technique, approach me, and I shall impart it to you verbally. Trusting that you will honor your promise and allow me a swift departure. You feign hesitation, ultimately exhaling a resigned sigh. Aware of your counterpart's greed, you plan to exploit the situation to your advantage. Judging from his recent demeanor, he exhibits an air of extreme arrogance, dismissing you entirely. After all, in his eyes, you are but an ant ensnared in a trap. Ha ha ha, Lu family scion, I hope you can discern the gravity of the situation and avoid any tricks. The ghostly physician approaches coldly. As you anticipated, his arrogance and disdain lead him to underestimate you, even if he suspects you might play tricks. His confidence in his celestial prowess blinds him to the threat you pose. Moreover, he is oblivious to the fact that under the influence of the Supreme Emperor's bone, the seals upon you are on the verge of collapse, ready to be shattered at any moment. The vast overlord dragon fist. Just as the ghostly physician nears you, whispering in your ear, the spiritual energy within you surges violently, propelling you into supreme mode, and in an instant, you shatter your bindings, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! In that critical moment, as life hangs in the balance, the Supreme Emperor's bone unleashes a wave of searing warmth, crashing against the barrier of realms, propelling you from the pinnacle of the fourth realm to the fifth realm of mountains and rivers. The mountains and rivers realm harnesses the dual essence of heaven and earth, allowing one to wield the power of the land, immovable as a mountain yet as thunderous as a storm, possessing tremendous force. In that moment, you forcibly draw upon the strength of the earth beneath you, akin to an immense, unyielding mountain. With a single punch, you unleash a thunderous roar that suppresses all. The might of this strike is such that even a sixth realm transcendent would hesitate to face its fury. Yet, astonishingly, this fearsome punch is effortlessly caught by the ghostly physician, who remains unperturbed. In the next heartbeat, an excruciating pain surges through you as your right arm is twisted and shattered, reduced to a tangled mess. I knew you were not old yet. The ghostly physician sneers. Yi Chen, after my demise, you shall be next. You activate your second life-saving blood escape talisman and lunge at him, clinging tightly to the ghostly physician. Boom! Lu Qian, you are indeed ruthless. In the dimly lit chamber, Yi Chen, who had been feigning death, suddenly surged forth, taking 3 swift steps and breaking through from the 4th realm of divine powers to the 7th realm of entering sanctity. Subsequently, a wave of spiritual energy emanated from Yi Chen, and with a forceful step, his body cracked significantly, revealing a faint aura reminiscent of celestial beings. Drawing closer, he unleashed a powerful palm strike directed at the ghost Dr. Venerable. How can you possibly possess a second life-saving blood escape talisman? According to intelligence, it was impossible for Lu Shou to have given you one at that time. Faced with this unexpected assault, the ghost Dr. Venerable's expression shifted slightly. He was astonished that Yi Chen could unleash combat prowess approaching that of a half-celestial. And even more alarmed that Lu Qian still had another life-saving blood escape talisman in his possession, compared to the threat looming behind him. If Lu Qian were to escape now, it would spell significant trouble for him. Seal him. Another sealing talisman appeared, coalescing into special shackles that ensnared the fleeing Lu Qian. Boom! In the gaze of anticipation, the unprepared ghost Dr. Venerable was struck from behind by Yi Chen's palm, causing his body to tremble. However, contrary to expectations, he did not suffer a grievous injury. Instead, a cold smile crept upon his lips. How is this possible? Yi Chen exclaimed in disbelief. Bang! A surge of celestial energy erupted, shattering much of Yi Chen's body and propelling him away, leaving him motionless on the ground, his life hanging in the balance. Indeed, a remarkable technique. Yet, you two little ghosts still underestimate the resilience of my celestial body, the ghost Dr. Venerable remarked. What is a celestial being? A celestial is a body akin to a semi-mortal. While not entirely invulnerable, it can draw upon the essence of heaven and earth to form a celestial domain, repelling all harm. As long as the domain remains intact, the celestial being remains unharmed. Listening to the triumphant tone of his adversary, a chill ran through your heart. You had indeed underestimated the terrifying nature of the celestial realm. This sudden lethal strike had failed to even disrupt the opponent's defenses. Beside you, Su Mei had already succumbed to the residual waves of battle, losing consciousness. You found yourself grasped by the throat by the ghost Dr. Venerable, lifted forcefully, struggling to breathe. Truly, you are worthy of that lineage. Had I not already ascended to the third transformation of celestial being, I would have surely fallen for your ruse. The ghost Dr. Venerable sneered. Though he maintained a facade of calm, the beads of cold sweat on his forehead betrayed his unease. Upon hearing of the third transformation of celestial beings, you were momentarily taken aback, filled with regret. From his tone, had he faced a newly ascended celestial being instead, he might have been severely injured by now. What do you mean by the lineage you mentioned? A tempest of realization stirred within you, as if you had grasped an elusive truth. Perhaps sensing he had misspoken, the flicker of panic and fear crossed the ghost Dr. Venerable's eyes, and he abruptly fell silent, refraining from broaching the topic again. I had initially intended to offer you a chance, but given the circumstances, I am left with no choice but to search your soul. Although the memories gleaned through soul-searching may be fragmented, it matters not. With a single strike, he shattered your dantian, causing all your cultivation to begin disintegrating. It would not be long before you were reduced to a complete and utter cripple. You are aware that the ability to search souls holds different meanings for cultivators and mortals. The latter, devoid of any cultivation, cannot resist and thus may acquire more memories. Cackling with sinister delight, the one who has been stripped of all cultivation relishes in the impending torment, assuring that this is merely the beginning of their suffering. Perhaps in an effort to reclaim lost honor, the sinister medical sage, his visage contorted with malice, methodically shatters your meridians, inflicting unbearable agony that elicits only muffled groans from you, as you valiantly suppress any cries of despair. Cackling again, he taunts, you wretched little wretch, scream all you want. Even if you were to tear your throat, no one would come to your aid. In the entirety of the demon city, who would dare to provoke me? The soul celestial. In the face of this relentless torment, you slowly lift your head, your expression remaining serene, devoid of any trace of despair. Instead, you exude an air of confidence, as if victory is already within your grasp. Coughing lightly, you retort, old fool. Who says there is only one celestial in the demon city? Chapter 27, The Fifth Transformation of Celestial Beings. Is there more than one celestial being? The ghostly physician, initially taken aback, soon dismissed the notion, perceiving it as yet another of your cunning tricks, naturally unwilling to accept it. Where could there possibly be so many celestial beings? Such entities are not as common as cabbages. Crafty little. If you do not take action soon, lives will truly be at stake. You suddenly exclaimed. This unexpected outburst startled the ghostly physician, causing him to glance around nervously, yet he found not a single hair in sight. Infuriated and humiliated, he realized he had been outsmarted once again. "You little wretch, you possess quite the audacity. I shall not spare your life, and let you experience the taste of unbearable agony." In the face of the enraged ghostly physician, you remained unfazed, merely locking your cold gaze with his. Rip. Just as the ghostly physician was about to strike, a flurry of crimson petals suddenly appeared before him. The blood-red petals morphed, extending a pristine, flawless arm, devoid of any oppressive force, as if returning to simplicity, reaching for the ghostly physician's forehead. Boom! The once mighty ghostly physician had his skull crushed. His face frozen in shock, his body trembling as he collapsed, convulsing violently. Under your watchful gaze, a figure adorned in blood-colored lotus and surrounded by crimson petals emerged, radiant in beauty, exuding an aura of celestial unity. This enigmatic figure was none other than Lu Ruyue, a fifth transformation celestial being. How could such a person exist in the demon city? The ghostly physician, with only half a head remaining, stared at her in dazed disbelief, his expression one of sheer terror. "You cannot kill me. I am enough." As the ghostly physician was about to reveal his identity, Lu Ruyue furrowed her brow, an aura of lethal intent enveloping her. And the blood-red petals fell, piercing through his skull in an instant. Snap! The ghostly physician is dead. You silently observed the scene before you and the familiar yet alien figure, a tempest of emotion stirring within your heart. Just as you had previously asserted, there is certainly more than one celestial being within the entire demon city. There is also Lu Ruyue. All along, you had been biding your time, merely waiting for this extraordinary anomaly to manifest. Before Lu Ruyue's appearance, you had contemplated many scenarios. Yet you never imagined that she could so effortlessly obliterate the ghostly physician, a fifth transformation celestial being. You had always believed you had overestimated her capabilities, but it turned out you had underestimated her all along. From the astonished expression of the ghostly physician, it was evident that a fifth transformation celestial being, even within the Great Xio Empire, is a rarity among formidable masters. The fifth transformation celestial being. Lu Qian's fists clenched slightly, unable to believe that the true strength of Lu Ruyue, lying outside, was so terrifying. With a single strike, she had annihilated the ghostly physician sent by the mastermind behind the scenes. Lu Zhong, are you aware of how the celestial realm is categorized? Lu Qian suddenly inquired. Regarding such a high-level realm, your knowledge is regrettably scant. However, as your guardian, Lu Zhong ought to be informed. The driver, Lu Zhong, paused momentarily, surprised. Yet he did not withhold his response. Young master, the celestial realm is divided into 9 transformations, each transformation representing a different level of heaven. How many transformations does the old master possess? Lu Qian referred to the ancestor of the Lu family. It is somewhat shameful to admit, but perhaps due to his previous inability to cultivate, he, as a direct descendant of the Lu family, had remained largely ignorant of the family's greatest trump card. The ancestor had reached the 7th transformation 30 years ago, and currently, his true realm remains unknown to anyone. Lu Zhong replied honestly. 7th transformation. Upon hearing the answer, Lu Qian felt no joy, instead, a heavy weight settled in his heart. According to the ghost doctor, at that time, the Lu family was akin to a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to protect itself. This implied that at least one 7th transformation celestial had intervened to shield the Lu family's ancestor. What was more alarming was that the Lu family was not limited to just their ancestor, there were others as well. However, their absence suggested they had either been thwarted or encountered misfortune. In such circumstances, the mastermind could still dispatch a 3rd transformation celestial to assassinate him in Modu. The forces behind this were exceedingly terrifying. When the ghost doctor expressed his fury, he mentioned a certain entity, but quickly rephrased. Could it be that he intended to reference the Lu family? Additionally, at the outset, he claimed his presence in Modu was for official duties. Could it be that he was a eunuch of great significance? The ability to command a celestial-level eunuch to eliminate him suggested that the mastermind might be associated with the royal family of Dacia. Boom! Lu Qian's mind became crystal clear. In that moment, he gained a preliminary insight into the identity of the mastermind, the royal family of Dacia. Step. 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 Liu Ruiyue approached you, looking down from a height, her indifferent eyes devoid of any emotion. Do you know that I have always been here? Guess. Take a chance. You answered calmly. From the previous 2 encounters with antagonists, you had discerned that Liu Ruiyue, the destined heroine, was a concealed celestial powerhouse. Yet, unlike the malevolence of the mastermind, Liu Ruiyue appeared to harbor no significant ill will towards you, though she possessed certain intentions. This implies that she might choose to spare your life at a crucial moment. At this moment, Liu Ruiyue's demeanor and actions indirectly illuminated this fact. Could you enlighten me on how I was exposed? Observing that Liu Ruiyue made no other movements, you seized the opportunity to voice your curiosity. Surprisingly, Liu Ruiyue responded amicably. Your strategy of golden cicada shedding its shell is commendable, but still somewhat immature. The Supreme Emperor Bone is a naturally divine artifact and cannot be easily destroyed. Your scheme, indeed, harbors considerable flaws. Someone procured the ashes of your decoy for DNA verification, ultimately uncovering your disguised identity. Of course, you have indirectly gained a few days of respite. How enlightening. You suddenly grasped the situation, only to succumb to silence. Truly, this world is devoid of fools. You fancied yourself clever, only to be perceived as a simpleton. Had it not been for Liu Ruiyue's intervention, your fate would have been dire. You are aware of my existence, and it seems you have already uncovered certain truths. Liu Ruiyue remains noncommittal, her gaze steady upon you. Sensing her probing intent, you ponder briefly and cautiously respond, for instance, are you coveting my body? Chapter 28, Lu Qian, the vermilion mark has vanished. The atmosphere in the room abruptly turned awkward. One could distinctly observe the seemingly indifferent expression of Liu Ruiyue suddenly flicker with a hint of anger, her fists momentarily clenching. Witnessing this reaction, you realized your assumptions had been correct. During the previous 2 simulations, you had noted how easily Liu Ruiyue was drawn to you. As if this enigmatic celestial being were enamored by your presence. However, intriguingly, it seemed that she did not genuinely harbor affection for you, as she had refrained from intervening to rescue you during the critical moments of the earlier simulations. Conversely, in this instance, you chose not to assist her when she was inebriated, opting to disregard her plight, yet she still acted to save you in a life-or-death situation. If your conjecture was accurate, her true objective was to obtain your bloodline. Preserve the father. Save the son. Until this goal is achieved, she would not passively allow your demise, instead opting to safeguard you. It thus appeared that in the Demon City, 2 factions had long existed, one intent on your destruction and the other committed to your protection. While you remained uncertain of Liu Ruiyue's motives for safeguarding you, perhaps she sought to replicate the Supreme Imperial Bone embedded within your bloodline. Or for other reasons, one thing was clear, she harbored no ill will towards you from the very beginning. This realization constituted your greatest revelation. Otherwise, she could have employed coercive tactics, rather than consistently adopting a gentle and gradual approach. In a certain sense, she seemed to respect your choices. Perhaps this presented a breakthrough. An opportunity to glean insights regarding the imperial capital of the Great Xiao, particularly concerning the Lu family, through Liu Ruiyue's perspective. A wave of realization washed over Lu Qian. Recognizing this as a fortuitous chance, this mysterious celestial being appeared to possess considerable knowledge, and the forces backing her seemed unperturbed by the shadowy puppeteer behind the scenes, otherwise they would not dare to eliminate the revered ghost doctor. As long as the version of yourself within the antagonist simulator was not foolish, it would seize this opportunity to inquire further. At that moment, the simulated version of you was indeed undertaking such an approach. You became aware of her goodwill, simultaneously recognizing the potential for access to the entire truth. Might I ask? Suddenly, your head suffered a violent blow. In the final moments before consciousness slipped away, you glimpsed a furious celestial being, her delicate fists tightly clenched. You realized perhaps you had overstepped. Liu Rui's ethereal voice echoed. You completely lost awareness. You succumbed to unconsciousness. In that state of oblivion, you received a slap. Your innocence was stripped away. Another slap followed. Lu Qian. No way. This has gone awry. I initially thought it was an opportunity to uncover the truth. Unexpectedly, the other party became infuriated and struck me with such force that I lost consciousness. Had I known, I would have refrained from provoking them. Of course, Lu Qian would not truly believe that such a trivial matter could incite genuine anger. There must be other underlying reasons. Liu Rui's sudden shift to a domineering demeanor likely indicated that something was amiss. She feared that I might not be preserved, leading her to hastily execute a plan that disregarded my own choices. Lu Qian's expression grew grave as he continued to observe the situation with the villain simulator. After an indeterminate period of unconsciousness, my awareness began to gradually return. Just before fully awakening, I vaguely perceived Liu Rui's soft murmur, "You should not reveal your ability to cultivate, doing so may drive certain individuals to desperation." Desperation. Lu Qian discerned the tumultuous emotions contained within those words. Could it be that this entire debacle was provoked by my revelation of my cultivation capabilities, inciting the mastermind to act recklessly? Even during this simulation, they had dispatched the formidable ghost doctor to confront me. Although Liu Rui had intervened to shield me from immediate peril, the forthcoming challenges might prove insurmountable, even for her. This predicament suggests that until I attain mastery over my powers and reach invincibility, I must conceal my ability to cultivate. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly provoke the mastermind's relentless pursuit. Indeed, given the unique properties of the Supreme Emperor's bone, if granted sufficient time, I would soon ascend to the ranks of top-tier powerhouses. At that point, it would be they who would face misfortune. It appears the mastermind possesses a profound understanding of the Supreme Emperor's bone. Upon awakening, I found myself amidst an unfamiliar expanse of towering forests, imbued with rich spiritual energy, leading me to realize that I was not in the magic city, but rather in a secret realm. A glance at my body revealed that the precious guardian talisman had vanished without a trace. Clearly, Liu Rui had seized my most treasured possession. Yet, in this moment, I was not preoccupied with such losses. Liu Rui's last whispered words echoed in my mind. My cultivation had triggered a frantic response from certain individuals. How could the mastermind have known of my ability to cultivate? In this simulation, only 3 individuals were aware of my cultivation: Lu Zhong, Su Meng, Ben Liu Rui. Su Meng, having perished due to my actions, could be ruled out. Liu Rui, the celestial being who saved my life, could also be excluded. The most plausible explanation is that my protector, Lu Zhong, had leaked this information. It is possible that while returning to the imperial capital to report to the Lu family, he was captured and had his soul searched by the mastermind's forces. Alternatively, there might be a traitor within the Lu family, leading to this predicament. My intuition leans towards the former possibility. After all, since the mastermind brought me to the Magic City, it is highly likely they set a trap along the path of my departure. Regardless of the possibility at hand, you are acutely aware that your previous maneuvers have inevitably harmed Lu Zhong, and consequently, the Lu family as well. Had you not revealed your ability to cultivate and attain the 4th realm of divine powers, such a monumental upheaval would not have transpired. You recognize that lamentation is futile. You must confront the reality before you. Presently, you find yourself ensnared in an unfamiliar secret realm, unable to depart or ascertain the circumstances of the outside world. As you touch your back, you realize that although Lu Rui has taken some of your possessions, she has refrained from disturbing your Supreme Emperor bone, granting you a fleeting opportunity to survive and persist. Yet, with your dantian shattered and your cultivation dissipated, you have become an invalid, incapable of further cultivation. You have not surrendered, instead, you resolve to hone your skills. You gather spiritual energy, and despite the imminent dissolution of your shattered dantian, In the final moments of its fading, you open your storage pouch and extract blank talisman paper along with a talisman brush and ink. You prepare to immerse yourself in the refinement of your talisman crafting skills. A month passes, and you find your understanding of talismans has deepened significantly. 2 months later, you cautiously begin to draw fourth-tier talismans, striving to transcend your limitations. After 3 months, you successfully craft a fourth-tier talisman, though devoid of spiritual energy and true intent. Rendering it akin to mere scrap paper, you are filled with exhilaration. At this moment, you have become a fourth-tier talisman master, yet lacking cultivation and spiritual energy, you remain, without a doubt, a mere waste. Aware that wandering aimlessly in the secret realm without cultivation is perilous, you take refuge in a nearby cave. You gradually descend into a state of obsession, feverishly sketching talismans. As time progresses, you notice the food in your storage pouch dwindling. In desperation, you resort to consuming the talisman paper as sustenance. 6 months later, you find yourself emaciated and gaunt, with a glint of madness in your eyes. Yet you remain entranced by the world of talismans. Suddenly, a crack appears in the secret realm. A voice imbued with surprise pierces the air after considerable effort. I have eradicated the traitors of the Lu family and finally located you. The phrase "eradicated the traitors of the Lu family" jolts you from your talisman-induced reverie. Boom! A terrifying pressure descends, instantly crushing you into a pulp. You have met your demise. Chapter 29. In the City of Demons, such formidable beings are not permitted to exist. You are dead. Simulation concluded. Lu Qian's pupils dilated as he gazed intently at the blood-red words displayed on the system screen, his fists clenching involuntarily. Regarding his demise in the third villain simulation, he found himself surprisingly indifferent. What truly astonished him was the final utterance of the mysterious entity that had abruptly appeared in the secret realm. Annihilate the traitors of the Lu family. This celestial lineage, the Lu family, had perished in merely 6 months, marked by the stigma of treason. At that moment, Lu Qian comprehended why he had been able to linger in the secret realm for half a year during the third simulation. It seemed that the unseen forces behind the scenes, unable to locate him, had instead busied themselves with the obliteration of the entire Lu family, severing all his paths irrevocably. He could vividly imagine the calamities that befell the Lu family during that half-year span. His elder brother, father, mother Lu Qian gritted his teeth, suppressing the raging fury within. Careful not to reveal a hint of it, lest he be detected by Lu Ruyue outside. To the honor of that final voice, I, Lu Qian, shall remember you. One day, I will surely slay you. Commencing final settlement, the host may choose 3 from the following 6 options. Option 1, Cultivation Inheritance, 5th level of the Ancient Dragon Elephant Scripture, Mountain and River Realm. 5th level of the Thousand Shadow Demon Technique, Shadow Shifting. Option 2, Martial Techniques, Completion of the Majestic Dragon Fist. Minor Achievement in the Soul Nail Technique. Option 3, Talismancer Experience, 4th rank. Option 4, Supreme Emperor Bone, Supreme Mode. Option 5, Solidified Red Talent, You Cannot See Me. Option 6, A Preserved Severed Arm. Yichen, gazing upon the 6 rewards, Lu Qian was instantly engulfed in turmoil. Aside from the 6th item, which was utterly worthless, the other 5 rewards were immensely valuable. Each of them could significantly enhance his strength. He desired them all. Yet, he could only choose 3, necessitating a difficult decision. While cultivation and divine abilities could be relearned and comprehended, achieving the rank of a 4th-tier talismancer was no simple feat in the third simulation. I had been rendered impotent. My cultivation obliterated, and it was only through madness that I broke through to the 4th-tier talismancer's realm. The status of a talismancer is exceedingly esteemed and rare, nearly surpassing that of cultivators of the same rank, serving as a potential trump card for my future. During the third simulation, the 2 sealing talismans wielded by the ghostly healer had nullified all my capabilities, driving me into a dire predicament, which underscored the terror of talismancers. Furthermore, the Supreme Mode, a unique form derived from the Supreme Emperor Bone, must not be overlooked. The red talent, You Cannot See Me, has repeatedly rescued me from peril. even obscuring the vision of celestial beings in critical moments. Soon, Lu Qian resolved his decision with unwavering clarity. Simulator, I choose the third, fourth, and fifth options. At this moment, unlike the previous two instances, he did not opt solely for cultivation realms. Indeed, the other rewards held greater significance. The host selection commencing infusion. Boom! A sudden surge of the river of time enveloped Lu Qian, and as he lifted his gaze, a myriad of his alternate lives unfolded before him. Shortly thereafter, a tattered figure emerged, gaunt and emaciated, with eyes gleaming like emeralds, reminiscent of a deranged spectre. At that moment, the figure bore 6 distinct Dao fruits, each radiating a unique luminescence. With a swish, 3 Dao fruits, 4th rank talismans, supreme mode, and you cannot see me, floated forth and surged into Lu Qian's being. Amalgamating the powers of his various villainous incarnations from the river of time into his true self, ultimately forging a new individual. Lu Qian's eyes were fixated on the tattered figure before him, keenly perceiving the madness and despair that flickered within its gaze. As the river of time began to recede, the emaciated spectre transformed into grains of sand, rapidly dissipating. In the final moment before its disappearance, the wild eyes suddenly glimmered with a spark of light, locking onto Lu Qian with an intense stare. Revenge. Good. Lu Qian exclaimed, astonished. It was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. The remnants of his deceased self, revived by the river of time, were able to manifest a fragment of consciousness from their former life. He nodded gravely in acknowledgement. Witnessing his agreement, the gaunt figure revealed an expression of relief and solace in its final moments. With a swish, a shadowy and enigmatic Dao fruit was grasped and forcefully cast away. To Lu Qian's astonishment, that dark Dao fruit directly fused into his being. Congratulations. Host has received a gift from the River of Time, acquiring the martial arts techniques, Songmang Overlord Fist, major achievement, Nail Soul technique, minor achievement. A gift from the River of Time. Such an operation was indeed remarkable. As he gazed at the vanishing spectre, Lu Qian's understanding of the villain life simulator deepened. Those seemingly virtual simulations of villainous lives were, for that moment in time, no less than authentic existences. Host, Lu Qian, age 18, occupation, talismancer, 4th rank, realm, peak of divine power, 4th stage, cultivation techniques, ancient dragon elephant scripture, 4th layer, heavenly level, 1000 shadow demon technique. 4th layer, heavenly level, true record of talismans, divine powers, dragon elephant overlord technique, shadow mimicry, Songmang Overlord Fist, Nail Soul technique, supreme mode, physique, supreme emperor bone. Talent, grease on the soles, blue. You cannot see me, red, items, life substitution blood escape talisman, simulation attempts, 0, villain points, 0, newbie period. The first 3 simulations have concluded. The host must prepare sufficient villain points for future simulations. With the novice protection phase now concluded, Lu Qian realized that the forthcoming challenges would be his to face alone. However, in the ensuing events, he found himself devoid of the simulator's opportunity for revival. Death would be absolute. Yet, in contrast to the blank slate he once was, the current incarnation of myself has undergone a remarkable transformation. Feeling the immense power and unique talents coursing within me, Lu Qian was filled with an exhilarating bravado and unwavering confidence. Those 3 simulations of a villainous life seemed a distant memory, while in the realm of reality, scarcely 20 minutes had elapsed. Perhaps noticing Lu Shao's lingering silence, the guardian in front, Lu Zhong, spoke up. Lu Shao, it appears that Miss Lu has been schemed against and dragged, managing to escape only at the last moment. What do you think? Shall we extend our assistance? He was well aware of his young master's keen interest in the enchanting Lu Shaohua. Given such a prime opportunity, why not seize it? Nevertheless, Lu Qian's response was entirely unforeseen. Upon realizing that this was a meticulously laid trap, he would not act as his adversaries intended. Instead, he was determined to confront the puppet master behind this deadly scheme. If they regarded him as one of those mindless, debauched young lords, he would ensure they understood the true essence of extravagance. Humph. How dare such events unfold beneath my very gaze? Where is the justice in that? Where are the laws? This is an affront to heaven itself. Such occurrences should solely belong to me. Lu Zhong, drive, let us uncover the identity of this audacious foe. With the demeanor of an indignant young scion, Lu Qian flung open the car door, seized Lu Ruyu, and unceremoniously tossed her into the vehicle. In the metropolis of magic, such formidable beings could not be allowed to exist. Chapter 30, a direct assault on the heart of the matter. Storming the banquet. Indeed. Young Master Lu. Regarding Lu Shao's sudden outburst, Lu Zhong had grown somewhat accustomed to it. After all, this tempestuous figure had previously stirred considerable commotion in the imperial capital due to a woman, even leading to the birth of a child from the Gu family. Now, once again, he sought to create a stir because of a woman. This was merely expected. As young Master Lu aptly stated before his arrival, the affairs of the Magic City were of no concern to him. However, once he made his entrance, the Magic City would not allow any other formidable presence to overshadow him. This is the weight of the Lu family from Great Xia. At this moment, in the supreme private room of the Century Hotel, a rather unique birthday celebration was underway. Those fortunate enough to attend were almost exclusively prominent figures in the Magic City, including several influential dignitaries. The host of this birthday gathering was none other than Zhao Kuan, the heir of the Zhao family, one of the 4 great clans of the Magic City. The strength of his family extended throughout the entirety of the Magic City. In the hearts of many, the 4 great clans were the true rulers of the Magic City, its genuine sovereigns. Even officials appointed by the royal family of Great Xia were obliged to maintain good relations with these local magnates. At present, the guests were naturally eager to curry favor with Zhao Kuan, the future patriarch of the illustrious clan. However, the man at the center of attention, Zhao Kuan, was frowning slightly, occasionally glancing toward the restroom with visible impatience. What on earth was happening? Lu Ruyue had been in the restroom for nearly 20 minutes. Why had she not yet emerged? Could it be that the effects of the substance were taking hold within? This evening's banquet appeared to celebrate his 26th birthday. Yet, in truth, the intentions behind it were far from innocent. Zhao Kuan had long coveted the aloof and beautiful Lu Ruyue, yet had been unable to fulfill his desires. Although the Lu family was merely a second-tier family in the Magic City, inferior to the Zhao clan, Lu Ruyue's cold and proud demeanor had rendered her indifferent even to the scions of prominent families from the imperial capital. In comparison, Zhao Kuan held little prestige. In this context, someone had suggested a cunning plan to invite Lu Ruyue under the pretense of a class reunion during the birthday banquet, and then to take the opportunity to slip something into her drink. Zhao Kuan had gone to great lengths to execute this scheme, even managing to divert Lu Ruyue's ever-present bodyguard, who always appeared in tattered clothing, away from her. Lu Ruyue, as he had hoped, had willingly consumed a glass of red wine, yet she had swiftly excused herself to the restroom and had not returned. Now, over 20 minutes had passed, and naturally, Zhao Kuan's anxiety began to mount. After all, his room upstairs was prepared, all that remained was for her to arrive. As time slipped away, Zhao Kuan's patience waned, and his impatience became increasingly evident. Witnessing this scene, the discerning guests and fellow students from Magic City University dared not approach, fearing they might incur the wrath of Zhao Kuan. However, one figure boldly strode forward, unperturbed by the impatience etched upon Zhao Kuan's face, confidently holding a glass of red wine. After all, what was the rush? The meat was already on the table, and it wouldn't just run away. This individual was a young man, strikingly handsome, clad in a sharply tailored suit, exuding an air of elegance. A smile graced his face, radiating warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. He was none other than Li Yong, the young master of the Li family. The Li family, one of the 4 esteemed clans in Magic City, stood on equal footing with the Zhao family and was also related by marriage to the prestigious Lu family of the imperial capital. In Magic City, the Li family wielded considerable power. It was only Li Yong who dared to speak to Zhao Kuan in such a teasing manner under these circumstances. While his words dripped with familiarity, the depth of his gaze towards Zhao Kuan resembled that of one observing a lifeless corpse. What a fool! Did he truly believe he could win over Lu Ruye tonight? Ridiculous. His associates had already taken measures in the restroom to facilitate Lu Ruye's escape. Li Yong, refrain from making light of the situation. Do not forget, you have a stake in tonight's affair too. However, I insist on the first course, Zhao Kuan remarked coldly, offering no semblance of courtesy. The plan for the evening was indeed proposed by Li Yong, who merely took on the role of executor. According to Li Yang's assertions, he too desired a share of the spoils afterward, which Zhao Kuan had not declined, for it merely entailed additional plates and chopsticks. Li Yong, disinterested in debating with the seemingly doomed Zhao Kuan, adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Calculating the time, he surmised that Lu Ruye should have made contact with her target by now and would soon be whisked away. The assassin, Chen Ying, was also poised nearby, ready to act. Once the target was eliminated, Zhao Kuan would emerge as the primary suspect, inevitably drawing the ire of the Lu family. The downfall of the Zhao family would allow the Li family to seamlessly inherit their legacy, achieving a dual victory, a perfect scheme indeed. The thought sent a thrill of excitement through him. Just as Zhao Kuan's impatience reached a boiling point, a furtive figure hastily emerged from the restroom, exclaiming, "Young Master Zhao, a disaster has struck. There's a hole in the corner of the restroom, and Miss Lu has escaped." "What did you say?" Zhao Kuan's expression shifted dramatically as he seized his sycophant by the collar. "Young Master, I said Miss Lu has run away. Damn it." Realizing that the prize was slipping away, Zhao Kuan felt as though his mind had exploded, kicking the sycophant away with a single, furious motion. Observing Zhao Kuan's frantic demeanor, the guests present were taken aback. Some had already begun to surmise the nature of the situation, quietly stepping back to blend into the crowd, fearful of becoming collateral damage. The time was still short, and with Lu Ruye having consumed that glass of red wine, the effects of the drink were undoubtedly beginning to take hold. She could not have escaped far. In this crucial moment, Zhao Kuan maintained the composure befitting a scion of a prominent family, allowing him to analyze the situation. "Bring me the surveillance footage, ascertain where she has fled," he commanded. Before long, the surveillance team reported back, "Young Master Zhao, Miss Lu fainted shortly after escaping the Century Hotel and was subsequently picked up by a young man." What audacity! How dare anyone lay hands on my Zhao Kuan's people? Identify the license plate and track their location. I will ensure he finds no refuge in this city. Upon learning that someone had intervened and taken Lu Ruye, Zhao Kuan's mind exploded with rage, the desire for vengeance coursing through him. Beside him, Li Yong appeared to relish the unfolding drama, elegantly sipping from his glass of romantique as he continued to observe the spectacle before him. The individual responsible for reviewing the surveillance footage was also startled and promptly began to act, preparing to lock in on the target. "Young Master Zhao, I am about to identify the car's license plate. Wait, the vehicle is moving, it's not departing, it's heading straight for us." With a thunderous crash, a specially crafted Maybach barreled through the room's entrance, shattering the door as if it were paper. With a resounding thud, the door swung open, revealing a tall figure who descended from the vehicle, cradling the inebriated beauty in his arms, a mocking, defiant smile playing on his lips. "I have heard that someone wishes to ensure I find no sanctuary in this city." Chapter 31, He Who Emerged from the Celestial Palace. "I have heard whispers that someone wishes to render me unwelcome in this city of magic." Lu Qian wore a mocking expression, cradling a drunken beauty in his arms, exuding an air of irreverence, seemingly dismissing all present. His gaze ignored the astonished faces surrounding him, momentarily resting on Zhao Kuan's countenance. Subsequently, he cast a meaningful sidelong glance at the inebriated Li Yong. As expected, this scion of the Li family was also in attendance. This implies that the earlier assassination attempt was orchestrated by none other than this young rascal. "Perfect, this evening, I shall thoroughly deal with this little brat, making him aware of the many eyes of the King of Horses." If he seeks to remain in the shadows, avoiding trouble, I shall drag him into the light. Meanwhile, the guardian Lu Zhong silently disembarked, following the footsteps of this living ancestor. His sole task was to ensure the safety of this esteemed individual. The rest was not his concern. Upon spotting Lu Qian, Li Yong, who had been elegantly observing the scene, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of expensive romantique. His expression turned frantic, eyes wide with disbelief. Even the wine glass in his hand trembled uncontrollably, nearly slipping from his grasp. What the hell? How did Lu Qian end up here? According to the original plan, and my assessment of Lu Qian's character, he should have been preoccupied with enjoying Lu Ruyue. How could he have barged into this banquet? This was utterly inconsistent with the plan. Everything had gone awry. At this moment, it was not just Li Yong who was stunned. Zhao Kuan, upon catching sight of Lu Qian's face, felt his anger freeze, his pupils dilate, and his scalp tingle. As if he had encountered a ghost in the dead of night. This was disastrous. How had they summoned this formidable ancestor? In that instant, the proud demeanor of this young master of the Zhao family seemed to vanish, akin to a mouse confronted by a cat. While these two young nobles were rendered speechless, the other guests could not suppress their murmurs. Who was that man, out of his mind to crash Zhao Shao's banquet? Clearly, he was courting disaster. Look. He is holding the Lu family's jewel, Lu Ruyue, whom Zhao Shao has pursued for years. The young man is indeed handsome, but his fate appears grim. Having disrupted Zhao Shao's gathering while embracing his goddess, he is surely courting calamity. It is evident he is a newcomer to the magical city. Likely having wielded power in his hometown without even paying respects to the true Buddha here. Many sighed in disapproval, their expressions betraying skepticism. While some could not help but exhibit a smirk. However, amidst the gathering, a few individuals of high status and students from the prestigious Magic City University instantly recognized Lu Qian's identity upon seeing his face. You fools, silence yourselves. You dare discuss that esteemed ancestor. Speak another word, and your families shall face annihilation. In the presence of that individual, the Zhao family and the Li family, the four great clans of Magic City, are insignificant. He hails from the imperial capital, the grandson of Elder Lu of the Imperial Senate. A direct descendant of a celestial lineage. Do you see the guardian by his side? It is said that he is of the same caliber as the ancestors of the four great clans. This is a being who has emerged from the heavenly palace, a celestial being not to be trifled with or debated upon. In an instant, the venue fell into silence. Upon realizing Lu Qian's true identity, those who had previously displayed mockery now held their breath, too terrified to even exhale. Some, unable to bear the psychological weight, collapsed to the ground, fainting on the spot. A mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Lu Qian's mind, ding. The host has altered the original simulated timeline, crashing the banquet and confronting the mastermind behind the first assassination attempt, instilling fear in all present. Demonstrating the overwhelming presence of a top-tier antagonist. Reward 1,000 villain points. As this voice resounded, the smile on Lu Qian's lips deepened. Indeed, to acquire villain points, one must act unconventionally, defy the norms, and abandon the constraints of morality. At this moment, he had yet to reveal his cultivation abilities. The forces behind the scenes still feared the Lu family, refraining from extreme actions, daring only to attempt assassination. This signified that as long as he continued to conceal his powers and avoid exposure, he could boldly pursue his ambitions. Thus, tonight, he intended to stir up chaos throughout Magic City, transforming his name into a symbol of upheaval. With this thought, Lu Qian smiled, embraced Lu Ruyue, and beckoned Zhao Kuan with a gesture reminiscent of calling a dog. Young Master Lu. Zhao Kuan's face stiffened, yet he could only force a smile and approach. What could he do? He was outmatched, his father and grandfather were inferior. All he could do was bow his head and play the subordinate. Just now, you claimed I would have no standing in Magic City. Young Master Lu. It was a misunderstanding. Had I known it was you, How could I dare? With a swift motion, Lu Qian delivered a sharp slap that sent Zhao Kuan's head askew, instantly reddening his face. Did I ask for an explanation? Lu Qian shot a sidelong glance, not even deigning to look directly at him. Zhao Kuan's expression hardened, his fists momentarily clenching with rage. However, upon meeting Lu Zhong's gaze, he felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, instantly becoming obedient. Although Lu Qian understood that Zhao Kuan was merely a scapegoat, his desire for Lu Ruyue had already sealed his fate. In order to win the favor of the enigmatic celestial being Lu Ruyue, he naturally did not hesitate to teach the other party a lesson. The destined heroine Lu Ruyue's affection for you has increased by 1. The host receives a reward, villain points 500. Upon hearing the sudden prompt, Lu Qian realized that Lu Ruyue in his arms was indeed not intoxicated, but merely feigning it. One could surmise that this destined heroine, while disguising herself, found the incessant buzzing of the bothersome Zhao Kuan quite vexing. Thus, for the sake of acquiring villain points and securing the goodwill of this mysterious celestial being to facilitate his subsequent plans, Lu Qian had no intention of halting his actions. You wish to expel me from Magic City? Does your Zhao family possess such power? Slap. With a smile, Lu Qian delivered another resounding slap, instantly mirroring Zhao Kuan's previous strike, leaving his face as crimson as a monkey's rear. Zhao Kuan gritted his teeth. I dare not. Slap. Since arriving in Magic City, I have yet to encounter anyone more formidable than myself. Do you aspire to be the first? I dare not. Slap. I see you already have. Do you not realize that I have set my sights on Lu Ruyue? How dare you entertain any thoughts of her? Chapter 32. Your words are unpleasant to my ears. Yet I shall bestow upon you 2 slaps. Smack. Smack. Young Master Zhao, I have heard that you are quite formidable in the Magic City, are you not? Lu Qian spoke with a smile, yet the strength in his hands showed no mercy. At this moment, he concealed his own cultivation level, merely employing the strength of a mortal. However, Zhao Kuan, the practitioner of the 4th realm, dared not counter with spiritual energy, instead sacrificing his own physical defenses, allowing his face to absorb the blows, fearful of sustaining injury from Lu Qian's assault. Ding, the favorability of the destined female lead, Lu Ruyue, has increased by 1. The host receives a reward, 500 villain points. Ding, the favorability of the destined female lead, Lu Ruyue, has increased by 1. 5. The host receives a reward, 600 villain points. Ding, the favorability of the destined female lead, Lu Ruyue, has increased by 0. 5. The host receives a reward, 450 villain points. As the villain points accumulated without cease, Lu Qian transformed into a relentless force, pummeling his opponent until blood filled Zhao Kuan's mouth. In less than a minute, Zhao Kuan had endured over 10 slaps, his face bearing marks akin to branding. Consequently, Lu Qian garnered considerable favor from the enigmatic Lu Ruyue, along with over 6,000 villain points, sufficient for him to undertake another round of villain life simulation. Naturally, as time progressed, the villain points began to dwindle, indicating the gradual demise of Lu Qian's scoring plan, otherwise, he might have continued this onslaught indefinitely. What a pity. Observing the once arrogant young Master Zhao reduced to standing and receiving blows, his visage nearly resembling that of a pig's head, the guests present bowed their heads in silence, fearful of incurring disaster should they gaze too long. This scene vividly illustrated the terror of Lu Qian, a being descended from Heavenly Palace. Regardless of Zhao Kuan's immense power in the Magic City, he was compelled to stand at attention and endure slaps when confronted by a superior force. Meanwhile, Li Yong, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but swallow hard, sensing a tingling unease and a melancholic reflection on the fate of the rabbit and the fox. After all, Zhao Kuan was of his caliber. Yet now he was being treated like a dog by Lu Qian. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to intervene on Zhao Kuan's behalf. Not for any other reason, but because he was the one who orchestrated the plan to drag Lu Ruyue that very night. He was the true mastermind. Just as Li Yong prepared to step forward, A commotion erupted outside the room. Bang! A squad of armed security personnel burst in, their weapons instantly trained on Lu Qian. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man with a scarred face, Lei Hu, the security manager of the Century Hotel. As the Century Hotel fell under the Zhao family's domain, Lei Hu was but one of their loyal hounds, tasked with safeguarding the security of the enterprise. With the Zhao family's young master being assaulted within the confines of the hotel, Lei Hu could not afford to hesitate. "Cease your actions, bold rogue. How dare you not release Zhao Shao?" Lei Hu admonished sternly, observing that Lu Qian showed no signs of relenting. Such a minor character as he was unaware of Lu Qian's true identity, all he knew was that his master, Zhao Kuan, was being assaulted. And he felt compelled to intervene. Crack! 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 The armed security personnel behind him swiftly chambered their weapons, poised to fire at the slightest provocation. "Stop! Lei Hu, put down the gun." The atmosphere became charged with tension, leaving Li Yong and Zhao Kuan in a state of sheer panic. A single misstep could lead to a catastrophic discharge, and none present would likely survive such an event. In all his years, it was the first time that he, the young master, had a gun pointed at his head. Even during his time in the capital, he had never encountered such a precarious situation. Indeed, the Magic City was remarkably different. Lu Qian maintained his smile, delivering another resounding slap across Zhao Kuan's face. Not only was he a formidable practitioner of the 5th level of the ancient dragon elephant scripture, rendering him nearly impervious to firearms, but even the towering presence of Lu Zhong behind him would ensure his safety. Moreover, he was rather eager for the situation to escalate. "Lu Zhong. I recall that Shi Wei, the deputy director of the Magic City Security Bureau, was a former pupil of the old master, is that not so?" Lu Qian suddenly inquired, as if struck by a thought. The Security Bureau oversaw all matters of safety within the Magic City, also responsible for addressing anomalous incidents, thus holding significant power and influence. The heads of the Bureau were esteemed figures in the city. Before arriving in the Magic City, his elder brother had mentioned Chi Wei, noting that he was a former student of Old Master Lu. Chi Wei was quite capable but overly ambitious, always seeking advancement. Unfortunately, he had yet to find the right opportunity or receive any assistance. In the previous 3 instances of the Villain Life Simulator, Chi Wei had not made an appearance, which, while not definitive proof of his integrity, suggested he was not significantly problematic. Thus, he could be temporarily utilized. Before Lu Zhong could respond, Lu Qian made his decision. "Summon him." "Understood, young Master Lu." Lu Zhong nodded, retrieving a special communication token from his pocket to send a discreet message. The Lu family had indeed orchestrated Lu Qian's arrival in the Magic City, possessing their own strategies and resources, though they would not reveal them easily. Seeing Lu Qian's intent to escalate the situation, Li Yong sensed impending disaster. If matters continued down this path, the assassination plan for the evening would surely be thwarted, causing quite the uproar and drawing attention from various quarters. Even he would find himself embroiled in turmoil. He hurriedly approached, hoping to ease the tension. Grasping Lu Qian's right hand. "Brother Qian, Zhao Kuan is my friend. Can you do me a favor and refrain from further escalating this? Just let him go." Slap. Li Yong, having stepped forward, received a resounding blow, leaving him stunned and clutching his face in disbelief, while Zhao Kuan stood wide-eyed in shock. "How presumptuous of you to think you deserve my respect." Lu Qian regarded the bewildered Li Yong with disdain, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "You little brat, after all those times lurking in the shadows scheming against me, I have long desired to confront you. Do not be mistaken. Just because my presence graces the metropolis and your family has hosted me for a few days, you believe yourself to be of great consequence. Your words are irksome to my ears, and I shall not hesitate to deliver a couple of slaps in response." Chapter 33, How Audacious. Dare to point a gun at young Master Lu? Drag him out and execute him. Your words are displeasing to my ears, I shall deliver you 2 slaps. The commanding voice of Lu Qian reverberated throughout the grand hall, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. This young master from the imperial capital was indeed brazen and undeniably formidable. His words conveyed a complete disregard for Li Yong, treating him as if he were less than human. However, this reaction caused Li Yong, who usually appeared elegant and sunny but harbored a petty and dark heart, to momentarily lose his composure. At that moment, he clutched his face, his eyes trembling as they fixated on Lu Qian. Deep down, he held a profound disdain for this debauched young master from the capital. In his mind, this extravagant heir was destined to meet his demise tonight. Yet, here he was, publicly humiliated with a resounding slap from a man he considered to be on the brink of death. In an instant, he felt his sanity slipping away. Lu Qian, how dare you strike me? How dare you? I am a member of the Li family, and my mother is your cousin. You are staying at my family's residence in Magic City. Slap. Lu Qian's expression turned cold, and he struck again. Who do you think you are? You insolent wretch. Even if your father were here, I would still bestow him a couple of slaps. Slap. Just because you married into the Lu family through a distant relative. You presume to be connected to us? The Lu family has no need for impoverished relatives. Slap. How uncouth you are. Your father ought to address me as young Master Lu. How dare you call me by my name? If your father failed to educate you, then allow me to teach you a lesson. Slap. My presence in Magic City is a tremendous favor to your Li family, and if you cannot handle it, there is no need for you to remain. Reflecting on the previous encounters with adversaries, where the Li family had betrayed him twice, Lu Qian's agitation grew, and his strikes became increasingly forceful. Once upon a time, when the Li family faced turmoil and nearly faced extinction, they had sought refuge with the Lu family to survive. As a relative of the Lu family, they feasted on their hospitality while turning against them. They willingly acted as dogs to confront him. A direct descendant of the Lu family. A pack of ungrateful ingrates. It was clear that his brother and father had not anticipated that the Li family, who should have been their closest allies, would instead become the sharpest dagger in their backs. Under the relentless barrage of Lu Qian's slaps and the scrutinizing gaze of Lu Zhong, Li Yang's defiance began to crumble, and he came to realize his precarious situation. Faced with overwhelming odds, he quickly lowered his head in contrition. Young Master Lu, I was wrong, or I understand my faults. Young Master Lu, no, Uncle Qian. For my mother's sake, grant your nephew a chance. Witnessing Li Yang receiving slaps, Zhao Kuan, who should have been filled with rage, was now dumbfounded. It is worth noting that the Li family is also considered kin to the Lu family. Li Yang's mother is Lu Qian's cousin, making them, in terms of familial hierarchy, uncle and nephew. Yet, this living ancestor showed no mercy, treating them all with equal disdain. Alas, this individual is indeed unrecognizable. How ironic it is for you, Li Yang, to find yourself in such a predicament. One cannot help but acknowledge the inherent folly of humanity. Witnessing others endure a similar fate, his resentment surprisingly diminished. In a certain sense, it is Li Yang, this wretched being, who orchestrated tonight's debacle. Were it not for him, would I have had to endure this beating? And in front of so many witnesses, the entire metropolis is bound to hear of this by tomorrow. Observing the pitiable state of the young master of the Li family, the guests present instinctively lowered their heads, akin to startled ostriches, too fearful to cast another glance. They had hoped to establish connections with the heirs of the Zhao and Li families this evening, only to witness the two in such disarray. It would be unfortunate if they were to harbor resentment towards them. At that moment, Thunder Tiger, who had entered with armed men, was now gripped by terror upon seeing the young master of the Li family, a peer of Zhao Shao, being slapped by this youth. Realizing the implications of the encounter, he was filled with dread. How could he have brought his men in, brandishing weapons against such a formidable opponent? This was a grave misstep indeed. Din. The host has publicly struck the scheming mastermind Li Yang, inflicting psychological harm and receiving a reward. A villain points 8,000. The cold, Mechanical voice of the villain life simulator echoed once more. At this moment, Lu Qian's villain points had astonishingly surpassed 5 digits, reaching an impressive total of 16,800. This sum was sufficient for him to embark on 3 additional villain life simulations. Suddenly, a series of synchronized footsteps resonated from outside, drawing near with great rapidity. A group of tall, imposing figures clad in black imperial law enforcement attire burst through the entrance, eliciting gasps of astonishment from many. Each of these individuals emanated a terrifying aura, clearly seasoned practitioners, none beneath the 3rd realm of mastery. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a square face, a resolute expression, and an aura of authority that commanded respect. This was the elite black-clad enforcement team of the Magic City's Security Bureau, an assemblage of the finest, whose ranks were exclusive to those of transcendent capability, seldom seen in public. Years ago, when a mysterious rift appeared in the skies above the Magic City, ushering in bizarre intrusions, it was this very black-clad team that undertook the cleansing operations, claiming many lives in the process. Wait a moment, the leading middle-aged man appears to be Qi Wei, the deputy director of the Magic City Security Bureau. A gasp rippled through the crowd as someone recognized the identity of the imposing figure. Qi Wei is a legendary figure in the Magic City. It is rumored that the current director of the bureau is nearing retirement, making Qi Wei a likely candidate for succession, sought after even by the 4 prominent families of the Magic City. Then, to their astonishment, Qi Wei abruptly led his team toward Lu Qian, halting merely a few steps away. Lu Xianbei. He nodded respectfully to Lu Zhong before turning his gaze to Lu Qian. Young Master Lu, how may I assist you? As Lu Qian gazed upon Qi Wei, he offered a slight nod. Yet his mind was occupied with the transmission from Lu Zhong. Young Master Lu, Qi Wei is at the extraordinary 6th realm. He possesses considerable ambition and loyalty. The old master once remarked that Qi Wei is someone capable of handling unsavory tasks. The 6th realm of extraordinary. As the deputy director of the Magic City Police Bureau, such cultivation is indeed commendable. In the entirety of Magic City, he ranks just below a select few who have reached the sacred realm. Furthermore, he possesses a commendable countenance, exuding an aura of righteousness, yet the ambition and desire for advancement in his eyes are hard to conceal. No wonder he arrived with such alacrity. He must be eager for progress. Moreover, he is adept at handling unsavory tasks, is he not? A trace of mockery flickered in Lu Qian's eyes as he turned his gaze towards Zhao Quan and the anxious Lei Hu, who stood behind him. Director Qi. Just moments ago, someone pointed a gun at me. What do you propose we do? What audacity! To dare aim a firearm at young Master Lu? Take him out and execute him. Chapter 34, Lu Qian, my temper is quite volatile at the moment, and I yearn to eliminate a ringleader. Upon receiving directives from the Lu family, Vice Director Qi Wei hastened here without delay. He scarcely took a minute. Such urgency stems from his fervent desire for advancement. Currently, he finds himself in a precarious position. Though the head of the Magic City Security Bureau has reached retirement age, he remains reluctant to step down. Another vice director, backed by influential connections, is also poised to undermine him. In such circumstances, Qi Wei understands that his aspirations will face significant opposition. During this period, various factions in the Magic City, including several prominent aristocratic families, have discreetly extended invitations to him, hoping to secure his allegiance. Yet, in his eyes, a far superior candidate exists, none other than the esteemed Lu Qian of the Lu family. The Lu family of the Great Seer is indeed a formidable ally. It was, after all, thanks to the Lu family's patriarch, who, during a chance encounter in Magic City, recognized his potential and offered him a golden opportunity to rise from obscurity to the position of vice director. Since then, he has regarded himself as a protege of the Lu family. With such a powerful ally at his disposal, why would he seek the lesser support of others? Consequently, he has been diligently searching for opportunities to engage with Lu Qian, but favorable moments have been elusive until now. Had it not been for the Lu Patriarch's intervention, Chi Wei would still be merely an ordinary team leader rather than the vice director he is today. The Lu family has bestowed upon Chi Wei a debt of gratitude that he cannot forget. To challenge Lu Qian in Magic City is tantamount to challenging Chi Wei himself. I perceive these individuals as nothing more than lawless elements intent on undermining the empire's stability. They must be dealt with decisively. Chi Wei's face darkened with fury. As if he himself had been insulted, his gratitude towards the Lu family evident and unreserved. He wore an expression of righteous indignation. As though he was sworn enemies with evil itself. This display of fervent loyalty left everyone present utterly astonished. Swiftly, the black-robed enforcement team acted. Dismembering the lawbreakers led by Lei Hu and dragging them away. What are you doing? Zhao Shao, save me. Zhao Shao, please. Lei Hu cried in terror. Zhao Shao. I am your man. I am loyal to you. Hearing Lei Hu's panicked pleas, Zhao Kuan's face, already flushed, shifted subtly, his gaze fixed on Chi Wei with incredulity. He had not anticipated Chi Wei would dare to take action against his Zhao family members. For years, no one in the Magic City has dared to touch his kin. Chi Wei's blatant maneuvering to curry favor with Lu Qian by using the Zhao family as a bargaining chip infuriated Zhao Kuan. How audacious! Chi Wei! You are something else. Zhao Kuan cast inwardly, clearly harboring resentment towards Chi Wei. The Zhao family may not be able to handle Lu Qian. But surely they could deal with a mere vice director. In the face of Zhao Kuan's venomous glare, Chi Wei remained unflinching, undeterred. Compared to the formidable Lu family, offending the Zhao family was a trivial matter. In stark contrast to the dim-witted Zhao Kuan, at this moment, Li Yong felt an inexplicable chill creeping down his spine. He had discerned that Lu Qian was seizing the opportunity to escalate the situation, targeting the Zhao family with a vehemence that was alarming. This legendary playboy truly embodied the treachery and ruthlessness of his reputation, devoid of reason. If matters were to spiral out of control, it would inevitably attract unwanted attention, making the continuation of the assassination plan increasingly precarious. At present, if even the police department of the magical city were to intervene, the likelihood of the Li family being exposed would rise significantly. A recalibration of the assassination strategy was imperative. As Li Yong silently cursed under his breath, he suddenly noticed Lu Qian's gaze shifting towards him and Zhao Kuan, laden with a profound significance. With the bothersome fly dealt with, it was time to address the matters between them. Bang! The sound of a gunshot pierced the air. Outside the hotel, Lei Hu's desperate pleas for mercy abruptly ceased. In that instant, an unshakable dread surged within both men, as if foreboding a calamity. With a gunshot, death had struck. Where there is death, sorrow follows, and with sorrow, the urge to speak arises. Li Yong was still seething with rage, eager to eliminate another leader. Lu Qian fixed his icy gaze upon Zhao Kuan and Li Yong, slowly articulating, "What do you have left to say?" Cursing inwardly, Li Yong felt a wave of panic wash over him as he caught a glimpse of the unmasked murderous intent in Lu Qian's eyes. Could this madman truly be prepared to execute them? Wait. The reason this lunatic had come to the magical city was due to a considerable uproar in the imperial capital. In comparison, eliminating them seemed trivial. With a crack, Zhao Kuan, suddenly paralyzed by fear, sank to his knees. "Young Master Lu, I confess. I admit it. Everything tonight was orchestrated by that scoundrel Li Yong. He was the one who suggested dragging Miss Lu. I truly had no idea she was your woman. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to entertain such thoughts." He hastily threw Li Yong under the bus, desperate to save his own skin. He never imagined that merely dragging someone could cost him his life. Throughout this ordeal, he hadn't even partaken in the spoils, not even a whiff. How can it be that he seeks to execute me over such a trivial matter? Zhao Kuan's mind raced. "Li Yong, you scoundrel. How dare you frame me?" Zhao Kuan, in a moment of betrayal, implored Lu Qian, "It is this rogue who plotted against Miss Lu. I can attest to it, please, eliminate him." As Zhao Kuan unhesitatingly betrayed his ally, Li Yang's mind exploded with fury and disbelief. This fool, usually devoid of wit, had surprisingly found his bearings in a moment of peril. He dared not gamble on Lu Qian's propensity for violence. Previously, this living demon in the imperial capital had nearly caused a fatal incident over a woman. Li Yong, I curse your very existence. Zhao Quan suddenly erupted, launching a punch at Li Yong, and the two engaged in a fierce brawl akin to dogs fighting. What had appeared to be a close brotherly bond moments ago had, in an instant, irrevocably shattered. Each harbored a fervent desire to annihilate the other. In the midst of this chaos, Lu Qian merely observed with a detached gaze, as if he were witnessing the demise of two lifeless beings. Standing behind them, Lu Zhong, who had been watching with a cold demeanor, now regarded his young master with a gaze that revealed an unusual intensity. For some inexplicable reason, he felt that his young master had transformed into someone distinctly different from before. Chapter 35: The Arrival of Two Ancestors. A show of authority. Lu Zhong was somewhat astonished. It seemed that the young master of the Lu family was far from the simplistic image he had imagined. He bore no resemblance to the notorious libertine described in rumors. His political acumen was undoubtedly formidable. With just a few words, he incited a fierce internal conflict between Li Yong and Zhao Quan, leading them to engage in a brutal struggle against one another. It appeared that the previous reputation for debauchery was merely a superficial guise. After all, as one of the 12 distinguished dukes of the Great Xiao Empire, how could any descendant of the Lu lineage be deemed inept? Lu Qian was acutely aware of Lu Zhong's scrutinizing gaze, yet at that moment he chose to remain unfazed, calmly observing the tumultuous clash between Li Yong and Zhao Quan. Though they appeared to be fighting to the death, in truth, they were merely feigning intensity, biding their time and conserving their energies, likely awaiting reinforcements. Given the gravity of the situation, it was inevitable that individuals from the Li and Zhao families present would begin to relay information. It seemed they possessed some sense, not entirely devoid of intelligence. Lu Qian sneered, instantly discerning their ulterior motives. However, what did it matter? Today, even the mightiest of deities would be of no consequence. Since they could not articulate their reasoning, allow me to render judgment. Director Qi, take both of them out and execute them. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Li Yong and Zhao Quan drastically changed. They had clearly not anticipated such a decisive command. Even Qi Wei appeared momentarily stunned. Executing the heirs of two prominent families from the magic capital in one fell swoop would lead to an irrevocable enmity. Not even his superior, the chief of the magic capital, would dare to act so recklessly. Despite his boldness, he now hesitated. Moreover, it was astonishing that all this turmoil stemmed from a woman, one who had not even achieved her desires. Are you afraid, Director Qi? Lu Qian gazed intently at the hesitating Qi Wei. If you wish to advance yet avoid offending others, what purpose do you serve? To be a dog. One must be prepared to act as such. If you cannot heed your master's words, what use are you? A sudden realization struck Qi Wei, shaking him from his stupor as he cursed his own foolishness. No matter how formidable the Li and Zhao families were, they were confined to the magic capital. The Lu family, however, was rooted in the imperial capital of the Great Xiao. It was a behemoth of unparalleled stature. The scales were not balanced. Should he earn the support of the Lu family, it would not merely secure his position as the chief of the magic capital's police. It could pave the way for even grander opportunities in the imperial capital, where he might ascend to a loftier rank. In contrast, offending the so-called Li and Zhao families was a trivial concern. He had heard that this young master of the Lu family held a unique status within the clan, cherished by all. Sweating profusely, he quickly composed himself. No problem, absolutely no problem. Young Master Lu, at your behest, I shall personally execute these two at once. At this moment, in a bid to thoroughly secure his allegiance to Lu Qian, Qi Wei was resolute, preparing to personally pledge his loyalty. Such a matter could not be entrusted to another's hand. Observing Qi Wei approach without hesitation towards Li Yong and Zhao Quan, Lu Qian felt a modicum of satisfaction and nodded slightly. It appeared that this individual was indeed reliable. And the likelihood of him being a puppet of the hidden forces was nearly negligible. Indeed, his coercion of Qi Wei to commit murder served a dual purpose, to gauge the latter's loyalty and to ascertain whether he was friend or foe. And whether he was affiliated with the clandestine powers. Wait, Director Qi, what are you planning to do? You must be mad, the Li family will not spare you. As Qi Wei advanced, Li Yong and Zhao Kuan abruptly ceased their struggle, their expressions turning grim. Faced with a formidable sixth realm transcendent, they had no capacity for resistance. Zhao Kuan was rendered speechless, while Li Yong was on the verge of despair. This narrative was amiss. Tonight. It was supposed to be Lu Qian who fell victim to the extraordinary assassin, yet now it was he who was to be slain. Grandfather, save me. In a moment of desperation, Li Yong could no longer contain his panic and cried out. Suddenly, the air within the room rippled. Two edged figures appeared. One after the other. Young Master Lu, spare him. Young Master, please show mercy. The first to arrive was none other than the elder of the Li family. Closely followed by the elder of the Zhao family, albeit a step behind. The oppressive aura emanating from the two saints was palpable, as if inadvertently unveiled. Their sudden appearance rendered the atmosphere suffocating, almost solidifying the very air. The onlookers' expressions shifted, unable to withstand the immense pressure, and they promptly fell to their knees. Indeed. It is you. Lu Qian's gaze sharpened, calmly meeting the elder of the Li family. Although it was their first encounter, he instantly recognized him as the enigmatic figure who had diverted Lu Zhong during the initial simulation, as well as the masked assassin from the second simulation. Clearly, he had arrived earlier, lurking in the shadows, and only chose to reveal himself upon witnessing Li Yong's imminent demise and the arrival of the Zhao elder. This was perilous. Qi Wei's pupils constricted, a chill running down his spine as he sensed a murderous intent that pierced to the marrow. Under the gaze of the two saint-level powerhouses, even he struggled to withstand the pressure, staggering backward, his complexion turning ashen. Boom! Unbeknownst to him, the protector Lu Zhong, who had been standing in the background, now stepped forward, positioning himself before Lu Qian. Boom! An overwhelming force, far surpassing that of the two family elders, erupted forth, crashing down upon them. Humph! Lu Zhong snorted coldly, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that sent the elder of the Li family and the elder of the Zhao family reeling from the space. Seventh realm of the saint. The ancestral elders of the Li and Zhao families both emitted startled exclamations. Clearly taken aback by the revelation that the Lu family had assigned a formidable warrior of the seventh heaven of the Sage Realm to the debauched scion, Lu Qian. The seventh heaven of the Sage Realm is divided into 9 tiers, each possessing an array of profound abilities. A practitioner at the seventh heaven is nearly unparalleled within the entire Demon City, even surpassing the two ancestral elders from the Zhao and Li families. Should a confrontation arise, it is likely that even their combined efforts would struggle to overcome Lu Zhong. In an instant, the expressions of the two elders shifted dramatically, each revealing a distinct reaction. Initially, they had contemplated leveraging their seniority to intervene and rescue their respective family members, but now it seemed that such an endeavor would be futile. The presence of a protector at the seventh heaven of the Sage Realm undeniably elevated Lu Qian's standing within the Lu family. A misstep could indeed provoke formidable adversaries. In stark contrast to the Zhao elder's astonishment, the Li elder, while equally shocked, felt a weight settle in his heart, causing him to clench his fists involuntarily. This is troublesome. Lu Qian coldly regarded the two suddenly appearing elders and spoke with a hint of mockery. Well, esteemed elders, do you intend to rely on your age and cultivation to intimidate me? Chapter 36, Silencing the Witnesses. Should I, as a guardian, engage in a contest with the two of you? Upon uttering these words, the expressions of the patriarchs from the Li and Zhao families changed dramatically. The seventh realm expert, Lu Zhong, was evidently beyond their capacity to contend with. If a confrontation were to ensue, it would undoubtedly be they who would suffer the consequences. Moreover, Should they truly offend the Lu family, which stood behind Lu Qian, both families could find their lives in jeopardy. The mere presence of a guardian, tasked with the protection of the younger generation, wielded such formidable power. One can only imagine the sheer terror of the true strength possessed by the Lu family. Certainly not. We dare not. Young Master Lu has misunderstood. I was merely acting out of a moment's desperation to protect my grandson and inadvertently offended you. The two elders hastily offered to present a 6th-tier royal artifact as a token of apology to Lu Qian. With that, they quickly retrieved 2 royal artifacts from their storage pouches. Royal artifacts are weapons of the 6th realm, extraordinary in nature. However, the number of weapon artisans is scarce, akin to the rarity of talisman masters, making such items exceedingly precious. Even a 6th realm powerhouse might not possess a royal artifact. And for aristocratic families like the Li and Zhao, parting with one would invoke considerable pain. The elder of the Li family produced a jade rui, imbued with a unique formation that emanated vibrant life energy, capable of healing its wielder. The elder of the Zhao family presented a pitch-black cloak crafted from the hide of a mysterious creature known as a fog specter, which could release a strange mist to conceal its wearer. Both were among the elite power brokers in the Demon City, yet before the young Lu Qian, they could only force smiles and seek to appease him. There was no alternative. They were outmatched, unable to bend the arm against the thigh. Notification: the host has exerted power to compel the 2 elders of the Saint Realm to bow their heads and offer apologies, receiving a reward, 20,000 villain points. In the blink of an eye, another 20,000 villain points were credited. In that instant, Lu Qian's villain points had surged to over 30,000. Furthermore, he had acquired 2 unique royal artifacts. Well done for recognizing your place. Lu Qian glanced at them, nodding slightly, a disdainful expression of superiority gracing his features. In stark contrast to his previous humiliating experiences in the villain simulator, he now stood invigorated and emboldened. His sudden emergence had disrupted everyone's plans, delivering a decisive blow to Li Yong, the mastermind, while also forcing the hidden elder of the Li family into the open. The so-called assassination plot had been largely dismantled. Only the shadowy Thousand Shadows assassins remained concealed in the darkness. However, with several powerful Saint Realm experts gathered in the vicinity, even the most audacious of assassins would hesitate to reveal themselves. Should an attempt on his life occur, none present would survive. At that moment, the elder of the Li family would likely be the first to seek the demise of the Thousand Shadows assassins. When all darkness is illuminated and laid bare under the spotlight, everything becomes feeble and powerless. This was a blatant conspiracy. He casually signaled with his eyes. Beside him, Liu Zhong instantly understood the situation, swiftly catching the 2 royal artifacts and returning them to his side. Having dealt with the 2 elders, it was now time to address the 2 younger individuals. Lu Qian turned his gaze back to Zhao Kuan and Li Yong, his smile brightening to a dazzling brilliance. However, to the 2 men, that radiant smile appeared as sinister as that of a demon. In an instant, the 2 young heirs of the Emo City aristocracy were so frightened that they cried out in distress, resembling helpless children calling for their grandfather. "Grandfather, save me. I swear I didn't even touch her, it nearly cost me my life. Grandfather. It was this scoundrel Li Yong who incited me. I am utterly wronged." Observing the terrified expression on his grandson's face, the 2 elders could not help but twitch their lips. Who could have anticipated that such a trivial matter would threaten the lives of the heirs from 2 prominent families in Emo City? That young girl in the arms of the Lu family scion was truly a perilous beauty. Cough, cough, young Master Lu. The Li family and the Lu family are related by marriage, and I share a bond with your father. Might you show leniency? I am certain this is all a misunderstanding. The Li family is willing to offer compensation for Miss Lu. The elder of the Li family was the first to speak, attempting to plead for leniency. Not to mention that Li Yong was a lineage he valued, his intellect and cunning were also regarded as exceptional within the Li family, promising a bright future for their clan. Naturally, he could not afford to sacrifice him easily. Indeed, young Master Lu, I believe tonight's incident may have been a misunderstanding. The Zhao family is also willing to provide compensation, the elder of the Zhao family chimed in, seeking to intercede. However, unlike the elder of the Li family, who spoke with calculated intent, he revealed more genuine concern for Zhao Kuan, clearly demonstrating his affection for his grandson. Misunderstanding. Where does such a misunderstanding arise? You two must not be hoping for me to retract my earlier statements, Lu Qian sneered, directly interrupting their pleas, causing the expressions of the two elders to darken. Yet, in the next moment, his tone shifted abruptly. However, since the elder of the Li family has mentioned my father, I shall grant you a favor tonight. We shall only eliminate one perpetrator. With that, Lu Qian turned his gaze upon Zhao Kuan and Li Yong. So, which of you is the true culprit? Uncle Qian. It's Zhao Kuan, I am your own nephew. Young Master Lu, it was that scoundrel Li Yong who orchestrated everything from the shadows. As the two pointed fingers at one another, their faces paled, each adamantly refusing to take the blame. With both sides steadfast in their accusations, the atmosphere in the room grew tense once more. At that moment, Lu Qian's voice suddenly resonated with a chilling calmness, since neither of you will admit to your wrongdoing. I have a splendid idea. Why not conduct a soul search? Soul search. The seemingly nonchalant suggestion caused the faces of everyone present to shift dramatically. What kind of dark sorcery was this, so casually invoking a soul search? At this moment, the one most profoundly affected was none other than Li Yong. His body trembled violently as he suddenly became acutely aware of the terror of death. In his memory, there were far too many unspeakable abominations. I perceive that this evening's events are all orchestrated by you. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy abruptly surged forth, sweeping everything in its path. Liu Zhong furrowed his brow, intent on intervening, only to see Lu Qian, with his back turned to him, subtly shake his head. Bang! Li Yong was instantly engulfed by the energy wave, transforming into a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. The one who unleashed this devastation was none other than the ancestral figure of the Li family. Chapter 37. Oh! Heavens! As the terrifying wave of energy threatened to engulf him, Li Yang's expression was one of astonishment, filled with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that he had been reduced to a mere pawn. He beheld the imposing figure of the Li family ancestor, whose face bore a chilling intent to kill, alongside Lu Qian, whose lips curled into a mocking smile, fixated upon him. In that final moment, a flicker of realization seemed to dawn upon his eyes as he understood everything. It turned out you had known all along. Puff! Zhao Kuan felt an overwhelming surge of terrifying energy erupt, followed by a scalding liquid splattering onto him, drenched in blood. His mouth agape, his face twisted in horror. His body trembled uncontrollably, his mind a blank, seemingly paralyzed by the gruesome spectacle before him. Just moments ago, a living person beside him had been obliterated, transformed into a cloud of blood mist that splattered across his entire being. This was almost a psychological shadow. Oh! 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 They are dead. All dead. Zhao Kuan, in a state of panic, screamed wildly. Yet, he was not the only one struck by the shock of this sudden turn of events. Among those present, save for Lu Qian, everyone wore expressions of astonishment. Who could have anticipated that the Li family ancestor, moments ago defending Li Yong, would suddenly erupt with fury and kill his own beloved grandson? Without a trace of hesitation, without a hint of mercy. From the beginning to the end. Not even a chance for Li Yong to utter a single word was afforded. In this moment, perhaps only Lu Qian comprehended the true motives at play. The old man was indeed ruthless, sparing not even his own grandson. Lu Qian chuckled coldly within, tinged with a hint of mockery. The ancestor of the Li family, driven to madness, was a consequence of his provocations. The moment he proposed to search Zhao Kuan and Li Yang's souls to prove their innocence, Li Yang's death sentence had already been sealed. This was due to the multitude of secrets embedded within Li Yang's memories, too many to be exposed to light. The assassination plot against Lu Qian, the truth behind the Li family's betrayal, the information regarding the puppet masters behind it all. Any leakage of such matters would doom the entire Li family to an unmarked grave. Not only would the Lu family not spare them, but even the puppet masters would not show mercy. For the sake of his own survival and that of his clan. The Li family ancestor could not allow Li Yong to continue living, nor could he permit him to say another word. Even if the other party was his most favored grandson, it was of no consequence. And this outcome was precisely what Lu Qian wished to witness. On one hand, the first and second simulations from the villain's life simulator he had previously utilized were likely sabotaged by this venomous snake, Li Yong. Perhaps this young man's cultivation was not formidable, but he was adept in the arts of deceit, making him an unpredictable adversary. Eliminating him beforehand was undoubtedly for the best. Now, it could be considered a form of retribution, the release of pent-up frustration. Regrettably, within Li Yang's memories, there must reside some information of value to me, however, I cannot access it, lest it attract the attention of the forces behind the scenes, thereby exposing me and inviting peril. Presently, this situation is rather fortuitous, for it has unraveled the assassination plot while preserving my anonymity. It seems the masterminds behind the plot will need to reorganize their strategy if they wish to eliminate me. Thus, I find that my time has, in fact, been prolonged. Inwardly, Lu Qian mused, "Oldly, have you lost your senses? How could you so brazenly slay your own grandson?" Suddenly, the usually reticent deputy director of the Magic City Police Bureau, Chi Wei, shouted with fierce indignation. Or perhaps you were already aware that tonight's events were solely orchestrated by Li Yong, the elder of the Zhao family, having regained his composure, instinctively shielded Zhao Kuan and addressed Lu Qian. "Young Master Lu, the traitor has revealed himself, it is a member of the Li family. My grandson has merely been deceived." At this moment, the elder of the Zhao family surmised that the elder of the Li family wished to prevent Li Yong from undergoing soul-searching, fearing it might involve certain matters, perhaps some family secrets or esoteric knowledge. Yet, he was unwilling to concern himself with such thoughts. He simply wished to shift all blame away from himself. The elder of the Li family, suddenly besieged by scrutiny, realized that his earlier reaction had been overly dramatic. However, given the gravity of the situation, he deemed it worthwhile to cover up any implications. "Young Master Lu," the elder of the Li family began, eager to provide an explanation to mitigate the situation, but was mercilessly interrupted by Lu Qian. "Who granted you the audacity to act against me?" Lu Qian demanded coldly. "Lu Zhong. Teach him a lesson." The elder of the Li family felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere, and in an instant, Lu Zhong's figure appeared before him, silent as a shadow. With a resounding clap, Lu Zhong delivered a powerful strike to the elder's chest, sending him hurtling against the wall, blood spewing from his mouth. Grievously wounded, the suppression stemming from their respective realms ensured that the elder of the Li family stood no chance against Lu Zhong. After incapacitating the elder, Lu Zhong returned to his position behind Lu Qian. "Should there be a next time, I shall take your life, old dog," Lu Qian declared, his gaze calm as he disregarded the astonished stares surrounding him. The elder of the Li family was not yet fated to die, the uproar had grown too considerable, risking the attention of the forces lurking in the shadows. Inflicting severe injury upon him would effectively buy time for my next simulated self. "Thank you, young Master Lu, for sparing my life." The elder of the Li family gasped, though he was seething with indignation, yet he was compelled to utter his gratitude. What kind of absurdity is this? The host has skillfully orchestrated events, compelling the elder of the Li family to slay his own grandson, Li Yong, thereby completely dismantling the initial assassination plot against you. All have been manipulated at your whim, resulting in a special reward, villain points 30,000. Next simulation's temporary talent level 1. The next simulation's temporary talent level has increased by 1. To my surprise, there are unexpected gains. Lu Qian raised an eyebrow, feeling a tinge of delight within. If next time I could extract a talent akin to your unseen red gift, would it not allow me to ascend directly to a purple talent? At that moment, I wonder how much the effects would be amplified. Indeed, it seems that altering the timeline's future is the only path to obtaining substantial rewards. Now that I have gathered sufficient understanding of the matter, the true villain is none other than Li Yong. This matter ends here. With a decisive wave of his hand, Lu Qian embraced Lu Ruiyue and made his final resolution. I have pressing matters to attend to, you may take your leave. Young Master Lu is indeed wise. The elder of the Zhao family clasped his hands in respect. Heavens above! Zhao Kuan, overwhelmed with excitement, suddenly knelt on the ground, exclaiming in fervor. The elder of the Zhao family darkened in countenance and swiftly rendered him unconscious with a single strike, taking him away. Young Master Lu, if that is the case, I shall take my leave. The elder of the Li family also mustered the strength to bid farewell. Only Qi Wei remained among those present. His subordinate chose not to disturb young Master Lu any further. Observing the situation nearing its conclusion, Qi Wei, recognizing the moment, prepared to take his leave while watching Lu Qian embrace a tipsy beauty. Wait, Director Qi. Lu Qian suddenly called out to stop him. Director Qi, you have certainly had a tiring evening. Lu Zhong, present a reward. With a flourish, the healing artifact, the jade rui bestowed by the elder of the Li family, was levitated by spiritual energy and presented to Qi Wei. This item, crafted by the elder of the Li family, may harbor hidden issues. Naturally, Lu Qian had no intention of keeping it and generously offered it to Qi Wei as a gift. Chapter 38, The Fated Protagonist. Step back. Young Master Lu, is this too much? Qi Wei gazed at the jade rui before him, his pupils contracting, his voice trembling with trepidation. This was a 6th-tier royal artifact. Even he, as the deputy chief of the Magic City Security Bureau, regarded such an item as exceedingly precious. In this empire, dominated by the royal family and noble clans of the Great Xiao, artifact craftsmen had almost all been courted by various factions and treated as esteemed guests. Under such stringent conditions of exclusivity, the magical tools wielded by practitioners were undeniably rare. Though he had risen to the position of deputy chief from humble beginnings, he had only managed to amass a single 6th-tier royal artifact. Yet here was Lu Qian, presenting him with such a treasure. It was nearly equivalent to decades of his own efforts. At this moment, he desired to accept it. But he feared that doing so might sever his ties with the esteemed individual before him. Director Qi, take it. It is merely a trifle. I have encountered many such items. In the future, you shall acquire even more. Lu Qian discerned Qi Wei's hesitation and spoke directly to assuage it. Given that Qi Wei was merely a puppet of the forces behind the scenes, the likelihood of a threat was minuscule, almost negligible. As a deputy chief of the Magic City Security Bureau and a formidable practitioner, he possessed a measure of influence. It seemed prudent to utilize this opportunity to his advantage. Having already severed ties with the Li family, he required a local insider to manage and organize certain affairs. Should Qi Wei prove capable, he could very well be elevated to a higher position in the future. Qi Wei, perceiving the invitation and reassurance in Lu Qian's words, felt a surge of joy. Thank you, young Master Lu, for this precious gift. He extended his hand, ready to accept the jade rui. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from a distance, abruptly interrupting the moment. A young figure, clad in tattered garments resembling that of a beggar, approached with a disheveled cloth bag slung over his shoulder, exuding an air of ruggedness and swagger. This individual was none other than the fated protagonist, Yi Chen. Perhaps adhering to the trope of a protagonist's timely entrance, he finally appeared just as the dust began to settle. Oh no, I have lingered too long and nearly jeopardized everything, he thought anxiously. Lu Ruiyue must be growing impatient. Hastening towards them, he cast himself inwardly for the distraction of revelry. An hour prior, while accompanying Lu Ruiyue to a banquet, he had stumbled upon a girl reminiscent of his first love and engaged in flirtation over a few drinks. It was only when he realized that he had left his goddess unattended at the banquet for nearly an hour that he felt a wave of self-reproach wash over him. What if she had drawn the attention of those with ill intentions in his absence? Overwhelmed by regret, he rushed into the Century Hotel, where chaos greeted him. Along with a shocking sight. There lay his ideal goddess, Lu Ruyue, her face flushed with intoxication, nestled in the embrace of a young man. At this moment, Yi Chen's blood pressure surged. Lu Qian, finally making his appearance, as expected of the fated protagonist, though fashionably late. In a drama, the antagonist would have already concluded their business by now. Lu Qian gazed at the hastily arriving Yi Chen with exasperation, silently lamenting that anyone who followed this man would surely endure endless suffering. Presently, Yi Chen, marked by destiny and accompanied by the lingering spirit of a mysterious elder, was not someone easily dispatched. However, since he was here, it would be prudent to take care of matters. After all, retaining some remnants would facilitate the next simulation, allowing for tracking, probing, seizing opportunities, and acquiring the 9 steps to heaven. Enraged, Yi Chen transformed into a fleeting shadow, lunging towards him. Release Ruyue. Blinded by fury, he remained oblivious to the presence of Qi Wei, an extraordinary guardian, and Lu Zhong, who had entered the sacred realm. Humph! As bodyguards. They were utterly invisible at a critical moment, failing to protect their master. Lu Qian scoffed, his gaze dismissive, and coldly remarked, "Get lost." Suddenly, Lu Zhong reached out, unleashing a terrifying wave of spiritual energy that coalesced into a green blade shooting forth. Oh! Enveloped by rage, Yi Chen let out a cry of agony as excruciating pain surged through him. His right arm was severed midair and sent flying. Instantaneously awakened to the gravity of the situation, he realized the peril he faced. The next moment, Qi Wei appeared out of nowhere, lunging at his forehead. "Bold fool! How dare you lay hands on young Master Lu?" Boom! In a critical instant, Yi Chen was engulfed in an eerie flame, transforming into a spark and mysteriously vanishing before their eyes. "Lu Qian, I shall return." With a swift motion, Qi Wei retrieved the severed arm from the ground, presenting it respectfully to Lu Qian, his expression marked by guilt and trepidation. "Young Master Lu, my incompetence allowed the assassin to escape. Rest assured, I will immediately arrange a manhunt, ensuring the assassin finds no refuge in the entirety of Modu." To have such an incident occur right after establishing a connection with a noble was akin to a slap in the face. A mere bodyguard dared to undermine him. At this moment, Qi Wei harbored thoughts of eliminating Yi Chen. Lu Qian casually glanced at the severed arm proffered to him, accepting it. This item would indeed prove useful for the forthcoming simulation. With a resounding chime, the host exerted his influence, severing the arm of the fated protagonist Yi Chen, compelling him to retreat and inflicting a profound psychological blow upon him. As a result, a reward was bestowed. A portion of Yi Chen's destiny would be conferred for a duration of 7 days. "Young Master Lu, should you wish to rest here, I shall arrange for a squad from the security office to patrol the vicinity, ensuring that any unrelated individuals are removed, thus safeguarding your enjoyment from any disturbances. Proceed with the arrangements." Lu Qian gestured dismissively, embracing the inebriated Lu Ruyue as they made their way towards the hotel room that had been prepared above. Originally intended for Zhao Kuan, it had now fortuitously become his. Chapter 39, The Fourth Simulation. A 10 consecutive draw start. Outside the Century Hotel, Vice Director Qi Wei is currently making arrangements. He has summoned all mid to high-ranking personnel above the Second Realm who are on duty or on leave, assembling them with utmost urgency to the Century Hotel for inspection duties. All guests within the hotel are to be evacuated without exception, ensuring that no security risks arise. Anyone within a 2-mile radius is to be forcibly removed, and any suspicious individuals are to be apprehended, even lethally if necessary. In his pursuit to ascend the ranks of the Lu family, Qi Wei is determined to go to great lengths. In less than 10 minutes, a battalion of black-clad law enforcement agents from the Security Bureau has appeared outside the hotel, tasked with clearing the area of irrelevant bystanders. Even the remaining guests of the Century Hotel are being compelled to leave. As the vice director of the Magic City Security Bureau and a formidable figure of the extraordinary realm, Chiwe stands guard at the hotel entrance with an elite team, disregarding all other matters. Clearly, he intends to prevent any incidents akin to the recent affront by Yichen against the young Master Lu. Currently, the vicinity of the Century Hotel is tightly secured, resembling a fortified bastion. The situation has turned dire with the fall of the elder of the Li family, causing plans to spiral into chaos. Must I take on this impenetrable fortress alone? Such a stronghold could only be breached by a transcendent being. Yet, I am merely a sixth realm extraordinary assassin. From the shadows not far from the Century Hotel, a pair of eyes suddenly opens, casting a gloomy gaze upon the unfolding scene. This unexpected turn of events leaves the lacking assassin, Chen Ying, feeling frustrated and cursing under his breath. Without allies to assist or draw attention away, is he really expected to carry out the assassination alone? He is, after all, only human. A single misstep could be fatal. With a clap, Lu Chen stands at the bay window of the hotel's top floor, surveying the well-guarded scene below, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This meticulous protection, combined with the presence of the guardian Lu Zhong outside, ensures that he is in the safest location in the Magic City. This arrangement surpasses the previous simulations of villainy Lu Chen has experienced. It seems that recruiting Chiwe was indeed a wise decision. An ambitious vice director is far superior to a treacherous and unreliable member of the Li family. At this moment, I have established a foundation for myself in the Magic City. If I can elevate Chiwe to the position of director, the entire intelligence network and armed forces of the Magic City will be at my disposal. Exchanging power for strength without revealing my capabilities is the true essence of wisdom. No wonder so many sought after power in my previous life. Lu Qian reflects deeply, suddenly turning his gaze to the enchanting and intoxicated Lu Ruyue in his arms. Under normal circumstances, when faced with a delicate goddess, one cannot help but harbor certain thoughts. However, upon uncovering the intentions of the enigmatic Lu Ruyue, who is a celestial being left behind by her father, how could Lu Qian possibly sever his own limbs and relinquish his support so easily? Until her ambitions are realized, this mysterious celestial must not allow him to perish, she must protect him. This is undoubtedly a formidable trump card. Even if the hidden forces dispatch celestial assassins to eliminate him, they must first contend with Lu Ruyue. Moreover, what woman could ever rival the allure of a simulator? With a swift motion, he carelessly tossed the inebriated Lu Ruyue onto the carpet beneath him. The Lu family upholds a stringent code of conduct and thus would never exploit another's misfortune. Engaged in self-reflection, Lu Qian strode purposefully towards the grand bed, reclining upon its comfort with an expression of pure indulgence. Lu Ruyue. Very well. So this is how it is to be played. In a corner, hidden from Lu Qian's view, Lu Ruyue clenched her small fist tightly, contemplating the potential for retaliation. Host, Lu Qian, age 18, profession, talismancer, 4th tier, realm, pinnacle of divine power, cultivation techniques, 4th layer of the ancient dragon elephant scripture, celestial level. 5th layer of the Thousand Shadows demon technique, celestial level, authentic talismans, divine techniques, dragon elephant domination body, shadow mimicry, shape-shifting, Songmang overlord fist. Supreme mode, physique, supreme imperial bone. Talent, greased lightning, blue, you cannot see me, red, items, life-replacing blood escape talisman, temporary talent level 1. Partial fate luck, 7 days, each and S severed arm, a 6th tier royal artifact mist ghost cloak. Simulation attempts, 0, villain points, 66. 800, gazing at the refreshed attribute panel, along with over 60,000 villain points, Lu Qian felt a sense of calm confidence in his resources. It was now time to embark on the 4th villain life simulation. The primary objective of this simulation was to acquire the formidable secret technique, 9 Steps to Heaven, which could elevate one's realm multiple tiers. Securing this opportunity would yield tremendous benefits for both the forthcoming simulations and my existence in the real world. Having determined the plan for the 4th villain life simulation, Lu Qian's demeanor grew earnest. Villain simulator, initiate the 4th simulation. Ding. 5,000 villain points have been deducted from the host to acquire one simulation attempt. Ding. Commencing the fourth villain life simulation. Detected that the host possesses ample villain points. Would you like to spend 5,000 villain points for a temporary talent 10 consecutive draws? 10 consecutive talent draws. This had never appeared before. Was it due to insufficient villain points previously? Indeed, it seems that wealth is essential for unlocking potential. Lu Qian, currently affluent, would naturally not refuse. If he could procure a golden legend, it would be a windfall. Indeed. The draw begins. The draw has concluded. Please select one from the 10 temporary talents presented. Innate strength, white. I possess inherent strength. Photographic memory, white. You can remember everything you have seen. Extraordinary healing, yellow. Your body's self-healing ability is enhanced tenfold. Unyielding resilience, gray. Ironclad fortitude, green. Impervious to blades and fire. Beast tamer, yellow. There is a chance that those you have defeated will submit to you. Tall tales, green. Your fanciful tales may be dismissed by spirits. Yet humans will believe them to some extent. Talented talismancer, red. You possess a unique understanding of talismanic abilities, a natural talismancer. Chapter 40, The Purple Gift, the Tao of Talismans. As Lu Qian gazed upon the 10 temporary talents extracted, he promptly disregarded the lesser yellow, white, and grey ones. Only the talents, steel frame and iron bones, green, endless fabrication, green, and talisman's prodigy, red, captured his interest. Among these, the first, steel frame and iron bones, green, while capable of enhancing combat prowess, held the least value in his estimation and was thus the first to be discarded. Soon, his gaze wavered between endless fabrication, green, and talisman's prodigy, red, revealing a hint of indecision. It must be said, the effects of endless fabrication were undeniably enticing. The words spoken could, to a degree, defy even the belief of specters. Yet, they could certainly sway the living. What an extraordinary concept this was. It resembled an unconventional form of brainwashing, capable of beguiling even the most discerning. The specific effects could be likened to a certain failed art student. Who would not be intrigued by such an ability? If utilized within the villain life simulator, one could potentially extract invaluable information from the shadowy forces behind the scenes. However, the current draw presented an even more formidable and suitable option, Talisman's Prodigy, red. This choice was not solely due to his identity as a talisman master, but also because of the rewards he had previously received. Next simulation talent level. If he were to select Talisman's Prodigy, it could evolve into the first, purple talent. This existence was second only to the esteemed, golden talent. Previously, the, you cannot see me, red talent, had bestowed upon him unimaginable effects. How spectacular and elusive would a higher tier, purple talent, be? Yet at that moment, Lu Qian felt a twinge of reluctance. Should he draw again next time? He might not have the opportunity to acquire endless fabrication. Was there a means within the simulator to retain endless fabrication? After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Qian decisively chose to communicate with the villain simulator. The host may pay 5,000 villain points to retain endless fabrication, green, delaying its selection until the next simulation. Faced with the proposal from the villain simulator, Lu Qian hesitated for but an instant before consenting. Although 5,000 villain points was a considerable sum, the uniqueness of this green talent was well worth the investment. After securing endless fabrication, Lu Qian resolutely made his choice for this simulation. For this simulation, I select Talisman's Prodigy, red. The special rewards detected. The level of this temporary talent is beginning to rise. The congratulations, host, on acquiring the temporary purple talent, Tao of Talismans. Tao of Talismans, purple. You are innately a seed of the Tao of Talismans. Any talisman in your hands can manifest miraculous effects, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. The Tao of Talismans. As Lu Qian's eyes gleamed with brilliance, The formidable nature of this talent was immediately apparent from the brief description. However, the specifics of its effects remained unknown, yet he anticipated that enlightenment would soon follow. Simulation initiated. As the most notorious scion of the imperial city, you have unraveled the assassination plot against yourself, momentarily alleviating your precarious situation while simultaneously acquiring a new purple talent talisman seed. Awakening the talisman seed has seemingly opened your meridians, akin to unblocking the run-and-do vessels. You retrieved the genuine talisman manuscript and began to peruse it, discovering that the previously obscure and mystical runes now revealed no secrets to your discerning eyes. As you delved into the manuscript, you became profoundly engrossed in the realm of talismans, mastering the additional fourth-tier talismans documented within and enhancing their potency. During this period, the faint slumbering Lu Rue attempted to entice you, but her efforts were met with your unwavering indifference. Women, after all, pale in comparison to the allure of talismans. A night passed in silence as you became enraptured by the ocean of knowledge, unable to extricate yourself from its depths. The more you explored, the more you appreciated the profound intricacies of the manuscript's author. Upon completing the manuscript, you noted with some regret that it concluded with a fifth-tier talisman, the Fire Dragon Technique. On the final page, you discovered the author's name, Xuanfuzi. Xuanfuzi, a name unfamiliar to you, yet from the manuscript's contents, it was evident that the author possessed an unparalleled mastery of talismanry, far beyond your current capabilities. You hoped for the opportunity to engage in discourse with such a remarkable figure in the future. You commenced your study of the soul-recorded fifth-tier talisman. During this time, Lu Rue's relentless attempts bore no fruit. Unbeknownst to her, your seemingly frivolous demeanor concealed a deeper strategy. Born into a prestigious family, you had practiced a secret technique to preserve your pure young essence since childhood, never revealing it, and maintaining the integrity of your virtue. Suddenly, you felt a surge of heat, as if influenced by an unseen force. The talisman seed was exerting its effects, which you chose to disregard. No wonder. You sensed something amiss during the initial 2 simulations. It became clear that Lu Rue had secretly employed tactics of her own. Lu Qian gazed at the virtue-preserving powder in his hand and the text on the simulator, his understanding crystallizing in an instant. From a young age, the elder of the Lu family had advised him to maintain his composure and preserve his pure young form, promising certain benefits in the future. Thus, he had adhered to this counsel over the years, seemingly absurd as it might appear, never daring to cross the boundaries. Only during the first and second simulations had unexpected events transpired. Concurrently, he had awakened the supreme imperial bone within him. The following day, the unable to fit in Lu Rue could only awaken, yet before she uttered a word, she was dismissed outright. You find yourself preoccupied, lacking the leisure to engage in pretense. You continue to delve into the profound truths of the talismanic scriptures, ultimately mastering the soul fifth-tier talisman, the Fire Dragon Technique. You have taken your initial steps toward becoming a fifth-tier talisman master. Lu Qian was somewhat taken aback, as it seemed he had underestimated the formidable nature of the talisman Dao seed, this purple-hued talent. At this moment, in the simulator, your own talisman master rank had surprisingly elevated your cultivation level. The secondary profession has evidently overshadowed the primary. Elated by your comprehension of the fifth-tier Fire Dragon Technique, you are interrupted by a knock at the door. It is Lu Qian, bearing news of a mysterious realm that has suddenly emerged in the demon capital Sea region. Chapter 41, The Secret Realm Unveiled, Chaos Unleashed. Due to a suspicion that Yi Chen might have emerged from the secret realm during previous simulations, you instructed Lu Zhong to keep a watchful eye on the situation in the demonic city's maritime domain before delving into the study of talismans. After a brief moment of contemplation, you realized that should you approach the secret realm in the demonic city with overt intentions, it would undoubtedly attract attention from various factions, and you might be perceived by the hidden forces as an easy target to ensnare. Thus, you resolved to proceed covertly, opting not to involve Lu Zhong, as the disappearance of a saint-level expert like him would certainly raise too many eyebrows. You called Lu Zhong inside. This time not revealing your cultivation level, merely instructing him to summon Su Meng, a death warrior from the Lu family. Lu Shao. How do you know of Su Meng? Liu Zhong inquired, somewhat taken aback, as he perceived you merely as a spoiled aristocrat, unlikely to be aware of such matters. However, seeing your unwillingness to elaborate, he complied. Before long, Su Meng, who was of a similar age to you, appeared before you with a hint of apprehension. Su Meng, I shall be departing for a few days. Henceforth, I require you to impersonate me, you articulated your intentions. In the face of your request as a Lu family scion, Su Meng, being a death warrior, naturally would not decline, yet, to your surprise, it was Liu Zhong, your protector, who voiced dissent. Liu Shao, I can acquiesce to other matters, but not this, Liu Zhong stated firmly. The family had ordered him not to interfere with Lu Qian's actions, with the singular demand being to ensure Lu Qian's safety. You had not anticipated that the obstacle would arise from the steadfast Liu Zhong. Nevertheless, you were not without recourse. Well aware of how to handle someone of his disposition, you immediately invoked family secrets, claiming the need to meet a mysterious guest. Hinting that this guest was of the same caliber as the patriarch. Coupled with a display of authority, you ultimately managed to convince him. This time, you would act alone, severing all ties to information. Even if Liu Zhong were to encounter misfortune and be subjected to soul-searching, he would remain oblivious to your whereabouts. Eager to reach the secret realm, you exchanged garments with Su Meng, assuming each other's identities, and stealthily departed from the Century Hotel. You transformed into a fleeting shadow, hastening towards the port of the demonic city, where, with caution, you utilized the shadow mimicry to take on the guise of a pallid youth, preparing to adopt the false identity of Honli. Before long, you arrived at the port, where a shattered secret realm loomed in the sky above the maritime expanse. Clearly, this was your intended destination. At this moment, a considerable gathering had formed near the port, consisting of students from the demonic city, various factions, and personnel from the security bureau. You remained concealed, withdrawing from your storage pouch the severed arm of Yi Chen, employing the soul nail technique as a conduit to trace his whereabouts. Previously, in the tangible world, your reason for severing Yi Chen's hand was precisely for this moment. Snap! As the sanguine light briefly manifested, it dissipated, and the severed arm fell to the ground. The soul nail technique had failed. This signified that Yi Chen was no longer in the demon city, nor in this realm. Indeed, Yi Chen had entered the secret realm. And your expression revealed that this was within your expectations. On the ocean's surface, the emergence of the secret realm disturbed the enigmatic alien beings lurking beneath, who began to obstruct any passage. Among them were entities of formidable prowess, possessing powers akin to those of the divine and mountain realms. Those who sought to invade the secret realm to plunder and pillage found themselves either hindered midway or ensnared by suddenly emerging tentacles from the ocean depths, dragged into the abyss. These enigmatic alien beings were far more terrifying than the combined might of all human empires. They seemed impossible to vanquish, perpetually capable of reemerging, equipped with a myriad of bizarre abilities, making them formidable adversaries to humanity. Although the Great Xia Empire is one of the most powerful human empires in this world, it cannot guarantee the complete eradication of these ghastly entities from its territory. Observing this, Lu Qian's countenance grew somber. At this moment, within the simulator, innumerable strange alien beings appeared in the waters of the demon city. Dark clouds loomed overhead, thunder rumbled, with ghostly fish sporting lantern-like heads, faceless sea monsters with enormous horns, and tentacles rising to stir the waves. This scene could only be described as a chaotic dance of demons. It was his first encounter with such terrifying creatures. It is said that these alien beings have a penchant for the flesh and blood of human cultivators. Previously, nestled in an environment of absolute safety, he had been shielded from such entities. However, during the second villain simulation, after being transported by the life-substituting blood escape talisman, he had indeed met his demise at the hands of a colossal octopus from the ocean's depths. This did not seem to be a pleasant memory. Suddenly, A movement caught his attention. Lu Ruyue, draped on a golden silk handwoven blanket, stared. In a drunken stupor, she flipped over, kicking off her silk quilt, revealing her long, fair legs that shimmered enticingly under the light, exuding infinite allure. This scene resembled a girlfriend attempting to tempt her boyfriend, who was engrossed in the gaming world. With soft footsteps, Lu Qian slowly approached. Perhaps sensing his gaze and movements, Lu Ruyue's lips curled into a faint smile, seemingly intoxicated. Playfully, she thought. Let us see if you can resist this. With a sudden flourish, the silk quilt was pulled back over her, a pillow tucked beneath her neck. And a gentle tap to her head followed. Mind your sleeping posture, kicking off your blanket might give you a chill, Lu Qian remarked, disregarding her rigid demeanor. Turning back to lie down on the bed and resume his simulation game. In this realm, those strange alien beings effortlessly obstructed anyone attempting to approach the secret realm. Some of the lesser beings were dragged into the depths of the sea, consumed whole, as the surface of the water turned crimson with blood. Only a handful of fortunate souls managed to break through the encirclement and enter the secret realm. Faced with the terrifying casualty rate, the avaricious cultivators began to feel trepidation. Halting their advance, too fearful to proceed. How infuriating it is that there are so many strange alien beings that seem endless. The presence of such a multitude of bizarre creatures indicates that the secret realm is indeed extraordinary. Opportunities lie ahead, yet one cannot act, it is maddening. Amidst the sounds of discontent, Yu retracted Yi Chen's severed arm, emerging from the shadows like a fleeting spectre, swiftly approaching the surface of the sea. Which instantly elicited a gasp of astonishment. Chapter 42, The Fire Dragon's Might, Re-entering the Secret Realm. Yet another unfortunate soul, oblivious to the dangers, dares to attempt the impossible. Clad in tattered garments, it is evident that this individual hails not from a prestigious lineage. Judging by their age, they appear to be in their early 20s, likely struggling to comprehend even the third realm, at best a practitioner of the fourth realm. Amidst the throngs of peculiar and formidable beings, even a fifth realm powerhouse would find themselves challenged. Only those of the extraordinary realm possess the assurance to face such odds. What audacity drives this youth? As you make your sudden appearance, the crowd gathered at the harbor gasps in astonishment, though their sentiments are far from optimistic regarding your prospects. Ignoring their disparaging remarks, you surge forth like a sharp sword, bursting from the pot. With your right hand, you coalesce spiritual energy, inscribing a talisman in the air. In an instant, a fourth-order wind-driving talisman materializes. Wind, arise. Boom. A tempest howls, enveloping you in its embrace, propelling you skyward towards the secret realm. Ever since you acquired the purple talent of Talisman Dao Seed, your comprehension of talismans has seemingly reached an extraordinary pinnacle. Every talisman under your command materializes without the need for external aid. A fourth-order wind-driving talisman, an accomplished talisman master. When did such a youthful fourth-order talisman master emerge in the Magic City? The act of condensing a talisman with a mere thought. This is a feat that even seasoned talisman masters might struggle to achieve. How is this possible? The crowd, once rife with scorn, now stands in stunned disbelief. Their expressions are testament to the shock you have inflicted upon them. Talisman masters are renowned for their versatility, possessing the healing capabilities of an alchemist, the formation prowess of an array master, and the enhancement skills of a toolsmith, yet mastering these arts is notoriously difficult. In the entirety of the Great Xia, talisman masters are exceedingly rare, and a youth of your caliber, already a fourth-order master, would likely be widely known. Yet, none in attendance recognize your true identity. Disregarding the ghasts behind you, you deftly wield the power of the wind-driving talisman, ascending rapidly to evade attacks and draw nearer to the secret realm. In an effort to conceal your identity and forge a new persona, you resolve to rely solely on the methods of a talisman master. Boom! Suddenly, colossal tentacles erupt from the depths of the sea, sweeping towards you and sealing off all avenues of escape. An overwhelming and sinister aura surges forth from the ocean's abyss, causing the surrounding peculiar beings to tremble in fear. It is the pinnacle of the mountain and river realm, the Krulu Sea Demon. Someone on the harbor recognizes the origin of these tentacles. The Krulu sea demon, a massive creature resembling a gigantic octopus, possesses a formidable vitality and delights in devouring the brains of cultivators. It is abundantly clear that this Krulu sea demon has set its sights upon you. Yet, at this moment, fear eludes you. Instead, upon sensing its aura, a realization dawns, so it is you. The individual before you is none other than the deep sea monster that devoured you during the second simulation of the antagonist. You still vividly recall their aura. It is undeniable that you harbor a grudge. The young talisman master is doomed. What a pity, such a promising talisman genius is destined to fall today. The disparity of an entire realm is not something that can be easily bridged. At the harbor of the demon city, some sigh, others remain silent. And a few revel in schadenfreude, clearly not believing you can escape this calamity. With an impassive expression, you suddenly suspend in midair. Your palms coalescing into a myriad of afterimages, as if sketching something, while the spiritual energy within you churns violently. Boom! You abruptly unleash a palm strike. Roar! A colossal dragon's roar unexpectedly reverberates throughout the entire Demon City Sea region, imbued with boundless pressure. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, a gargantuan fire dragon, engulfed in flames and exuding terrifying heat, materializes beneath your feet, emitting a thunderous roar. This is indeed the sole fifth-tier talisman you obtained from the sacred tome of talismans, the Fire Dragon Talisman. Go! The fearsome fire dragon instantaneously incinerates the writhing sea demon tentacles, and under your command, it charges towards the ocean's surface, disregarding elemental weaknesses. Boom! The sea surface suddenly erupts into a sea of flames, incinerating the bizarre alien creatures in an instant, while the concealed Krulu sea demon emits a painful wail. Empowered by the talisman path seed, your fire dragon talisman appears even more formidable than a typical fifth-tier talisman. Once the task at hand is completed, you will return to eliminate your foe. You snort coldly, aware that the Krulu sea demon is not so easily vanquished. The pressing matters must take precedence, leading you directly into the secret realm. That fire dragon wields terrifying might. It could likely annihilate an average powerhouse of the mountain river realm in an instant. Is this the true worth of the talisman path seed, this purple talent? Lu Qian is astonished. Although his counterpart in the antagonist simulator is only at the fourth realm of divine powers, their combat prowess surpasses that of even fifth realm mountain river beings. The flame giant dragon could injure even the peak Krulu sea demon, a testament to its destructive potential. He dares to assert that his counterpart could easily dispatch his current self. The talisman path seed, this purple talent, greatly amplifies the power of talismans, allowing for battles beyond one's level without issue. Regrettably, the talisman sacred tome only contains fifth-tier talismans. It seems he must seek higher-level talisman manuals. However, such advanced talismans are typically in the possession of high-ranking talisman masters, known for their eccentric personalities and lofty status, likely unwilling to extend any favor to the Lu family. Very well, he shall do his utmost. You enter the secret realm, finding yourself in a lush valley. The spiritual energy in this secret realm is exceedingly rich. And you are astonished to discover that this location resembles the place where you were slain by the shadowy forces during your last antagonist simulation. It turns out that at that time, Lu Ruyue was the one who led you into the secret realm of the Magic City's waters, all along. You had never truly departed from the boundaries of that enchanted metropolis. It seems that during the last simulation of the antagonist, Lu Ruyue employed a subtle tactic of operating in the shadows, and the forces behind the scenes must have searched for you quite desperately. Given this, it appears that I am indeed fated to be here, you mused. However, the matter at hand is of utmost importance. You retrieved the severed arm of Yi Chen and began to employ the soul nail technique, aiming to discern Yi Chen's location. With a swift motion, this time, unlike in the Magic City where you had failed, the severed arm floated in midair and a blood arrow started to coalesce, pointing towards the north. The soul nail technique proved effective. Indeed, he is truly within this realm. Chapter 43, Interrupting the Fated Hero's Opportunity, Grasping the 9 Steps to Ascend. Upon confirming Yi Chen's location, you cast aside all reservations and instantaneously unleashed the ethereal speed of the Thousand Shadows demon technique, augmented by the wind and spirit movement talismans. At this moment, in a reckless expenditure of spiritual energy, your velocity transcended the boundaries of the mountain and river realm, reaching the threshold of the transcendent realm. You traversed the winds, transforming into a fleeting shadow, charging through the air with remarkable haste, producing sonic booms that captured the attention of numerous creatures within the secret realm. A chilling roar erupted as a bizarre giant python, exuding a terrifying aura, suddenly lunged from the forest, aiming to strike at you. Fourth stage, Fire Thunder Talisman. With an impassive countenance, Pamir Thought summoned a talisman that erupted with flames and thunder, obliterating the monstrous serpent into a crimson mist, staining the heavens with its blood. Was that the prowess of a talisman master? To annihilate a creature of the mountain and river realm in a single blow, such fearsome might. Such astonishing speed, could it be that a senior from the transcendent realm graced this place? Where in the entirety of Magic City could one find such a youthful talisman master? Why does this escape my memory? Your divine might is commendable. I am Wu Jiahao of the Wu family in Magic City. Might we join forces in search of opportunities? Your overwhelming display of strength stirred considerable commotion throughout the secret realm, leaving many who had also entered in a state of astonishment. Among them, several harbored intentions of forming alliances to seek fortunes with you, yet you paid them no heed, inciting a few to voice their indignation. Damn! What arrogance! Soon, the scenery ahead began to shift, and guided by the soul nail technique, you arrived at a shattered wasteland. This place felt unnervingly strange, it bore some form of restriction, inhibiting aerial travel and seemingly draining spiritual energy and cultivation continuously. The spiritual energy within you began to be forcefully siphoned away. As you set foot upon the ruins, an unsettling sensation washed over you, the wave of trepidation surged, causing your wind talisman to malfunction, plummeting from the sky. As even the spiritual energy within you began to dissipate rapidly. Your cultivation, which should have been at the pinnacle of the divine ability realm, began to waver, descending into instability. Your expression turned to one of astonishment. Could such a terrifying forbidden ground truly exist in this world? Any practitioner of lesser cultivation would likely find themselves swiftly relegated to the status of a mere mortal. This domain undoubtedly represented a nightmare for cultivators. Realizing the perilous nature of this place, the flicker of fear arose within you, yet, with Yi Chen's lead here, you had no intention of retreating. At that moment, a supremely powerful will surged from your spine, causing the rapid depletion of your spiritual energy and cultivation to halt. The Supreme Emperor's bone seemingly provided resistance against the strange restrictions of this place. You were taken aback, but soon found solace, quickening your pace deeper into the ruins. As you ventured forth, the familiar voice of Yi Chen echoed in your ears. Master, is this the astonishing opportunity you spoke of? A shattered statue. Wait. This statue seems to be grasping a parchment, upon which there appear to be inscriptions, step upon the heavens, 9 times. Eureka! Lu Qian's spirit surged with excitement. This time, the simulated antagonist had finally caught up. Indeed, within the mystical realm of the Magic City, the monumental opportunity of the 9 steps to heaven was concealed. From the dialogue, it became evident that Yi Chen's entry into the secret realm and his arrival at this desolate place were due to the influence of his enigmatic master. That mysterious mentor of his must be quite extraordinary. Truly, the protagonist of the archetypal wise, well-connected elder type is a troublesome affair. Boom! Upon hearing these words, your mind erupted in a cacophony, and when you raised your gaze, you beheld a shattered statue at the valley's bottom, cradling a parchment. Before the statue stood a one-armed youth, who removed the parchment and, with astonishment, gazed at the text, muttering to himself. That individual was none other than the long-lost fated protagonist, Yi Chen. And what he held in his grasp was precisely the 9 steps to heaven that had occupied your thoughts. At this moment, Yi Chen's expression became dazed. His eyes fixated on the 9 steps to heaven in his hand, exuding an aura of profundity, as if he were engulfed in a moment of enlightenment. You suddenly realized that Yichen was comprehending the 9 steps to heaven. Had you perhaps arrived a moment too late? No, it was an opportune moment. Without a shred of moral restraint, a sinister smile crept upon your lips as you instantly entered your supreme mode to launch a sneak attack. Raw. Raw. Drawing upon your own essence, you conjured 2 fifth-tier fire dragon symbols, summoning 2 colossal, terrifying fire dragons to assault Yichen, who was lost in his state of enlightenment. When it came to opportunities on the path, how could you allow yourself to miss out? You would not be like those mindless antagonists, passively watching the fated protagonist thrive. You had to interrupt him midway. You dare, young one. A raspy voice, laced with fury, suddenly emanated from Yichen. Swish. A grey-white flame of spiritual essence erupted around him, coalescing into a protective shield that withstood the oncoming rampaging fire dragons. Yet, in the next moment, that fiery shield was torn asunder by the flames of the dragons, abruptly shattering Yichen's enlightenment, causing him to recoil, blood spewing forth as he was flung backward. The parchment he clutched also soared from his grasp. No. Yichen let out a roar of indignation, yearning to seize the parchment. But he was a moment too late. Like a whispering breeze, you materialized, delivering a kick that struck Yichen squarely in the face, sending him flying and allowing you to snatch the parchment into your possession. It is mine. A look of exhilaration adorned your countenance. In that instant, what was destined solely for the fated protagonist, Yichen, was forcibly seized by you midway. Yet, this was not the time to pop the champagne. There remained the pressing matter of addressing the unstable elements. Seize my opportunities and plunder my treasures, I shall confront you fiercely. Step. Sky. 9 steps. Just as you contemplate pursuing him, Yichen appears to be consumed by madness, stepping forward multiple times before your very eyes, his cultivation level surging in an instant. 4th realm divine power. 5th realm mountains and rivers. What? Witnessing this scene, your complexion shifts dramatically, fear gripping you. How could Yichen have grasped the sky-treading 9 steps so swiftly? This is troublesome. You are well aware of the terror and unreasonable nature of the sky-treading 9 steps. Chapter 44, The 9 Steps to Heaven. The burrowing of heaven and earth. You hastily ceased your pursuit, seeking to retreat and evade the confrontation, unwilling to engage in a direct clash with Yichen. The fleeting burst of energy brought forth by the 9 steps to heaven was not something you could withstand at this moment. However, the next instant left you astonished. The formidable Yichen, whose aura should have been overwhelming, suddenly experienced a drastic decline in his presence. His figure flickered, enveloped in pale grey flames, as he fled into the distance. Having seized my opportunity, I have memorized your aura, I shall repay you in the future. Yichen's voice echoed from afar, laden with malice. Upon witnessing this scene, it dawned on you that you had been deceived. Clearly, Yichen had not truly mastered the 9 steps to heaven, but rather had forcefully employed it to mislead you. Having witnessed the terrifying might of the 9 steps to heaven in previous simulations, you were genuinely intimidated, granting Yichen the perfect chance to escape. Well played, Yichen, I underestimated you, you murmured, your expression grave. Indeed, one must never underestimate anyone. Although you recognized the deception, you chose not to pursue him, your objective had already been accomplished. Moreover, as the destined protagonist, who could predict whether Yichen might experience a moment of enlightenment and truly grasp the 9 steps to heaven in a life-or-death situation? Now, with the parchment detailing the 9 steps to heaven firmly in your possession, there was no need to continue risking your safety. Even if you wished to pursue him further, it would be prudent to first comprehend the 9 steps to heaven yourself. After weighing the pros and cons, you resolved not to chase after him. Instead, you retrieved Yichen's severed arm and, employing the soul nail technique, confirmed his departure before, with an expression of anticipation, slowly unfurling the parchment in your hands. With a flash, a beam of white light pierced your mind. The parchment began to shimmer and wane, as if struggling to maintain its form, before ultimately dissipating. In the next moment, you found yourself enveloped in a peculiar ethereal space where countless ancient celestial scripts swirled before you. The secrets unique to the 9 steps to heaven began to unveil themselves. 9 steps to heaven, fragment a celestial secret, a single step to ascend. Stepping 9 times to transcend mortality and become immortal. It requires the burning of one's lifespan to seize the essence of heaven and earth, exchanging it for the ladder to ascend. Note, this is a forbidden technique. Once employed, it will result in backlash, bringing misfortune. The longer it is used, the more it hinders one's cultivation, as the absorbed spiritual energy returns to the cosmos. If the balance is not restored, death is inevitable. Is this truly the 9 steps to heaven? Liu Qian's expression transformed into one of bewilderment as he stared blankly at the description of the 9 steps to heaven within the Villain Simulator. A celestial secret. A single step to ascend, stepping 9 times to transcend mortality and become immortal. What an overwhelming effect. Theoretically, a mortal who acquires the 9 steps to heaven can break through 9 realms with 9 consecutive steps, instantaneously advancing to become a terrestrial true immortal. Yet, the limitations are exceedingly daunting. Firstly, to wield such terrifying power, one must sacrifice their own lifespan to seize the essence of heaven and earth, thereby gaining the ladder to ascend. The first step taken is a harrowing number, followed by a doubling of intensity. Ordinary mortals, it seems, would perish before they could even take 2 steps. Only those with a long lifespan, the cultivators, might possess the fortitude to endure. Yet, the dire consequence of this endeavor is that once engaged, it invites a backlash, ensnaring one in misfortune. Moreover, the longer one utilizes it, the more their cultivation will stagnate. Trapped at a singular realm, with all the cultivated spiritual energy reverting to the cosmos until the previously borrowed energy is repaid. Is this truly the path to heaven's 9 steps, rather than a celestial loan? One risks their life to borrow spiritual prowess from the heavens, only to find that it must be returned. Failure to repay could lead to demise. Liu Qian's lips twitched, his expression akin to seeing a ghost. This was not how he envisioned it. The price appeared exorbitant. It is crucial to understand that the greatest benefit of his Villain Simulator lies not only in foreseeing the future and recognizing opportunities but also in rapidly enhancing his strength. However, if he were to employ the path to heaven's 9 steps, he would be ensnared at the same realm until he repaid the borrowed spiritual energy. Was this not a deadlock? Should he overindulge, he might never progress further in this lifetime. Indeed, the cumulative debt of borrowed energy could gradually overwhelm him, potentially leading to his demise at the hands of the cosmos. Evidently, destiny's gifts come with preordained costs. Those sudden surges of power are not granted without consequence. Nevertheless, there are benefits. At least, in critical moments, such explosive power could save one's life. However, it should not be invoked lightly, except in the gravest of crises. At this moment, Liu Qian comprehended why Yi Chen's previous simulations often concluded abruptly after a brief surge of power. Upon grasping the mechanics of the path to heaven's 9 steps, you fell into a brief silence, recognizing it as an extraordinarily life-draining secret art. Currently, you have ascended from the 4th realm of divine powers to the 5th realm of mountains and rivers with a single step, requiring the sacrifice of 1 second of your lifespan for each year gained. Should the 6th realm of transcendence demand 10 years for each second, and the 7th realm 100 years for each second, the lifespan of a divine powers realm cultivator is 300 years. Which implies that if you were to take 3 steps into the saint realm, you could sustain yourself for a mere 3 seconds before succumbing to old age. What a formidable path to heaven's 9 steps. It seems that before one can take the 9th step, they would be elevated to the heavens. Is this truly meant for training? You are infuriated and wish to curse, yet you forcibly restrain yourself, for strength is what you desperately need at this moment. The existence of the path to heaven's 9 steps undoubtedly grants you the ability to acquire immense power at an unparalleled speed, although it is fleeting. Moreover, you find yourself within a simulation. Should you perish, it matters little as long as your true self remains unscathed. You begin to delve into the contents of the Path to Heaven's 9 steps within your mind, only to discover that the information is somewhat fragmented, only detailing up to the 7th step of entering the saint realm. The final 2 steps, leading to the celestial beings and true immortals of the earth, are conspicuously absent. Could it be that the complete version resides within Yi-chan? You suddenly realized that the step of heaven, the 9th, which you had acquired, was incomplete, lacking the final 2 steps, possibly taken by Yi-chan. After all, the first to come into contact with the complete version of the step of heaven was Yi-chan, the destined protagonist, while you were merely an interloper who appeared later to seize it. To obtain the full step of heaven, you must procure the missing pieces from him. For the time being, it would be prudent to first master the initial 7 steps of the technique, lest you find yourself at a disadvantage. After a brief moment of contemplation, you resolved to focus on cultivating the step of heaven, striving to grasp this crucial card in your hand. You set up talismans around you for protection and early warning, then approached the shattered statue, seated yourself, and began your cultivation. Chapter 45: Ascending the 9 Steps to Heaven, Annihilating the Extraordinary. Your current realm is the 4th stage of divine powers. The first 4 steps of the 9 steps to heaven present virtually no obstacles for you, and you accomplished this in less than 2 days. Half a month later, you successfully mastered the 5th step, manifesting a unique symbol of mountains and rivers in your mind. With the willingness to sacrifice your lifespan, you can draw strength from the celestial symbols and ascend to the 5th stage of mountains and rivers. A month and a half later, you achieved the 6th step, forming another extraordinary symbol in your consciousness. By burning your lifespan, you can enter the 6th stage of the extraordinary. 3 months later, you accomplished the 7th step, coalescing a sacred entry symbol in your mind. With the sacrifice of your lifespan, you can ascend to the 7th stage of sacred entry. At this point, you have thoroughly grasped the first 7 steps of the 9 steps to heaven, enabling you to unleash sacred entry cultivation at will, possessing a formidable trump card. Finally, it is in your grasp. You have acquired the 9 steps to heaven, although incomplete, it is a safeguard nonetheless. Seeing such smooth progress, Lu Qian, lying on the bed, could not help but clench his fist, silently exulting in his heart. Having obtained the 9 steps to heaven, you have initially secured the means to triumph over the strong, to fight beyond your realm. At the very least, you will not easily encounter situations where the extraordinary or sacred entry forces corner you into a hopeless predicament. In this moment of excitement, Lu Qian remained oblivious to the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating within the room. However, these emotional energies, upon drawing near, had little effect on Lu Qian, who was already consumed by joy and exhilaration, overshadowing a certain desire. On the carpet, Lu Ruo lay on her side, slightly opening her eyes, peering with a hint of confusion. What is happening now, unless a celestial being intervenes? There is no one in the entire demon city who can threaten me. As for the final step of the 9 steps to heaven, it must be obtained from Yi-chan. With the mastery of the 9 steps to heaven, your spirits are lifted, and you feel a sense of boundless freedom, with even the shadows clouding your heart considerably diminished. Since you have achieved your primary goal of acquiring the 9 steps to heaven, you prepare to depart. However, before leaving, you conduct a thorough search of this desolate land. Among your targets, the crumbling statue cradling a sheepskin scroll stands out as a focal point. Given that this place harbors the 9 steps to heaven, an immortal legacy capable of transcending the mundane, it is likely a divine relic, then there may be other treasures awaiting discovery. During the last encounter with the antagonist, Yi-chan wielded a crimson blade that had once slain Zhao Kuan. At that moment, you sensed its extraordinary nature, believing it to have originated from within a secret realm. You suspect that the Crimson Blade may also reside in this wasteland, yet despite your diligent search, it remains elusive. Ultimately, your skeptical gaze fell upon the incomplete statue before you, suspecting that it might conceal something within. Vast Dominance Dragon Fist. Fire Dragon Talisman. You unleashed a formidable barrage against the fragmented statue, yet it yielded no effect, the statue remained unscathed. Acknowledging the statue's resilience, You realized that it was beyond your current capabilities to shatter, and ultimately chose to abandon the endeavor. Departing from the ruins, you made your way toward the exit of the secret realm, preparing to return to the magical metropolis and survey the current state of affairs. Though the secret realm was abundant with spiritual energy, tenfold that of the outside world, it was nevertheless a natural prison. Should the forces behind the scenes discover it, your fate would be akin to that of a fish in a barrel. During your last encounter with the antagonists, you had survived for half a year within the secret realm, only to be found and struck down in a single blow, unable to escape. You pondered the current state of the outside world, questioning whether Su Meng's disguise as a substitute had been uncovered. Suddenly, as you journeyed onward, an icy chill enveloped you. Boom! A colossal, frigid hand descended from the heavens, reaching for your head. Hihihi! Who would have thought that this expedition into the secret realm would lead me to encounter a talisman master? Just when my Li family is in need of a talisman inheritance. Accompanied by a sinister laugh, an elderly figure clad in a long robe, exuding an air of authority, emerged. His face bore a devious grin, and he radiated an aura of chilling terror, reminiscent of a venomous serpent. This was undeniably a formidable being of the 5th rank in the extraordinary realm. The extraordinary realm is divided into 9 tiers, wherein one can condense martial or mystical intent. Under the influence of this intent, the efficacy of martial arts or mystical practices is significantly enhanced. Li family. Recognizing the identity of your opponent, you were struck by the realization that it was the elder of the Li family, the younger brother of the family patriarch, and a cold glint flickered in your eyes. With the appearance of a mysterious secret realm in the waters of the magical metropolis, it was inevitable that the 4 great families, who were the local powers, would respond by sending individuals to infiltrate. Clearly, your adversary regarded you as prey, intent on seizing the inheritance of the talisman master you possessed. Previously, confronting a formidable opponent of such a high realm, 2 significant realms above you, would have left you defenseless, forced to rely on a blood escape talisman to flee. However, now, you resolve not to retreat, but rather to test the might of the heavenly Step 9. If one desires Han's inheritance, they must do so at the cost of their own life. Your gaze turned frigid. Instead of retreating, you advanced. Activating the extraordinary talisman of mountains and rivers deep within your soul, sacrificing 20 years of your lifespan to take 2 steps forward. In an instant, your aura surged dramatically. Divine Power Realm. Mountains and Rivers Realm. Extraordinary Realm. In an instant, you have transformed into an extraordinary being, embodying the essence of flames, your thoughts manifesting into symbols. Conjuring 5 enhanced versions of the Fire Dragon Talisman. With a single, decisive strike, you unleash the chilling 5 Dragons Fire Talisman Array. Roar. 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 5 formidable fire dragons, each towering several dozen feet, materialize from the ether, emitting a chilling wail, exuding an overwhelming draconic majesty, brimming with spiritual energy, resembling true dragons. They tear through the icy grasp of the shadowy hand, charging towards the eldest elder of the Li family with lethal intent. Empowered by the essence of your realm, these fire dragons are magnitudes stronger than before, 10-fold, perhaps even 100-fold. This is impossible. How could you know? In a heartbeat, the eldest elder of the Li family is engulfed by the 5 terrifying fire dragons, consumed entirely, reduced to ashes, obliterated on the spot. Chapter 46, Departure from the Secret Realm, Calamity in the Demon City. With a thunderous roar, the eldest elder of the Li family was instantly reduced to ashes, consumed by 5 fire dragons. Little did he know, until his last breath, that he would encounter a monstrous being endowed with extraordinary abilities. In the midst of his obliteration, a fire dragon clutched the elder's storage pouch and delivered it into your hands. This maneuver, a mere second, cost 2 decades of your lifespan. Can you withstand such a toll? Holding the storage pouch, you gazed upon the dismembered remains of the elder, your expression calm and unperturbed, yet an exhilarating thrill surged within you, impossible to suppress. At that moment, you comprehended the essence of possessing extraordinary capabilities. No wonder, during previous simulations, the destined protagonist, Ichun, acted recklessly, engaging in combat at the slightest provocation. That sensation was undeniably exhilarating. However, the sole drawback was the steep price to be paid. You felt your aura plummet from the realm of the extraordinary, reverting back to the realm of divine abilities, as an inexplicable wave of weakness enveloped you. In that instant, you sensed a significant loss of vitality within, leaving you somewhat disoriented. The battle had transpired in the blink of an eye, seemingly fleeting, yet it had consumed 20 years of your lifespan. The spiritual energy borrowed from the cosmos would require a continuous month of cultivation to repay. You had come to a profound realization: you were exchanging your life force for power. Nevertheless, to trade 20 years of lifespan and a month of celestial debt for the life of an extraordinary being was, in some regard, a worthy exchange. Let me see what treasures lie within the possession of an extraordinary being. As you opened the storage pouch, a dazzling array of treasures and elixirs greeted your eyes, along with a sixth-tier royal artifact shaped like a crescent moon. Suddenly, your gaze was drawn to a floating black and white Taiji-shaped elixir nestled in the corner. Igniting a spark of excitement within you, it was the Yin-Yang Wujiden. This ancient fifth-tier elixir, long lost to time, harbored the dual energies of Yin and Yang, capable of aiding one in achieving a perfect breakthrough to the fifth realm of mountains and rivers. It seemed that the elder had obtained this elixir from the secret realm, and now it fortuitously fell into your hands. However, given your current state, burdened by celestial debt and unable to enhance your cultivation for a month, consuming it immediately would be futile and wasteful. It would be prudent to wait until after a month to partake in its benefits. Suddenly, the violent rumble echoed, and the exit of the secret realm began to constrict, signaling its imminent closure. This is not good. The secret realm is about to shut. Your expression shifted as you hastily stowed away the storage pouch and fled towards the exit. You had no desire to be trapped within. Hurry. The secret realm is closing. Who knows how long it will take to reopen? Previously, there were accounts of individuals who had become ensnared for centuries, only to emerge as mere skeletons upon the next opening. How infuriating, just a step away, merely a step away from obtaining that coveted artifact. At this moment, many share your sentiments. The others within the secret realm are also hastening towards the exit. Yet, there remain some, driven by greed, unwilling to depart easily, still striving to seize the opportunity. With a thunderous roar, in the final moments before the secret realm sealed itself, you successfully escaped, emerging upon the vast seas of the Demon City. Once the entrance to that realm closed, it vanished without a trace. You decided to return to the Century Hotel to discover what transpired over the past 3 months. As you approached your destination in the guise of Honli, you were instantly struck dumb. The once majestic Century Hotel lay in ruins, as if it had suffered a catastrophic blow. A sense of foreboding washed over you. Something dire has occurred. In that instant, you felt an imminent danger inching closer, as if the forces behind the scenes had struck again. Remarkably, they had managed to unleash their wrath even under the heavy protection of Lu Zhong and the Security Bureau, obliterating the entire Century Hotel. Lu Qian's expression turned grave. One could only imagine the ferocity of the battle that must have ensued, likely causing quite the commotion. Furthermore, the aggressors must have believed they possessed considerable confidence in dismantling all defensive forces at that time. Could it be that a formidable being from the celestial realm had intervened? Realizing the gravity of the situation, you refrained from approaching the devastated hotel, instead turning away and walking off as if you were merely a passerby. Outside the Century Hotel, a gathering of onlookers engaged in idle chatter, among whom were several cultivators. You might not have witnessed it, but a week prior, a fierce battle erupted near the Century Hotel, one that was intensely brutal. Numerous cloaked assassins charged towards the hotel, targeting the prominent figures within. That night, a notable young master from the Lu family mysteriously disappeared, presumed to have been captured, while his guardian sustained grave injuries. Even Deputy Director Chi Wei came perilously close to losing his life. Ultimately, It was the tardy arrival of the director and several ancestors from the prominent families of the Demon City that succeeded in driving off the assassins. Listening to the murmurs around you, your heart sank to the depths, as you could already envision the terrifying ferocity of the battle that had transpired. The seemingly impenetrable defenses of the Century Hotel were nearly breached, and even Su Meng, the substitute, had been taken. As for the assertion that the late-arriving director and the patriarchs of the great clans frightened off the assassins, it was likely a mere embellishment. Clearly, the attackers had instilled fear in those present. The young scion of the Lu family had only just settled into the Century Hotel for a mere 2 days when such an incident transpired, leaving many to ponder the potential reactions of the illustrious Lu family from the imperial capital. Wait. An incident occurring just 2 days after checking in. And yet this dates back to a week ago. The timeline seems amiss. Your expression shifted slightly as you retrieved your phone to check the date. September 21st, 2026. This date indicated that only 9 days had elapsed since you entered the mysterious realm, whereas you had distinctly spent 3 months within it. Could it be that the flow of time in that enigmatic domain differs from that of the real world at a ratio of 10:1? No wonder during previous simulations, Yi Chen simply vanished for a few days, and upon his return, he had mastered the 9 steps to heaven. Evidently, 10 days in that mysterious realm equated to merely 1 day in the tangible world. Chapter 47, The Mysterious Visitor and the Captured Double. It appears that the Century Hotel is not as secure as one might have hoped. As Lu Qian observed the unfolding scene, his expression darkened. He had assumed that being ensconced behind layers of protection would significantly enhance his safety. Yet, reality dealt him a harsh blow, revealing that complications had indeed arisen. He surmised that the uncanny circumstances mirroring those within the simulator were likely a result of his own overly meticulous arrangements. Furthermore, with the patriarch of the Li family gravely injured, the chaining assassins found themselves incapacitated, unable to execute their mission, leading to a stalemate. Ultimately, this predicament attracted the relentless attention of the shadowy forces orchestrating events from behind the scenes, who, disregarding all caution, summoned numerous formidable individuals to obliterate the Century Hotel and seize Su Meng, mistaking him for Lu Qian. Although astonished by the peculiar temporal flow within the mysterious realm, your primary concern now lies with the current situation and the fate of Lu Zhong and the others. In the span of merely 9 days, having departed from the bustling metropolis of Modu to venture into the enigmatic realm, you were taken aback by the multitude of events that transpired in your absence, narrowly escaping a dire fate. Had you remained in Modu these past few days, it is highly probable that you would have been abducted a week ago, with dire consequences awaiting you. It is likely that the simulation would have concluded prematurely. At this moment, you silently express gratitude for not disclosing your whereabouts to Lu Zhong and his companions when you left, otherwise, you might have found yourself ensnared, hunted down within the mysterious realm. Outside the ruins of the Century Hotel, there lingered some shadowy figures, seemingly in search of something. Your gaze stealthily scanned the vicinity, only to uncover some bizarre silhouettes lurking around the hotel, fixating on those who approached. The casual passers-by, who had previously been engaged in idle chatter, now found themselves the subjects of scrutiny, quietly closing in. Could they belong to the shadowy forces behind the scenes, strategically positioned here to capture me, the elusive prey? You conjectured that Su Meng's capture likely heralded his grim fate, and the masterminds would undoubtedly leave no stone unturned in their pursuit of you. Disguised as an innocent bystander, you successfully evaded their attention by employing your elusive red talent. You retreated to a secluded alley at a street corner, extracting the communication device from the Lu family to send several messages, hoping to establish contact with Lu Zhong. Yet, there was no response. A sense of foreboding settled within you, realizing that Lu Zhong might be in peril. Instantly, you opted to reach out to your elder brother, who resided far away in the imperial capital, seeking assistance. Strangely, there was also no reply from him. Not only was Modu in disarray, but it seemed that troubles had also arisen in the imperial capital. Or could it be that someone had intervened, severing my bloodline communication? Your expression darkened. And your fists clenched involuntarily. Under normal circumstances, the elder brother Lu Shao from the Lu family in the imperial capital would respond swiftly upon receiving any news. This unusual delay distinctly indicates that the Lu family is experiencing some extraordinary upheaval. At present, the most pressing concern is to locate Qi Wei, the individual directly involved. To ascertain the situation, the other two have mysteriously vanished, leaving only him alive. Resolutely, you decide to seek out Qi Wei, the vice director, who resides in a villa within the Longteng district of the Magic City. Through casual conversations among passers-by, you learn that after being injured, Lu Qian Qi Wei has not returned to the office but has instead remained at home to recuperate. Utilizing your Thousand Shadows technique, you alter your appearance. Don a fog cloak, then mask your face while surveying the villa area. Once you ascertain that no ambush awaits, you stealthily infiltrate Qi Wei's home, discovering that apart from him, only an elderly servant remains. At this moment, Qi Wei lies in bed, his breath unsteady, his complexion pale, as if his wounds have yet to heal. Suddenly, he senses your presence, opening his eyes wide, fixating on you, the figure cloaked and masked. Yet, the next instant, the weariness that should have gripped him dissipates as he recognizes the cloak you wear, a gift from the Zhao family's elder just days prior, now in your possession. It is I. You declare, removing your mask before Qi Wei, revealing your true visage. Lu Shao, how are you here? Were you not captured? Wait. You are an imposter. Qi Wei initially reacts with excitement, only to be replaced by a look of caution. The one taken from the Century Hotel was my double. You recount the events leading to the secret realm, withholding certain details, and present the token of the Lu family to verify your identity. Now it makes sense. No wonder when I saw Lu Shao the following day, something felt amiss. Qi Wei realizes, his understanding evident as the tension in his expression eases. Director Qi. Let us dispense with idle chatter. I am eager to learn what transpired a few days ago, you assert, driven by urgency to uncover the recent events. Lu Shao. A week ago, there was a bizarre incident at the Magic City port where foreign entities attacked ordinary citizens. The Magic City headquarters suddenly issued a directive, reallocating most of my personnel. Qi Wei responds. My companion had scarcely departed when calamity struck. A cadre of fearless assassins emerged. Among them 2 formidable beings of the sacred realm. The entire Century Hotel was instantly thrown into chaos, leaving us utterly unprepared and retreating under relentless assault. At that critical juncture, Yichen appeared, proclaiming that Lu Qian was his target and that only he would deliver the fatal blow, commanding the others to withdraw. He then engaged the assassins, managing to vanquish one of the Sacred Realm assailants. As I listened to Qi Wei's account, my expression morphed into one of incredulity. It was indeed Yichen, the fated protagonist, who rushed to the rescue at such a pivotal moment. Undoubtedly, the power of vengeance is formidable. The enmity from a severed limb. The wrath of a stolen wife. Yichen harbored a deep-seated hatred that could not allow Lu Qian to meet his end at the hands of others. However, just as the assassins were on the verge of collapse, the cloaked figure emerged, and with a mere gesture, annihilated the entirety of the Century Hotel. Qi Wei took a moment to compose himself before continuing his detailed narration. In that moment, Elder Lu Zhong merely met the gaze of this figure and instantly fell into unconsciousness, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, his body convulsing violently. Even Yichen was no match for this cloaked enigma, suffering grave injuries and opting to flee in fear of his life. Ultimately, it was not Lu Shao, but rather his substitute, who was captured by this mysterious figure. Chapter 48, Young Master Lu. By the time you read this letter, I fear I may have perished. Could the cloaked figure be the revered ghost doctor? Lu Qian gazed at the content within the villain simulator, his eyes flickering with realization as he recalled the formidable ghost doctor, a transcendent being. This entity had effortlessly defeated Lu Zhong, a practitioner at the 7th stage of sanctification, as well as the fated protagonist Yichen, who possessed extraordinary capabilities. In the entirety of Magic City, few could accomplish such feats. Only a true being of the transcendent realm could achieve this. From the timeline, the only other contender that had been simulated previously was the deceased eunuch. The ghost doctor emerged as the most suspect. It was apparent that the mastermind lurking within the Dacia royal family was becoming increasingly impatient. With Li Yang's demise, the Li family patriarch's incapacitation, and the thwarting of their assassination plot, the adversary had grown disillusioned with the Li family, suspecting they had uncovered certain truths. Furthermore, they had allied with Qi Wei, the deputy director, securing a portion of the armed forces in Magic City, which had allowed them to remain concealed within the Century Hotel, complicating any attempts to mobilize the city's forces against them. Ultimately, they opted to summon a being of the transcendent realm. However, the cloaked figure initially refrained from making an appearance, lurking in the shadows as if wary of something. Had it not been for Yi Chen's interference as the destined protagonist, the cloaked figure might have remained hidden. Moreover, the Magic City General Administration exhibited significant issues. Astonishingly, they had preemptively withdrawn the majority of Qi Wei's personnel before the assault. It was unexpected that the Magic City General Administration harbored adversarial elements within its ranks. Listening to Qi Wei, you discerned that the shadowy forces might have indeed summoned the Ghost Doctor, and simultaneously, the Magic City General Administration seemed to be entangled in substantial troubles. The capacity to disregard Qi Wei's orders and forcibly relocate a significant portion of personnel prior to the impending conflict suggested that there was likely only one individual responsible, his direct superior, the director of the Magic City General Administration. Young Master Lu, I suspect the director has ties to the Li family. Qi Wei decisively articulated his thoughts. Share your perspective. While you two harbor doubts about the director, I wonder if your suspicions stem from a desire for advancement on your part. Alas, your current knowledge is regrettably limited, leaving you unable to substantiate your claims. Young Master Lu, since that attack left me gravely injured, I have been confined to my home for recuperation. Yet my subordinates have been replaced, clearly an attempt to undermine my authority. Of course, during this time, I have not remained idle. I discreetly tasked my loyalists embedded within the Magic City General Administration to investigate. The order to withdraw personnel before the battle was issued by Director Shen Zhong. After that assault, Senior Lu fell into a coma. I initially intended to send him to the hospital for treatment, but was thwarted by Shen Zhong, who claimed there were other arrangements and forcefully took Senior Lu away. Moreover, it is crucial to note that during this time, Shen Zhong seems to have been hosting an exceptionally significant and enigmatic guest, whom my subordinates suspect to be the cloaked figure. As I listened to Qi Wei's words, my expression grew cold. It became almost certain that Director Shen Zhong was indeed the mastermind behind these events. First, he undermined Qi Wei, then abducted the unconscious Senior Lu, and perhaps even had ties to the cloaked figure. This was a blatant indication of his intentions. Despite the fury boiling within me, I maintained a composed demeanor and continued. I understand there are issues with the director. However, what is this matter concerning the Li family you mentioned? At this, Qi Wei fell silent. Only after a lengthy pause did he reply, the reason I was gravely injured this time was due to the jade rui from the Li family. That royal artifact exploded unexpectedly at a critical moment. As I listened to Qi Wei's fragmented account, a sense of embarrassment washed over me. I hadn't anticipated that my suspicions regarding the jade rui sent by the Li family were indeed correct. In my efforts to be cautious, I had inadvertently put Qi Wei in a precarious position. However, in this second life, I had evidently mastered the art of manipulation. The audacity of the Li family was remarkable. Rest assured, Qi Wei, I shall seek retribution for this injustice on your behalf. Having suffered such a significant loss, how could my family, the Lu family, simply let it go? Qi Wei, I must confess that I have arrived in the Magic City under a special directive from my family. The specifics are not something I can disclose to you. Nevertheless, I have already established contact with my family, and in the coming days, powerful figures will arrive in the Magic City to settle accounts with these scoundrels. Even though I had lost contact with the Lu family at this moment, I did not show any sign of it. Instead, I exuded confidence. I understood human nature all too well. Qi Wei's unwavering loyalty and obedience were largely due to the backing of the Lu family. Should he become aware of any trouble befalling that foundation, human nature is the most unpredictable gamble of all. Once my family's elders arrive, the magic city will surely be turned upside down, and at that time, Chiwei, you may find yourself in a position to act. Deputy Director. That sounds rather unappealing. Let us refer to you as the director. As I jested, I painted an enticing vision, instantly igniting Chiwei's excitement. Young Master Lu, you have bestowed upon me an astonishing surprise. Rest assured, from now on, I, Chiwei, shall look to you as my guiding star. Oh, by the way, young Master Lu, before the incident, Senior Lu entrusted me with a sealed letter instructing that it must be delivered to you in the event of his misfortune. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Chiwei seemed to recall something and produced the sealed letter. I did not reach for it but regarded Chiwei meaningfully, my eyes holding profound significance. You are acutely aware that, had you not promptly crafted a grand vision and made certain promises, the other party would likely not have readily presented this letter. Perhaps your gaze rendered Chiwei somewhat uneasy, prompting him to lower his head. I understand, this shall not occur again. You did not lose your temper, rather. You remained remarkably composed. It is only natural for individuals to harbor self-interest, a sentiment that is entirely comprehensible. Moreover, although Chiwei has been somewhat sidelined, it is evident that he still possesses loyal allies embedded within the Ministry of Magic, capable of gathering intelligence, which remains beneficial to you. A gentle reprimand would suffice. Arrange a room for me. Very well, young Master Lu. You entered a room designated by Chiwei and began to examine the letter left for you by Lu Zhong. The letter was sealed using the Lu family's unique method. Without specialized skills, attempting to forcibly open it would trigger a restriction, incinerating its contents. Once you confirmed that Chiwei had not glanced at the letter, you proceeded to unveil it. Curious as to why Lu Zhong was shrouded in such mystery when leaving a message for you. With a swift motion, the letter was opened. Young Master Lu. By the time you read this letter, I fear I may have already passed away. Chapter 49, The Testament of Lu Zhong, Correspondence from the Lu Family. Lu Shao, by the time you read this letter, I fear I may have already departed from this world. The fact that Chiwei is able to deliver this letter to you attests to his temporary reliability. However, human hearts are unpredictable, so exercise caution. While I remain uncertain whether the mission you mentioned is genuine, it has become inconsequential at this juncture. Lu Shao. There is a matter of great significance I must convey to you. In your haste to leave, you were unaware that Su Meng had something urgent to discuss with you. Ultimately, he confided in me when he had no other recourse. Su Meng expressed that, as a substitute, he may soon find himself in peril. He has a younger sister and hopes I can arrange for her protection. I have consented. I discreetly made my way to Su Meng's residence, intending to take Su Mei away, only to unexpectedly discover that this little girl possesses the fabled cursed eye. The cursed eye is one of the 10 divine eyes, a rare and peculiar constitution that allows its bearer to curse and slay formidable beings. Albeit at the cost of experiencing backlash with each curse, shortening their lifespan and risking the shattering of the eye. Lu Shao. This little girl possesses an extraordinary lineage. The cursed eye has awakened, and either her father or mother must belong to some powerful and enigmatic race, should it be invoked. Even beings of transcendent realms may find themselves ensnared if they are not vigilant. Su Mei's cursed eye harbors such terrifying power that even those of transcendent realms could fall victim. Lu Qian gazed at the letter within the simulator, astonishment washing over him. At that moment, he recalled the last simulation, wherein the esteemed ghost doctor had seemed wary of her eyes, hastily taking action to extract them. Clearly, the ghost doctor had perceived a threat in Su Mei's capabilities. Otherwise, how could that imperious elder have acted with such urgency? It must be said, during this simulation, he had been so focused on the celestial strides that he had somewhat overlooked Su Mei's concealed role as the destined heroine. Yet Lu Zhong had noticed it. After all, even the most meticulous may falter at times. He is human, not divine. With this thought, Lu Qian continued to read. Lu Shao, I have concealed the individual. This is a trump card for you and the family, destined to yield extraordinary results in critical moments. The onslaught from outside is rapidly approaching. I sense an overwhelming pressure, likely from a celestial being, and I fear I may meet my demise tonight. To safeguard this secret, I shall erase all memories related to Su Mei from my mind, and I will also meticulously handle the memories concerning Su Meng. Even if we are captured and subjected to soul-searching, these matters shall remain undisclosed. Lu Shao. The elder bestowed upon me the name of loyalty and granted me the Lu surname. I shall never forget this in my lifetime. For the sake of the family and for you, I am prepared to face death, regardless of the circumstances. Do not attempt to rescue me. Live well. Liu Zhong's final words. With a rustle, the letter was consumed by flames, turning to ashes. You find yourself engulfed in a profound silence, standing motionless, as Liu Zhong's heartfelt words echo in your mind. At this moment, you can perhaps fathom the utter despair Liu Zhong faced during that time. Yet, despite the odds, he exerted every effort, sacrificing his life to leave you a trump card. A card potent enough to confront celestial beings. Liu Zhong, truly deserving of the title of loyalty. Even though you are aware that you exist within a simulation, surrounded by mere constructs, how could you remain unmoved when faced with such vivid, sentient individuals? However, the silence is but a temporary state. You must strive to survive. You resolve to proceed to the secret location Liu Zhong indicated to locate Su Mei. According to the information left by Liu Zhong, he has hidden Su Mei within an abandoned warehouse. Ding. Just as you are about to take action, a sudden, urgent sound pierces the air. From the storage pouch, the Liu family's bloodline communicator resonates clearly. Someone from the previously silent Liu family has reached out to you. You hastily retrieve it and examine the message, discovering it is from your elder brother, Liu Shao. Liu Shao, do not return to the imperial capital. Head south to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Enter the mountains, pass the barriers, visit the temple, and join the river. There, someone will protect you. Upon reading this cryptic reply, your expression shifts dramatically. For your brother to urgently advise you to flee signifies that grave matters have arisen in the imperial capital. The current predicament of the Liu family appears dire. Otherwise, such an anxious tone would not be warranted. However, what does it mean to head south, to the 10,000 Great Mountains? To enter the mountains, to pass barriers, to visit temples, and to join the river, where protection awaits. If the Liu family cannot ensure its own safety, can any other force offer protection? A presence more formidable than the Liu family? In your recollection, your elder brother has always been a composed individual, displaying an unwavering demeanor even in the face of significant events. Before, regardless of the chaos you stirred in the capital, he always intervened on your behalf to settle matters. Even when you blew the heads off the young heirs of the Gu family, he merely dismissed it as a trivial issue, assuring you that he would resolve it. Yet now, his anxiety betrays the gravity of the situation, suggesting that matters have escalated to a critical level. In this moment, the multitude of questions swirls in your mind, leaving you feeling overwhelmed. It appears as though everything is spiraling into an unpredictable direction. At this juncture, all your meticulously laid plans have been thoroughly disrupted. Brother, what on earth has transpired in the capital? How are you? What has become of the Liu family? You hastily attempt to send a message, seeking further clarity. At this moment, you dare not use electronic devices to contact your family, as these gadgets possess built-in tracking capabilities, rendering them nearly devoid of secrecy and susceptible to eavesdropping and location pinning. The prominent families rely on their unique channels for communication. However, at this time, no response comes. After a considerable wait, your bloodline communicator finally emits a sound once more. A surge of joy fills you, but as you read the contents, your pupils constrict and a chill runs down your spine. Liu Shao, ha ha ha, second brother, everything is fine now. It has been a while since we last met. I was merely joking with you. The situation in the capital has been handled and you can return. Everyone at home misses you dearly. Chapter 50, The Threat from the Mastermind Behind the Scenes. As you observed the contradictory dialogue from your elder brother, a sense of unease crept over you, leading you to realize that something may have befallen him. You possess an intimate understanding of your brother, Lu Shou. He is a person of formidable character, straightforward and assertive. One who does not indulge in frivolous jesting, let alone in sinister humor. More significantly, he has never referred to you as second brother, always addressing you as a Chen. At this moment, it is clear that the individual conversing with you is not your brother, but rather the true mastermind orchestrating events from the shadows. However, the adversary appears unaware that the internal communications of the Lu family are unique. Each message vanishes upon being read, rendering it impossible to ascertain what your brother had just conveyed. Did they truly believe they could ensnare him into returning through deception? Do they take you for a novice youth, inexperienced in the ways of the world? Perhaps sensing your silence, the opponent sent another message. Shedding any pretense and dripping with menace, boy, return to the imperial capital obediently, or the entirety of the Lu family shall perish. Foolish wretch. Without a moment's hesitation, you retorted sharply and then crushed the bloodline communicator in your grasp, igniting it with a flicker of flame to sever any potential for tracking. You are no fool. With the turmoil engulfing the Lu family, returning now would be tantamount to courting death. Remaining outside offers a glimmer of hope for survival and vengeance. The crisis in the Lu family, with your elder brother possibly harmed, suggests that the hidden forces within the imperial family of Daxia may be at play. No. You cannot linger in the Magic City any longer. All prior plans are rendered moot. Your immediate priority is to vacate the city. Initially, you had intended to remain in the Magic City, to enact a cunning strategy of drawing out the enigmatic Lu Ruyue and her associated powers. Leveraging every available resource to confront the hidden forces and mount a counteroffensive, seeking to inflict significant damage upon them. Additionally, you had aimed to seize the complete Tetian 9 steps and acquire some cultivation resources for future preparation. Yet, it seems prudent to flee for the moment. Though you exist within assimilation and harbor no fear of death, it is essential that your demise holds some semblance of value. More critically, you seek to uncover the identity of the one your brother Lu Shou spoke of, the one who could ensure your survival after heading south. The current situation appears increasingly convoluted, with some seeking to kill, others aiming to protect, and yet others who neither kill nor protect, merely coveting what you possess. Lu Qian's eyes remained calm as he observed the shifting dynamics within the simulation, gaining a clearer understanding of his precarious position. The mastermind within the imperial family of Daxia, along with the malevolent Gu family, seeks to eliminate him and seize the Supreme Emperor's bone from him. Conversely, there are hidden entities within the Lu family who wish to safeguard him. And his survival thus far is undoubtedly due to the silent guardianship of these individuals operating in the shadows. Moreover, the enigmatic figure of Lu Ruyue belongs to the final faction of neutrality, a fence-sitter, who wishes to seize certain possessions from him, engaging in a game akin to that of a father leaving a son. The three factions are intricately intertwined, each balancing the other, which has enabled him to survive for so many years. However, it appears that a certain equilibrium has now been disrupted, leading to a potential collapse. The Great Xia Empire is stratified with a rigid hierarchy divided into 9 ranks of upper, middle, and lower tiers. The Lu family and the Gu family belong to the second tier of the upper 3, being esteemed families of celestial beings, boasting several formidable celestial warriors. Yet, above the Lu family looms the first tier, the imperial family of Great Xia, which is home to genuine terrestrial immortals. It should have been anticipated that, although the Lu family is powerful enough to contend with the Gu family, a second-tier family, they would undoubtedly be no match for the imperial family of Great Xia. There must be other formidable entities assisting in withstanding the pressure and safeguarding his safety. But now, it seems that the very presence that once shielded him has encountered troubles. Lu Qian cast his gaze downward, observing Lu Ruyue sprawled on the carpet, covered by a blanket, seemingly in deep slumber. Perhaps dismissing him entirely, Lu Ruyue sleeps soundly, even snoring softly. This mysterious celestial being aligned with the neutral faction is evidently privy to more information. Perhaps even the truth behind all matters. Perhaps he could glean some insights from this individual. Yet, such an approach is fraught with peril. Furthermore, it is unlikely that the other party would divulge information easily. A single misstep could trigger a chain reaction, disrupting everything. More importantly, he currently lacks the requisite strength to negotiate effectively. Were he to possess the power of a celestial being in reality, he could simply capture Lu Ruyue, employing various methods to extract information. Perhaps unnerved by his piercing gaze, sensing some malice, the deeply sleeping Lu Ruyue suddenly stirred, opening his eyes in confusion and looking towards Lu Qian. However, at that moment, Lu Qian had already averted his gaze, adopting an air of indifference. After a while, perhaps unable to comprehend the situation, or perhaps genuinely fatigued, Lu Ruyue yawned, turned over, and continued to slumber. Given the current circumstances, it appears that among the three factions, the neutral faction represented by Lu Ruyue is the weakest. Neither daring to offend the shadowy force intent on his demise nor the mysterious force seeking to protect him, thus refraining from employing force against him. Therefore, the question arises, is a mere scion of the Lu family truly worth the contention of various factions? Lu Qian directed his attention to the supreme imperial bone within him, and an inkling of a conjecture began to form in his mind. Without further delay, Yu transformed into the visage of the pallid Honli, departing from Chiwei's abode, making your way to an abandoned warehouse concealed near Magic City University. Fortunately, the journey was remarkably smooth, and you swiftly arrived at the warehouse, where you discovered Su Mei, her eyes as white as snow, hidden within. When you found her, Su Mei was struggling to open a packet of snacks, munching on the food. Su Mei, I am a friend of your brother Su Meng, come to take you away. You may wish to explain, to fabricate a reason. Before you could finish, Su Mei interrupted, is my brother dead? Her voice was calm, devoid of any sorrow. This unexpected reaction took you by surprise. Her brother had once told her that if one day someone appeared at the door to take her away, she should go with them, for it would mean he was no longer alive. Su Mei gazed at you with her blind eyes and spoke serenely, although I am blind, I can sense your brother's presence within you, and I perceive no malice in you. I shall accompany you. Chapter 51. A frantic scheme to lure the serpent from its lair. My brother is dead, and as a blind person, I cannot survive for long on my own. If I accompany you, I may still live and have the opportunity to avenge my brother. Su Mei's voice was calm, devoid of any personal emotion, as if she was speaking of a stranger. Observing the composed Su Mei before you, you realized the extent of this young woman's unwavering and formidable resolve. Despite her blindness, her courage surpassed that of ordinary individuals. It was evident that during the last encounter with the antagonist, when you had disguised yourself as Su Meng, the other party had seen through your ruse but chose not to expose it, instead playing along. In fact, even after being captured by the ghostly doctor, she had proactively provided you with hints to facilitate your escape. I have my own troubles, following me may not prolong your life either. You chose to be forthright about your situation, revealing your true name, Lu Qian. Brother Lu, could you tell Maya who killed my brother? To your surprise, Su Mei did not focus on the perilous circumstances but instead posed this question. If fortune favors us, we may encounter him along the way, you replied, your words laden with significance. The enigmatic figure, Lu Ruyue, the cloaked stranger, the director of the Magic City, the Li family, Yi Chen. Various factions now had their sights set upon you. It seemed that the path to escape the Magic City was fraught with danger, and one would likely have to endure considerable strife to break free. This was precisely why you were so determined to take Su Mei with you. You needed a trump card against the celestial beings. After a brief exchange, Su Mei consented to live with you. However, lacking any cultivation and being blind, she found it quite challenging to keep pace even with her determination. Thus, you opted to carry her on your back as you made your way back to Chiwei's residence. At this moment, you were blissfully unaware that although Su Mei appeared tranquil, the subtle flush on her face betrayed her inner turmoil. After all, she was merely an 18-year-old girl who had never experienced any intimate gestures with the opposite sex. Chiwei. Arrange for the fastest luxury cruise to depart from the Magic City, heading south to the 10,000 Great Mountains. You returned to the home of Deputy Director Chiwei, requesting that he utilize special channels to facilitate your and Sumei's departure. As the Deputy Director of the Magic City, despite being sidelined, Chiwei still wielded considerable influence and connections. Understood, young Master Lu. Although Chiwei was puzzled by your desire to leave, he did not dare to oppose your wishes. Especially since the downfall of the Lu family had not yet reached the capital. Simultaneously, you inquired about Lu Ruyue. Learning that she had mysteriously vanished a week ago following an attack at the Century Hotel. You have come to the realization that the enigmatic celestial figure, Lu Ruyue, has begun to retreat from the light into the shadows, and it is highly likely that she is surveilling your every move from within your vicinity. Ever since departing from the mysterious realm, an inexplicable sensation of being watched has lingered over you. You can sense that the entire city of magic has become a harbinger of an impending storm. Various factions appear to have designated you as their quarry, preparing to encircle you. However, what they remain oblivious to is that after establishing contact with your elder brother, Lu Shou, and learning of the troubles befalling the Lu family, coupled with threats from the unseen orchestrator, a flame of indignation has been kindling within you. During the times of helplessness, fleeing was a mere necessity. But now that you have begun to grasp the fundamentals of treading the heavens with 9 steps and have acquired a measure of power, being hunted like a stray dog renders your previous strategies futile. Under the guise of Honli, accompanied by Sumei, you embarked on a luxurious cruise ship southward to the 10,000 Great Mountains, adopting the guise of siblings. You entrusted Chiwei with one last task, to disseminate a piece of information throughout Magic City, claiming that Lu Ruyue is currently in my possession. Choosing the official route rather than the clandestine path suggests an intention to draw the serpent from its lair and initiate a counterattack. Lu Qian furrowed his brow as he observed his every action within the villain simulator, his mind already piecing together certain revelations. Ordinarily, if one were to flee south from Magic City, traversing the chaotic underbelly of the black market would be the most prudent course. Yet, the version of himself within the simulator had Chiwei arrange for an official Magic City cruise. While Chiwei wields considerable influence that can obscure various matters, he is still under the authority of the even more powerful director Shen Zhong. At this sensitive juncture, Chiwei, who has just aligned himself with Lu Qian, suddenly orchestrating the departure of a brother-sister duo, surely harbors some ulterior motives. Furthermore, the deliberate spread of rumors seems aimed at luring a certain destined protagonist into the open. This series of actions has evidently taken Lu Qian by surprise. It appears that everything is perilously reckless. From a rational standpoint, survival, uncovering the truth, and attaining greater strength should be the rightful path. Yet, I have evidently overlooked a crucial detail: the entity within the villain simulator possesses emotions of its own. With the protector, Lu Zhong, captured, Su Meng presumed deceased, and the fate of elder brother Lu Zhong uncertain, the Lu family's apparent collapse, and myself being pursued like a stray dog, the weight of these troubles would ignite even the most serene of souls, let alone a living being. In a certain sense, there exists a frenzied essence within my very core. Lu Qian slowly closed his eyes, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, revealing a defiant and wild expression. If that is the case, then let chaos reign. Unless some individuals feel pain, they shall continue to regard me as mere clay. Allow me to witness if the so-called celestial beings truly reside above all, and whether they are indeed invincible. On the opulent cruise ship, you and Sumei masquerade as siblings, residing in a luxurious VIP suite, seldom venturing outside, and predominantly remaining within the confines of your room. Before long, 2 days have swiftly passed, during which you have been engrossed in the art of talisman creation. Due to the constraints imposed by the celestial loan, you find yourself unable to enhance your cultivation for an entire month. Given this predicament, you are left with no choice but to rely on external forces to bolster your hidden strengths. Surprisingly, throughout these 2 days, the outside world has remained utterly tranquil. The grand cruise vessel has exhibited not the slightest sign of disturbance. The anticipated pursuit and assassination have yet to materialize, yielding instead an atmosphere of serene calmness. However, as the luxurious liner approaches the vicinity of the 10,000 Great Mountains, an unusual situation begins to unfold. Chapter 52: The Nine Dragons Ignite the Heavens. Fierce battle with celestials. Dear passengers, I am the captain of this cruise ship. Due to the aging machinery within the vessel, we are unable to proceed. And this voyage will temporarily cancel its final destination, docking at Linjiang City. The next ship will arrive in 3 days. As a gesture of our apologies, the accommodation for all guests in Linjiang City for 3 days will be covered by our company. How can this be? We have to wait 3 days. I could lose millions in mere moments, by then it will be too late. What is going on? The ship was perfectly fine when we set sail, suddenly it breaks down. Do you realize how much this delays my affairs? You scoundrels, I will file a complaint against you. A sudden announcement echoed throughout the luxurious cruise ship, inciting the dissatisfaction and curses of the passengers. Yet, regardless of their grievances, the Magic City cruise continued its approach towards Linjiang City, which was still thousands of kilometers away from the 10,000 Great Mountains. In the face of this unexpected upheaval, you, who had been hiding in the VIP room of the cruise, displayed no signs of surprise. Instead, you remained remarkably calm, as if this turn of events had been anticipated. Are you finally unable to restrain yourself and wish to take action? It seems the puppeteer behind the scenes indeed fears my existence, which can offer protection after descending south. Having refrained from action these past 2 days, it seems they were intimidated. My offhand remark to Lu Zhong has unexpectedly yielded some effect. Fate truly plays tricks on us. You murmured to yourself, aware that the mastermind was beginning to lose patience, yet you too felt the same restlessness. You gathered the talismans before you and turned to Su Mei, asking, "The one who killed your brother is coming, are you afraid?" Su Mei, her snow-white eyes fixed upon you, responded resolutely, "Not afraid." "Ha ha ha, splendid. Come, let us go take lives together." With a thud, the Magic City cruise ship docked. As the discontented voices of the tourists echoed around you, you silently disembarked, carrying Su Mei on your back, not heading towards Linjiang City but instead moving towards the outskirts. You traversed the rural mountains with a girl whose eyes were clouded, as if afflicted with an ailment, growing increasingly remote. This scene undoubtedly appeared quite eerie. "Old wretch, how about I make this place your grave?" You suddenly halted and spoke to the air. "Humph. Sharp-tongued little brat." Perhaps realizing they had been detected, the cloaked figure lurking in the shadows finally revealed themselves. With a swish, the cloaked figure removed their hood, unveiling a shadowy, aged face. Indeed, it was the revered Ghost Doctor, a third-tier celestial. "You little rascal, though I am unaware of which illustrious figure you met in the Magic City, I have not sensed their presence for 2 consecutive days. Either this person is a figment of imagination, or they have departed. You need not attempt to deceive me with that young girl in your arms. I have thoroughly investigated her origins over the past few days." The Ghost Doctor spoke with a harsh tone, yet his gaze betrayed a restless apprehension, darting about with unease. 7 days prior, after capturing Lu Zhong, he had probed his soul, uncovering certain truths. 9 days ago, the sudden disappearance of the young spirit from the Lu family, which was accompanied by a decoy, was revealed to be linked to a nameless entity, purportedly a being of terrifying power, on par with the ancestral figure of the Lu family. The Lu family's ancestor, a superlative being of at least the 7th transformation of the celestial realm, raises the question of what manner of monster could be his equal. It was precisely due to this knowledge that the Ghost Doctor refrained from acting recklessly for several days, opting instead to conceal himself and observe, wary of that formidable presence. Until now, he had not sensed the individual's existence and assumed that the enigmatic contact had departed, allowing him to reveal himself. Upon hearing the Ghost Doctor's words, your fists clenched involuntarily, a surge of murderous intent swelling within you. The so-called contact was merely a fabrication you had uttered in jest to deceive Lu Zhong. Now, the Ghost Doctor, aware that Lu Zhong had clearly been subjected to soul probing, could easily deduce his grim fate. "Ha! You speak with bravado, then why not act?" You taunted, mocking him with the specter of a non-existent contact. "You impotent wretch! What did you say?" The ghost doctor erupted in fury, as if struck at his core, ready to strike you down. However, your unwavering confidence startled him. Could it be that the mysterious contact had been present all along? Otherwise, you would not possess such audacity. In that moment, both astonished and enraged, the ghost doctor fixated entirely on you, oblivious to the peculiar changes in the girl, Su Mei, whom you carried. Unbeknownst to him, Su Mei's once pristine white eyes had begun to darken with an ominous hue, imbued with a sinister curse as she drew closer to the ghost doctor. By the time the ghost doctor realized what was transpiring, it was already too late. A terrifying curse of decay descended upon him. Oh! Why has the 5 decays of the celestial being arrived prematurely? He cried out in agony, his body trembling as dark energy enveloped him, disregarding the protective barrier of the celestial realm spreading throughout his form. Under the influence of the curse, the 5 decays of the celestial being, an ordeal faced with each ascension in the celestial realm, were summoned forth. The 5 decays represent the calamities one must endure to progress. And only by overcoming these trials can one advance further. To transcend all 9 trials is to attain the status of a true immortal on land. Yet, the 5 decays, formed from the essence of decay, signify that failing to overcome them results in certain death. Previously, Lu Zhong asserted that Su Mei's cast eyes posed a threat to those of the celestial realm, for her curses could invoke the 5 declines of heaven. After cursing the revered ghost physician, Su Mei's complexion instantly turned ashen, her once lustrous black hair losing its sheen, rendering her pale and weary. A testament to the significant sacrifice she made. "Oh! I shall annihilate you!" the ghost physician roared in fury. "Who shall perish is yet uncertain, you impotent wretch. I have endured your presence for far too long." In a sudden strike, you affixed a talisman onto Su Mei, casting it away, and charged forth towards the enigmatic sovereign. In the next moment, to the ghost physician's astonishment, your figure inexplicably vanished from sight. "You cannot perceive me, my crimson talent has been activated. Step of heaven, commence." Boom. Territory of mountains and rivers. Boom. Transcendence. Boom. Sanctity. In an instant, you sacrificed a century of your lifespan, unleashing a terrifying combat prowess that shattered 3 significant realms. Supreme Mode, activate. Your eyes were instantly shrouded in a cold, domineering authority, resembling a true deity ruling over the mortal realm. Boom. With overwhelming divine might, you materialized before the ghost physician, emanating a terrifying pressure. Behind you, a colossal fire talisman manifested, and 9 towering fire dragons appeared, unleashing a thunderous roar as they surged forth to obliterate the foe. 9 dragons incinerate the heavens. Chapter 53, all cards on the table, slaying the celestial beings. To remain a lifelong coward or to briefly embody a true man for 3 seconds, this is indeed a challenging dilemma. Now, you have made your choice. With a lifespan of 300 years in the realm of divine abilities, you are poised to take the 7th step of the 9 steps to transcendence. Momentarily stepping into the sacred realm for 3 fleeting seconds. Empowered by the Supreme Mode, your consciousness instantaneously ascends to a higher dimension. The recently surged sacred realm cultivation now entirely under your command, erupting in perfection. The purple talent of the talisman path has been brought to its utmost potential, transforming the 5th tier fire dragon technique into a novel composite talisman, 9 dragons burning heaven. The formidable power of this move has reached a level that poses a threat to celestial beings. Roar. The domain of the ghostly physician was instantly torn apart by 9 towering fire dragons, crashing into him and eliciting a cry of anguish. At this moment, he is not only astonished by your terrifying cultivation but even more so by your talismanic prowess. You are indeed a talisman master. No. The fire dragon talisman, who exactly is this Xuanfuzi to you? The one who contacted you in the demon city is that old madman Xuanfuzi. Nor isn't he still in the imperial capital. His voice trembles with a certain dread, his expression resembling that of one who has seen a ghost. Seemingly filled with trepidation, almost fear, towards Xuanfuzi. Under the influence of fear, the ghostly physician overlooks your sudden leap of 3 major realms and the excruciating pain he endures. Xuanfuzi. You are somewhat taken aback, realizing that the mere mention of the author of the talismanic true record can instill such terror in a celestial being that he nearly loses his sanity. Xuanfuzi. What a terrifying figure he must be. Boom. The 9 dragons entwined, suddenly exploding into a cataclysmic fire lotus, engulfing the ghostly physician. The terrifying fluctuations nearly refining the surrounding area for several dozen miles. Dark in Treasure Mirror. In the next moment, the chilling aura abruptly erupts, instantly encasing the flames in ice and blocking all. The disheveled figure of the ghostly physician reappears, marked by multiple burn wounds and afflicted by the curse of the 5 declines of heaven, his presence weakened, with a spectral light treasure mirror swirling around his chest. Evidently, the recent chilling aura emanated from this spectral light treasure mirror. Celestial treasure. Your pupils constrict, instantly recognizing the origin of the spectral light mirror while secretly lamenting. That previous terrifying strike, amalgamated with various elements, should have been capable of injuring the ghostly physician. Yet the celestial treasure, possessing sentience, actively defended its master. You little brat, we want you dead. The enraged ghostly physician no longer conceals his shrill voice, his expression one of pure hatred as he unleashes the celestial domain, charging towards you. Yet in the next moment, your figure vanishes once again from his sensory perception. You cannot perceive my crimson talent, which, at this moment, is manifested in all its glory, a veritable testament to unparalleled assassination prowess. Once again, I have vanished. The countenance of the esteemed ghost doctor shifted ominously. Swish. 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 A plethora of pre-prepared 5th-tier fire dragon talismans suddenly emerged from your storage ring. Arranged in all directions, over 100 in total, converging into a talismanic formation that activated abruptly, revealing 100 fiery dragons that instantaneously encircled the ghost doctor. At this moment, the techniques of the talisman master were showcased to their fullest extent. A talisman master who has made prior preparations is not to be trifled with, even by those of a higher realm. Boom. 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 The terrifying sounds of explosions erupted in succession, sending the ghost doctor's figure hurtling through the air, even causing his celestial domain to become riddled with craters. In this moment, the once formidable celestial being who nearly annihilated you in the previous simulation was now subdued by your prowess. Majestic Overlord Dragon Fist. Once more, your figure materialized from thin air, emitting a resounding dragon roar, and with a fist propelled by awe-inspiring might, you struck the ghost doctor squarely in the chest. Boom. The ghost doctor's chest was obliterated by your punch, causing him to spew forth blood. Yet, as a consequence, a terrifying chill enveloped your right arm, robbing it of sensation, and the icy tendrils began to spread throughout your body. Ha ha ha, I have discerned the flaw in your abilities. The ghost doctor, blood spilling from his lips, suddenly cackled maniacally. You wish to employ your invisibility once more, but the ghost doctor erupted with a wave of frigid air, summoning countless ice spikes for indiscriminate assault. Your ability merely obscures the 5 senses, it is not akin to the elusive, specially elusive entities. Puff. 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 You were pierced by the ice spikes, propelled away, your aura swiftly dissipating. 3 seconds had elapsed. The side effects of the skyward 9 steps began to manifest. A backlash ensued, and the vitality within you rapidly waned. Fortunately, the chilling power that pervaded your entire being managed to tenuously preserve a flicker of life. Boom. You were seized by the throat. Cackling, I have you now. The ghost doctor exclaimed with a menacing laugh, reveling in his triumph. At this moment, your predicament was dire, your body was riddled with ice spikes, teetering on the brink of death. In contrast, the ghost doctor was not in much better condition. His celestial domain lay in ruins, the gaping hole in his chest, his flesh charred and grotesque from the flames. Were it not for the terrifying regenerative abilities inherent to celestial beings, he would have long since perished. Who could have anticipated that you, a mere fourth-tier practitioner, could compel an eighth-tier celestial being to such a desperate state? Die, you wretched spawn. With a grotesque visage, the ghost doctor tightened his grip, intent on snuffing out your life. Your face began to flash crimson from asphyxiation, yet you suddenly cried out, "If I perish, so too shall Lu Ruiyue. Why do you hesitate to act? Lu Qian, you scoundrel." The fated protagonist Yi Chen, his visage contorted with rage, suddenly emerged from the earth, employing the heavenly step to traverse 3 realms and ascend into sanctity, delivering a powerful strike to the back of the enigmatic elder. Evidently, ever since you instigated Qi Wei to disseminate rumors about having captured Lu Ruiyue, this destined protagonist had been lurking in your shadow. At this moment, you had finally compelled him to reveal himself. With a thunderous sound, the ghost doctor elder was struck upon the head, his brain nearly shattered, causing him to lose his grip. Oh! In a fit of fury, the enraged ghost doctor elder momentarily disregarded your presence, retaliating with a final surge of strength, sending Yi Chen hurtling away. Why are there so many damned little, cough? The ghost doctor elder suddenly froze, a shard of ice piercing through his nape, rupturing his throat. Castrated dog, whom do you intend to kill? A haunting voice echoed from behind him. Chapter 54, The Ghostly Healer, Your Highness. I shall not let you escape. Cough. 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 The ghostly healer clutched his throat, his pupils constricting as he turned around, staring at you in disbelief. You dare to kill me? Thud. Another ice spike, the size of a fist, pierced through his chin, instantly penetrating into his brain. In the supreme mode, you remained expressionless, utterly indifferent to the pain coursing through you, fixating your gaze on the ghostly healer. If you wish to kill, then do so. What is there to fear? Must you have my permission? Thud. With sheer force of will, you controlled your arm, extracting the ice spikes from your chest and returning them. No. 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 Your Highness, I shall not let you go. Oh. In a state of despair, the ghostly healer issued his final threat, as his injuries and the calamity of the heavenly descent began to surge violently, enveloping him in a shroud of dark energy. Your Highness, who is the true mastermind behind the ghostly healer's arrival? Indeed, it is the royal family of the Great Xia. Is it a prince? Witnessing this scene in the simulator, Lu Qian clenched his fists tightly, only to soon release them. He did not expect that the ghostly healer would reveal information regarding the mastermind before his demise. A prince of the Great Xia royal family. That makes sense, thus. Employing a castrated dog like the ghostly healer to deal with him is indeed explicable. Simultaneously, a certain weight lifted from your heart. It is a prince, not the emperor. This implies that it has no connection to the human sovereign of the ninth realm, the true immortal of the Great Xia. The pressure, undoubtedly, has diminished significantly. Although this venture was perilous, it has at least yielded crucial intelligence and has affirmatively validated your true strength. In the case of fully unleashing the heaven-treading 9 steps, you can indeed pose a threat to the celestial realm. With a capable assistant, slaying an ordinary celestial is not beyond reach. Moreover, the entirety of a third transformation celestial's assets undoubtedly constitutes a considerable fortune. Lu Qian silently directed his gaze towards the subsequent simulation. Third. A lifeless corpse, devoid of flesh and radiating a putrid aura, suddenly collapsed to the ground, motionless. The ghostly healer is dead. You, with your divine mastery, transcended 4 major realms to slay a third transformation celestial. Should your achievements reach the imperial capital, it would undoubtedly stir the entire Great Xia. Yet in this moment, such thoughts eluded you as you bent down to search the corpse. Your first target was the ghostly healer, a celestial treasure. And then the storage ring upon his lifeless hand. The storage ring still retained the remnants of the ghostly healer's spirit, but in your current weakened state. You were unable to unlock it. Nevertheless, one could imagine that the wealth of a celestial being would amount to a terrifying figure. As you prepared to examine the storage ring, you suddenly noticed that the communication token at the waist of the deceased ghost doctor began to vibrate. It seemed as though someone was transmitting a message. The task objective was to resolve the matter swiftly and return with the Imperial Bone to the Imperial capital. Grasping the token and gazing at the message, you realized that this was likely the mastermind attempting to contact the ghost doctor. Clearly, the mastermind was exceedingly eager for your Imperial Bone, incessantly urging the ghost doctor to take action. However, at this moment, the other party was evidently unaware that the ghost doctor had already fallen to your hand. Recognizing this as an opportunity, you contemplated disguising yourself as the ghost doctor to extract further information. Your Highness, an unexpected turn of events has occurred. The target has been rescued by remnants of the Lu family. Is there an issue at the Imperial capital? You intended to probe the situation in the Imperial capital. Yet, the response from the other side was met with a brief silence. You are not the old servant Xian Gong, who are you? Exposed. You were somewhat taken aback, evidently. Your previous words had contained certain flaws, yet you felt no disappointment. If I have been exposed, so be it. Who am I? I am the very person you have been searching for, that old eunuch. I have already dispatched him. Rest assured, you shall be next. You are Lu Qian. With a decisive crack, you disregarded the mastermind's shock and crushed the token in your hand, leaving no room for future repercussions. You glanced at the lifeless form of the ghost doctor on the ground, hesitated momentarily, and then casually collected his remains. After completing everything, you could no longer maintain your supreme mode and collapsed, finding refuge in a warm embrace. Suddenly, Sume appeared behind you, supporting your body. She was adorned with protective talismans, safeguarding her from the aftermath of the recent battle. Brother Lu, are you all right? I am fine, merely dispatched an old dog, which serves as retribution for Su Meng and Lu Zhong. Your voice was weak as you lay in Su Mei's arms, as though you had lost all means of defense. At that moment, Yi Chen emerged from the distance, blood at his lips, his gaze fixed hungrily upon you. Lu Qian, I underestimated you. Who would have thought that the once arrogant young master of the Demon City could slay a celestial being? However, I am well aware of the side effects of the 9 steps to ascend. Your lifespan has nearly been exhausted, while I still possess a century of life. You are no match for me. Now, obediently disclose the whereabouts of Lu Rue and hand over that celestial being's storage ring, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. Though Yi Chen spoke with bravado, his gaze towards you was fraught with caution. He reflected upon himself. Had he been the one to confront the ghost doctor, his chances of victory would have been slim, yet you had employed various means to vanquish the ghost doctor, in order to remain hidden behind the scenes. Even after enduring a strike from the revered ghost doctor, he feigned death, only daring to reveal himself and take action once he confirmed your defeat. At present, before Yi Chen's gaze, you have been rendered powerless. Although Su Mei possesses the enigmatic cast eyes, she is unable to utilize them for an extended period, rendering her no different from an ordinary person. In this moment, the advantage lies with him. Confronted with Yi Chen's malice and threats, you, weakened and cradled in a woman's embrace, feel no fear. With a slight movement of your lips, you smile and say, looking for Lu Rue. I sent that person behind you. Chapter 55, The Contest for the Heir. It has always been this way. Seeking Lu Rue, is that not the figure behind you? Upon hearing your words, Yi Chen scoffed coldly, suspecting yet another scheme of yours to toy with him. However, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of an unexpected silhouette behind him. Swish! He abruptly turned around, and what met his gaze was none other than Lu Rue, adorned in a gown of pure white. This university belle, who had vanished for several days, had suddenly reappeared. Yet, unlike the Lu Rue of yore, she now emanated an ethereal air of aloofness. At this moment, Yi Chen, overwhelmed with joy rather than surprise, failed to notice the change in the woman before him. With excitement painted across his face, he instinctively lunged forward to embrace her. Ruyue, I have finally found you. Slap. Liu Ruyue, expressionless, casually struck out, sending Yichen hurtling like a cannonball, crashing into a rock, his head sinking deep within. Crack. 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 The destined protagonist, the king of simps, the legendary resilient one, Yichen convulsed slightly, blood oozing from the rock, teetering between life and death. Throughout, Liu Ruyue's gaze never flickered towards him, her icy eyes remained fixed upon you. As for Yichen, irrelevant. You had long known I was trailing behind, using me as a pawn to deal with Yichen, that sycophant. Liu Ruyue calmly unveiled your scheming. A mere formality. Lying in Su Mei's embrace. You did not deny it, but rather acknowledged it outright. The destined protagonist Yichen is a double-edged sword, capable of inflicting harm as well as suffering himself. Without a contingency plan for balance, he risks a downfall. Liu Ruyue is the safeguard you left behind, she would not idly watch you encounter misfortune. By willingly exposing yourself, luring out this pathetic creature, spreading rumors to draw in the foolish Yichen, even I was caught in your web of deceit. You are more dangerous than I had imagined. Perhaps the Liu family and others have failed to see through you. Unaware of how deeply you conceal your true nature, capable of slaying celestial beings. Everyone has misjudged you. Liu Ruyue's voice was frigid. Yet her brow furrowed slightly, her gaze tinged with apprehension. Indeed, she is of that bloodline, coursing with the most fervent, the most wicked, the most malevolent essence. You have hidden too well, had that fool acted with even a moment's hesitation, he would have inevitably perished at your hands. That fool. Does it refer to the mastermind behind the great Xia royal family? From Liu Ruyue's tone, it was evident that she was aware of the other party's true identity. Perhaps even acquainted with them. And that bloodline. Referring to. Liu Qian's pupils shifted, he had not anticipated such a plethora of unexpected delights in this simulation. First, he had dispatched the ghost doctor, gaining information about the mastermind from their dying whales. Now, Liu Ruyue, this enigmatic celestial being, had begun to divulge a wealth of information. At this moment, even a simulated failure is worth it. However, had the simulator's version of oneself been astute, it would undoubtedly have conducted a probing investigation. The subsequent development of the simulator unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Over the years, the Liu family would not easily divulge certain matters. It appears you have gleaned insights into past events through various clues. Regrettably, you no longer have the opportunity for growth, that mysterious technique has already drained your vitality, leaving you with little time to live. Liu Ruyue, with wisdom gleaming in her eyes, observed your silence, engaging in her own deductions. Considering the events that transpired earlier, along with the sudden manifestation of your formidable powers, she naturally regarded you as a deeply contemplative individual, a concealed old coin harboring secrets for many years. Otherwise, how could one explain the abrupt outburst from what should have been a frivolous young master who, against all odds, vanquished the esteemed ghost doctor? It is well understood that mastery of such abilities requires arduous cultivation, they cannot simply materialize. Witnessing your imminent demise, she felt a twinge of regret. As if she were witnessing the tragic conclusion of a long-suffering hero before their journey had even begun. Yet, at this moment, she remained unaware of your extraordinary advantage, the ultimate bug of the villain simulator. Upon hearing Liu Ruyue's musings, you were taken aback, realizing she must possess significant knowledge. Perhaps even the entirety of the truth. Moreover, this foolish woman seemed to have overestimated her own intelligence, assuming a position of authority. Simultaneously, you recognized this as an exceptional opportunity, a splendid chance to unearth the truth through another's discourse. Cough, cough, cough. You erupted into a violent fit of coughing. Expelling blood laced with frost, reclining in Su Mei's embrace, your expression one of melancholy. Your eyes cast downward, filled with complex emotions, you murmured, after all these years. I merely wish to survive. Must it truly be so desperate? Alas! Liu Ruiyue, visibly moved, sighed in agreement, murmuring, "The struggle for the heir has always been thus." Boom. Liu Qian's pupils contracted, his mind engulfed in a cacophony as he stared intently at the villain simulator. It had indeed revealed itself. In that instant, the fog within his mind seemed to lift significantly. The struggle for the heir has always been thus. No wonder. No wonder. It all makes sense now. No wonder the hidden orchestrators of the Great Xia royal family sought to eliminate him. No wonder the Lu family and others endeavored to protect him. No wonder the enigmatic celestial Liu Ruiyue regarded him with such keen interest. No wonder he alone had entangled so many. No wonder he possessed the legendary Supreme Emperor's bone. It turns out he is not of the Liu bloodline, but rather of the esteemed lineage of the Great Xia royal family. The Great Xia royal family stands as the most revered bloodline within the Great Xia Empire, holding the highest rank among the 9 great families, and is a colossal force at the 9th realm of terrestrial immortals. Moreover, he is not merely an ordinary member of the royal lineage. He belongs to the most prestigious and potent bloodline, one that is worthy of contending for the throne of the emperor. Otherwise, the shadowy mastermind behind the Great Xia royal family would not be driven to madness with the intent to eliminate him, as it all revolves around a contentious matter. Lying in bed, Liu Qian's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, simultaneously expected and unexpected, filled with astonishment and delight as he murmured to himself. The Great Xia Empire, established for a millennium, bears the Sanemchen as its national identity. If he were not named Liu but instead bore the Sanemchen, he would thus be called. At that moment, instead of merely whispering to himself, Liu Qian suddenly spoke aloud that name, Chen Chen. In a swift motion, Liu Ruiyue, who was supposed to be peacefully asleep on the carpet, felt a sudden tightening in her chest and abruptly opened her eyes, filled with astonishment. Chapter 56, Liu Qian, Liu Ruiyue, you resemble the Monkey King on the journey to the west. How could he possibly know? Liu Ruiyue was taken aback. Her gaze filled with uncertainty as she looked at the man on the bed, resting his head on his arms, yawning, appearing utterly fatigued. A tempest of emotions stirred within her. Or could it simply be a slip of the tongue? Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the astonishment of the mysterious celestial being Liu Ruiyue, altering a portion of the future, and receiving a reward, a villain points 15,000. Liu Qian, having just yawned, squinted his eyes and disregarded the gaze directed at him from below, adopting an air of indifference. It seemed as though he was unconcerned about this enigmatic celestial being and had no fear of her potential reactions. In previous villain simulations, Liu Ruiyue had never dared to lay a finger on him, often having to go to great lengths to preserve his life, indicating that she, to some extent, favored him. This time presented an opportunity to test her response. Yet, beneath his composed demeanor, his right hand, pressed beneath his head, clutched a blood-red talisman, ready to activate at any moment. In this iteration of the villain simulation, a tremendous revelation had emerged, yet it was fraught with too many uncertainties. Initially, he believed he had uncovered the true nature of the situation, only to find himself still ensnared within its confines. Liu Qian's eyes gleamed with rationality as he instantly shifted into a supreme mode, engaging in a mental storm. After exposing Liu Ruiyue's werewolf self-detonation, you recognized that your previous conjectures were indeed correct. You are certainly not a member of the Liu family, but rather possess the bloodline of the imperial family of the Great Xia, and more importantly, you are an exceptionally unique existence. Firstly, we can eliminate the possibility of being an illegitimate child. An illegitimate child is merely a figure of little significance, incapable of inciting the trepidation and relentless pursuit of a prince, nor could it compel the Liu family to risk everything to protect you. Unless you are the crown prince of the Great Xia Empire, the first heir apparent of the empire. However, you have also become aware of the underlying anomalies. If I truly hold such an identity as the crown prince, why was I placed in the Liu family's care? And why does the emperor of the Great Xia turn a blind eye? If it were true, why has the Liu family consistently concealed it? They should have informed me from a young age, aiding me in advancing to that position, achieving the merits of a dragon, and securing greater prospects for the family. If I indeed possess such an extraordinary identity, why would Lu Ruyue claim that I carry the most wicked, most frenzied, most sinful bloodline? As a citizen of the Great Xia, even as a celestial being, how could she dare to slander the emperor and insult a true immortal of the land? Each perplexing detail further ensnared your thoughts, leading you into a stalemate. All of this seemed akin to a new enigma obstructing your path. The truth appeared to be drawing closer, yet simultaneously retreating further away. Nevertheless, at this moment, you could reasonably ascertain one thing, that you undoubtedly possess the bloodline of the imperial family of the Great Xia. This is not merely due to the Supreme Emperor's bone that resides within you, nor the myriad of incredible circumstances, but rather because Lu Ruyue seemingly has no reason to deceive a dying individual. In the fleeting moments, you pondered an abundance of thoughts. Yet you evidently underestimated the terrifying prowess of celestial beings. Lu Ruyue, who had initially succumbed to a sentiment of regret, swiftly discerned your transient emotional fluctuation and realized, you tricked me. In an instant, she comprehended that you might only possess a vague understanding of certain matters, then subsequently, through your means, extracted further vital information from her. Here was a dignified 5-ton celestial being, outwitted by a mere scoundrel. Trouble loomed, the facade had been unveiled. You lamented inwardly, yet fear did not take root in your heart. Lu Qian. You scoundrel. You are doomed. Lu Ruyue seethed with rage, her compassion evaporating as she prepared to unleash her wrath upon you. I will not permit you to harm him. Upon witnessing Lu Ruyue's sudden shift in demeanor, Su Mei stood before you like a hen protecting her chick, attempting to shield you from the formidable woman. Although she knew she could not withstand this enigmatic figure. In that moment, Su Mei resolutely placed herself in front of you. Perhaps it was due to your retribution against the ghostly physician for her brother. Or perhaps for other reasons. Observing this scene, warmth inexplicably surged within you. It was evident that Su Mei was unlike those women who were merely drawn to your physique. With a resolute effort, you steadied yourself and slowly rose, patting Su Mei's shoulder. It's all right, allow me to handle this. She dares not truly act against me. If anything were to happen to me, many would accompany me to the grave. Your tone was unwavering, seemingly certain that Lu Ruyue would not dare to take drastic measures. Just as your elder brother Lu Shou had conveyed, there were those to protect you as you ventured southward. This implied that your guardianship extended beyond the Lu family of celestial beings. The myriad of powerful entities entangled with you were not something Lu Ruyue could easily provoke. Another attempt to deceive me, to extract my words. You may as well give up. Lu Ruyue scoffed, yet her steps faltered momentarily. I may not dare to kill you, but I can certainly teach you a lesson. Those individuals will not go to extreme lengths. After uttering this, she continued to advance towards you, her celestial pressure surging with unprecedented intensity, far surpassing that of the ghostly physician. In that moment, it felt as though the very air had begun to solidify. Clearly, she had not abandoned her intention of leaving behind an heir. Faced with Lu Ruyue's brazen demeanor, a smirk tugged at the corners of your lips as you suddenly spoke. Lu Ruyue, do you know what image you conjure in my mind? What image? Lu Ruyue paused. Her momentum slightly abated, though aware that you were stalling for time. Curiosity flickered within her. To me, you resemble the Monkey King on a journey to the west. Suddenly, you uttered a perplexing remark, and then abruptly embraced Su Mei's waist, a blood-red talisman materializing in your hand. Lu Ruyue was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. Suddenly, a voice laced with mischief echoed in her ears. You are always thinking about seeking the scriptures. In an instant, Lu Ruyue regained her composure, her face flashing with indignation. You had proactively activated the blood escape talisman, denying your adversary the opportunity to retaliate. As both of you were enveloped in a crimson light fleeing towards the horizon. How could you possess such a talisman? Lu Ruyue exclaimed in astonishment, clearly caught off guard. Unlike before, your revelation of possessing the blood escape talisman had led to the mastermind preparing a contingency plan against you through the ghostly healer. Throughout this simulation, you had not once requested assistance from your elder brother, thus leaving no one aware that you had been concealing a blood escape talisman, catching Lu Ruyue off guard. Ha ha ha. Monkey King, I shall take my leave fast. If you wish to seek the scriptures, do remember to catch up. Lu Qian, you scoundrel. Chapter 57, My Master, Xuanfuzi. Scares away celestials. As Lu Ruyue, the enigmatic celestial, was once again outwitted, her composure shattered, and she unleashed a torrent of invectives. Lacking the restraining talismans necessary to counteract your influence, she found herself utterly powerless to impede your progress. The previous simulation had seen you request a second life-saving blood escape talisman from your elder brother, Lu Shou, inadvertently alerting the mastermind behind the scenes, who then took precautionary measures. However, this time, you had deliberately concealed your hand, eluding the scrutiny of all. Even Lu Ruyue remained unaware of this hidden trump card. The blood escape talisman facilitated random teleportation, making it no simple task to lock onto your position. While the version of yourself within the simulator toyed with Lu Ruyue, the real Lu Qian contemplated other matters. As long as one is not an enemy, they can be transformed into an ally, aligning them on the same side. An ancient adage wisely states that the more friends one cultivates, the fewer adversaries they will encounter. If I could entice Lu Ruyue and her associated powers to join my ranks, it would surely be sufficient to counter the hidden forces at play. Lu Ruyue, representing the neutral faction, harbors her own interests, otherwise, she would not covertly aspire to execute the plan of bequeathing a child. If I demonstrate sufficient weight, they will inevitably reconsider their stance and place their bets on me, gradually increasing their investment. As the sunk cost rises, they will find it increasingly difficult to withdraw, compelled to persistently support me. Empowered by the supreme mode, Lu Qian's thoughts transcended mortal limitations, reaching an unprecedented realm. With the aid of the villain simulator, he was destined for rapid ascension to the pinnacle of power. Yet, this journey demands time and formidable allies to withstand the pressure exerted by the hidden mastermind. Through numerous simulations, it became evident that the Lu family and its concealed mystical strength were insufficient for his protection. Thus, he resolved to forge an alliance with the neutral faction behind Lu Ruyue to deflect the looming pressure, buying himself the necessary time. What does the neutral faction desire? Perhaps a descendant capable of inheriting his supreme imperial bone. Yet, can such a divine artifact truly be passed down? Moreover, how could a scion who may not even inherit the supreme imperial bone compare to him, the original? Prior to uncovering his true identity, Lu Qian had been searching for a means to attract investment from the neutral faction behind Lu Ruyue, yet had no clear strategy. However, upon recognizing his lineage from the Great Xia imperial family, he grasped his inherent value. It seems that with the bloodline of the Great Xia, he could ascend as the Emperor of the Great Xia. A child shrouded in uncertainty holds far less value than a future emperor. Yet, once success is attained, it promises unparalleled wealth and grandeur. The initial step is to captivate, to entice, painting a vision of possibilities. He excels in this art of illusion, gradually transforming dreams into reality. Undoubtedly, this represents the most suitable path for him at present. However, it appears that things may be spiraling out of control. Lu Qian's gaze flickered, sensing an ominous shift in the atmosphere. As he deliberately revealed Chen Qian's true name, the ambience of the room grew peculiar and heavy. The fragment of destiny he had seized from Yi Chen began to emit a sharp warning, alerting him to impending events. On the carpet, the seemingly innocuous Lu Ruyue cast a subtly charged glance in his direction, as if grappling with an internal conflict. Clearly, she had begun to entertain other thoughts upon realizing her identity was compromised. Trouble loomed. Lu Qian's eyes turned icy. He sensed the gravity of the situation but remained composed, as if possessing some unspoken assurance. How infuriating that this scoundrel had knowledge of that name. Could it be that he was aware of past events? Yet, according to records, he had not interacted with those individuals in years. Following the upheaval of that era, those involved had either perished or gone into hiding, leaving only the Lu family to maintain a FAOD. Moreover, why would he utter that name before me? Was it possible he had already uncovered my identity and was privy to that plan? Could there be a traitor within our ranks? Liu Rui's expression shifted, her mind racing with connections. The clandestine plan devised by her faction, the strategy of leaving heirs, was exceedingly secretive yet fraught with peril. The unseen forces lurking behind the imperial capital were intent on obtaining Lu Qian's supreme lineage while eliminating him as a potential threat. They would never allow a replica to exist, leaving behind a future liability. Should their scheme be exposed, retaliation was inevitable. It was clear that this insufferable rogue must be apprehended and interrogated. Liu Rui's resolve solidified. The matter was of utmost importance, necessitating exceptional measures. While she dared not resort to lethal methods or soul-searching, a straightforward interrogation was within her capabilities. How dare he disregard her beauty and cast her aside? This presented an opportunity for sweet revenge. With a swift motion, she threw aside the covers and rose, advancing toward the bed where Lu Qian lay, preparing to unleash her wrath. Meanwhile, Lu Qian appeared oblivious to her approach, leisurely retrieving a tome from his pocket, engrossed in its pages. The authentic manuscript left to me by my master is indeed extraordinary, each word a gem, and I yearn to peruse it incessantly. At that moment, he once remarked that if one could fully comprehend it, the benefits would last a lifetime. Unfortunately, there remained aspects that eluded his understanding, leaving him to seek further enlightenment upon their next encounter. Suddenly, Lu Ruyu halted in her tracks, her gaze irresistibly drawn to the book in his hands. A tome left to him by his esteemed master. The true records of talismans. In a seemingly casual manner, Lu Qian began to leaf through the pages, revealing the name of the so-called master. Shen Fuzi. Liu Ruyu's pupils contracted, her mind feeling as though it might explode. In that instant, her expression mirrored that of the ghostly healer in the simulator upon witnessing the cataclysmic event of the 9 dragons igniting the heavens, a visage of sheer disbelief, as if encountering a ghost in broad daylight. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and retreated, lying down on the ground, pulling the covers over herself, and drifting back into slumber as if all her prior thoughts had never existed. Chapter 58, Displaying Authority and Wielding Power. Until Lu Rui voluntarily lay back down, tucked herself in, and resumed her slumber, Lu Qian maintained his expression, calmly gazing at the true record of talismans in his hand. However, internally, he silently exhaled a sigh of relief. Under the control of Supreme Mode, his emotional fluctuations were suppressed, leaving him as tranquil as a still pond. Having experienced the terrifying perceptive ability of a celestial being within the simulator, Lu Qian was well aware that he could never again commit such a fundamental error. The slightest deviation in his emotions would be detected by Lu Rui, thereby exposing him. He had indeed made the right gamble. This tactic of feigned authority, of displaying a tiger's skin, had effectively intimidated her. Previously, within the villain simulator, the name Xuanfuzi had nearly sent the ghost doctor, a third-tier celestial being, into a state of sheer terror, as if it invoked a certain forbidden taboo. This unexpected development immediately made Lu Qian realize the extraordinary nature of the enigmatic talisman master, Xuanfuzi. Thus, he intended to use this name to intimidate the scheming Lu Rui and gauge its effectiveness in subduing her. To his astonishment, the outcome was overwhelmingly successful. Liu Rui, a fifth-tier celestial being, reacted almost identically to the ghost doctor within the simulator, appearing utterly flabbergasted. Merely invoking the name had sent chills down her spine, leaving her in a state of shock. What level of mastery did Xuanfuzi possess? Was he an 8th-tier celestial being, or perhaps even beyond? Lu Qian's astonishment deepened as he murmured to himself. At this moment, he began to comprehend the terrifying value of the true record of talismans that had been sent to him by the Lu family. In comparison, during his second simulation, when he had requested the secret manual from Lu Zhong had sold him out. The Lu family had realized his intentions and, for reasons unknown, had delivered the true record of talismans into his hands. Such a handwritten artifact was certainly not something to be easily obtained. It contained detailed records of talismans from the 1st to the 5th tier, serving as the foundation for noble families, specifically aimed at nurturing corresponding talisman masters. Moreover, for a talisman master, such a record of insights into talisman creation was a personal treasure, seldom shared unless a deep bond existed. It was precisely because of this true record of talismans that Lu Ruyue had been so easily intimidated. Did possessing this record imply that the Lu family had some connection with the mysterious talisman master, Xuanfuzi? Could it be that Xuanfuzi belonged to a faction that protected him? Or would the Lu family be able to? Wait, no. The ghost doctor had mentioned that Xuanfuzi seemed to be in the imperial capital, not in the south. Lu Qian's mind was in disarray, the information too scant to decipher. Yet, one thing was certain, he had successfully used the name Xuanfuzi, a mentor he had never met, to subdue Lu Ruyue. He slowly lowered his gaze to the carpet, where a certain trembling mysterious celestial being lay beneath the covers. Feeling both awe and excitement in his heart. As long as the tiger skin remains unscathed, his subsequent actions may certainly become more audacious. Previously, with the scheming woman Lu Ruyue lurking in the shadows, any movement would have been easily detected, rendering him vulnerable. However, now, even if his cultivation and other attributes are exposed, they can be attributed to the so-called enigmatic master, Xuanfuzi. My master, Xuanfuzi. Dissenting? Go seek him out. He is a formidable figure, even more influential than the Lu family. During the next round of simulation, I might attempt to glean information concerning my esteemed master, Xuanfuzi. Simultaneously, I can leverage the identity of Xuanfuzi's disciple to make contact with the forces behind Lu Ruyue. Additionally, I must journey south to the vast mountains, where the Lu family's protective presence must be investigated. Nevertheless, all this must await the conclusion of the 4th simulation. Lu Qian gazed at the simulator, sighing, fully aware that his counterpart in the 4th simulation had met his demise. Space warped, black and white shifted. Fortunately, you and Su Mei, through the teleportation of the life-saving blood escape talisman, found yourselves transported to an ancient, desolate forest, instead of being sent to a lair replete with ominous entities. Yet, even having narrowly escaped death, your circumstances remain dire. Your lifespan has been utterly consumed, like a flickering candle in the wind. Though you appear to be 18, your body bears the weight of 3 centuries. Moreover, the backlash from the 9 steps to heaven and the debt to the heavens will take no less than 100 or 80 years to settle. Additionally, a terrifying chill spreads within you, nearly freezing you. You are acutely aware that you have become a shell of your former self. In the days to come, you can only await your demise. But you harbor no regrets. Countless simulations have seen you slaughtered, perpetually pursued. Akin to a stray dog, enduring relentless beatings, this time, you have finally struck back. Your original self, a worthless being, utterly useless, only knows how to survive. When it comes to retribution, it is I who must take charge. You begin to feel a numbing cold enveloping you, your thoughts growing heavy. As you drift into unconsciousness. Lu Gige, what has happened to you? You are so cold. In your hazy state, you faintly hear Su Mei's panicked voice. In a state of unconsciousness, you were lifted and dragged away in a certain direction. 3 days later, enveloped by a gentle warmth, you gradually awoke to find yourself nestled within a cave, cradled in the arms of Su Mei. Before you, a fire flickered, surrounded by the remains of small creatures. You silently gazed at the weary Su Mei, who had fallen into a deep slumber, pondering how she, blind as she was, managed to carry you, a burden, to this cave and sustain life for 3 days. To some extent, you have irreparably altered the course of Su Mei's existence, leading to her brother's untimely demise and entangling her in chaos. The seemingly unfeeling you is now beset by a pang of guilt. Had it been before, your cultivation would have allowed you to escape this place with Su Mei. Yet, under the onslaught of the frigid air, your meridians have become frozen, rendering your body immobile, and the spiritual energy within you is difficult to summon, akin to that of a cripple. At this moment, only your eyes and mouth remain functional. You contemplate ending it all to escape this simulation, but as you observe the exhausted Sume before you, you find yourself ensnared in a web of inner conflict. Damn it, the absurdity of this villain simulator. Which villain is relentlessly pursued day after day? This wretched world is bound to turn a person into a specter. Chapter 59, Lucian, my life feels as though I tread upon thin ice. You harbor grave doubts that the so-called villain simulator might be intent on grooming you to become a future great antagonist. Being relentlessly pursued. Targeted daily, any ordinary person would have succumbed to darkness and sought vengeance against the world, yet your resolve remains steadfast. What on earth is happening? As you observe Sume, who has suffered ruin and despair due to your actions, your heart softens despite her wretched fate. Though your own demise would be swift and merciful, the blind adversary, lost within a savage wilderness teeming with beasts, would surely meet a grim end. For the past 3 days, Sume has managed to keep you alive, relying on the talismans you previously bestowed upon her. Consider it a final act of kindness before death, granting her a chance to survive. Perhaps sensing something. The deeply slumbering Sume suddenly opens her crystalline white eyes, her face alight with excitement. Brother Lu, you are awake. Gazing at Sume, you remain silent for a moment before ultimately deciding to reveal the truth. Upon some level, it is you who has brought her misfortune. Remarkably, Sume appears to have been aware all along. Brother has told me since childhood that if it weren't for the Lu family's assistance, we would have perished from the cold that winter long ago. From that day forth, he declared, my life is mine to preserve, while his belongs to the Lu family, awaiting their claim. Brother Lu, I do not harbor resentment towards you. 3 days later, you attempt to harness a portion of your spiritual energy to activate the special ring, retrieving some invigorating elixirs and remaining talismans, marking a turning point in your circumstances. Each day, under your guidance, Sume utilizes the talismans to hunt beasts for sustenance. At night, when the chill of the cold poison returns, the two of you huddle together for warmth. During this time, peculiar and otherworldly beings emerge to attack you, yet under the protection of the talismans, you consistently evade peril. You discover that these strange entities seem particularly drawn to Sume, her constitution exuding an extraordinary allure that continually attracts their assaults. Liu Zhong once remarked that Sume is a fusion of human and otherworldly essence, possessing an innate cast eye. One of her parents must undoubtedly belong to a lineage of remarkable taboo existence. To those bizarre beings, her bloodline may well be akin to an alternative delicacy, reminiscent of Tang Seng's flesh. You are acutely aware that, were it not for the talismans you previously left behind, which can resist and vanquish those strange entities, Sume's fate would likely be dire. However, the predicament lies in the dwindling number of talismans at your disposal. And you are currently ensnared in the backlash of your 9th step in the sky, rendering you unable to create more. Once the remaining talismans are exhausted, the specter of being devoured alive by the otherworldly beings looms ominously. May I wish to teach you the way of cultivation, to impart the knowledge of talismans. It is better to teach a person to fish than to give them a fish. You intend to guide Sume onto the path of cultivation. I will listen to you, Brother Lu, Sume responds with earnest agreement. During this period, you observed that Sume struggled significantly with the Taiku Dragon Elephant Sutra, making slow progress in her cultivation. Conversely, she swiftly mastered the sinister Thousand Shadows Demon technique, quickly entering the realm of transcending mortality. In the domain of talismanic arts, she displayed an astonishing aptitude for dark and cursed talents, impressively creating a minor talisman and ascending to the rank of a first-tier talisman master. Indeed, she was a hidden destined heroine. Although she exhibited a pronounced bias in her skills, rapidly embracing malevolent and sinister techniques, her potential for cultivation was undoubtedly exceptional. Moreover, with the formidable cast eye at her disposal, her future appeared undeniably bright. Throughout this time, you sensed that Sume harbored a peculiar affection for you, relying on you to such an extent that she wished to be by your side at all times. In response, you voiced your curiosity. Brother Lu possesses a unique aura that draws me near. Being beside you calms the tumultuous forces within me, alleviating my pain, Su Mei confessed. Endowed with a partially forbidden and strange bloodline, she endured excruciating pain incessantly, her cast eyes granting her immense power while simultaneously echoing eerie whispers in her ears. These circumstances had long rendered her miserable. Yet, she was astonished to find that when she was near Lu Qian, all her afflictions vanished as if suppressed by a formidable and terrifying force. This explained her growing dependence on you, the Supreme Emperor's bone. Upon hearing Su Mei's explanation, you immediately thought of the Supreme Emperor's bone within you, for only such a divine artifact could wield such miraculous effects. Su Mei's extraordinary potential could, if harnessed, serve as a formidable ally in the future. Her cast eyes posed a lethal threat to celestial beings and could become a significant asset in my endeavors against them. Furthermore, the Supreme Emperor's bone could suppress the turmoil within her bloodline, facilitating her emergence as my staunch ally. Lu Qian began to analyze the situation calmly, recognizing the potential for maximizing his benefits and increasing his influence. However, a formidable obstacle loomed: her brother, Su Meng. It seemed that Su Mei's reliance on him alone was sufficient. It appeared that certain matters were unavoidable. In the simulator, I could act capriciously and without restraint, for I had the privilege of countless chances to start anew. Yet, my reality was singular. I possessed only one opportunity. A single misstep could lead to my demise. My sole desire was to survive. A fierce determination flickered in Lu Qian's eyes as he stowed away the talisman true record, rose from the bed, and approached the window. He gazed down at the bustling scene below, illuminated by myriad lights and teeming with people. Fate bestowed upon him a singular opportunity, granting him access to extraordinary powers. How could he resign himself to death? I shall not perish. I am determined to ascend in this world, step by step, to witness its breathtaking wonders. I shall vanquish those who wish me harm. All who desire my demise shall face death. Beneath the shroud of shadows, his visage flickered between light and darkness. Bearing the weight of time and an insatiable yearning for life, he murmured, "In this lifetime, I tread upon thin ice. Do you think I can reach the other shore?" Suddenly, a tremor coursed through Lu Ruyue, who lay beneath the covers, feigning sleep or death. Her gaze fixed upon that retreating figure, her lips moved, yet no sound escaped. Is this the moment of revelation? Chapter 60, Shattered Hopes and the Transaction with Lu Ruyue. Is this a revelation? Or perhaps a subtle hint? Lu Ruyue furrowed her brow, suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of agitation. It was supposed to be a simple matter of acquiring the sacred text and making a swift exit. Yet, the situation had spiraled beyond her control. It seemed that everyone had underestimated the man before her. He appeared to have been aware of her identity from the very beginning, as well as the formidable force backing her. Was he now attempting to win her over? After a prolonged silence, there was still no response behind her. Lu Qian maintained a calm demeanor, fully aware that a mere handful of words would not sway Lu Ruyue to declare her allegiance and support him. He lacked that so-called tyrannical aura. The silence from the other party, along with their reluctance to engage, could stem from uncertainty about how much he truly knew. Alternatively, it might be a reflection of their skepticism regarding his current predicament. Nevertheless, he was confident that he could bring Lu Ruyue aboard his ship of mischief. With a fifth-tier celestial being by his side, many troubles could naturally be avoided. There was no need for her to express her stance just yet. She could merely observe the unfolding events. With a decisive motion, Lu Qian retrieved a communication token from his possession and sent a message to Lu Zhong outside. Go personally and bring Su Meng discreetly. Also, arrange a new residence for his sister. Outside, Lu Zhong pondered how Lu Shao could possibly know about the elite assassins the Lu family had stationed in the capital. He regarded the contents of the token with a peculiar expression, yet after a moment's hesitation, he chose to comply. He sensed that the current Lu Shao was markedly different from before, as though he had acquired an air of authority akin to that of an elder patriarch. Having resolved to gain complete control over Su Mei, the inevitable demise of Su Meng was now unavoidable. Lu Qian, devoid of any compassion, meticulously arranged everything before turning his gaze back to the antagonist simulator, murmuring to himself, I knew I would not engage in futile endeavors. This has provided me with a heroine strategy handbook, along with a heroine development guide. It conveniently allows me to directly apply my practice in the days to come. 1 month later, Su Mei's cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, reaching the pinnacle of the transcendence stage, and she made significant strides in talisman crafting, acquiring a preliminary ability to survive. You glimpsed a ray of hope, realizing that perhaps you still had a chance at survival. You urged Su Mei to lead you across mountains and valleys towards the 10,000 Great Mountains, hoping to find someone who could protect you. Su Mei agreed, setting off with you on her back in the morning, and that night she held you close in a cave for warmth. You both began to open your hearts to one another, and the feelings between you appeared to intensify. However, your condition continued to deteriorate. The cold poison within you had reached a critical stage, spreading relentlessly, and the backlash from the 9 steps to heaven was proving impossible to contain. 2 months later, as you were unable to cultivate and repay the celestial debt, your own cultivation began to dissipate, reclaimed by the heavens. You fell from the 4th realm of divine power to the 3rd realm of profound understanding. 3 months later, your cultivation had plummeted to the 2nd realm of spirit attraction. Your vitality began to wane, and your visage grew haggard. 4 months later, you had descended to the 1st realm of transcendence, resembling a flickering candle in the wind. Unable to maintain the youthful grace you once possessed, transformed into a frail elder. By the 5th month, your cultivation was entirely stripped away by the cosmos, reducing you to a mere mortal, with your life force on the brink of extinguishment. You realized that death might be imminent. At this moment, you had only just entered the vast mountains, with your destination still a distant dream. Entering the mountains, crossing barriers, paying homage at temples, and embarking on rivers. You had merely taken the first step. Brother Lu, we have entered the mountains. Please hold on, I will find a way for you, Su Mei sobbed, her delicate frame trembling as she embraced you. It is all my fault for breaking through to the 2nd realm of spirit attraction so slowly. Having become a cultivator, she could distinctly sense your aura growing faint, akin to a candle flame that could be snuffed out at any moment. After nearly half a year spent together in the mountains, your bond had deepened significantly, aside from the 1 step yet to be crossed. Su Mei regarded you as her sole reason for living. With a sigh, you acknowledged that survival was beyond your grasp, weakly jesting, well, it's all right, such is fate. Do I not look dreadful now, with all these wrinkles, resembling an old man? You look fine, no matter how you change, I will never disdain you, Su Mei declared firmly, holding you tightly. Just as you were nestled in each other's warmth, an unexpected sound of footsteps interrupted the moment. Step. 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 An unwelcome guest had arrived. Su Mei's expression shifted, sensing a terrifying threat. Her snow-white eyes turned toward the newcomer, rapidly darkening and emanating an aura of curses. Since her cultivation, her control over the curse eyes had advanced significantly, capable of erupting at any moment. Though she could not see, she discerned the identity of the visitor through their aura. The intruder was none other than Lu Ruyue. With a sudden movement, you struck with a swift hand, knocking Su Mei unconscious in an instant. In her final moment of consciousness, she looked at you incredulously, Brother Lu. With a soft thud, Su Mei collapsed into your embrace. Understanding Lu Ruyue's strength, you realized Su Mei could not contend with her. This unexpected action halted Lu Ruyue in her tracks. Astonished as she regarded you. Throughout, you maintained an expression of calm. You knew I would come? Lu Ruyue furrowed her brow, unable to decipher your intentions. I am uncertain. Yet I fervently hope you are the first to discover me. Fortune appears to be on my side. You spoke calmly. The visitor is Lu Ruyue, which signifies that there is still room for negotiation. If it is indeed the orchestrator behind the scenes, then death is their only fate. Let us strike a bargain. I shall provide you with what you desire, and in return, you will take her away and ensure her survival. You articulated your intentions. In this critical moment, your demise is inevitable, and you must make arrangements for Su Mei. Her lineage and constitution will only attract bizarre and otherworldly beings, and as time progresses, these entities grow increasingly formidable, leading to her eventual demise. In contrast, returning to the cities of the Great Xia Empire offers at least a semblance of basic life security. Naturally, you may refuse, in which case you will be left with my lifeless body, from which you may extract what you seek. Lu Ruyue furrowed her brow. Her gaze cold as she scrutinized you and then glanced at the unconscious Su Mei. It appears you are quite the romantic. Very well, I accept your terms. You were seized by the ankle and led towards a nearby cave. Chapter 61, The Conclusion of the Fourth Simulation. You find yourself akin to the monk Tang Seng, whose flesh invariably attracts all manner of demons and monsters, each longing to take a bite and seize something from you. Among them lurks the mastermind intent on your very bones, alongside Lu Ruyue, who seeks the scriptures with unwavering resolve. Yet, this incarnation of Tang Seng is not blessed with longevity, rather, death looms near, compelling you to strike a bargain with Lu Ruyue, providing a means of escape for Su Mei. However, the previously amiable Lu Ruyue has begun to reveal her true nature. Smirk. So, you fancy yourself the Monkey King? You thought to toy with me, did you? Those who pursue me stretch from the Magic City to the Imperial Capital. Do you consider me mere air? I possess both figure and beauty. Go and seek a blind person, for you must be blind to overlook me. Who do you think you are, you scoundrel? Perhaps having been toyed with twice, Lu Ruyue harbors a grudge so deep that she wishes to exact revenge upon you. Shocking. A 300-year-old man brutally beaten by the campus bell of the Magic City. Does this signify a moral decline or, as you endure the blows, it dawns upon you that this seemingly aloof and proud woman possesses a rather petty nature, unwilling to spare even an elder. During your punishment, you vaguely hear Su Mei awaken outside, her anguished cries for Brother Lu echoing in despair. This woman, so vengeful and so small-minded. Lu Qian's eyes flicker as he glances at the feigning Lu Ruyue behind him, mourning the fate of his simulated self. Perhaps feeling the weight of his gaze, Lu Ruyue suddenly throws off the covers, glaring back fiercely before huffing and retreating beneath the blanket once more. At this moment, she remains wary of the transformed Lu Qian before her. Several hours later, having acquired the sacred texts, Lu Ruyue's mood visibly brightens as she once again renders Su Mei unconscious, preparing to take her away. Before departing, she seems to recall something, perhaps out of pity for your impending demise, and divulges a few details. You dispatched that ghostly physician. A matter that stirred considerable unrest in the capital of the Great Xia, alarming many while prompting some to intervene on your behalf. A remarkably influential lady has spoken out. The assailants targeting you have faced consequences and have become considerably more subdued. This explains why, over the past half-year, they have not sought you out. An influential lady. She was capable of dealing with the mastermind behind the scenes. A flicker of astonishment crosses your murky gaze as you process this revelation. Your lips parting in disbelief, yet no sound escapes. You are taken aback to discover that such a figure exists to protect you. Is this powerful lady also of royal descent? Otherwise, it would be impossible to deal with the mastermind behind the scenes, this prince. Yet it seems that time has run out. You are on the verge of death. Why did your adversary not strike sooner? Perhaps that formidable noblewoman only intervened upon witnessing your imminent demise, to provide an explanation to those who protect you from behind. Is this a case of Zhou Yu striking Huang Gai? A sardonic smile graces your lips as your heart begins its slow descent into silence. Lu Ruyue remains silent, cradling the unconscious Su Mei, departing without uttering a word. In such a profound confrontation, even she is reduced to a mere pawn. Devoid of any control over her fate, she has departed. In the final moments of your life, you perceive a shadow emerging shortly after Lu Ruyue's departure, advancing towards you, brandishing a dark blade. It appears that the other party has been waiting for quite some time, eager for action. The master speaks, lamenting that besides the imperial bone, the secret method capable of significantly enhancing one's realm must also be obtained. The figure in black murmurs, Your corpse is subjected to soul-searching. The heavenly steps you possess in your mind are of a unique nature, impervious to theft or scrutiny. The special mechanism of the Villain Simulator has been triggered, safeguarding your soul. The soul-searching endeavor has failed. You have perished, the simulation concludes. Another clue has emerged, the formidable noblewoman. She appears to have aided me, yet what is her true intention? Is it merely to provide closure for a dying man? Lu Qian gazes at the concluding image of the simulator, his brow furrowing before gradually relaxing. What seems to be loyalty may, in fact, be treachery. A day of virtue-concealing malevolence. An ordinary person might easily be deceived by appearances. Moreover, the figure in black, appearing impatiently after Lu Rui's arrival, seems intent on extracting bones and searching for souls. Could this not be the noblewoman's agent? It appears that the manifestation of the heavenly steps has indeed attracted considerable attention. A fourth-tier celestial being has managed to slay an eighth-tier heavenly entity. Astonishing despite the influence of external factors. If obtained and taught to the Death Warriors, it could undoubtedly yield significant results. However, the heavenly steps cannot be seized through soul-searching, possessing a certain uniqueness that renders it non-transmissible. You are somewhat astonished by the peculiar nature of the heavenly steps. Simultaneously, the special mechanism of the Villain Simulator has made you aware of your soul's protection. Methods such as soul-searching are likely futile against you. Thus, your identity as a traveler may remain concealed. He has begun to discern that Lu Rue, this enigmatic celestial being, initially appears aloof and proud, with a sharp tongue, holding grudges, and being somewhat petty, yet deep down, she possesses a good heart. Not only did she come to his aid during critical moments and exhibit a commendable amiability, but she also provided him with invaluable, unique information on numerous occasions. When it seemed that he faced his ultimate demise, she even managed to buy him precious time, allowing him to depart this world with diminished suffering while subtly concealing certain secrets. However, she evidently failed to anticipate that the enigmatic figure clad in black, who ultimately appeared, possessed the extraordinary ability to commune with the dead. Sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted, Lu Qian leaned against the window, gazing at the quilt bundled into a large heap on the carpet, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. It appeared that the Villain Simulator not only showcased various timelines of the future but also revealed the sentiments of different factions toward him, allowing him to discern allies from adversaries in advance. The fourth simulation has concluded, and the final assessment is commencing. Boom! A river of time suddenly manifested before him, encapsulating everything in a state of suspension, as if time itself had come to a halt. Fragments of the temporal river incessantly replayed scenes from within the simulator. Swish! The figure of an elderly man, his visage aged and his hair a brilliant white, gradually emerged, reminiscent of his youthful, handsome self. Lu Qian raised an eyebrow, astonished by the sight of the old man, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. This seemed markedly different from the conclusions of the previous simulations. Could it be that circumstances had altered following the formal simulation? Boom! At that moment, the aged man was suddenly enveloped by radiant orbs of varying hues, coalescing into 6 distinct fruits of the Tao. The host may choose 3 from the following 6 options. Option 1, 9 Steps to Heaven, Fragment. Option 2, The Celestial's Hidden Legacy, Ghostly Physician Sage. Option 3, Solidified Purple Talent, Rune Path Seed. Option 4, 9 Dragons Burning Heaven, Variant Rune Technique. Option 5, Yin Yang Limitless Pill, 5th Rank Elixir. Option 6, Completion of the Tsongmang Overlord Feast. Chapter 62, Celestial Artifacts, The Xian-In Treasure Mirror. I chose the first, second, and third rewards. Upon witnessing the 6 rewards presented before him, Lu Qian hesitated not at all and promptly selected the first 3, discarding the remainder without a second thought. The 9 Steps to Heaven and other abilities, now endowed with the Talisman Dao Seed, could certainly be comprehended anew in the future. Although the Yin Yang Limitless Pill would aid him in breaking through to the 5th realm of the mountains and rivers with his innate talent, such a feat was merely a matter of time. Unnecessary. He could venture into the enigmatic secret realms to eliminate the elder of the Li family and obtain it that way. The overbearing dragon fist completion was the least cost-effective choice, and he dismissed it without hesitation. Swish. 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 A shallow golden dao fruit, a deep purple dao fruit, and a light purple dao fruit, which hovered above the aged figure, suddenly fell. They represented 9 steps to heaven, talisman dao seed, and celestial relics drifting towards Lu Qian. Boom! As the 3 dao fruits merged, Lu Qian felt a tumultuous wave surging within his mind. Countless talismanic inscriptions were deeply etched into his very soul. In an instant, he comprehended the first 7 steps of 9 steps to heaven, and the power of the talisman dao seed. A vast and profound force, rooted deep within his soul, instantly propelled him into a new realm. The 7 heavenly talisman symbols suspended within his spirit could be activated at will, consuming his lifespan to step into the 7th realm of sainthood. Even the embryonic form of the mutated talisman, 9 dragons burning heaven, was slowly taking shape within his mind. No wonder the version of me in the villain simulator was so audacious, with so many hidden cards in hand. A full-blown eruption could temporarily bridge 3 major realms, directly confronting a celestial being. Who would not feel invincible in such a situation? As Lu Qian sensed the transformative upheaval within him, his confidence swelled dramatically in that moment. The distinction between possessing a sword and lacking one is profound. The former wields the power to overturn tables, while the latter faces the fate of being overturned. He aspired to embody the former, not the latter. Crack. As the simulation concluded, the river of time began to collapse gradually. The aged figure before him started to dissolve into sand, merging with the currents of time. Lu Qian felt his constraints loosening, his gaze eagerly fixed on the old man, hoping he might replicate the previous miracle and bestow upon him another dao fruit. However, to his utter disappointment, the old man merely stirred slightly, creating a faint commotion in the river of time before vanishing into obscurity. Furrowing his brow, Lu Qian silently observed the river of time recede, regaining his freedom of action, while speculating, was it a lack of lingering resentment from the old man? During the 3rd villain simulation, the corpse's grievances had nearly shattered the heavens, continuously lamenting for revenge until the very end, when it forcibly extracted a dao fruit to cast towards him. In contrast, this time's villain simulation lacked such fervent resentment. In a surprising turn of events, the phantom physician was vanquished, and with a resounding slap, the mastermind behind it all was struck down, leaving no room for regrets. It was time to uncover the legacy of the phantom physician, a transcendent being of the 3rd realm. Lu Qian extended his hand, and instantly, a special ring materialized, formed from the recently acquired pale purple dao fruit. This was also a reward from the villain simulation, a result of his victory over the phantom physician. However, at that moment the ring bore the residual consciousness of the phantom physician, which he had been incapable of breaching. But now, the situation had changed. Break for me. Lu Qian's mental energy surged forth, and his eyes were momentarily enveloped in a golden light, shattering the remnants of the divine consciousness within the special ring. In an instant, a dazzling array of treasures filled his vision, nearly blinding him. Bottles and jars of medicinal potions, herbs exuding potent aromas, towering stacks of medical texts and alchemical manuscripts, and a fiery crimson alchemical furnace. Among these, the most striking was the ominous Xian-in treasure mirror, which had nearly cost him his life. Lu Ruiyue, curious, peeked out from beneath her blanket, sensing something extraordinary. Slowly, she emerged, only to witness a startling scene. Lu Qian held a high-quality special ring in his hand, seemingly exploring its contents. The next moment, to her astonishment, Lu Qian's hand suddenly revealed the radiant blue glow of the Xian-in treasure mirror. The mirror emanated a unique domain pressure characteristic of transcendent beings, a celestial artifact. Lu Ruiyue could not help but exclaim, her gaze fixated on the mirror. This was a powerful artifact that could only be wielded flawlessly by those of the celestial realm, possessing terrifying capabilities. Such treasures were rare even within the Grand Xia Empire. Some lesser celestial beings merely utilized artifacts of the saintly tier. Yet, Lu Qian, at present, radiated only the aura of the fourth realm. How could he possibly possess a celestial artifact? This scene was akin to a child wielding gold. She felt a pang of envy. Meanwhile, Lu Qian appeared oblivious to Lu Rue's fervent gaze, engrossed in inspecting the Xian-in treasure mirror. This object had nearly claimed his life during the villain simulation. Xian-in treasure mirror, celestial artifact crafted primarily from 10,000-year-old profound ice, with extreme in fine iron as a supplementary material. It was nurtured in the Earth's molten lava for a century, ultimately embodying an essence of extreme cold. It can emit profound in chill. Its divine light freezing all in its path, immobilizing everything. Gazing at the description provided by the villain simulator, Lu Qian discerned the overwhelming nature of this celestial artifact. Had the phantom physician not possessed this treasure to protect him at a critical moment, Lu Qian would have been utterly defeated. It was this very item that had rendered all his strategies ineffective, nearly leading to his downfall. Were it not for the intervention of a certain destined protagonist, he might have faced an ultimate counterattack from the phantom physician. The value of this item is extraordinary. It may very well be the most precious treasure I possess aside from the Supreme Imperial Bone. Although the Blood Escape Talisman is of considerable worth, it is merely a one-time use talisman, incomparable to this divine artifact. Once activated with full force and illuminated by the radiant light of the treasure mirror, even celestial beings would be rendered immobile, frozen in place. It is undoubtedly a priceless asset for critical moments, ideal for eliminating foes and seizing opportunities. Chapter 63: The Legacy of the Alchemist and the Hidden Assassin. Aside from the mystical in treasure mirror, the special ring was filled with an abundance of medical texts, herbs, and various jars of elixirs, not to mention a highly esteemed alchemical furnace. The value contained within was truly beyond imagination. It was astonishing to discover that this ghostly medical sage was not only a third-tier celestial being but also a skilled alchemist, likely of considerable rank. After all, his previous guise as the Ghost Doctor was renowned throughout the Great Seer as a prominent physician. In the realm of villain simulation, it was no wonder that the reaction from the mastermind after eliminating the ghostly medical sage was so immense. On one hand, they had lost a third-tier celestial being. On the other, they had lost a high-ranking alchemist. How could the reaction not be substantial? Lu Qian gazed at the wealth within the special ring, unable to suppress the smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Not to mention the myriad of elixirs and herbs, even the books alone represented an unimaginable fortune. With a swift motion, he secured the treasure mirror at his waist and conjured a volume of alchemical formulas from thin air. Disregarding Lu Rue's astonished gaze as he casually flipped through its pages, the alchemical formulas instantly came into view: human face peel, human scorpion peel, 100 insect peel, blood poison peel. This was a complete legacy of an alchemist, boasting a remarkable level of 8. The only drawback was that this alchemical heritage did not belong to the orthodox lineage. Rather, it was inclined towards the sinister, ruthless, and corrosive, condemned as the path of the malevolent poison alchemist. The recorded formulas were predominantly toxic, cursed, and blood-related substances with severe side effects and formidable lethality. The materials required for concoction were exceedingly malevolent, yielding bizarre effects. No wonder the previous rumors suggested that the Ghost Doctor could both kill and save a person. Although this legacy of the alchemist was peculiar and did not hold the same merit as the orthodox traditions, its value was still considerable. As I have primarily focused on talismanic arts, it would be impractical to continue pursuing alchemical studies, as it would consume too much of my energy. Perhaps I could entrust it to Su Mei for cultivation. With her physique, mastering such dark arts would undoubtedly progress swiftly. Coupled with her deadly cursed eyes, she could quickly develop combat prowess, posing a lethal threat. As Lu Qian reached this decision, he felt a surge of emotion. The ghostly medical sage appeared far more complex than anticipated. Without the previous array of coincidences, he might not have been able to subdue the opponent. Not to mention, he had yet to witness the full extent of this poison alchemist's techniques. Killing one ghostly medical sage had inadvertently made him immensely wealthy. The legacy of the alchemist. Lu Rui's lips twitched as she watched Lu Qian casually extract another alchemical legacy and peruse it, her astonishment palpable. First, there was the celestial artifact, and now an alchemical legacy. What other treasures lay within that special ring? Surely, there must be a specialized alchemical furnace as well. This rascal seemed to be extraordinarily affluent. Was he not afraid that I might seize his riches? Lu Rui's soft voice, tinged with a hint of envy, reached his ears. Unbeknownst to him, she had already risen and stood before Lu Qian, staring intently at him. A mere practitioner of the Four Realms possessing such an abundance of treasures would undoubtedly stir desire in anyone. This rascal was clearly attempting to tempt her into wrongdoing. Faced with Lu Rui's subtly threatening words, Lu Qian halted his movements, nodded slightly, and with a smile gracing his face, met the gaze of the woman before him with unwavering calmness. His voice, imbued with an unthinkable confidence and dominance, resonated. If I dare to present these items, I am unafraid of your attempts to seize them. Do you think these possessions simply appeared in my hands? So what if they belong to a celestial? I have slain before, you may certainly try. Host, Lu Qian, age 18, occupation, talismancer, 5th tier, realm, pinnacle of divine powers, cultivation techniques, ancient dragon elephant scripture, 4th layer. Celestial grade, Thousand Shadow demonic art, 5th layer, celestial grade, true record of talismans, divine techniques, dragon elephant overlord's resolution, shadow mimicry, shapeshifting, vast overlord dragon fist, supreme mode. 9 steps to heaven, fragment, physique, supreme imperial bone. Talent, greased lightning, blue, you cannot see me, red, talismanic seed, purple, items, life-saving blood escape talisman. Mysterious in treasure, celestial artifact, celestial legacy, ghostly healer, simulation attempts, 0, villain points, 62,000, with numerous trump cards at his disposal. He felt emboldened in the presence of this enigmatic celestial. In such a direct confrontation, he could not afford to appear weak. By boldly revealing these numerous treasures, he aimed to capture her attention and astonishment, thus seizing the initiative. What if she was a celestial? I have slain before. Lu Rui's pupils constricted, instantly grasping the critical point. This scoundrel had indeed killed a celestial, and the items in his possession were seized. Yet, a practitioner of the Four Realms slaying an 8-realm celestial was utterly preposterous. However, at this moment, she perceived no trace of deceit or falsehood in his eyes, or rather, she detected an endless, unyielding brilliance, accompanied by an unsettling sting. Could it truly be that Lu Qian had genuinely slain a celestial, thus possessing such audacity? Wait. If he were indeed a disciple of that renowned figure, it would not be impossible. With that person's capabilities, the so-called celestial might as well be an ant in their palm. If Lu Qian were to be left with some means. Curse it. How have those inept members of my family been managing all these years? Why were they oblivious to such a crucial matter? They dare call him a mere debauched young master. Which debauched young master could slay a celestial? They are all worthless. They ought to be executed on the spot. The mysterious celestial Lu Rui harbors a hint of fear towards you. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, villain points 2000. Lu Qian's mind was suddenly filled with the voice of the villain simulator. He noticed Lu Rui's gaze flickering as she began to avert her eyes, displaying a measure of trepidation. Humph, a good woman does not contend with men, it is time to rest. Having taken a setback, Lu Rui turned away, wrapping herself in the quilt and feigning death once again, which was rather endearing. Lu Qian could not help but chuckle. It was evident that Lu Rui was likely lost in thought about something, probably concerning her rather unremarkable master, Xuanfuzi. To instill such trepidation in a fifth-turn celestial being, one could only imagine the formidable nature of Xuanfuzi. Suddenly, while leaning against the window, Lu Qian felt a slight sting from the talisman seed within him, seemingly issuing a warning. HM. His brows furrowed as he cast his gaze outside. Just a moment ago, he had sensed a hint of murderous intent. His eyes swept over Chiwei and the others below, settling briefly on a shadowy corner outside the Century Hotel before swiftly moving on. So, it was you. Oh. Had that young man just glanced this way? Could it be that he has discovered my presence? Impossible. How could an ordinary person penetrate the depths of my thousand shadow magic? The assassin concealed in the shadows felt a jolt of anxiety, but quickly relaxed. He held considerable confidence in his thousand shadow magic. His gaze shifted to the figure at the highest window of the Century Hotel. Unable to resist licking his lips with a long, slender tongue. The prey I have my eyes on shall not escape. Thinking that hiding within offers safety is merely akin to catching a turtle in a jar. Chapter 64, Lu Qian's First Strike and Lu Rue's Astonishment. The inept members of the Li family are of no use, I must single-handedly turn the tide. In just 4 days, the esteemed elder will arrive in the Demon City. And at that moment, this so-called impregnable fortress will be reduced to mere rubble before him. Enjoy your fleeting moments of joy, young man. For soon you shall find no opportunity to indulge in such pleasures again. The Thousand Shadows assassin scoffed, clearly dismissing Lu Qian, who was hiding within the Century Hotel, as already dead. Upon realizing the Li family's failure and his own isolation, he urgently called for reinforcements from above, dispatching for a more formidable presence. To his astonishment, he received a delightful surprise: a mysterious elder had been sent his way. Those recognized as elders within the organization are formidable superiors of the Eighth Realm. He could only wonder which elder would come this time. If he could connect with such a significant figure, he might finally gain access to the true essence of the Thousand Shadows demonic art. Just as the Thousand Shadows assassin was lost in his musings, his expression shifted suddenly. The figure that had been at the top window of the Century Hotel had inexplicably vanished. How could it disappear so suddenly? It had been standing there moments ago. Just then, a haunting voice emerged from behind. So it was you who lured that ghostly physician Esmat here. Swish. In that moment of reverie, the bewildered Thousand Shadows assassin felt his pupils constrict, as if doused in icy water, his entire being chilled to the core, disbelief etched on his shadow-cloaked face. How could this be? Someone approached him so silently. Moreover, he had not detected their presence. This was an utter humiliation for a master of stealth such as himself. Even more alarming, he found the voice behind him strikingly familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. It was unmistakably that of his target within the Century Hotel. Shadow Babs, stab. A shadow suddenly surged from the ground, lunging towards him in an attempt to pierce the newcomer. Swish. Yet, the shadowy strike found nothing but empty air. The Thousand Shadows assassin's expression shifted as he gazed at the barren ground behind him, astonishment flooding his features as if he had seen a ghost. How could this be? Clap. A chilling arm unexpectedly tapped his shoulder, whispering softly, "Looking for me." Swish. The hair-raising sensation sent shivers down the spine of the Thousand Shadows assassin. As he spun around, only to behold a familiar youthful visage smiling back at him. It was none other than Lu Qian. In Lu Qian's hand was an ancient, ethereal blue treasure book, emanating a faint yet frigid glow. "It's you." Crack. In an instant, this elusive and notoriously difficult Thousand Shadows assassin was enveloped by a wave of icy energy, transforming him into a lifelike ice sculpture. The face of the ice sculpture bore remnants of astonishment and fear, interwoven in a manner that defied expectation. Who would have thought that what was presumed to be a feeble target possessed such terrifying means? With a swift strike, he dispatched the extraordinary assassin. The talent known as "You Cannot See Me" proved to be a formidable tool for ambush, but sleep could easily lead to disaster. Coupled with the mysterious in treasure, a celestial artifact, eliminating a transcendent-level assassin became a task as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. However, the consumption of this celestial artifact was equally daunting. Even a slight invocation of its chilling essence drained a significant portion of my spiritual energy. Lu Qian gazed calmly at the ice sculpture before him, stowing away the mysterious in treasure, and softly murmured to himself, having identified the threat posed by the Thousand Shadows assassin in advance. He certainly would not allow it to linger, opting instead to eradicate it to prevent future complications. This terrifying assassin, who had once easily dispatched him during the first villain simulation, now paled in comparison to his current self. Employing a few hidden cards to eliminate the adversary was akin to squashing an ant, no challenge at all. It was no wonder that during the last villain simulation, the ghostly physician had suddenly emerged, a miscalculation on my part. After dealing with the Li family, one must contemplate digging 3 feet into the earth to unearth you. Previously, Liu Qian had believed that the Li family orchestrated the events during the last villain simulation, covertly informing the ghostly physician, leading to the devastation of the Century Hotel, the tragic capture and demise of Su Meng, and the severe wounding of Lu Zhong. Little did he know, the true mastermind behind it all was the Thousand Shadows assassin before him. Regrettably, the discovery came too late. The adversary had already sent messages and established contact with the puppeteer behind the scenes. The arrival of the ghostly physician in 4 days seemed inevitable. With a casual flick, Liu Qian removed the Thousand Shadows assassin's storage bag, breaking its seals to investigate. An assassin of such extraordinary caliber could not possess a high-grade special ring like the ghostly physician, as the storage bag's capacity was limited and unstable. A significant impact could lead to the loss or shattering of its contents. The host has effortlessly annihilated the Thousand Shadows assassin, eliminating a potential threat and receiving a reward, the enhancement of the shadow mimicry technique, villain points 1500. A specially crafted communication token was retrieved from the storage bag, evidently the means through which the Thousand Shadows assassin had been in contact with higher authorities. Perhaps it would be wise to surprise that neutered dog. Liu Qian contemplated the token in his hand, then glanced at the eye sculpture of the assassin, his eyes flickering with a burgeoning plan. Yet, before proceeding, further simulations were necessary. What a peculiar ability, it evades even my scrutiny. Is it special manipulation? To have so effortlessly slain a transcendent being. Liu Ruiyue, who had been observing Liu Qian, bore witness to his decisive defeat of the Thousand Shadows assassin, her expression momentarily tightening with concern. This man seems to harbor an abundance of secrets, consistently employing unimaginable methods. Such actions starkly contrast with the information at hand. Could it be the power of the Supreme Emperor's bone, which nearly brought about the ruin of the entire Great Xia Empire? With a sudden motion, Liu Qian reappeared at the pinnacle of the Century Hotel. Throughout his excursion, Qi Wei and the others below remained blissfully unaware that the young master they were tasked with protecting had already made a complete circuit. His talent, aptly named You Cannot See Me, has become increasingly formidable with his growing strength, manifesting a terror that is palpable in the real world. Perhaps only Liu Ruiyue, who has been attentively observing from within the room, could vaguely sense his brief departure and swift return. However, when Liu Qian cast his gaze toward her, he was momentarily taken aback. At some point, this mischievous individual had leaped from the carpet to the bed, claiming his spot as her own. How playful. Chapter 65, Liu Qian, I am your father, mischievous one. Liu Qian chuckled softly, shaking his head without elaborating further. His tolerance for Liu Ruiyue remained notably high, as they had shared a profound bond during previous encounters in their villain simulations. Suddenly, a series of knocks reverberated through the room. Liu Zhong's voice emerged from outside, Young Master, Su Meng has been brought in, and everything else has been arranged. The arrival was prompt. With a decisive motion, the door swung open, revealing 2 figures. Beside Liu Zhong stood a young man, whose countenance was resolute and whose frame appeared somewhat gaunt. Liu Qian's gaze lingered on the young man for a fleeting moment, a flicker of complexity crossing his features, before he spoke slowly, Liu Zhong, please train him for me. I have an unsettling feeling these past few days, we need a visible substitute as a safeguard. Understood, young master, Liu Zhong replied with a nod, expressing no dissent. Such tactics of substitution were not uncommon among noble families, although he believed that as long as he remained in the Magic City, With his formidable strength at the 7th level of Saint, no one could harm young Master Lu. He would naturally comply with the young master's orders. As your stand-in, should any misfortune befall you, I shall ensure your family is well cared for, granting them a life of wealth and safety. If all goes well, I will also offer you a prosperous future. Lu Qian addressed Su Meng, who was destined for parole, his voice calm. Thank you, young master. Su Meng exhaled deeply. Her voice resolute, gratitude illuminating her face. As a death warrior, serving her family was her duty. Even in death, her sister would be looked after by the Lu family. If she survived, there would be a bright future, allowing her sister a better living environment, perhaps, in time. She could request young Master Lu's assistance in treating Maya's eyes. In that moment, Su Meng harbored hopes and excitement for the future, blissfully unaware that she had embarked on a path leading to her demise. This exemplifies the power of authority, with but a single word. One can compel another to willingly embrace death, all while expressing gratitude for the opportunity granted. Having arranged everything, Lu Qian returned to his chamber, a serene calm enveloping him, tinged with a hint of self-mockery. He reclined on the bed, nudging Lu Ruyue aside and claiming half the blanket, resembling an old married couple. Having undergone several simulations as partners before, they were no longer strangers. Now, it was time to commence the 5th simulation, where he could confront Lu Ruyue directly, seeking to draw her closer and gauge her stance. Arriving early at the enigmatic realm, Bai sought to acquire the complete 9 steps of treading the heavens. Patiently waiting to seize the destined protagonist, Yi Chen, and extract the wisdom of his venerable elder. Furthermore, I endeavored to exert every effort to transcend my current limitations and journey southward to the great 10,000 mountains, where I would meet the entity within the Lu family that could ensure my safety, thereby discerning the extent of my support. Having mentally outlined the forthcoming actions of the antagonist, Lu Qian maintained a tranquil demeanor as he regarded his ample reserve of villain points. Villain points, 63,500. Such an abundance of villain points instilled him with considerable confidence. The villain simulator initiated its 5th simulation. Ding. 5,000 villain points have been deducted from the host to obtain 1 instance of villainous life simulation. Ding. Commencing the 5th villainous life simulation. Detected that the host retained the talent lies that even ghosts wouldn't believe, green, from the previous simulation for this session. Would you like to proceed with this choice? The host may also refresh to initiate a new round of talent selection, but the retained talent will be forfeited. I specified my choice of the talent lies that even ghosts wouldn't believe. Lu Qian furrowed his brow but did not hesitate, making his decision. The prospect of refreshing for new talents was uncertain, then losing the previously retained lies that even ghosts wouldn't believe after spending 5,000 villain points would render that expenditure futile. Moreover, the potential of this talent was immense and exceptional, likely proving advantageous for the forthcoming simulation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the temporary talent, lies that even ghosts wouldn't believe, green. Lies that even ghosts wouldn't believe, green. The fabrications you utter may defy belief even among the supernatural, yet to a certain extent, humans are inclined to accept them. Simulation commences. On the surface, you appear as a debauched young master. Yet you are acutely aware of your extraordinary identity and the impending crisis. At this moment, you discover that you have awakened a new talent, lies that even ghosts wouldn't believe. You realize that your words seem imbued with a unique quality, prompting others to subconsciously believe them to a degree. At this moment, there are 4 days until the arrival of the ghostly physician in Magic City, and 2 days until the mysterious realm of the Magic City waters opens. Though time is of the essence, you remain unperturbed, intending to first experiment with the effects of this green talent. And as for the target of your experiment, smirk. You rouse the sleeping Lu Ruyue beside you. Lu Qian, what are you doing? Lu Ruyue exclaimed angrily, still groggy from slumber. Having just fallen asleep, being jolted awake understandably incited her ire. Lu Ruyue, I have something of great importance to discuss with you. Speak earnestly. What is this important matter? Under the influence of lies that even ghosts wouldn't believe, Liu Ruyue's anger was instinctively dispelled, and she regarded you with newfound seriousness. At this moment, she had formed some vague conjectures. But what transpired next clearly exceeded her expectations. Liu Ruyue. I am your father. With a serious expression, you spoke. Father. How outrageous. Liu Ruyue was momentarily taken aback, her mind instinctively beginning to hold you in higher regard, and she blurted out her desire to embrace you. However, as a fifth-tier celestial being, her true realm far surpassed yours. Although momentarily swayed by your influence, she quickly regained her composure, erupting in fury. This sudden shift made you realize that the ability of fabricating tales could briefly sway even someone of Liu Ruyue's caliber, which was indeed extraordinary. It is crucial to understand that even a fleeting disturbance or influence holds unimaginable value. In the heat of life and death battles, this potential could prove to be lethally significant. This was nothing short of a divine skill. You scoundrel, how dare you? I will kill you. Liu Ruyue fumed, her gaze turning fierce, akin to an enraged tigress. She rolled up her sleeves and pinned you to the ground, delivering a series of playful punches to your chest. You found yourself restrained, enduring a light beating. Chapter 66, Entering the Secret Realm early, ambushing the fated protagonist Yi Chen, seizing the golden finger of the elder. What did you just do to me? Liu Ruyue questioned with icy disdain. At that moment, she was nearly infuriated, calling you a little brat was an utter humiliation. Under different circumstances, she would have resorted to lethal measures. Yet, your unique status prevented her from striking you down or even berating you, leaving her with no choice but to suppress her rage and deliver a few blows instead. Nevertheless, despite her fury, she quickly realized that something was amiss. As a fifth-tier celestial being, her consciousness was not easily swayed by external forces, yet she had evidently been influenced by some unknown power. The fact that a mere fourth-tier adept could affect someone of her caliber, an eighth-tier celestial, was utterly astonishing. Yet, that was irrelevant. There were pressing matters I wished to discuss with you. Rubbing my chest, I grimaced from the pain. The earlier confrontation with the enraged tigress had been ferocious. Had she not restrained herself, Rai might have faced dire consequences. During that tumultuous exchange, I attempted to employ my green talent, endless words, to compel her to relent. But those efforts proved futile. It was clear that this talent's initial effectiveness diminished significantly against higher-tier opponents, as they became wary after the first encounter. Nevertheless, it was still a remarkable green talent. I wish to speak with the person behind you, I stated gravely, revealing my true intent. I planned to probe into the background of Liu Ruyue's mysterious benefactor within this simulated realm. Upon hearing my words, Liu Ruyue's brow furrowed in contemplation, and she fell silent, shaking her head with a cold expression to indicate her refusal, leaving no room for negotiation. Clearly, this matter had crossed a line, and she would not acquiesce. I was not surprised by this outcome. Evidently, the forces backing Liu Ruyue were reluctant to expose themselves or their motives. After all, the stakes were exceedingly high, and a misstep could lead to the demise of many. Her expression betrayed that, despite my previous displays of extraordinary prowess, I had failed to sway her. Thus, I opted for a compromise. I understand your aims, and I can assist you while ensuring your secrets remain safe, but I have one condition. What condition? This time, Liu Ruyue broke her silence, her curiosity piqued. Stay by my side and assist me 3 times, after that, I shall grant you what you desire. I articulated my ultimate goal, to have a 5th-tier celestial serve as my temporary protector, shielding me from impending threats. Upon hearing my proposition, Liu Ruyue appeared conflicted, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. She was understandably wary of my enigmatic mentor and my peculiar background, which deterred her from taking aggressive action against me. Ultimately, she could only await my initiative. As she contemplated this, her frustration mounted. How could one so exquisitely beautiful be treated as if she were invisible? While conditions were being discussed, eventually, she acquiesced. In the end, she chose to accept the role of your personal bodyguard, albeit temporarily. Come and accompany me to a certain place, you urged. Your heart swelled with joy, knowing your gamble had paid off as you led Lu Ruyue towards the port of the magical city. Though the secret realm would not open for another 2 days, you recalled a significant detail during the second villain simulation. Lu Ruyue had taken you, stripped of your powers, back into the secret realm where you had hidden for half a year. This indicated that this mysterious realm likely possessed other entrances for early access. However, the threshold for entering those passages was formidable, likely requiring one to be of celestial origin. There exists a hidden secret realm. I need you to assist me in locating its entry point for early access, you stated. Lu Ruyue looked surprised. Surveying the tranquil sea before her, while an overwhelming celestial pressure began to emanate from her, probing the surroundings inch by inch. At that moment, you felt the weight of her aura pressing down upon you, even more terrifying than you had anticipated. Indeed, there is a secret realm. Soon, Lu Ruyue discovered an extremely concealed special fissure and took decisive action. With a thunderous crack, the rift was forcefully torn open. Let us proceed. I will exert all my efforts to open a passage at this nexus of the secret realm, but it will soon mend, Lu Ruyue shouted. Before the space could heal, the two of you entered the secret realm. Your conjecture had proven correct. Such rich spiritual energy, this appears to be an ancient secret realm. Lu Ruyue expressed her astonishment at the realm's abundance of spiritual essence, equally curious as to how you had known of this place. In that moment, your air of mystery in her eyes seemed to swell tremendously. You refrained from answering, further deepening your enigmatic persona as you led Lu Ruyue towards the ruins. Along the way, the two of you easily dispatched a few unwary, bewildering entities and arrived at the site of the ruins. Yet, as soon as she stepped inside, Lu Ruyue felt her spiritual energy and cultivation rapidly dissipating, causing her to recoil in fear. What sort of place is this? You, with your supreme imperial bone, remained unscathed, unaffected by the surroundings. Silence! You exclaimed, gripping the startled Lu Ruyue. The domineering aura emanating from your imperial bone instantly dispelled the unusual sensations surrounding her. Shocked by your mysterious capabilities, Lu Ruyue gazed at you in awe, as if a fierce tiger had transformed into an obedient little wife, trailing behind you. I found it. Soon, you reached the depths of the ruins, where you beheld a fragmented statue and the parchment floating above it, inscribed with the steps of transcending the heavens. This time, Yi Chen had not arrived before you. You stepped forward, removed the parchment, and began to read. Soon, the parchment transformed into a stream of light, entering your mind. You acquired the complete knowledge of the 9 steps to ascend. At last, you obtained the final 2 steps. Your heart swelled with excitement, yet you refrained from immediately practicing. Instead, you crafted a replica of the parchment using a materialization talisman and placed it atop the original. After completing this task, you took Lu Ruyue by the hand and moved aside to conceal yourselves. You suspected that in previous encounters, Yi Chen had always managed to acquire the 9 steps to ascend before you due to the guidance of the remnants of the old man's spirit, allowing him to enter the secret realm ahead of time. Your purpose for entering this secret realm was not solely to attain the last 2 steps of the 9 steps to ascend. You intended to ambush the fated protagonist, Yi Chen, alongside Lu Ruyue, who was a 5th transformation celestial being, and seize his golden finger, the old man. With the 9 steps to ascend at my disposal, combined with Lu Ruyue's celestial prowess, dealing with a mere 4th realm protagonist like Yi Chen would be as effortless as child's play. This time, the advantage lies with me. Chapter 67, an unexpected turn of events, breaking through the boundaries of the 5 realms. For quite some time, you have coveted the so-called golden finger of Leaf Dust's grandfather. Throughout various simulations, it has become evident that Leaf Dust's ability to escape peril unscathed relies heavily on this mysterious golden finger. Were it not for this, his reckless and unthinking nature would have long since led to his demise, making it improbable for him to continue his energetic escapades. If you could seize this power for yourself, whether by extinguishing its soul, plundering its memories, extracting martial arts secrets, or coercing it into a protective pact, it would amount to a veritable treasure. The value of Leaf Dust's golden finger undoubtedly surpasses that of the 9 steps to heaven, perhaps even exceeding it. Previously, Leaf Dust's awareness of the existence of the 9 steps to heaven stemmed from the guidance of that enigmatic remnant soul, suggesting that it possesses knowledge of numerous hidden opportunities. You yearn for a swifter ascent to higher realms, then what you lack most is assistance and abundant opportunities. In your mind, you have already claimed Leaf Dust's golden finger as your own. Concealed with Lu Ruyue, you lie in wait, prepared to pounce and capture your target. Under normal circumstances, Lu Ruyue's character would never allow her to be so compliant. However, perhaps your aura of mystery and strength has rendered her considerably more docile. Women are often drawn to power. You begin to practice the last 2 steps of the 9 steps to heaven, aiming to condense the remaining 2 talisman seeds. Enlisting Lu Ruyue to assist in keeping watch. She agrees on the first day. Leaf Dust does not arrive on the 3rd day. Leaf Dust still does not appear by the 5th day. You start to sense something amiss. Everything seems overly quiet on the 10th day. You manage to condense 1/10 of the celestial talisman, yet these final 2 steps of the Dao seed appear exceedingly difficult to solidify by the 20th day. The celestial talisman has condensed to 1/5 at this moment. According to the flow of time, 2 days have passed in the outside world. You feel that the entire secret realm of Magic City has begun to awaken, yet the anticipated Leaf Dust remains elusive. What could be the matter? Based on previous simulations, Leaf Dust should have already made an appearance. Why is he still absent? This situation starkly contrasts with prior simulations. Could it be that he has forsaken the 9 steps to heaven? Lu Qian's gaze momentarily falters, darkening with unease. This circumstance diverges from his expectations. Could it be that some unforeseen incident has occurred? Or perhaps that mysterious remnant soul within Leaf Dust has sensed danger, leading to his absence? This seems to be the most fitting explanation for the moment. It appears that the enigmatic remnant soul is far more complex than initially assumed. You realize that the issue may lie with Leaf Dust's mysterious remnant soul, understanding that this ambush might very well end in failure. Given the circumstances, it is best to take our leave, as it seems the revered ghost doctor is nearing the demon city. You decisively abandon the ambush plan and, accompanied by Lu Ruyue, swiftly departed from the ruins. At this moment, with the secret realm now open, several formidable beings from the demon city have already entered. You chose to employ the illusory shadow technique to alter your appearance as the persona of Honli reemerges. Your ability to disguise yourself, altering both your aura and visage, astonishes Lu Ruyue, for in this instant, without a meticulous probing of her divine sense, she finds it challenging to discern your true form. Merely a trifling skill. You respond with a calm demeanor, albeit with a hint of arrogance. Suddenly, your gaze sharpens as you perceive a familiar figure among the practitioners ahead. Indeed, it is the esteemed elder of the Li family, holder of the Yin-Yang ultimate pill. A surge of excitement courses through you. Lu Ruyue, sensing your murderous intent, inquires, "Shall I intervene against the 3 extraordinary beings of the Li family?" "There is no need, they are but a handful of worthless foes." You decline Lu Ruyue's offer, unwilling to squander a valuable opportunity for action. You don the mist ghost cloak to obscure your form, and with a silent incantation of "You cannot see me," you vanish, swiftly approaching the members of the Li family. Ha! Who would have thought such a secret realm would exist in the demon city? The elder must have acquired numerous treasures this time. With the acquisition of a Yin-Yang ultimate pill, it is certain that the Li family will gain another powerhouse of the mountain and river realm. It is regrettable that Li Yong was killed by that wretched scion of the Lu family, otherwise he could have been entrusted with its consumption. Humph! That little wretch shall not last long. The esteemed one is soon to arrive. It is lamentable that due to previous failures, my family has lost the trust of higher authorities. The elder of the Li family and his companions whispered among themselves. Yet they suddenly failed to notice a shadow appearing behind them. "Esteemed friends, please pause. I bring forth a grand opportunity as a gift." A voice, replete with deception yet tinged with friendliness, emerged unexpectedly from behind. In the next moment, the elder and his companions seemed bewitched, instinctively halting their steps. A grand opportunity delivered to our doorstep. Greed flashed across the elder's face as he turned to look. To his astonishment, a pallid, unfamiliar youth stood behind. Smiling pleasantly at them, holding a precious mirror and waving his hand slightly. With a resounding roar, two colossal dragon shadows, one of ice and one of fire, materialized out of thin air, crashing violently into them. In an instant, the elder of the Lee family and his associates were reduced to mere blood mist. Their storage bags falling directly into your possession. In the art of assassination and theft, you have become increasingly adept. The combination of "you cannot see me" and deceptive words is undoubtedly a masterful technique of treachery. Once more, that damned ability. Liu Rui's lips twitched at the sight of this unfolding scene. She has come to realize that although your realm is not particularly elevated, your peculiar abilities are exceedingly formidable. And beneath the heavens, anyone could potentially fall victim to your sinister machinations. Even the most powerful beings must tread carefully. For a single misstep could lead to their downfall at your hands, an experience she has already endured. You paid no heed to Liu Rui's complex gaze as you began to rummage through your storage bag, soon discovering the Inyang Wuji pill. Stay here and do not wander off, I shall procure an orange and make a breakthrough before returning. You addressed Liu Rui. Then disregarded her bewildered expression as you vanished into a nearby forest to set up a formation. Damn it, taking advantage of me again, Liu Rui seethed, her teeth clenched. As she reflected on the situation. Hours later, a tremendous pressure, capable of subduing mountains and rivers, suddenly erupted from below, rapidly ascending. You have transcended the fifth realm of mountains and rivers. Chapter 68, Southward. To the 10,000 Great Mountains. Is it a trap? You have transcended the 5 realms of mountains and rivers, and the ancient dragon elephant scripture has reached its 5th tier, rendering your physical form significantly more powerful. Simultaneously, your lifespan has expanded from 300 years to 500 years. You observe that the progress of the celestial talisman, which has coalesced deep within your soul, has surged dramatically, ascending from 20% to 40%. Following your breakthrough in personal cultivation, you notice that the consumption of the heavenly step has seemingly diminished. Your temporary ascension to the saint realm now requires only 50 years of lifespan, a halving of the previous demand. With your current lifespan, you can sustain a brief entry into the 7th realm for 10 seconds, a threefold increase in endurance compared to before. At this moment, your strength has undergone a qualitative leap. It is evident that the higher one's cultivation, the lesser the cost of employing the heavenly step. This is indeed the correct approach to utilizing the heavenly step. The greater the cultivation, the more pronounced the effect. You gradually comprehend everything and understand its proper application. In high spirits, you manipulate the dual energies of yin and yang within you, invoking gravitational forces to achieve the ability of aerial flight without relying on talismans. Arriving beside Liu Rui, let us return to the demon capital. Observing your swift breakthrough into the 5 realms of mountains and rivers without the slightest instability, but rather a solidified state, Liu Rui's expression is somewhat peculiar. Normally, practitioners require tranquility and state adjustment prior to a breakthrough, and even more so to stabilize their cultivation afterward. However, you seem to have entirely bypassed these necessary processes. Unbeknownst to her, you have previously traversed the realm multiple times using the heavenly step, having already experienced a higher level of power, thus being well aware of its secrets. You were merely a step away from mastering it. You and Liu Rui return to the oceanic expanse of the demon capital, where you retrieve a communication token to contact the Liu family, intending to send a warning. The demon capital has changed, someone intends to take action against me. I urge the family to remain vigilant. Unlike the last time with the villain simulation, you spent half a year in the mysterious secret realm. This time arriving far ahead of schedule, hoping to circumvent certain events and prepare the Liu family. However, after dispatching this message, it seems to sink without a trace, as if cast into an abyss, receiving no response. Do not ponder further. Several days ago, I sensed a powerful force enveloping the entire demon capital. It appears that a formidable entity has set up a grand formation in the vicinity, obscuring the heavenly secrets and severing all connections. You are currently unable to reach the imperial capital, and the Lu family there is in the same predicament, Lu Ruye suddenly interjects. Several days ago. Your countenance shifts. And you feel a prickling unease. Are you certain that the Lu family cannot establish contact with me? I can assure you, Lu Ruye replies. Though somewhat puzzled by your reaction, she nods affirmatively. Boom. In that instant, your mind feels as though it is on the verge of explosion. Because you distinctly recall that during the last simulation, you spent half a year in the mysterious realm. Upon your departure, you received 2 messages from your elder brother. Lu Shou. Lu Shou, do not return to the imperial capital. Head south to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Once you enter the mountains, pass the barriers, visit the temple. And enter the river, there will be someone to protect you. Lu Shou, second brother, it's all right now. It has been a long time since we last met, I was merely joking earlier. The matters in the imperial capital have been resolved, you can come back. The family has missed you. If the magic city had, just days prior, been enveloped in a grand formation left by a certain powerful being, severing all communication. How could your elder brother have sent you these 2 messages? At that moment, you believed the first message was desperately sent by your brother, while the second was from some unseen puppet master. Yet, upon reflection, could it not be that both messages were sent by the same individual? The likelihood of Lu Ruye deceiving me is exceedingly low. It was through her information that I managed to survive and gradually unveiled the truth. Moreover, given that I am currently engaging in a transaction with her, she would have no reason to mislead me. Therefore, the matter of the communication blockade in the Magic City must indeed be true. The one who falsely invoked my brother's name seems intent on luring me south to the 10,000 Great Mountains, wishing for me not to return to the imperial capital. Could it be that the so-called southward journey, the 10,000 Great Mountains, and the promised protection are but a meticulously crafted trap? Lu Qian's gaze trembled, turning cold and sinister. Despite all calculations, he had never anticipated such a gaping pitfall before him. Were it not for Lu Ruye's casual remarks, he might have inadvertently fallen into this trap once more. His eyes shifted towards the peacefully sleeping Lu Ruye, wishing to rouse her to uncover the truth. Yet he knew all too well that this was impossible. Her lips were tightly sealed. After all, the stakes involved were too great. In this instance of villain simulation, he had displayed remarkable prowess, capturing Lu Ruye's astonishment and attention, prompting her to divulge certain information. For now, he could only watch as his simulated self treads upon the pitfall. You realized that the journey south might be a colossal trap, perhaps venturing there would not provide protection but rather lead to a gruesome demise. Yet, you remained uncertain of the hidden truths, for your knowledge was scant. Currently, the only one who could assist you was the very Lu Ruye before you. What would happen if I returned to the imperial capital? You asked, your gaze fixed intently on Lu Ruye, suddenly voicing this question. Lu Ruye paused, then fell into silence, seemingly weighing the pros and cons of whether to respond. After a prolonged moment, perhaps having reached a resolution or sensing the plea in your eyes, she finally spoke, a tenfold risk of death to 1 chance of survival. A tenfold risk of death. Your gaze shifted, severing the weight of her words. You then posed the second question that burned within you, one you yearned to know: if I venture south to the 10,000 Great Mountains, what would happen? Oh. So that is where your desires lie. Upon hearing your words, Lu Ruye's expression shifted continuously, as if she were experiencing a moment of revelation, grasping some elusive truth, yet simultaneously enveloped in a sense of conflict and silence. However, in contrast to her previous reticence regarding the prior question, she swiftly provided her answer this time: you may continue to live. Chapter 69, The Sinister Bloodline of the Usurper, the Great Seer almost perished. Traveling to the imperial capital, the odds of survival are 1 in 10. Heading south to the 10,000 Great Mountains, however, offers a chance at life. Upon learning these 2 starkly contrasting answers from Lu Ruye, your expression grew grave as you weighed the pros and cons. Clearly, Lu Ruye could divulge no more. The matters at hand were far too intricate for her to engage in. It is evident that both paths are fraught with considerable peril. The southward trek to the 10,000 Great Mountains may very well be a trap laid for you, waiting for you to fall into its snare. The imperial capital is a chaotic realm, teeming with formidable beings, a true stronghold for the hidden orchestrators. Even the emergence of several celestial beings would not be surprising. With my current abilities, dealing with an ordinary celestial is already at the limit of my capacity. To venture forth would indeed result in a dire situation. Yet what does that single chance at life signify? Is there something I remain oblivious to? Very well. Since the adversary has persistently sought to entice me southward to the 10,000 Great Mountains, I shall proceed with the original plan and scout the path for my true self, to discern the nature of this treacherous den and discover who else seeks my demise. You pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to adhere to your initial strategy, to journey southward to the 10,000 Great Mountains. You yearn to uncover whether this southern path is a mere trap or a genuine opportunity, while simultaneously seeking to ascertain who else covets your life, so as to prepare in advance. Moreover, for reasons unknown, you felt an inexplicable pull toward the southern direction, as if a unique force was stirring within your bloodline, compelling you forward. You resolved to investigate the matter further. At worst, it would mean death, yet, as long as your true self remains unscathed. Through the trials of repeated simulations, the path to survival can always be discovered. You steeled your resolve and made your way toward the Century Hotel with Lu Ruyue. Now, darkness enveloped the night, and the Century Hotel was once again besieged by countless cloaked figures, intent on eliminating your substitute within. Two beings of the saint level and one third-tier celestial, should I intervene? Lu Ruyue queried. Still fixated on completing her 3 interventions to procure her desired items and make a flawless escape. In her calculations, the concealed third-tier celestial was undoubtedly beyond your capacity to overcome. No rush, it is not yet time for you to strike. Let us observe. You shook your head, reasoning that since the hidden orchestrator sought to ensnare him, they must also feel a measure of pain in return. Additionally, you wished to seize this opportunity to validate a hypothesis and notion. As time elapsed, led by Chi Wei, the Bureau of Demons in the Magic City could no longer withstand the pressure and began to retreat steadily. However, this time, there was no appearance of the fateful protagonist, Yi Chen. To salvage the situation, it seemed that this destined figure had vanished without a trace from the very beginning. It appears that Yi Chen will not make an appearance tonight. Regret filled your heart, as you had intended to ambush the opponent. Yet, to your astonishment, Yi Chen maneuvered through this simulation with the elusive grace of an eel, never revealing even a ghostly shadow throughout the encounter. At that moment, the hidden figure of the ghostly healer could no longer restrain himself and charged directly into the Century Hotel. Liu Zhong was gravely injured, collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. With a sickening crunch, the flamboyant scion, Lu Qian, was struck down in a gruesome explosion of blood, leaving no corpse behind. It's a fake. A decoy. The expression of the ghostly healer darkened, realizing he had mistakenly targeted the wrong individual. The ancestral figure of the Li family and Shen Zhong from the magical capital's General Bureau exchanged apprehensive glances, sensing an ominous shift in their fortunes. Could it be that their target had already anticipated their plan and fled in advance? Haha, I once wondered why young Master Lu sought a substitute. It turns out it was to guard against you rabble, Lu Zhong retorted with a derisive laugh, blood still trickling from his mouth. Li family old dog, Shen Zhong. Don't think that hiding your visage will keep me from recognizing you. And that eunuch over there, your stench is truly unbearable. Sharp-tongued. Seize him. We shall extract his soul, the ghostly healer seethed, enraged by the insult. He despised being referred to as a eunuch rather than a castrated dog. The ancestral figure of the Li family and Shen Zhong shared a knowing look, ready to strike, but suddenly halted. Unbeknownst to them, you and Lu Ruyue had stealthily appeared behind Lu Zhong, your gaze icy as you observed them. Leave him alive, as long as he can still speak, you commanded. There is but one chance remaining. Lu Ruyue raised a finger, gesturing towards you. No sooner had her words left her lips than a terrifying pressure descended. unleashing a cataclysmic wave of spiritual energy that ravaged the ghostly healer and his companions. Third. The ancestors of the Li family and Shenshong collapsed to the ground, their fates uncertain. The ghostly healer knelt, blood flowing from his orifices, his garments in tatters. His dantian pierced through with a gaping wound, rendering him powerless. Lu Ruyue's strike had been so swift that you scarcely had time to react. The force she revealed causing your pupils to constrict in awe. In contrast, your previous fiery attack paled in comparison. Akin to a mere speck against the brilliance of the sun. A fifth-tier celestial being, with such bizarre abilities. Who is this girl? The ghostly healer. Glancing at the wound in his dantian, turned pale, seemingly recognizing Lu Ruyue's true identity. Dare to unveil my origins, and your master will pay a price. Lu Ruyue warned, her expression shifting slightly as she spoke sharply. Your gaze faltered, surprised that the ghostly healer, this eunuch, was aware of Lu Ruyue's true background. Yet, it appeared she was reluctant to reveal her full identity in your presence. The once defiant ghost physician, now momentarily subdued by a warning, fixed his gaze upon you. Erupting into a raucous laughter, ha ha ha, I initially believed you had genuinely forged an alliance with that battle team, but it appears it was merely a transaction. This girl dares not even reveal her origins to you, she clearly holds you in contempt. You little wretch. It seems we have fallen into your hands, do as you wish with us. Upon hearing the ghost physician's provocative words, Lu Ruyue's expression shifted, and she turned to you. Seemingly wishing to explain. Yet, all she found was your serene countenance. Instantly, you entered a supreme mode, your heart untroubled. An aura of sovereign dominance emanated from you. Casting a lofty gaze upon the ghost physician, the palace's rules have become increasingly lax, even a castrated dog dares to insult its master. What gives you the audacity? You endeavored to weave a tapestry of persuasive words to entice the ghost physician into revealing truths. Boom. At your rebuke, the ghost physician's expression momentarily faltered. A flicker of subservient respect crossing his features, as if he contemplated bowing in supplication. But this was swiftly overshadowed by a surge of extreme rage. You, the embodiment of regicide, bear a tainted lineage that nearly led to the downfall of Great Xia. Oh! Before he could finish his sentence, a surge of dark flames erupted from within him, raging uncontrollably, as though it had encountered some forbidden threshold. Chapter 70, Lu Qian, oh no. The villain is actually me. In an instant, the esteemed ghost doctor, a third-tier celestial, was reduced to ashes, his life extinguished. Leaving only a storage ring that fell to the ground. Everything transpired so swiftly, to the point where neither you nor Lu Ruyue could intervene. The cursed bloodline of the usurper king. What is happening? Am I not of the Great Xia royal lineage? How did I suddenly become the bearer of the usurper's bloodline? Moreover, the Great Xia nearly faced destruction. What does this mean? Did my father or mother, or perhaps an even older ancestor, almost bring ruin to the Great Xia Empire? This narrative is flawed. Lu Qian was left dumbfounded, utterly bewildered by the events unfolding within the simulator. How did this reversal occur? Wasn't he supposed to be the pitiful prince, pursued and forced into hiding? How did he suddenly transform into a bloodline that nearly obliterated the Great Xia Empire? Could it be that the ghost doctor, that old eunuch, deliberately misled him? Wait. Suddenly, Lu Qian seemed to recall something. During the last simulation, Lu Ruyue had mentioned that the most wicked, most malevolent, and most insane blood flowed within him. It appeared that their fates were intertwined. Oh no. It's disastrous. In the end, the villain is indeed myself. Are the members of the Lu family merely protecting the remnants of this usurper bloodline? Everything is in utter chaos. You were bewildered by the ghost doctor's final words, seemingly indicating that your identity had undergone yet another transformation. Lu family's second son. Great Xia Royal. Usurper bloodline. The constant twists made it difficult for you to discern who stands for justice and who embodies evil. Yet the problem is, you have studied the history of the Great Xia Empire and there has been no mention of the usurper. Such a monumental event could not possibly go unrecorded. Unless the accounts regarding the usurper were deliberately erased. However, the emperors of the Great Xia throughout the ages were paragons of terrestrial immortality who would dare to intervene. Moreover, just as the ghost doctor's last words were interrupted and consumed by that eerie black flame, it seemed that some unseen force was preventing him from revealing a forbidden truth. You turned your gaze towards Lu Ruyue among those present. She was the one most likely to possess knowledge of the hidden secrets. I advise you to leave quickly, to escape from the demon city, otherwise I cannot guarantee your safety. Lu Ruyue spoke solemnly, her expression reflecting the gravity of the situation. Observing Lu Ruyue's serious demeanor, you realized that the demon city would likely not be safe from now on, and it was time to pack your belongings and flee. This sudden turn of events only solidified your resolve to head south. You felt an inexplicable premonition that after journeying southward, you would encounter some new revelations. You picked up the residual special ring of the ghostly physician, within which lay a newly acquired celestial treasure, the Xian in Baojian, as well as the legacy of an alchemist and other items. You extracted several vials of high-grade healing elixirs and entrusted them to Lu Zhong, advising him to let Qi Wei take control of the Magic Capital's General Bureau, stabilizing the city and creating a FAOD. You instructed him to leave the Magic Capital without returning to the Imperial City, to hide away wherever he deemed fit. You wished to grant this loyal protector a chance at survival rather than let him perish innocently. As for Qi Wei, with Shenzhong no longer exerting pressure, he could directly ascend to power, thereby fulfilling your previous promise. He could also seal off the entire Magic Capital, assisting in concealing certain matters. However, how long he could remain as the head of the bureau would depend on his own fortune. With the ability to weave ghostly tales, Lu Zhong was unwavering in his belief in your words and vowed to accomplish the task. You and Lu Ruyue departed towards a concealed warehouse, preparing to retrieve Su Mei, the destined heroine. Upon meeting Su Mei and revealing your identity, she consented to live with you. This time, you did not board a cruise ship but instead took to the waterways. As a being of the mountain and river realm, you could reveal the dual energies of yin and yang and traverse the skies, coupled with wind-driving and godly movement talismans. Your speed far surpassed that of the cruise ship. You swiftly glided across the surface of the sea, carrying a blushing Su Mei as you journeyed southward. Since you had avenged her brother's death by eliminating the ghostly physician, along with your close contact and the supreme imperial bone within you that could suppress her bloodline, she began to develop feelings for you. Lu Ruyue, however, rejected the notion of being carried while flying, asserting her independence. You interpreted her reluctance as shyness and chose not to elaborate further. Throughout the journey, drawing upon your prior understanding of Su Mei, you employed your charming techniques, and the bond between you deepened rapidly. In contrast, Lu Ruyue watched this unfolding scene with frustration, wishing to land a couple of punches on you for your apparent flirtations with other women. Women often engage in comparison, while you kept a cautious distance from her. You grew closer to another, igniting her irritation. She discerned Su Mei's enigmatic eyes and guessed some of your intentions, yet she remained somewhat dissatisfied, feeling that you had never been so attentive towards her. During your travels, you began imparting cultivation methods to Su Mei and generously shared the ghostly physician's alchemical legacy, providing her with a cauldron and medicinal materials, all while adopting the demeanor of a caring older brother. The relationship between you two progressed at an astonishing pace. Witnessing this, Lu Ruyue felt a surge of anger, her fists clenched tightly. Meanwhile, Su Mei did not disappoint you. She swiftly advanced in her studies of the ghostly physician's toxic elixirs, quickly reaching the threshold of proficiency. Before long, you concluded your waterway journey and began weaving through the mountains and forests, continuing southward with relative safety, without any unforeseen incidents. Days later, a sudden chill of inspiration washed over you. Beside you, Lu Ruyue also halted her steps and addressed the affectionate pair, stating, "Someone is following us. They possess formidable strength, on par with my own." You nodded in understanding, your expression turning grave. It was evident that the reason the approaching individual had not revealed themselves was due to their apprehension of Lu Rui's presence. They lacked confidence and were reluctant to expose themselves or take direct action against you. A week later, you arrived at the periphery of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Throughout the journey, the entity Lu Rui had mentioned had yet to appear or make a move against you. However, you could sense an intensifying malevolence drawing ever closer, clearly. The adversary was growing increasingly impatient, and it was merely a matter of time before they struck. Just as you were about to enter the mountains, Lu Rui spoke up. I can accompany you no further, the path ahead must be traversed by you alone. You discerned an unmistakable anxiety and fear etched upon Lu Rui's face. As though the 10,000 great mountains concealed a presence that even she dreaded. This expression was reminiscent of the fleeting glimpse you had caught on her face when the name Xuanfuzi was mentioned previously. Chapter 71, Half-Step Celestial. The Blood-Robed Warrior. Very well. You still owe me one. Do me a favor and ensure Su Mei's safety, consider it settled. You noticed Lu Rui's reluctance to venture into the 10,000 great mountains, and thus she acquiesced. Agreed. Lu Rui nodded without hesitation, giving her consent. Su Mei, possessing one of the 10 divine eyes, the Cursed Eye, was already remarkable. Coupled with her extraordinary talent as an alchemist, she was indeed a treasure to any formidable faction. Such a precious gem, she would naturally not decline. With Lu Rui, a fifth-turn celestial, vouching for her, Su Mei's safety was assured. Brother Lu, Maya does not wish to part from you. The 18-year-old Su Mei sobbed uncontrollably, clinging to you tightly. As you gazed at the reluctant Su Mei, you could only comfort her gently, whispering sweet reassurances, passing on the alchemical legacy of the ghostly physician to her, expressing that upon your next meeting, she could become a powerful alchemist. In this moment, you were actually harboring a subtle strategy. The esteemed identity of an alchemist was coveted by various factions. With Su Mei's aptitude for alchemy, she might attract the attention of the forces behind Lu Rui, potentially being courted. Although Su Mei was not a traditional alchemist, but rather a poison alchemist, this distinction might serve her well, rendering her even more desirable to those powerful factions. In the future, should the opportunity to reunite arise, you might glean the true identity of Lu Rui and the power that supports her through Su Mei. Of course, all of this hinged on your survival. Yet, previously, Lu Rui had stated that she could endure in the 10,000 great mountains. You and Su Mei made a pact, allowing her to depart with Lu Rui, with the understanding that when she had cultivated enough strength to protect Brother Lu, she would seek him out in the 10,000 great mountains. Su Mei nodded, placing her trust in you. All right, let us seal the promise with a pinky swear. No deception allowed. Very well, a pinky swear. As you two engaged in this intimate exchange, seemingly oblivious to her presence, Lu Rui's irritation flared anew. Her fists clenched tightly. Ahem, has someone forgotten something? Lu Rui suddenly coughed several times, ruthlessly interrupting your tender moment, hinting at something to you. Maya, wait here for me a moment while I discuss matters with your sister Lu. You thought to yourself that Lu Rui was indeed unable to contain her impatience, and thus told Su Mei a little fib. Su Mei nodded obediently, watching you and Lu Rui depart towards a certain direction for your discussion. Several hours later, you re-emerged after concluding your negotiations. You bore some injuries, your garments slightly torn, as if you had endured a beating. In contrast, Lu Rui appeared like an arrogant peacock, in high spirits. Su Mei, who could not see, seemed unaware, though her fists tightened momentarily. Lu Rui took Su Mei away, assuring her before leaving that she would take good care of her, in consideration of you. Perhaps in a moment of good spirits and clarity of thought, Lu Rui discreetly handed you a talismanic sword, claiming it harbored her utmost strength for a critical moment of life or death. You accepted it. You watched as the two women, akin to sisters, departed amicably. You were acutely aware that once Lu Rui left, you would be confronted with peril, as the enigmatic pursuers lurking in the shadows would no longer remain concealed. With a swift motion, you resolutely turned and plunged into the depths of the 10,000 great mountains. A fourth-tier Earth escape talisman affixed to your person. You delved into the ground, simultaneously whispering to yourself, "You cannot see me," as you concealed your form. You traversed swiftly beneath the earth for an extended duration until an inexplicable chill suddenly enveloped you, causing your pupils to contract. You hastily emerged from the ground. With a thunderous rumble, the earth within 100-mile radius quaked violently, as if a great dragon were thrashing about, the ground heaving and colossal trees collapsing. This was akin to a terrifying, indiscriminate earthquake. Had you lingered underground for but a moment longer, you would have been crushed into a pulp in an instant. You realized this was likely the mysterious entity pursuing you, instigating such chaos. "Oh, I didn't expect you to react so quickly." A voice, tinged with surprise and an uncanny familiarity, echoed. Your pupils constricted once more, and a surge of excitement and tremor coursed through your veins. You recognized that voice. It belonged to the entity that had annihilated the traitorous Lu family during the third simulation and had subsequently arrived in the mysterious realm to end your life. That was the self from the third simulation, a being who would rather die than forget, a wretched creature yearning for revenge. Who had even cast a fruit of the Tao towards you from the river of time. Your gaze snapped forward, revealing a figure clad in a blood-red robe, adorned with a Shura mask. You could scarcely believe that it was your pursuer. How could it be you, you filthy cur? You know me? Impossible. The blood-robed figure, taken aback, momentarily halted his movements, bewildered by your recognition. The enchantment of endless nonsense activated. "I am your wild father. How could I not recognize you? Just ask at home." "Father? You? Nonsense." The expression behind the Shura mask morphed into one of confusion and astonishment, quickly followed by fury. However, by the time he regained his composure, he found you were not fleeing as he had anticipated, but rather recklessly charging towards him, now mere steps away. What was even more astonishing were your subsequent actions. Step. 6th realm of transcendence. Step. 7th realm of sanctity. You advanced with 2 swift steps, instantly attaining sanctity. The half-talisman of the celestial being in your mind was enveloped in fury, radiating brilliance as it forcibly consumed a century of your lifespan. You took another half-step forward. Boom! Half-step to the realm of the celestial. A profound aura of celestial domain began to coalesce around you. 9 dragons incinerate the heavens. Roar! 9 fiery dragons surged forth from behind, coalescing into a colossal 100-foot dragon. In your hand, an enigmatic treasure mirror appeared unbeknownst to you, emanating a terrifying chill that transformed into an ice-cold dragon, intertwining with the fiery beast as it surged towards the blood-robed figure before you. Half-step to the celestial. How could this be possible? The blood-robed man's pupils constricted, startled by your sudden outburst. As Yi Chen had not acquired the skyward 9 steps. This was the first time you had unleashed such power in this simulation, catching him completely off guard. With a swift motion, a second enigmatic treasure mirror materialized in your grasp, unleashing a stream of profound cold light upon the blood-robed man, instantly encasing him in ice. With a thunderous crash, the intertwining ice and fire dragons collided with the blood-robed figure, swiftly engulfing him. Oh! In this moment, you had laid bare all your hidden cards. Holding nothing back, driven solely by the desire to annihilate this despicable wretch. Chapter 72, The Celestial Sword Master. A single sword repels the blood-robed man. The battle has commenced. In the distance, Lu Ruyue, who had left with Su Mei, suddenly glanced in your direction, her face betraying a hint of astonishment. She could perceive that at this moment, you were not relying on her talisman sword, yet the power you unleashed was nearly indistinguishable from that of a true celestial being. Such a terrifying might that even the esteemed ghost physician would have to sacrifice his life in your presence, with no chance of survival whatsoever. Brother Lu. I must find Brother Lu. Su Mei suddenly struggled, attempting to break free from her restraints to assist you, only to be ruthlessly knocked unconscious by Lu Ruyue. With your half-baked curse eyes, you might only contend with ordinary celestials. To challenge that individual would be sheer folly, and your presence would only invite trouble. That young man is far more formidable than you realize, and with my talisman sword, he will not perish anytime soon. Once he enters the mountains, there will surely be those who protect him. Bang! With all your might, you pondered, even an ordinary celestial would be swiftly vanquished, leaving no chance of survival. Yet, the ensuing scene was utterly beyond your expectations. Boom! The Icefire Dragon was abruptly torn apart by a surge of blood light, transforming into countless shards of ice and flames scattered everywhere. The blood-robed man, donning a Shura mask, reappeared before you, his entire form enveloped in the blood robe, showing no signs of injury save for a hint of dust. I underestimated you. No wonder that waste of a ghost physician met his demise so silently. And no wonder that woman would protect you at all costs. Your pupils contracted, astonished that despite your utmost efforts, you could not inflict a single scratch upon him. It was clear that he was a foe beyond your capability, necessitating a strategic retreat. Such a repertoire of skills. And yet another might falter. Suddenly, the voice of the blood-robed man emerged from behind you. This is bad. You instantaneously entered your supreme mode. Your thoughts transcending mortal limits, your body seeming to contort as you unleashed the Tsongmang Overlord Fist, enveloped in an aura of frigid air, colliding with a massive blood claw head-on. Thud. Your right arm was abruptly twisted, propelled away like a cannonball, embedding deeply into the ground. A mysterious treasure was forcibly seized by the blood-robed man. To detect my blood escape technique and counter with such decisiveness, what a shrewd combat awareness. The blood-robed man remarked, somewhat taken aback. His earlier strike was intended to shatter your spine, yet you had fortified your punch with the treasure, successfully blocking this lethal blow. However, as he glanced downward, he discovered that you had vanished once more. Another sudden disappearance technique. The blood-robed man scoffed. Seemingly having discerned the flow within it, he swiftly unfurled his domain of blood, enveloping the surroundings. Countless blood raindrops materialized, transforming into blood spikes, launching forth in indiscriminate assault. In terms of combat awareness, the blood-robed man surpassed the ghost physician by a factor of 10 to 100 times. Third. In a state of invisibility. Your countenance subtly altered, prompting you to activate the final facet of the mysterious treasure mirror, conjuring a colossal ice wall to shield against the onslaught. I have found you. With a thunderous crash, the ice wall shattered, and a crimson beam surged forth, as a blood-armored right arm pierced through your chest, seizing your supreme imperial bone, nearly extracting it with brutal force. Within mere moments, you found yourself ensnared in a dire predicament. The visage concealed beneath the Shura mask of the blood-robed figure contorted into a grotesque sneer, his malevolent blood-red eyes fixated upon you. Eager to witness your despair and suffering, feel the pain, you wretch. Yet, in the next instant, his bloodthirsty gaze faltered. For within your eyes, he did not find the anticipated agony and hopelessness, but rather an unwavering tranquility, laced with a hint of mockery at his impending demise. With a sharp crack, you disregarded the gaping wound in your chest and the grip upon your supreme imperial bone, as an icy aura enveloped you, freezing the blood-robed figure's arm. Unbeknownst to him, you wielded a talismanic sword, aimed resolutely at him. You audaciously detonated the talisman sword gifted by Lu Ruyue. Come, sword. In an explosive flash, the radiant sword light erupted, revealing a hazy silhouette brandishing the sword, exuding an aura of annihilation and chilling terror, aimed directly at the blood-robed figure in close proximity. Heaven. Man. Sword. Cultivator. A terrified wail escaped the blood-robed figure's lips. Sword cultivators are renowned for their lethal prowess. And a Heavenman sword cultivator is heralded as an invincible entity of the same tier. At such a close range, even in his prime, he would not dare to confront it head-on, let alone have the luxury of evasion. He comprehended then that from the very beginning, you had been preparing to gamble your life against his. With a tearing sound, the icy sword aura swiftly severed the blood-robed figure's right arm. Along with half of his neck, as torrents of blood gushed forth, the piercing sword energy gnawing at the wound. Though this sudden blow inflicted great pain upon the blood-robed figure, it also ignited his ferocity. He remained confident that, even in his maimed state, he could still annihilate you. You aimed the now powerless talisman sword at him once more, seemingly intent on igniting another strike sword. Oh! The blood-robed figure, gripped by terror, emitted a muffled cry of anguish, decisively abandoning his severed arm, transforming into a cascade of blood as he retreated into the distance without a moment's hesitation. As he fled, he could not resist taunting, "Wretch, I will not spare you." With a resounding thud, you clutched the severed arm of the blood-robed figure and the now powerless talisman sword. Your chest riddled with a gaping wound, teetering on the brink of death, half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath, blood streaming profusely. The power of the 9 steps to heaven began to wane, your cultivation realm plummeting uncontrollably. Swiftly regressing from half a step into the realm of heaven to the mountain and river realm. In this clash, a victory was yours. However, it was only at the cost of near demise, utilizing the power of the talisman sword, that he managed to sever one of his opponent's arms. Even then, he merely frightened them away with the now powerless talisman sword. To call it a narrow victory would not be an exaggeration. This battle could be deemed the most arduous of his life, where every hidden card was played yet proved ineffective against the adversary. Ultimately, he relied on external forces and a stroke of fortune. Unexpectedly, this scoundrel was remarkably formidable had it not been for the talisman sword bestowed by Lu Ruiyue. This encounter with the villain simulator would surely have ended in failure. Lu Qian's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he intently observed the unfolding scenes within the villain simulator, secretly breathing a sigh of relief in his heart. Chapter 73, Breaking Through 3 Barriers, the Dragon in the River. The true strength of the blood-robed figure evidently far exceeded Lu Qian's expectations. He had prepared himself for an early demise in this simulation, anticipating his own defeat. To his astonishment, the antagonist simulator within him managed to devise a strategy, ultimately overcoming the enemy and driving them away. The actual combat prowess of the blood-robed individual must be at least that of a 5th transformation celestial, if not greater. Moreover, that crimson cloak was an extraordinarily potent defensive celestial artifact, capable of withstanding nearly all of his assaults. It was no wonder that during the 3rd simulation, the blood-robed figure claimed he could slay all the traitors of the Lu family. His strength was indeed formidable. Previously, Lu Ruiyue had stated that the blood-robed figure's power was on par with hers, but it now appeared she had underestimated him. As a celestial sword cultivator, a single strike from her sword nearly incapacitated the opponent. Had she unleashed a few more blows, the blood-robed figure would undoubtedly have met his demise. This antagonist simulation not only brought Lu Qian face to face with the blood-robed figure who had previously annihilated the Lu family, but also allowed him to uncover Lu Ruiyue's true profession and extraordinary combat abilities, a celestial sword cultivator. With a single sword strike, myriad laws were shattered. He cast a peculiar glance at the sleeping beauty beside him, the campus flower of the demon city, curled up in her blanket and occasionally twisting about as if to push him away. At first glance, who could discern that she was, in fact, a celestial sword cultivator? He had severely underestimated her. As long as Lu Ruiyue was present, the majority of threats aimed at him could be thwarted. For the hidden mastermind who dispatched the ghostly healer, the blood-robed figure merely posed a challenge of 1 or 2 strikes. What terrifying existence could lie within the 10,000 great mountains that instilled such fear in someone as powerful as her, compelling her to avoid it altogether? This battle consumed 300 years of lifespan, leaving him on the brink of death. For at least 2 years, he would be unable to advance, needing to repay the debts to the heavens. I must leave. Once that scoundrel regains his composure, it will surely be my end. You have not been intoxicated by the sudden victory. You are acutely aware that you merely achieved a narrow triumph, scaring off the blood-robed figure. Should he regain his wits, your demise is inevitable. You employed the soul nail technique on the severed arm of the blood-robed figure. As long as he approaches, you will receive a warning. Then, you retrieved healing elixirs from your special ring and, along with a 4th-order regeneration talisman, allowed new flesh to grow over your wounds, momentarily stabilizing your injuries before you began to run deeper into the mountains. Upon entering the 10,000 Great Mountains, you discovered a macabre scene, the skeletal remains of both human and strange alien corpses strewn across the ground, resembling a mountain of corpses and a river of bones. A sight most terrifying. Amongst these skeletal remains lay powerful beings. From several of the white bones, you even sensed a breath of celestial domain. In this moment, you began to understand why Lu Ruyue was reluctant to set foot in this place. It was profoundly eerie. Yet, you had no choice but to press onward, determined to continue despite the ominous atmosphere. Entering the mountains, crossing barriers, worshipping at temples, then entering rivers. I have now ventured into the mountains, but where are the barriers? It seems as though you have lost all sense of direction, unable to discern your surroundings, and can only wander aimlessly, perpetually returning to your starting point. In this moment, you begin to comprehend the terror of these vast mountains. Casting doubt upon the notion that this place is enveloped by an immense and boundless formation. Uncertain of how much time has passed, you gradually become lost within. Akin to a mere shell of a being, sinking deeper into despair, as if your flesh and blood are slowly deteriorating, transforming into mere bones. Suddenly, a terrifying warmth emanates from the Supreme Emperor's bone, surging into your mind and jolting you awake. This is a cliff. Startled into consciousness, you find yourself inexplicably positioned beneath a steep cliff, teetering on the precipice of an abyss. Had it not been for the Supreme Emperor's bone revealing its formidable power, pulling your consciousness back from the depths of despair, you would have plummeted into the chasm below. The gates of the underworld crossed. A faint voice suddenly resonates from the depths of the abyss. At this moment, you finally realize that since your entry into the mountains, you have been traversing barriers. In the next instant, the fabric of space shifts, and you find yourself before an open area, where 3 rugged mountains rise before you, resembling a peculiar trident. Beneath those mountains lies a temple shrouded in mist, seemingly beckoning you to return. Having crossed the gates of the underworld, is the next step to worship at the temple. Without hesitation, you stride confidently towards the temple entrance. To your astonishment, this time you encounter no obstructions and enter effortlessly. Inside the temple, a majestic statue with an indistinct visage is enshrined, adorned with a dragon and wielding a trident-like blade, seated upon a formidable yellow dog. Why do I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity as I gaze upon this statue? You murmur to yourself, enveloped by an unaccountable warmth. Yet, considering the stakes at hand, you commence the worship ritual, retrieving 3 incense sticks from a nearby table, lighting them, and bowing respectfully before the statue. In that moment, whether by illusion or reality, you feel as if you have gained something intangible. Upon lifting your gaze, you notice that the magnificent statue has lowered its head, its hazy countenance seemingly observing you. Worshipping the temple, completed. That faint voice resonates once more. Why do I feel a strange familiarity with the statue within the temple, as if I have encountered it somewhere before? Lu Qian furrows his brow, lost in contemplation, realizing that the statue from the villain simulator bears an uncanny resemblance to something he has seen before. Perhaps in the imperial capital. As he ponders, the situation within the villain simulator suddenly shifts dramatically. Crack. Just as you become engrossed in thought, you suddenly notice unusual activity within the spatial ring. As the severed arm of the blood-robed figure began to tremble, it coalesced into a blood arrow pointed directly at you. Alarmed, you sensed the approaching menace of the blood-robed man. Your complexion shifted subtly as you ceased to ponder the statue's peculiarities, hastily stepping out of the temple. Scanning your surroundings in search of the river. Ascending the mountain, passing through the barriers, praying at the temple, and entering the river. You were but a single step away from your goal. Soon, you discovered a winding river stretching behind the temple. You little wretch, I finally found you. The mocking voice of the blood-robed man assailed you from behind. Unbeknownst to you, his severed arm had mysteriously restored itself. Now a bloodied shadow lunging toward you with lethal intent. Without a moment's hesitation, you leapt from the mountainside, plunging into the river. Yet, as you entered the water, you found 2 enormous crimson lanterns suspended before you. No, those did not appear to be mere lanterns. They resembled a pair of eyes. In the next instant, the true nature of the entity was revealed, sending a chill coursing through your body. It was a colossal dragon coiled within the river, obscured from full view, emanating an aura of terrifying oppression. Chapter 74, The Young Master. The old servant has arrived. At this moment, under the cold gaze of the colossal dragon, a chill runs down your spine. You feel a profound sense of dread. Your hair standing on end, as if you are about to be engulfed by an overwhelming suffocation. The oppressive aura emanating from this immense dragon surpasses even that of the blood-robed man, revealing it to be a formidable being of the celestial realm. In the face of such a terrifying presence, you feel like mere fodder, as if even the 9 steps to heaven would fail to harm it in the slightest. With the celestial dragon before you and the blood-robed man behind you, you find yourself ensnared in a dire predicament, seemingly devoid of any chance of survival. For a fleeting moment, you seriously question whether the information imparted by Lu Shou from the imperial capital was merely a ploy to send you to your doom in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Yet, you vividly recall the words of Lu Ruyue: "Head south to the 10,000 Great Mountains, and you may live." This implies that this situation cannot possibly be a dead end. Furthermore, if they truly wished to eliminate you, why go through the trouble of setting up 3 barriers? They could simply crush you with a single strike, without such convoluted arrangements. Instantly, you enter a state of supreme focus, your thoughts transcending the limits of mortal comprehension. Achieving an absolute calm as you fixate on the massive dragon before you. With your right hand, you invert a life-saving blood escape talisman. The massive dragon, seemingly slow in its approach, effortlessly stirs the waters into a tempest, proving itself far more powerful than any human warrior of equivalent rank. However, to your astonishment, the dragon does not attack. Instead, it leans closer, sniffing at you as if to ascertain something. In this moment of absolute tranquility, you observe the imposing creature up close and begin to discern a peculiar scent emanating from your own being, a golden fragrance reminiscent of incense burned in a temple. This seems to serve as some sort of special token. Moreover, you finally realize that this immense dragon bears a striking resemblance to the dragon entwined around the waist of the statue in the temple atop the mountain. Could it truly be the same dragon? What kind of celestial being could command such a creature as an adornment? Wait, could it be that esteemed figure? Your pupils contract as a flurry of connections flood your mind, leading you to contemplate a legendary and fearsome existence within the Great Xiao Empire. If it is truly that esteemed individual, there may indeed be a chance for salvation. In terms of sheer strength, the entire Lu family combined pales in comparison to that figure. It is worth noting that decades ago, they were hailed as the greatest war god of Great Xiao. As you are engulfed in shock, you remain blissfully unaware of the impending danger. At some point, the blood-robed man has also infiltrated the river. His face contorted in a malicious snarl as he lunges towards you, countless blood arrows charged with the scent of death. Die, you filthy wretch. The colossal dragon, looming ever closer, suddenly let out a furious roar. In the next moment, you were engulfed by the surging waves, shot forth into the distance. Just before being consumed by the torrent, you caught a glimpse of the blood-clad figure being struck by the dragon's mighty tail, blood erupting from his mouth. At that critical moment, the celestial dragon had, against all odds, saved you. This must have been quite a painful blow. This was the final vestige of your consciousness as you succumbed to the waves, falling into unconsciousness. Time passed unmeasured, and as you gradually regained consciousness, you found yourself inexplicably on a shore, before you lay a valley that resembled an earthly paradise. The spiritual essence in this place was overwhelmingly rich. While it may not rival the exaggerated mysteries of the demonic coastal regions, it was still several times more potent than the outside world. So, am I safe now? You clutched your chest, where your wound had split open, your eyes darting around in observation. With the celestial dragon's intervention, it seemed that the blood-clad figure would not pursue you any longer. You were perhaps safe. Little wretch, do not think you can escape me. A haunting voice suddenly echoed. Boom! The tranquil river surface erupted in a wave, revealing a grotesque figure, half its body missing. Indeed, it was the blood-clad man. Yet, At that moment, he was in a dire state, his left side severely mutilated, as if bitten by some ferocious beast. Seeing that the blood-clad figure could still relentlessly pursue you, you fell silent. I must have slaughtered your entire family, otherwise, why would you chase me so desperately? Even in the face of such dire circumstances, he dared to speak with sharpness. The blood-clad man's expression darkened, his maimed body limping closer, a murderous intent radiating from him. I'll tell you this, he began. First, I was toyed with by this little wretch, resulting in my hand being severed. Then, I was frightened away. Only to realize I had been deceived, ultimately suffering the fate of being torn apart by that vile dragon. At this moment, his anger was palpable. Unable to vent his frustration on the dragon, did he think he could not best a mere 5-realm practitioner like you? Little wretch. I'll inform you that the Lu family in the imperial capital has been deemed traitorous, their 9 clans condemned to annihilation. And I have been tasked with eradicating all of them. The Lu family patriarch was besieged by our forces. Ultimately torn asunder by 5 horses and fed to our spirit beasts. Your elder brother perished at my hands. In his final moments, he begged me not to kill you. Ha ha ha. Because of you, little wretch, countless lives have been dragged into chaos, the entire imperial capital is in turmoil. Listening to the blood-clad man's incessant provocations, although you remained in an absolute state of calm, a tempest of fury began to brew within you. Knowing the tragic fate of the Lu family, you longed to tear the wretch before you to shreds, even if you could not achieve that. You would rather die than not take a piece of him with you. Yet, you had reached your limit, and even moving was a monumental challenge. Had it not been for the rebellious members of the Lu family concealing you, you would have met your demise 18 years ago. The figure clad in crimson moved with remarkable swiftness, seemingly in a great haste, and soon stood before you, brandishing a bloodied dagger that had mysteriously appeared in his hand. Poised to strike your head with lethal intent. It was as if he harbored a trepidation of some sort. 3 trials have been surmounted. Where are those meant to protect me? You bellowed, fully aware of the adversary's apprehensions. Just as the dagger was about to descend, a vortex of energy erupted from the farthest reaches, crashing violently into the figure in crimson, propelling him away in an instant. The sound of footsteps, soft yet insistent, echoed from the valley behind you. At last, those who could safeguard you had arrived. You strained to turn your head, eager to discern the identity of your rescuer. Yet, what greeted your eyes was an imposing and formidable creature, a large yellow dog with a white snout and a flowing white beard, standing nearly at your height. Young master. Your loyal servant has come. Chapter 75. My name is Yong Hong, but you may also refer to me as Uncle. What would your reaction be upon witnessing a grand yellow dog towering at half your height, with a striking yellow face and white mouth, charging towards you while speaking your name as its little master? This unexpected scene would undoubtedly leave you utterly bewildered. The informant has transformed into a canine. Moreover, this dog possesses the ability to converse. And it dares to call you little master. In an instant, the majestic yellow dog, with its paws rhythmically striking the ground, stirred up a whirlwind of dust, swiftly arriving before you. In the following moment, an enormous canine visage loomed close, affectionately licking your bewildered face while chattering incessantly. Little master. I, your loyal servant, have rushed here to Hidden Dragon Valley the moment I caught your scent. At long last, I have found you. Do you remember me? You used to hold me when you were younger. That old fool, Lao Jiao, must have been muddled by the river's waters. He couldn't even restrain a mere dog, nearly causing you distress. Fear not, little master, having successfully traversed the 3 trials left by your master, even the mightiest of beings cannot harm you now. As the large yellow dog continued to lick your face and wounds, you suddenly noticed that the gaping hole in your chest began to miraculously mend. And the pain within you started to dissipate significantly. Incredible. The saliva of this dog possesses such remarkable healing properties, rivaling that of a divine elixir. Dog uncle. You tentatively called out. Though the situation was perplexing, addressing it as uncle seemed a prudent choice. From the dog's white whiskers, it was evident that it was no young pup but rather an elder canine. Considering its earlier remarks, it must have encountered you in your youth. Perhaps it is a spirit companion of a venerable elder. Just call me Lauhu, no need for dog uncle. The large yellow dog's eyes sparkled with excitement, its tail wagging furiously. Witnessing this, you realized your gamble had paid off. As the blood-clad figure, missing flesh from its chest and revealing bone, observed you and the dog forming a familial bond, a flicker of fear crossed its eyes. Yet, it gritted its teeth and seethed with anger, stating, "How dare you lay hands on me? I am those who dare to interrupt my conversation with my little master seek death." The large yellow dog's demeanor shifted, it unleashed a low growl, and in an instant the tempest of yellow sand erupted, conjuring a scene reminiscent of a natural disaster. At that moment, this magnificent yellow dog emanated an unfathomable terror, surpassing even the blood-clad figure and the serpentine dragon in the river. In an instant, amidst the swirling sands, the anguished cries of the blood-clad figure echoed. According to the agreement, once the little master entered the mountains, passed the 3 trials, and arrived at Hidden Dragon Valley, protection from the master would be granted. Who dares, you canines, come to tread upon this sacred ground? The dog uncle roared with formidable authority. Once pursued to the brink of despair, the blood-robed figure, tormented by the furious winds of yellow sand, was reduced to mere bones, the remnant of flesh and blood. In light of your master, I shall spare your life today. However, while the death penalty may be evaded, the living punishment cannot be escaped. Begone. The blood-robed figure, now a mere skeleton yet still clinging to life, dared not to retort further and enveloped himself in a crimson light, preparing to flee. Suddenly, a tail of a river dragon shot forth from the waters, crashing against the blood light with a force akin to a bowling strike, sending the blood-robed figure hurtling away, eliciting a cry of agony. "Oh, I shall return." Witnessing this scene, your first reaction was not one of shock at the ferocious power of the great yellow dog, but rather amazement at the tenacity of the blood-robed figure's vitality. How can he not be dead? Young master, had it not been for the master's orders to spare his wretched life, I would certainly have exacted vengeance today. The great yellow dog lowered its head, whispering a few words in your ear. "Thank you, Uncle Dog." You felt a slight warmth in your heart, realizing that the great yellow dog had taken the opportunity to vent your frustrations. "Come, young master, follow me," the great yellow dog beckoned, leading you deeper into the valley, signaling you to keep pace. "All right." With your injuries nearly healed, seeing the blood-robed figure driven off filled your heart with a newfound lightness. You understood that the great yellow dog was likely taking you to meet its master, the one who could truly ensure your safety. At this moment, though you harbored some suspicions, you had not fully ascertained the truth. Thus, you engaged in conversation, hoping to glean the identity of this master from the great yellow dog. "You will find out soon enough, young master," the great yellow dog replied with a mysterious smile, offering no further explanation, leaving you in suspense. You recognized that this great yellow dog was not as straightforward as it seemed. As you stepped into the valley, you were momentarily taken aback by the sight before you, a colossal city exuding an aura of might. Hidden within the 10,000 great mountains, a city exists. Inside the city, throngs of human figures could be seen, men, women, and children frolicking, reminiscent of a paradise untouched by the outside world. Your keen eyes discerned that most of these individuals radiated a fierce energy, many bore missing limbs and scars, instilling within you an inexplicable sense of oppression. Some of their garments bore the insignia of the Great Xiao Empire's army. These individuals were seasoned veterans of the Great Xiao Empire, elite troops specifically trained to combat the enigmatic alien races, truly the Sea Army de los Sea Army. Your heart raced with astonishment, realizing that this entire city concealed at least hundreds of thousands of powerful warriors from the Great Xiao Empire. What a staggering notion! This was enough to constitute the foundational force for a rebellion. It was almost akin to receiving the treatment befitting a regional monarch. What astonishes you even more is that these seemingly elite soldiers appear to hold you in the highest regard, parting ways silently as you pass by. In this moment, your suspicions solidify within you. "Master, I have brought the young master, you hear?" Soon, guided by Uncle Dog, you arrive at the tallest structure in the city. Upon entering, you quickly encounter the individual who holds the power to safeguard you. He is a middle-aged man with silver-streaked hair, his gaze imbued with the weight of experience, exuding a striking and commanding presence that instills a sense of authority. The moment you behold this man, your mind erupts in a cacophony, as if struck by a forceful blow, plunging you into an eerie silence. This man evokes an uncanny resemblance to the statue you previously encountered in the temple. What leaves you even more astounded is that, as he gazes upon you, the blood within your veins begins to boil, awakening an involuntary sense of kinship. Even the supreme imperial bone within you responds, trembling slightly as if sensing a connection to something akin to its own essence. You cannot help but inquire. The handsome and commanding middle-aged man regards you for a long moment before slowly responding, "I am Yonghong. And you may also call me uncle." Chapter 76, The Enigmatic Truth and the Mysterious War God Uncle. Yonghong. Your pupils constrict, and you inwardly murmur. Indeed it is he. This name is not unfamiliar to you, in fact, it resonates deeply. For the people of the Great Xia, Yonghong is a name that reverberates like thunder. The war god of Great Xia. The soul of the imperial army. The invincible hero. These are but a few of the titles bestowed upon Yonghong in the annals of the Great Xia. To countless individuals, he is nothing short of a living legend. Emerging from humble beginnings, he enlisted in the military, quickly rising to prominence. Within a mere few years, he ascended to the pinnacle of leadership in the Great Xia army. With unparalleled strength, he single-handedly battled 18 formidable alien beings within the imperial territory, wielding his fist and sword to forge an invincible reputation. He led the elite forces of Great Xia, defending the empire, instilling fear in foreign invaders, and causing trepidation among his domestic adversaries. Decades ago, it was Yonghong's era. With his unmatched prowess, he rendered the proud scions of noble families unable to hold their heads high. He ardently promoted talent within the Great Xia Empire, disregarding noble lineage and defying the unspoken rules of aristocracy, favoring commoners instead. His military discipline was uncompromising. Anyone who fell under his command, even those of noble birth, faced dire consequences. When a noble family sought retribution for the death of their descendant at his hands, believing their interests were harmed, Yonghong obliterated them without mercy, leaving no trace behind. The patriarch of the noble clan met a gruesome fate, his head severed and displayed upon a military banner as a warning to all. In the aftermath, the emperor of Great Xia merely issued a mild reprimand, pouring a few cups of wine in admonition. This was because, at that time, he was the sharpest sword of the Great Xia Empire. The aristocracy could only sit in silence, fearing him like a tiger, while commoners revered him as an idol, aspiring to be like him. At that time, Yonghong was nearly celebrated as the foremost figure in the empire, second only to the emperor of Great Xia. Yet, decades ago, this living legend inexplicably vanished without a trace, as if he had perished. In the wake of his disappearance, those who remembered the war god of Great Xia crafted statues in his honor, seeking his protection. Previously, during your time in the capital with the Lu family, you had encountered one such statue of Yonghong. But who could have imagined that this war god of Great Xia had been concealed within the depths of the 10,000 great mountains all along? Moreover, he happens to be your uncle. No wonder your elder brother Lu Shou mentioned that there was someone in the south who could protect you. And no wonder Lu Ruyue said you could survive by heading south. Who could have foreseen that such a living imperial legend lay hidden in the southern lands? And yet, he is my own uncle. Lu Qian's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he fixed his gaze intently towards the south, unable to restrain his clenched fists. If what the antagonist simulator claimed about Yonghong is true, then his biological mother must be the sister of this war god of Great Xia. After employing the process of elimination, it became evident that the bloodline of the Great Xia royal family coursing through his veins originated from his paternal lineage. Simultaneously, the root of all misfortune seemed to point towards his estranged biological father. The most malevolent, the most wicked. The most deranged bloodline of the empire, the suddenly reclusive war god of Great Seer, was now intertwined with my own plight, as I found myself persistently pursued by various factions. Allow me to proffer a daring hypothesis. My enigmatic father, hailing from the Great Seer royal lineage, married the sister of Yonghong, subsequently seizing command of the military forces and inciting a rebellion that nearly fragmented Great Seer. Yet, in the end, it culminated in failure. In an instant, Lu Qian entered a supreme state of contemplation, engaging in a cerebral storm of analysis. Nevertheless, certain enigmas lingered, notably the inexplicable absence of any knowledge regarding his parents' names. Surely, such a monumental event would have been recorded if it had indeed transpired. Why, then, was there not a shred of documentation? It was as if an invisible hand had obliterated this segment of history. Indeed, how could such a scandal ever be inscribed? Perhaps only the elders of that era possessed any inkling of the truth. If that were the case, it seemed plausible that my so-called father had perished, taking my previously unknown mother with him. At that time, the Lu family belonged to my father's sphere of influence, concealing and nurturing me in my infancy until my identity was recently exposed, leading to an onslaught of pursuit. Was my lineage not that of the son of the human emperor, but rather of his grandson? Could this be the so-called truth? Lu Qian furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. If this were indeed the reality, how was it that Yonghong still drew breath? According to the words of the revered ghost doctor, Great Seer had narrowly escaped annihilation, indicative of the terror of that battle. It was likely that the Great Seer human emperor had nearly met his end. Such actions were perilous. Surely, the Great Seer human emperor would not be merciful. Yet, if my father had conspired with this uncle to rebel, and my father had perished, how did Yonghong survive? The Great Seer human emperor could dare to slay his own son, yet he refrained from eliminating Yonghong. Moreover, how had the Lu family managed to safeguard him under such immense pressure for so long? If the Great Seer human emperor truly harbored intent, this so-called grandson of his would likely not have survived at all. Why resort to such convoluted schemes and manipulations? The adversary could easily dispatch dozens of celestial beings or take matters into their own hands. If a terrestrial true immortal were to strike, who could possibly impede them? Even more perplexing was the audacity of Lu Rue and the forces behind her to risk incurring the wrath of the Great Seer human emperor, this terrestrial true immortal, in seeking counsel from him. Furthermore, why did Lu Rue claim that Yonghong could protect him, ensuring his survival? Something was amiss, undoubtedly amiss. The situation felt far more intricate than I had envisioned. What truly transpired back then? Having just peeled away a layer of obscuring mist, Lu Qian now found himself ensnared in a new fog of uncertainty. You appear to be in a state of bewilderment, as if ensnared by the sudden turn of events, reminiscent of an unsolvable enigma from years past. You gaze at your uncle, yearning to inquire about your parents. Uncle, could you share with me the stories of my father and mother? My dear child, it is perhaps best that you remain unaware of such matters. They are not within your realm of understanding. Here with your uncle, I shall ensure your safety for a lifetime. Yonghong's eyes lowered slightly, avoiding the topic, clearly reluctant to delve into it. Having spoken, before you could utter another word, he issued a gentle dismissal. You may leave now. Should you desire anything while here, feel free to tell your uncle Dog, he will see to your needs. Your sole responsibility now is to live well, to survive is paramount above all else. This is my solemn promise to her. Chapter 77, Advancement. 6th Level Talismancer. Since time immemorial, the vastness of heaven and earth has been overshadowed by the might of one's uncle. Ordinarily, as your uncle, Yonghong's protective demeanor towards you would be entirely appropriate. In the absence of your parents, he stands as your sole remaining kin. Yet, he seems reluctant to divulge any details regarding the events of yesteryears, withholding even the slightest mention of your parents. Now that you are safe, why does he refuse to share even a fragment of the truth? Could it be that the past holds secrets yet untold? Moreover, He has persistently emphasized the importance of survival. Merely persisting is sufficient. This series of peculiarities fills your heart with trepidation. You yearn to voice your inquiries, but are abruptly interrupted as the large yellow dog tugs at your pant leg, pulling you toward the exit. Come along, young master, the master is weary and requires rest. We must depart and not disturb him any further. Allow me to escort you to a place of respite. Dragged along by the dog, you find yourself compelled to follow. Yet you cannot help but glance back at your uncle, Yang Hong. It is only upon the dog's urging that you notice the pallor on his face, the lack of color in his complexion, and the bloodshot veins in his eyes, which betray a sense of fatigue. Cough. 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 You observe him cough. And with keen eyes, you notice a hint of crimson on the white handkerchief he clutches. What could have rendered this once great warrior of the Great Xia so worn and even injured? It is well known that to be lauded as the foremost figure of the Great Xia Empire, Yang Hong's prowess likely rivals that of a ninth transformation celestial being, rendering him the preeminent individual beneath the terrestrial immortals. Your heart brims with countless questions as you are unceremoniously dragged out of the city lord's mansion. Uncle Dog. Is my uncle injured? I believe I saw him coughing up blood. I am skilled in talismanic water techniques. You tentatively seek answers from the yellow dog. You can discern that this canine companion possesses an extraordinary identity, perhaps one that commands respect above all others in this realm. Oh. The master is injured. Is that so? The yellow dog tilts its head, feigning confusion. You pause momentarily, turning back for another glance, only to find your uncle seated upon the throne, motionless, with a complexion restored to its rosy hue, appearing entirely unperturbed, as if the earlier pallor and blood were mere figments of your imagination. A sudden, inexplicable chill envelopes your heart, an unsettling sense of something amiss. Yet, you have been pulled outside. Subsequently, no matter how you attempt to extract information from the dog, you find no success. Each attempt results in it playing the fool and diverting the conversation. What a cunning yellow dog! You realize that this stony creature possesses a cleverness unmatched. It seems to be aware of certain truths but chooses to conceal them, unwilling to share them with you. The large yellow dog meanders with you through the city, familiarizing you with your surroundings. Wherever you go, you are met with admiring glances, and everyone expresses their respect towards you. You once attempted to communicate with them, yet were met only with smiles and headshakes, leaving you with the singular knowledge that this place is known as the land of hidden dragons. The unfolding scenes evoke a tightening in your heart, as an inexplicable sense of foreboding washes over you. However, having arrived, there is no retreat. You can only proceed step by step. You have been assigned a spacious courtyard adjacent to the Lord's residence, closely accompanied by your uncle Yang Hong. With this formidable warrior of the Great Xia by your side, your sense of security swells immensely. As you find it impossible to extract any information, you decide to abandon your inquiries and focus solely on your cultivation. Since your uncle has encouraged you to express any needs to the dog, you naturally do not hesitate. You directly request talismans of the 5th tier and above, along with new cultivation techniques, martial arts, then Taoist spells from the large yellow dog. Having struggled to find high-tier talismans, you are stuck at the threshold of becoming a 5th-tier talisman master, and your primary cultivation method, the ancient dragon elephant scripture, feels somewhat inadequate against the formidable foes you face. As for talisman techniques, your master had previously slain several talisman masters, leaving you with a wealth of inherited knowledge in this area, along with some techniques acquired from his past conquests. The large yellow dog shakes its head and leads you to a hidden storeroom within the city, allowing you to choose at will. Young master. These are the treasures accumulated by the master over the years. Take whatever you desire. You swallow hard, gazing in astonishment at the myriad of cultivation techniques before you. Although you were already aware of your uncle's extraordinary capabilities, you never anticipated his wealth to be of such magnitude. The collection includes an 8th-tier talisman illustration, the Blood Demon Array Dissection, the Qingmu Longevity Technique, the Undying Profound Art, then the Spectral Demon Canon, among others. The techniques laid out before you are nearly all aimed at transcending to the celestial realm, their power far surpassing that of your primary cultivation method. The ancient dragon elephant scripture. It is evident that their former masters were immensely powerful, yet they all ultimately fell to your uncle's might. Their techniques now preserved as treasures here. In the end, you select the 8th tier talisman illustration, the Qingmu longevity technique that can enhance lifespan. A defensive celestial artifact known as the Shenming Shield, and an array of cultivation resources. The Qingmu longevity technique allows one to extend their lifespan considerably when breaking through to higher realms, making it an ideal complement to the demands of the 9 steps to heaven. Returning to the courtyard, you commence your cultivation, soon discovering that after consuming the cultivation elixirs, your progress accelerates, and the repayment of the heavenly debt occurs at an expedited pace. Until the heavenly debt is settled, you intend to focus on the path of talismans rather than the Qingmu longevity technique. In the blink of an eye, half a year has swiftly elapsed. Unlike previous simulations that demanded caution and meticulousness, you find yourself in the realm of Hidden Dragon City, where you can cultivate without a care in the world. Surrounded by an abundance of resources and cultivation techniques. During this time, you have not refrained from exploring your surroundings, however. That large yellow dog persistently appears in a peculiar manner, haunting you like a specter, as if it were always watching your every move. Under such circumstances, should you choose to abandon your quest for discovery? Over the past 6 months, although your cultivation has made no discernible progress, the 2-year loan of heavenly and earthly essence has dwindled to just 1 year, with the return rate accelerating to twice its previous speed. Simultaneously, you have comprehended numerous 5th-tier talismans, compensating for the inadequacy of the solitary fire dragon talisman, and have even begun to experiment with the creation of 6th-tier talismans. You have successfully crafted the 6th-tier talisman for thunder control and have achieved the esteemed status of a 6th-tier talisman master. Chapter 78. You have fallen into a coma. As a 6th-tier talisman master, comparable to the extraordinary 6th realm, with adequate preparation, one could easily overpower several peers of equal strength, rendering oneself invincible among equals. With the enhancement of the purple talent known as the Talisman Dao Seed, my proficiency in talismans remains vastly superior to my current cultivation level. Having transcended to the status of a 6th-tier talisman master, your emotions surged, and you found yourself irresistibly immersed in the vast ocean of talismanic knowledge, continuing your profound exploration. Yet, at that moment, an inexplicable sense of dread suddenly washed over you, abruptly pulling you from your contemplative state. You abruptly realized that, unbeknownst to you, a shadow had materialized behind you in the room. An exceptional mental acuity is fundamental to becoming a talisman master, and you have met that criterion. A familiar voice unexpectedly pierced the silence. The moment you heard the voice, your taut nerves instantly relaxed. Turning around, you were greeted by the sight of your long-absent uncle, Yang Hong. He stood behind you, his gaze tranquil, hands clasped behind his back as he casually remarked, "You have done quite well." "Uncle," you called out, somewhat awkwardly. It had been quite some time since you had last seen this simultaneously familiar yet strange figure. For the past 6 months, he had not come to see you, remaining within the city lord's residence. During this time, you had contemplated seeking another meeting, yet each attempt was thwarted by the large yellow dog, who insisted that the master was in a critical stage of cultivation. However, every night, the city lord's residence echoed with the feral howls of beasts. Perhaps sensing your discomfort, Yang Hong's expression softened somewhat, his gaze momentarily lingering on your chest. "During our last meeting, I failed to notice. You appear to be in a peculiar state, with the spiritual energy dissipating and returning to the heavens and earth." Clearly, this formidable warrior of the Great Seer had discerned the anomaly within you. You were taken aback by your uncle's keen perception. After a moment's hesitation, you disclosed the matter of the 9 steps to heaven. You could distinctly see a flicker of emotion cross your enigmatic uncle's face as he absorbed the implications of the 9 steps to heaven, a glimmer sparkled in his eyes. However, upon learning that it could not be disclosed to others, a hint of disappointment shadowed his features. Yet, almost instantly, he regained his composure. This technique indeed possesses the potential to seize the essence of creation, it bears a certain resonance with the Tao. Allow me to see if I can assist you. A pure and potent surge of spiritual energy suddenly flooded into your body. You began to perceive that the celestial debt was being repaid at an alarming rate. Wow! It dawned on you that you had grasped the true application of the 9 steps to heaven. Realizing that it could indeed be manipulated in such a manner. As long as a powerful individual was there to channel spiritual energy for you, the side effects could be preemptively countered. Before long, you discovered that the celestial debt had been entirely settled, enabling you to continue your cultivation and enhance your prowess. The Qingwu longevity technique you previously sought was intended to support the 9 steps to heaven, but now it seemed unnecessary, for your uncle possessed something far superior. Yang Hong retrieved an ancient tome from his special ring and presented it to you. As you accepted it, 5 prominent characters caught your eye: Qingdi Chongsheng Jing. This tome was undeniably a profound cultivation manual leading directly to the 9th realm of terrestrial immortals. It was a treasure obtained by your uncle during an extraordinary opportunity. Rumored to be linked to the ancient Qing Emperor. Its effects were exceedingly formidable, each breakthrough could exponentially extend one's lifespan at the same level. Though the difficulty of cultivation was immense. Listening to your uncle's explanation, you could not help but gasp in astonishment. A method that could significantly enhance longevity was indeed a perfect complement to the 9 steps of heaven treading. Once cultivated, it would amplify the endurance of the 9 steps. With sustained vitality, what could you possibly fear? Thank you, uncle. You expressed your heartfelt gratitude by bestowing such an intricate technique upon you. Yang Hong evidently regarded you as kin. There's no need for thanks, as your uncle, I merely wish for you to cultivate diligently and endure, for that is paramount. Yang Hong remarked with profound significance, his gaze towards you betraying a complex mix of emotions. However, in that moment, you were so engrossed in the tome that you remained oblivious to any underlying unease. Before long, Uncle Yang Hong departed, leaving you to embark on further cultivation. Without the celestial debt, you commenced an advanced phase of your training. A month later, you successfully condensed the 8th step of the 9 steps of heaven treading. The celestial talisman. 2 months later, you began to practice the Qingdi Chongsheng Jing, but the esoteric nature of this manual made progress exceedingly slow. Even as your supreme imperial bone began to manifest its effects. 3 months later, you successfully entered the first layer of the Qingdi Chongsheng Jing, extending your lifespan by 30 years. 5 months later, your exceptional talent enabled you to break through to the 3rd layer, adding a century to your life. A year later, you reached the pinnacle of the 5th layer of the Qingdi Chongsheng Jing, achieving a lifespan of a millennium, nearly double that of other practitioners at your level. You had ascended to the pinnacle of the Mountain River realm. Such swift progress towards the Mountain River pinnacle indicated readiness for a breakthrough into the transcendent realm. The gains from this antagonist simulation were indeed substantial: a 6th-tier talisman master, celestial talisman, Qingdi Chongsheng Jing, and the pinnacle of the Mountain River realm. While this all appeared splendid, an unsettling feeling lingered. Liu Qian scrutinized the figure of himself within the antagonist simulator, his brow furrowed, devoid of the anticipated excitement. Something felt amiss. He recalled the oddities exhibited by his elder brother, Lu Shou, and the peculiar words of Lu Ruiyue. Moreover, his uncle Yang Hong possessed an air of strangeness. Yet, the self within this simulation seemed to have grown somewhat lax in vigilance. The ensuing antagonist simulation began to veer towards an eerie direction. For the first time, you experienced the joy of cultivation. There is no danger, no pursuers. No persecution, only the tranquility of secure cultivation. All the resources you require are readily prepared for your arrival, enabling you to strive relentlessly toward greater heights. Under such circumstances, I could easily linger here for eternity, awaiting the fruition of my divine powers, ultimately achieving the status of an earthly immortal, and then emerge to sweep away all adversaries, rendering myself invincible in this realm. At that time, those who orchestrated my plight and those who sought my demise will inevitably meet their end. In this moment, your confidence soars, your vigilance wanes, and you have completely forgotten previous events and their accompanying warnings. Next, you must transcend to the sixth realm of the extraordinary, requiring assistance from your uncle. What is happening? Why do you feel somewhat lightheaded? Just as you prepare to step outside, an inexplicable fragrance wafts through the air, causing an immediate wave of dizziness, and you suddenly collapse to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 79. Uncle, do you also wish to carve my bones? Indeed. Trouble has arisen. Lucian's expression darkened as he intensely observed the unfolding events within the villain simulator. The one daring to act within Hidden Dragon City could only be Bang. The door swung open. Someone entered. You, in a state of unconsciousness, were taken by the newcomer and placed onto a carriage, unaware of your destination. Silence prevailed throughout the journey. In a daze, a formidable force surged from your spine, instantly dispersing the fog within your body, awakening your dormant thoughts. As your consciousness gradually returned, an inexplicable chill enveloped you, as if your supreme imperial bone was issuing a warning, urging you to save yourself. Trouble has arisen. I have been captured. Young Hong is indeed suspicious. What transpired? I had been vigilant before, why have I suddenly relaxed my guard during this period? Could it be that I fell victim to some scheme? Anger and fear surged within you. The only one capable of striking against you in Hidden Dragon City was none other than your uncle, the great warrior of the Great Xia, Young Hong. Moreover, at this moment, you could vaguely sense two familiar presences within the carriage. One was the familiar aura of the big yellow dog, and the other, even more familiar, belonged to your uncle, Young Hong. You began to reflect on the peculiarities of recent times, realizing that you had subconsciously overlooked certain matters. Placing immense trust in Young Hong, even divulging the secrets of the Tian 9 steps to him. This was not in accordance with your usual character. Although you remained unable to move, you could faintly discern fragmented conversations within the carriage. Master, must we proceed this way? The young master is your only kin in this world, and he possesses half of the Young family bloodline. Master, perhaps we could consider other options. Although you are injured and lack your former prowess, we still have alternatives. Master, you were once the great warrior of the Great Xia. You must indeed carve the young master S. It's the big yellow dog. It dares to plead for you. Yet, despite the dog's entreaty, Young Hong remained silent, not uttering a word. Listening to the disjointed dialogue, an icy dread gripped you. It was unthinkable that your own uncle, Young Hong, harbored designs on your supreme imperial bone. Was he seeking to appropriate your bone to restore his own wounds? No wonder you had often heard beastly howls emanating from the city lord's mansion in the dead of night. No wonder that since your arrival in this place, every action of yours had been meticulously monitored, as if they feared you might escape. Indeed, the so-called journey south was nothing but a thorough trap, with even your own uncle coveting you. In contrast, that cunning big yellow dog harbored goodwill toward you, always striving to plead your case. Perhaps aware that pleading would be futile, the great yellow dog's mood turned despondent as it approached the unconscious you. Gently licking your face, "Forgive me, little master, Uncle Dog cannot assist you." The peculiar fragrance just experienced emanated from it. Deep within the shadows, Young Hong's visage remained obscured, his countenance and expressions shrouded in silence. This man and dog, master and servant, seemed oblivious to the fact that you had been forewarned by the Supreme Emperor's bone, resulting in your consciousness awakening and reason beginning to resurface. Soon, the carriage came to a halt before a modest courtyard. Young Hong led the way, alighting from the vehicle, while the great yellow dog stood upright, its form expanding as it cradled you down from the carriage and into the courtyard. Inside, a wooden bed awaited, accompanied by the ominous presence of a butcher, whose face was partially missing, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence. In the butcher's hand lay a blade radiating a chilling energy, remarkable and stained with the essence of blood. "Bow to the true lord." The butcher stood respectfully to the side, seemingly awaiting the prey to be served. You were placed upon the wooden bed, and witnessing this scene, your heart sank. At this moment, You began to anticipate the impending events and entered a state of supreme focus, striving with all your might to awaken fully. Young Hong stood expressionless at the bedside. His gaze fixed calmly upon your slumbering form. The yellow dog's countenance twisted slightly, yearning to plead for mercy, but was met with Young Hong's merciless command, out. Instantly, the dog's tail drooped, its spirit diminished as it trudged toward the exit. Commence. At Young Hong's directive, the butcher nodded, poised with his blade, ready to advance. Yet suddenly halted, his expression one of shock. A clap echoed. The seemingly comatose you had, unbeknownst to anyone, opened your eyes, grasping Young Hong's hand. Disbelief etched across your face as you locked your gaze upon him, your voice a soulful inquiry, "Uncle, do you wish to carve my bones as well?" This unexpected turn of events left all present utterly astonished. No one anticipated that you, a mere cultivator of the mountain and river realm, could break free from the soul-binding smoke, a method specifically designed to ensnare celestial beings. Young Hong, whose hand you clutched, remained as calm as a still pond, seemingly unfazed. However, you could sense a fleeting tremor within his arm. Clearly, this formidable warrior of the Great Seer was not as composed as he appeared. As everyone stood in shock, you silently activated the life replacement blood escape talisman, enveloped in a crimson light, attempting to flee. This was your only trump card at present. You could only hope that Young Hong did not possess any sealing talismans capable of countering your escape. Crack. In the next moment, within the confines of your vacant gaze, an arm tore through the fabric of space, disregarding the crimson light, and instantaneously crushed the life replacement blood escape talisman. The assailant was none other than your uncle, Young Hong. This once great deity of war from the Great Seer, relying solely on his corporeal form, had effortlessly extinguished all avenues of survival for you with just a slight motion. Such extravagant methods. With a resounding thud, you were struck down, crashing onto the wooden bed, and in an instant, your senses faded into oblivion, leaving your mind a blank slate. Only the calm voice of Young Hong echoed in your ears, "I shall extract it." With a tearing sound, the flesh on your back was ripped asunder, severing the most crucial connections. A wave of excruciating pain surged from the depths of your soul as you were vivisected. The supreme imperial bone wrenched from within your being. Chapter 80, The Blood Demon has paid his respects to the true monarch. The sixth prince has entrusted me to convey his greetings. You have been vivisected, extracting the supreme imperial bone from your very being. It is a magnificent spine, radiating a dark golden luminescence, exuding an air of noble grandeur. This is your first encounter with your own supreme imperial bone. Yet, for reasons unknown, as you behold it now, an inexplicable sensation washes over you, as if something essential is amiss. However, this feeling is fleeting. When it is finally severed from you, it is as though you have lost something of utmost importance, leaving you disoriented and hollow. You watch helplessly as your supreme imperial bone is handed to Young Hong by the butcher. Yet, to your astonishment, Young Hong does not accept it. He merely stands in silence, not even casting a glance. This moment defies your expectations. In your calculations, Young Hong was supposed to take your supreme imperial bone for healing, to restore his peak condition. But then, an unwelcome guest appears, stirring tumult within your heart once more. At an unknown moment, the blood-robed figure, who had pursued you, suddenly materializes in the courtyard, bowing respectfully to your uncle Young Hong. The blood demon pays his respects to the true monarch. The sixth prince has entrusted me to convey his greetings. A chilling realization grips you, as your pupils constrict. They are allied. Your uncle Young Hong is colluding with the very forces that have tormented you. All previous events were mere theatrics, crafted to draw you to the 10,000 great mountains, to the land of hidden dragons. And could it be that the sixth prince, mentioned by the blood demon, is the true identity of the mastermind? Was it the sixth prince who masqueraded as your elder brother Lu Shou to communicate with you? Wait. No. You suddenly comprehend. If this were true, when you arrived in the land of hidden dragons, they could have easily captured you and extracted your bones, without the need for you to survive this past year and a half. Thus, it seems Yong Hong and the sixth prince are not in cahoots. Perhaps this uncle genuinely wishes to protect you. The subsequent events only serve to confirm your suspicions. In the face of the blood demon's deference, Yong Hong appears to remain oblivious, as if he has heard nothing at all. He merely waves his hand. And the butcher presents the supreme imperial bone before the blood demon. This scene resembles the dismissal of a beggar. So disregarded. A flicker of awkwardness and resentment crosses the blood demon's face since attaining his celestial form. He has long forgotten the last time he was treated in such a manner. As I contemplated the terrifying man before me, I suppressed the fury within. Reminding him in a tone laced with sarcasm, "Esteemed Lord, it appears that in this transaction, besides the Supreme Emperor's bone, there is still one matter left unresolved." The sixth prince mentioned that in order to ensure the Supreme Emperor's bone would not be reborn, it was necessary to cripple Lu Qian's dantian and obliterate his cultivation. If it is inconvenient for you to act, I can certainly assist in this regard. It was evident that the blood demon still harbored resentment from earlier. Unwilling to let go, and sought to personally render me powerless. "Have you finished?" Yong Hong inquired calmly. With a resounding crash, Yong Hong struck, shattering my dantian and causing my peak cultivation to dissipate like smoke. My complexion drained of color as I lost all vitality, feeling as though I had aged countless years. Teetering on the brink of collapse. Witnessing my pitiable state, the blood demon, though unable to fulfill his wish to act, let out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, you little wretch. This is your..." Yong Hong frowned slightly, raising his gaze, then suddenly a beam of golden light erupted forth. In the midst of my astonishment, the cackling blood demon shrieked in agony, his spirit and dantian severely injured, his heavenly cultivation swiftly unraveling. "Oh! How dare you cripple my dantian?" The blood demon howled in despair, resembling a wretched dog as he collapsed and writhed on the ground. With merely a glance, Yong Hong had incapacitated a formidable adversary. A being of transcendent strength beyond my imagination. Wasn't he injured? How could he possess such power? Was there an internal strife at play? Wasn't it supposed to be that Yong Hong, fearing the sixth prince, would not act against me? Why then did he dare to cripple the blood demon? "Begone. Or perish." Yong Hong's voice was calm yet laced with an overwhelming intent to kill. The blood demon turned pale, his spirit shattered, hastily seizing the glowing Supreme Emperor's bone. Fleeing like a frightened dog. Having lost both the Supreme Emperor's bone and my cultivation, I felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over me. My consciousness fading into a haze as I began to succumb to slumber. In the final moments of my drowsiness, I seemed to hear a faint whisper. To live is better than anything else. Thus, was this all merely a transaction? Trading my Supreme Emperor's bone and my cultivation for safety and an end to the pursuit. It made sense. A powerless individual posed no further threat, eliminating the necessity for continued hunting. No wonder Lu Ruyue remarked that I could survive. It was this kind of existence she referred to. No wonder her expression had been so peculiar at that moment. She was clearly aware of this transaction long before. Lu Qian closed his eyes, swiftly processing the series of dramatic reversals and explosive content from this villainous simulation. Firstly, it was clear that Yong Hong, this uncle of mine, bore no malice towards me. He genuinely sought to protect me. The other party exhibited no interest whatsoever in his Supreme Emperor bone, from beginning to end. However, he appeared to be injured or perhaps faced with some issues, resulting in a loss of the strength he once possessed at his peak, leading him to engage in a transaction with the mastermind behind the scenes. If this were indeed the case, why would Yong Hong take action and easily incapacitate the blood demon? Was he not concerned about incurring the wrath of the unseen orchestrator and jeopardizing their previous agreement? It is worth noting that a powerful figure above the fifth transition of the celestial realm is not something to be taken lightly. Was it the utterance of little bastard by the blood demon that provoked such a response? Lu Qian vaguely sensed that it was likely this remark that angered Yong Hong. It seemed that this uncle held familial ties in high regard. Moreover, even in his injured state, Yong Hong could effortlessly render the blood demon powerless. One could only imagine the extent of his terror at his peak. Additionally, there was the enigmatic sixth Prince Chen Tai, who appeared to be the mastermind behind the scenes. Chapter 81, a reunion with old friends, explosive news, and the assassination of the mastermind. Chen Tai, the sixth prince of the Great Xia Empire, is exceptionally gifted and talented. Before reaching the age of 30, he has already attained the sacred realm of cultivation, earning the title of the most outstanding prodigy in the royal family of Great Xia. He is anticipated to break through to the celestial realm before the age of 50, standing shoulder to shoulder with the elder celestial powerhouses. His mother hails from the distinguished Chu family, a lineage of celestial beings, and currently holds the esteemed position of the most favored imperial consort of the Great Xia Emperor. Due to his remarkable intellect and extraordinary cultivation aptitude, Chen Tai has been the center of attention since childhood, receiving the adoration of the Great Xia Emperor and being regarded by countless individuals as the heir apparent to the next emperor. He is truly a child of destiny. In terms of lineage, status, and innate talent, he stands as one of the most elite figures in the Great Xia Empire. Bits of information regarding Chen Tai began to surface in Lu Qian's mind. If it truly is him, then everything would indeed make sense. Given his status, coupled with the support of his maternal family, it would not be implausible to manipulate the ghostly physician and the blood demon, both formidable entities. Wait. Lu Qian suddenly realized something was amiss. Lu Qian. Chen Qian. Have I unwittingly taken on the script of the wasteful prince Ali Chengchen? I was exiled to the demon city right from the start, and now there are so many people wanting to kill me. Because, although I have my issues, I am still of the Great Xia's legitimate line, and there are indeed those willing to conspire and support me. Damn it. In a fit of agitation, Lu Qian slammed his hand on the bed, inadvertently waking the slumbering Lu Ruyue. Lu Ruyue. What the hell, did you just hit me? Did you have a nightmare? It's alright, go back to sleep. Lu Qian offered a few perfunctory words of comfort, pressing Lu Ruyue's head back onto the pillow, weaving a web of nonsense to lull her back to sleep. Having pacified the irate woman, Lu Qian turned his gaze towards the villain simulator. Although this round of villain simulation had been rendered ineffective, he had unexpectedly extricated himself from the vortex. He had a premonition that this simulation was far from over, and perhaps he could still acquire a wealth of useful information. When you awaken once more, you find yourself placed in a secluded paradise. Having had your Supreme Emperor bone extracted and your cultivation rendered useless, you have now become a mere mortal. Perhaps even less than that. The removal of the Supreme Emperor bone has had a profound impact on you, draining away most of your vitality. Had it not been for your cultivation of the Qing Emperor's longevity scripture, which significantly extended your lifespan, you would have likely perished long ago. Wait. Could it be that Yonghong anticipated this very situation when he gifted me the Qing Emperor's longevity scripture? You suddenly realize that it indeed seems to be the case. However, in your current state, it appears that you can only live a few more decades. Akin to an ordinary person, you find yourself confined here, with all your needs catered to, as everything you desire is diligently provided for you. Yet contact with the outside world remains unattainable. Your uncle Yonghong and that large yellow dog have been conspicuously absent, their pursuits unknown. After decades, this experience can be considered worthwhile. Perhaps it is simply an opportunity to truly save a life. Perhaps in your state of being rendered powerless, your mindset has attained a serene composure, as though you have relinquished all burdens. You begin to dwell alone in the small courtyard, immersing yourself in literature and cultivating a half-acre of land to grow vegetables. In the blink of an eye, a decade has slipped by. Over these 10 years, you have lived in solitude, enduring loneliness without succumbing to madness. Instead, your character has been tempered, becoming more resilient and composed, shedding the remnants of restlessness. You often peruse books of talismans and scriptures, gradually emanating a hint of Taoist essence. In this tranquil environment, the long-missed yellow dog returns, accompanied by an unexpected guest. Little master, look who I have brought for you. You are taken aback, for the yellow dog has brought none other than Su Mei, whom you parted ways with a decade ago. Now, Su Mei has transformed from her youthful innocence into a figure of mature allure akin to a blooming bud. And she radiates the aura of a sage in training. Clearly, this destined protagonist has undergone significant growth over the years. Brother Lu, Su Mei exclaims, her voice reminiscent of the deep affections she held when she departed. Mayor, it has been a long time, you respond, feeling a poignant sense of reunion. As you witness this heartfelt reunion, the yellow dog, now a mere observer, wisely steps aside. You invite Su Mei into your home, gathering fresh vegetables from the garden, slicing meat, and preparing a sumptuous feast in her honor. Concerned for your well-being, Su Mei offers to assist, but you kindly decline, asserting that guests should be treated with utmost respect. Soon, the table is laden with fragrant dishes, and as you dine, conversation flows. Though it is predominantly Su Mei who speaks. She recounts that after your parting 10 years ago, she followed Lu Ruyue to a small courtyard in the capital, where she was placed without much consideration. It is evident that the forces behind Lu Ruyue did not trust her fully. However, upon revealing her formidable talents as an alchemist and her cultivation prowess, she swiftly ascended to the rank of a 7th-level alchemist and attained sage-level cultivation, prompting a shift in their demeanor towards her. The individuals associated with Lu Ruyue became increasingly cordial, eager to recruit her, offering numerous privileges while simultaneously restricting her freedom. They promised that if she signed a contract and joined their ranks, all would be revealed to her, including her origins, yet Su Mei remained unwilling. Brother Lu, over the years, I have persistently expressed my desire to leave, but to no avail, until recently when that esteemed dog unexpectedly appeared in the capital, compelling them to reluctantly release me. Then, the esteemed dog brought me to seek you. Su Mei revealed the reason for her presence, which was evidently signaled by the great yellow dog, or rather, your uncle. Regrettably, the subtle pawn you had strategically placed, Su Mei, failed to uncover the identity of the forces behind Lu Ruyue, yet she did acquire an intriguing piece of information. It appears that the entities supporting Lu Ruyue are predominantly women. You nodded in acknowledgement and inquired about the Lu family, learning that they had been annihilated a decade ago, though remnants of rebellious factions still lingered. Furthermore, Su Mei brought forth astonishing news. 10 years prior, the 6th prince, Chen Tai, unexpectedly acquired a divine artifact known as the Supreme Emperor Bone, which propelled his cultivation to unprecedented heights, enabling him to ascend beyond the realms of mortals in merely a decade, rendering him invincible among his peers. Instantly, this revelation sent shockwaves throughout the entire Dacia. However, just 10 days ago, a mysterious secret realm emerged in the Demon City, prompting the 6th prince, Chen Tai, to venture there in search of exploration, only to fall victim to an assassination attempt. It is said that the 6th prince was publicly beheaded in a shocking display, and the Supreme Emperor Bone was extracted from him. The assailant was none other than Yi Chen. Chapter 82: The True Identity of Lu Qian. The 6th prince, the mastermind behind the scenes, has met his demise at the hands of the long-vanished protagonist, Yi Chen. Staring at the shocking news within the villain simulator, Lu Qian found himself momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The cunning Chen Tai had been so brutally dispatched, and in such a gruesome manner. What enmity could warrant such violence? Although the circumstances seemed absurd, they were not entirely beyond comprehension. The concept of a destined protagonist is inherently irrational. Even without the step to heaven, one could not dismiss the possibility of other fortuitous encounters. Given a decade to mature, he could easily demonstrate the folly of underestimating youth. Although Chen Tai had seized my Supreme Emperor's Bone, he was ultimately not the original owner and could not fully harness its true potential, thus, his downfall at the hands of Yi Chen is not entirely surprising. Yet, did they harbor such intense animosity toward one another? Lu Qian tilted his head, perplexed by the intricate web of causation. However, deciphering the peculiar thought processes of that iron-headed youth, Yi Chen, remained a formidable challenge. From Su Mei's account, It appears that Yi Chen had been lurking within a mysterious realm in the Demon City, suddenly emerging to ambush Chen Tai, who was wielding a bloodied blade. The bloodied blade. This recalls to mind previous simulations where Yi Chen had also possessed a similar weapon. At that time, I had suspected it to be a fortuitous opportunity within that enigmatic domain, one I had failed to seize. Now, having slain Chen Tai, Yi Chen had become the most wanted criminal in the Great Xiao Empire. It was said that upon hearing of Chen Tai's death, his mother fainted from grief. While the Chu family seethed in anger, and even the long-absent emperor of the Great Xiao was roused to fury. Presently, every faction within the Great Xiao Empire was in pursuit of Yi Chen, some seeking the reward for his capture, others coveting his fortuitous encounters, and still others eyeing the Supreme Emperor's bone. Strangely, despite committing such a heinous crime, Yi Chen had once again vanished without a trace, eluding all pursuers. Upon learning that the true culprit, the sixth Prince Chen Tai, had ultimately been slain by the destined protagonist Yi Chen, a sense of reflection washed over me. In a certain sense, Yi Chen had avenged my own grievances regarding the bone extraction. Brother Lu, there is one more thing I forgot to mention. 10 years ago, Sister Lu carried a child for 3 years and gave birth to a daughter. Su Mei's tone was calm, yet it bore an unusual undertone. Throughout these 10 years, Sister Lu seems to have often spoken of you. Boom. I was instantly rooted to the spot, astonished to discover that I still had a bloodline existing within this simulated world. 10 years ago, Lu Rue had indeed succeeded in leaving behind an heir. Those matters belong to the past. With a sigh, I acknowledged that I had only a few years left to live. Why should I concern myself with so much? The villain simulator, possessing such extensive knowledge, has proven its worth. Brother Lu, Senior Dog, mentioned that I could stay here with you until the end. Su Mei bit her lip, revealing her intentions. It was evident that she was aware of your limited time and wished to accompany you. Observing this obstinate woman before you, you understood that refusing her would be futile, so you nodded in agreement. Having previously lived in solitude, the presence of a companion now felt like a blessing. With Su Mei's companionship, life seemed to gain an element of novelty and joy. Despite the 10 years of separation, there was no trace of estrangement between you. In the blink of an eye, another decade had passed. Although time had flowed on, you remained unchanged, still bearing the appearance of youth. Throughout the years, you and Su Mei had supported each other through thick and thin. Though not officially wed, your bond surpassed that of marriage. A few years ago, Su Mei's belly began to swell, and her favorite pastime became gently caressing it while engaging in self-conversation. During these years, aside from your time with Su Mei, you occasionally had news from the outside world. For instance, Yi Chen, the destined protagonist, had suddenly emerged across the vast expanse of the Great Xiao, facing numerous life-threatening situations but consistently managing to escape unscathed. He resembled an indomitable cockroach, seemingly impossible to kill. Observant individuals noted that he appeared to be searching for something. You realized your own body was growing increasingly frail, struggling even to tend to your garden. It seemed your time was drawing near. Is this the taste of death? You murmured to yourself. You were painfully aware that you likely had only a few days left, and you feared you would not live to see your child's birth. Yet, in an effort to spare Su Mei any worry, you concealed your weakness, forcing yourself to endure. As usual, you reclined on the rocking chair in the courtyard, basking in the sunlight, feeling languid, not from a lack of desire to work, but from an inability to do so. Calculating the time. You anticipated that the supply courier should be arriving soon. Before long, someone approached, but the visitor was unexpectedly familiar. Uncle! You exclaimed in astonishment. The visitor was your uncle Yang Hong, whom you had not seen for 20 years. After 2 decades. Yang Hong still bore the handsome and valiant visage of a middle-aged man, yet you discerned that his hair had grayed further, and his calm eyes reflected fatigue. Child, I wish to take you to a place. All right. You mustered all your strength, exchanged a few words with Su Mei, then followed closely behind him. You walked side by side, departing from the idyllic realm. This was your inaugural venture into the outside world, yet this time, there were no hindrances. After an indeterminate time, you accompanied your uncle, Yonghong, to a sheer cliff, where a gravestone caught your eye, an eternal resting place. It was the grave of Yongxiu, your mother. Yonghong spoke slowly, a hint of sorrow lacing his words. Upon hearing this, your body trembled, an indescribable wave of emotion surged from your heart as you approached. Your trembling hand gently caressing the gravestone before you. You understood all too well that Yonghong had come to guide you here. Fully aware that your time was drawing near, wishing to impart certain revelations. With your head bowed, you lingered in silence for a long while before your voice emerged. Hoarse and tentative, "Uncle, who is my father, and who am I?" This time, Yonghong chose not to conceal the truth. Your father is Chen Xian, the heir apparent of the Great Xia Empire, and you are the great-grandson of the Great Xia Empire. The Emperor of the Great Xia is your grandfather. Chapter 83, The Truth of Filial Piety and Parental Kindness. Boom. Liu Qian's pupils constricted, his expression freezing in an instant. Despite having anticipated certain aspects, he was nonetheless taken aback by this sudden revelation. I am the Crown Prince. My father is the heir apparent. My grandfather is the Emperor of the Great Xia. I even have an uncle who wields military power, the god of war of the Great Xia. What an extraordinary lineage! With authority and military might. One could argue that the mastermind behind the scenes, Prince Chen Tai, pales in comparison. According to the etiquette and ethics of the Great Xia Empire, he is the very embodiment of legitimacy. Yet, how could things have devolved into such a dire state? He is, after all, the Crown Prince of the Great Xia Empire. What reckless deeds has my estranged father committed to embroil me in this turmoil? You are the Crown Prince. Your heart races. Clearly startled by the unexpected news. Ultimately, you are the true T0 of the Empire. But how did it come to this wretched state? Uncle, could you enlighten me about my father? You are fervently eager to uncover the truth. Given your limited time left, you naturally wish to know what transpired in those years. You also seek to understand why you are labeled as the most sinful, the most malevolent, the most deranged bloodline. Your father. Uncle Yonghong's gaze lowered slightly, a flicker of anger crossing his face. Yet, upon meeting your frail and desperate eyes, his resolve softened. Your father, Chen Xian, was a man of remarkable talent and vision, inherently extraordinary, favored by your grandfather. From a young age, he was appointed as the heir apparent, becoming the foremost successor of the Great Xia Empire. Once he ascended to the position of heir, he assisted your grandfather in managing the empire's affairs, showcasing astonishing abilities, implementing reforms, promoting the commoners, then suppressing the aristocracy, paving a way for the underprivileged. His reputation soared within the Great Xia Empire, rivaling that of your grandfather. Countless individuals extolled your father as possessing the demeanor of an ancient emperor. At that time, all matters from across the empire were first submitted to your father for review before reaching your grandfather for approval. In a sense, your grandfather, the Emperor of the Great Xia, was overshadowed by your father. In terms of capability, your father stands among the most distinguished figures in the annals of the Great Xia Empire. When discussing your father's remarkable achievements, Yonghong's expression grew complex, for he too was a beneficiary of that era. To rise within the Great Xia Empire, dominated by noble families, is no simple feat. At critical moments, one requires support. What a revelation! In this moment, as you grapple with the terrifying truth about your father, a sense of foreboding dawns upon you. As the heir apparent, he had usurped the true emperor's authority. If no calamity ensued, it would indeed be a mystery. If this were the case, it would be one thing, but this wretched individual has shown himself to be unworthy of his role as a son. Before your uncle achieved his success, he was quite close with your father, regarding each other as confidants and frequently exchanging friendly visits. However, as time passed, the situation began to feel amiss. During that period, your uncle gradually gained your grandfather's favor, leading troops into battle, yet that scoundrel would often visit your uncle's home, By the time your uncle returned, Showa was already with child, bearing you. If it weren't for your mother intervening, I would have undoubtedly dealt with him most harshly. Your uncle Yonghong, once serene, now bore an intensity in his eyes that seemed almost palpable. What brother would remain sane upon encountering such a betrayal? I treated you as a brother, yet you aimed to be my sister's husband. Moreover, this scoundrel was clearly forcing him to choose sides. Having become the crown prince, he still sought to encroach upon military authority. Lu Qian realized the truth: his father was indeed cunning and unscrupulous, seizing the opportunity in his absence to pilfer from him. It was hard to believe such actions were unintentional. On one hand, it could be genuine love; on the other, it was evident he wished to bind the formidable warrior uncle to his own faction. Coughing lightly, he attempted to soothe his uncle and steer the conversation back on track. Later, I learned that your grandfather suspected your father of hoarding weapons and nurturing assassins, intending to rebel, and was preparing to take action against him. Yonghong regained his composure and continued. This also indirectly explains your father's motivations for his actions. Was it merely due to a suspicion? Your expression darkened. Was that not sufficient? Yonghong regarded you with a knowing look. In that moment, you found yourself at a loss for words. For an emperor, mere suspicion suffices. What further evidence is needed? Thus, simply due to an unfounded accusation, my grandfather took action, resulting in my father's death and the disintegration of my family. Your fists clenched. Your body trembling. Is this the terror of those in power? The so-called bonds of kinship become insignificant in the face of authority. Who claims it was unfounded? Yonghong suddenly interjected, interrupting your thoughts. Confused, you stared blankly at your uncle. Do not look at me. That scoundrel truly engaged in such actions, hoarding weapons, nurturing assassins, preparing for a coup. Do you genuinely believe he was an honest man? Your grandfather's suspicions were not misplaced; he had merely anticipated the situation. Uncle Yonghong patted your head, his expression suggesting that you were still young and needed more experience. Your father's actions stemmed from an anticipation of your grandfather's suspicions, foreseeing that they would be detrimental to him, and sought to act preemptively. Indeed, your father, in a bid to enhance his odds, once cunningly persuaded several companions to join him in rebelling against your grandfather, expressing his willingness to share dominion with them. Is this truly a tale of filial piety? The elder brother takes the lead, rallying a few comrades to assist in toppling their own father. You find yourself utterly bewildered by this series of audacious maneuvers, such an extreme reversal of loyalty. Uncle, are you quite sure you are speaking in Chinese? Could it be any more outrageous? Your lips quiver as you recount this, as if the notion of rebellion, particularly against one's own father, is merely a playful jest. Is your father out of his mind? Does he not comprehend the dire consequences of defeat? Not at all absurd, as your grandfather once engaged in similar endeavors. Uncle Yonghong astonishingly proclaims once more. Otherwise, how would he have ascended to that esteemed position? Goodness, is this madness a hereditary trait? Is the entire family inclined towards insurrection, particularly against their own patriarch? Chapter 84, Yonghong, child, it was I who killed your father. Upon learning of the rebellious succession system in the Great Xia, I could not help but curse inwardly. They are all a bunch of lunatics. Not a sane person among them. My grandfather rebelled, my father rebelled, and it was only a matter of time before you would join their ranks. On the day the conflict erupted, I was summoned by the Emperor of Great Xia to the border to quell the bizarre foreign tribes. Clearly, by that time, due to your father's involvement, my grandfather had already begun to distrust me. Yonghong sighed and began recounting the events of that year. When I resolved the uprising of the strange tribes and returned, I discovered the truth of the matter. At that time, I was unaware of what kind of intoxicating potion your father had administered to your mother. He had audaciously stolen my military insignia, disguising himself as me, and infiltrated the capital with a select group of elite soldiers, silently advancing. Your father was ruthless, striking before your grandfather, using several of his brothers as shields. allowing them to bear the brunt while he lurked in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment. After incurring significant losses and clearing all obstacles, your father finally made his move. He walked alone, stepping over the corpses of his brothers, traversing the path of bones, into the imperial palace of Great Seer. Engaging in a decisive battle with your grandfather, the earthly true immortal. That battle had profound repercussions, nearly leading to the annihilation of the Great Seer Empire. Listening to my uncle's narration, you could almost feel the brutality of that great war. In that conflict, even the so-called celestial experts were merely pawns. And many of them perished. Moreover, numerous aristocratic families personally took the field. Ultimately, there was a decisive battle. Uncle, was my father also an earthly true immortal? A sudden thought struck you. To engage in a life and death struggle with the earthly true immortal of Great Seer, your father must have been of a similar caliber. However, your uncle's subsequent response left you somewhat astonished. No, he was merely a celestial being. Young Hong shook his head. Then looked at you with a complex expression, but he possessed the Supreme Emperor's bone, enabling him to unleash the combat prowess of an earthly true immortal. That was the first time the Supreme Emperor's bone made its appearance in the Great Seer Empire. Prior to that, no one was aware of it. Nor did anyone know that your father possessed such a physique. The details of that battle remain unknown, although your father was defeated. The Emperor of Great Seer also paid a considerable price, seemingly suffering severe injuries, and had not been seen for decades. Your father, with his celestial talent, had challenged an earthly true immortal and severely wounded him, yet he managed to escape. Since then, the Supreme Emperor's bone became renowned throughout the world. Regarded as a forbidden artifact in the eyes of many. At that time, it was rumored that had your father bided his time and elevated his cultivation further, your grandfather might have perished at his hands. Boom. As your pupils constrict, you are not particularly astonished to learn that your father possesses the Supreme Imperial Bone. However, you are taken aback by its sheer might. It can confront a terrestrial true immortal head-on at the heavenly man realm, inflicting significant damage. Seemingly without the temporal constraints akin to the 9 steps to heaven. If only there had been a slight difference, your father might have succeeded. It is no wonder so many covet your Supreme Imperial Bone, and the mastermind, Chen Tai, has been fixated on you for quite some time. You take a deep breath. Striving to calm your tumultuous emotions, did my father ultimately perish? He did. Did he fall at the hands of the human emperor of the Great Seer? No. He fell by my own hands. Young Hong declared, shocking you with his revelation. You tremble, unable to fathom that your uncle could have slain his own father. Child. Do you understand? Upon my return from the battlefield, I was met with a ravaged Great Seer Empire, which had descended into chaos. Your father, that scoundrel, abandoned you and your mother to flee after instigating a rebellion. All the mess was left for you and your mother to contend with. When I returned, Showa was ailing. Gravely ill, and in her final moments, she grasped my hand, imploring me, as her elder brother, to safeguard you. But the situation had escalated so dramatically. What could I do? What could I do? Young Hong's eyes burned crimson, his emotions slipping from his grasp, making it difficult to imagine the immense pressure he faced at that time. Given his stature, he must have been deeply entangled in the turmoil, though he did not participate. His own sister and brother-in-law were embroiled in it. In such circumstances, he could be said to be irreparably stained. At that moment, he was barely able to protect himself while also attempting to clean up the aftermath. As you observe your emotionally volatile Uncle Young Hong, you can almost envision the scene he must have encountered. Based on Showa's dying words, I discovered a hidden place where they once shared love, and there I found him. When I found him, he had become somewhat deranged, as if struck senseless, evidently having paid a considerable price. I personally ended his life, carrying his head to the palace, and staked my life and fortune on the assurance that you were already dead. Listening to your uncle's calm narration, you feel a chill run down your spine, deeply moved. As you had not anticipated that he would find such a means of salvation for you. In that era, to protect you, your uncle before you gambled nearly everything, including his life. Did the human emperor of the Great Xia believe you? I presented the head of his son before him, what was there not to believe? Yang Hong revealed a faint, sardonic smile. In return, I was stripped of everything, exiled here for eternity, never to leave, never to enter the capital. Thus, it seemed that matters could reach a temporary conclusion. Before my departure from Beijing, burdened by the multitude of eyes upon me, I clandestinely entrusted you to the care of the Lu family. The Lu family has always outwardly presented themselves as unwavering loyalists to the Emperor of the Great Xia. Yet who could have imagined that they had long since aligned themselves with your father, serving as one of his many contingency plans? It is through this guise of the Lu family, combined with the safeguards your father had established years ago, that you have managed to survive to this day. Listening to your uncle's explanation, you now comprehend the sheer fortuity of your existence, the remarkable luck that has allowed you to endure. Had it been anyone else, the grass atop their grave would be unmeasurable in height. Wait. A sudden realization dawns upon you. How was it that you were exposed? You pose this question. Ultimately, one cannot conceal fire with mere paper. Within the contingency plans left by your father, there are those who have betrayed their allegiance, revealing the Lu family and you. Chapter 85, The Self-Destructive Gambit. Yang Hong's bizarre reaction. Upon learning that someone had betrayed both you and the Lu family, your countenance suddenly darkened, and within your heart, a sense of suspicion began to take shape. It was clear that those who sought to ingratiate themselves with a new master would not hesitate to undermine you, presenting obstacles as a form of loyalty. In your mind, a distinctly recognizable target emerged, the Gu family. Indeed, Yang Hong nodded in approval of your quick wit, astonished that you had discerned the identity of the traitor so swiftly. The Gu family was originally one of the contingencies left behind by your father, yet as time passed, they had evidently turned their backs, selling you out to your shadowy orchestrator, the sixth Prince Chen Tai, in exchange for personal gain. They even went so far as to orchestrate a scheme to lure you to the capital, deliberately placing you in a deadly trap, intent on your demise. It was likely that the downfall of the Lu family was also a consequence of the Gu family's treachery. While your heart burned with indignation, you also began to realize that the contingencies left by your deceased father were now shrouded in ambiguity, making it difficult to discern friend from foe. Uncle, why? Despite my identity being exposed, has the Emperor of the Great Xia not taken action against me? Instead, it is the sixth Prince Chen Tai who is so frantically attempting to eliminate me, you pondered. Ordinarily, following such a revelation, the first to seek your life would be your grandfather, the Emperor of the Great Xia. How had it instead become Chen Tai, and why was he so anxious? Unless there had been some unforeseen developments. Yang Hong's subsequent words utterly clarified your confusion. After the Gu family disseminated your information, the entire Great Xia Empire erupted in turmoil, with countless individuals eager to witness the Emperor's reaction, all wishing for your demise. Surprisingly, however, the Emperor seemed to recall the bond of paternal affection, purposefully overlooking past grievances, and was inclined to recognize you as his grandson once more. Rumors circulated from the imperial palace indicating that the emperor often reminisced about his virtuous grandson, expressing a desire for you to inherit the throne. What a revelation! No wonder Chen Tai wished to see me dead. He initially intended to sacrifice my life to curry favor with the emperor, only to find himself ensnared in a web of his own making. Should I truly be acknowledged, my uncles would be sidelined, as I would emerge as the primary heir to the Great Xia Empire. In such circumstances, it was not just Chen Tai who would be driven to madness, other princes would undoubtedly share his fervor, desperate to see my end. Lu Qian's lips twitched as he finally comprehended Chen Tai's true motives for wanting him dead. Clearly, part of it stemmed from the coveted Supreme Emperor's bone. But more significantly, it was driven by aspirations for the throne of the emperor. No wonder Lu Ruiyue warned of the perilous journey north to the imperial capital, where survival was a mere 1 in 10. That slim chance hinged entirely on the whims of the imperial figure. Previously, the imposter posing as elder brother Lu Shou Chen Tai had prevented him from returning to the capital, evidently fearing unexpected complications. However, my grandfather, the emperor of the Great Xia, does not seem to possess such benevolence. If he truly wished to acknowledge me, he could have dispatched someone to retrieve me. Yet, he remains passive, merely observing the torment inflicted upon me by Chen Tai. Indifferent to my plight. Perhaps he seeks to manipulate me like a puppet, revealing a rather callous nature. Lu Qian promptly discerned the gravity of the situation. Realizing that the so-called paternal affection was likely a mere jest. Believing in it would indeed be foolish. After all, that man once rose to power through rebellion. The distinction lies in his success, while my own father met with failure. You have recognized the sinister intentions of the emperor of the Great Xia. Trusting him is perhaps less wise than placing faith in Qin Shi. Cough. 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 Suddenly, you begin to cough violently, blood spilling from your lips. Your body trembling as the vitality within you ebbs away like a receding tide. You realize that your time is drawing to a close, and to maximize your interests, you begin to inquire of your uncle, seeking the information you desire. Among your inquiries is the existence of the enigmatic celestial figure, Lu Ruyue, and the forces behind her. In response, Yang Hong scoffs derisively, dismissing them as mere opportunists. You ask with meticulous detail, preparing thoroughly for your reality and laying a solid foundation for the next simulation. Suddenly, you change the subject, mentioning your unseen master, Xian Fuzi. Clearly, you are deeply intrigued by this figure who instills fear in both the ghost doctor and Lu Ruyue. Xian Fuzi. You notice that when Yang Hong utters this name, the disdain previously evident in his demeanor vanishes, replaced by a solemn gravity. From Yang Hong, you learn that this Xian Fuzi was once your father, Chen Xian's mentor, an entity that is grudgingly trustworthy, capable of safeguarding you in critical moments. Time swiftly passes, and you glean numerous secrets from Yang Hong. Perhaps aware of your impending demise, he chooses not to conceal the truth from you. During your conversation, you intentionally mention Chen Tai, only to observe a flicker of disdain in your uncle's eyes. As if he has never regarded the man with any seriousness. You suddenly sense something amiss. If that is the case, why engage in dealings with him? Unless there are other underlying issues, then you suspect that Chen Tai's demise may be intertwined with your uncle's involvement. However, it is evident that your uncle is reluctant to elaborate on this matter. In the course of your inquiries, you also question why the supreme imperial bone within you is sealed and cast. Yet, in response to this question, Yang Hong lapses into silence, seemingly unwilling to discuss it, as if he harbors some reservations. Witnessing this scene, a resolution forms in your heart, uncle. You have divulged so many secrets to me, I too wish to share a secret with you. You suddenly broke the silence with your words, slowly approaching Yang Hong, who regarded you with a puzzled expression. Leaning in, you whispered, Uncle, I possess a remarkable object. Upon my death, it triggers a mechanism that allows me to be reborn in the past, rendering me unable to truly perish. In a certain sense, the antagonist simulator indeed serves this purpose. A sudden realization struck Yang Hong, his pupils dilating as his demeanor shifted dramatically. Gone was his previous calmness and silence, replaced by an intense gaze fixed upon you, as if he sought to discern the truth. Yet, your expression and demeanor, coupled with the profound shift from your soul, conveyed the veracity of your claim. This conclusion was the fruit of your careful deliberation, choosing to self-destruct in order to exchange for more information while simultaneously shocking your uncle, providing him with an unexpected revelation. However, Yang Hong's subsequent reaction left you somewhat astonished. I believe you are merely experiencing a fit of hysteria before your demise, indulging in some fanciful delusion. Very well. Spend some more time with your mother. I shall take my leave now. Yang Hong sighed, a look of regret crossing his face as he patted your shoulder and departed alone. Your countenance remained blank, for you could distinctly sense that, just as your uncle spoke, something had quietly manifested in your hand. It appeared to be a slip of paper. Chapter 86. Yi Chen, Lu Qian, I have finally found. Wait, you must not die. A note. Why did Young Hong choose to give you a note? Why not speak plainly? Why feign such a demeanor? Why, when certain matters were mentioned before, did he always fall into silence, reluctant to elaborate? You should have been a corpse by now, even if you were aware you would carry these secrets buried deep underground. Unless there exists a pair of eyes that has been watching him ceaselessly, observing his every move, as well as our conversation. Your pupils constrict, and suddenly, the gravity of the situation dawns upon you, a chill creeping up your spine. In this moment, it seems as though an unseen presence is intently gazing at the retreating figure in the distance. It is precisely for this reason that Young Hong resorted to such measures, attempting to alert you. Had it not been for your own revelation of the secret of rebirth, perhaps your uncle would never have dared to disclose this matter to you. In the empire of Great Xia, what could possibly instill such fear in the formidable Young Hong, compelling him to act with utmost caution? If not the emperor of the Great Xia capital. Wait. If the previous conversation was conducted under surveillance, might there also be concealments or underlying issues? For years, Young Hong has been under watch. What could the emperor of Great Xia be plotting? Could it be that Young Hong harbors undisclosed secrets? Considering Young Hong's subtly disdainful demeanor, could it be that all along, my uncle is not wary of the mastermind Chen Tai, but of the figure within the Great Xia Palace? Damn, and heading south is also a treacherous pit. Lu Qian's expression shifted. His gaze fixated on the content within the villain simulator, a palpable chill enveloping him. As a mere fledgling, he inadvertently stumbled into a high-stakes game. His own uncle seems to be engaged in a contest of wits with someone from the Great Xia Palace. Otherwise, why would he possess such knowledge of all affairs within the imperial capital and the demon city while being exiled to the southern mountains, seemingly gravely injured? Let me ponder. Lu Qian's gaze sharpened, instantly entering supreme mode, transcending mundane limits of thought as he began to reflect on the dialogue within the villain simulator, seeking out its inconsistencies. He felt an unsettling notion that the prior conversation concealed something significant. Wait. His pupils constricted, as if a realization struck him. Based on Shua's dying words, I discovered a secret place where they once shared love. When I found him, he appeared somewhat deranged, as if rendered senseless. I personally killed him, carrying his head to the palace. Carrying his head merely severed the head. But what of Chen Xian's corpse? What about the Supreme Emperor's bone within that headless corpse? Astonishingly, Young Hong had concealed a fully developed Supreme Emperor's bone. Your mind raced, contemplating the implications of losing the Supreme Emperor's bone and being unable to utilize the Supreme Mode, yet you swiftly deduced several possibilities. It appeared that your uncle was not as straightforward as he seemed. Your sudden arrival had seemingly disrupted some of his plans. Wait a moment. Could it be that your presence was also a calculated move, an attempt by someone to use you to test Young Hong? Under certain pressures, Young Hong chose to endure without revealing his true feelings, but upon hearing the secret of your rebirth, he decisively conveyed a message to you. At this moment, you leaned against the tombstone, motionless, your right hand gripping the note until you saw your uncle's figure recede into the distance. Only then did the unsettling sensation of being observed dissipate, allowing you to quietly unfold the note. On it, there were no elaborate words, just a few terse characters. Resembling an address, Imperial Capital, Secret Realm, Dragon Temple. Your gaze sharpened as you memorized it, intending to incinerate the note with spiritual fire. Only to realize that you seemed to have become utterly powerless, reduced to a mere mortal. In resignation, you crammed the note into your mouth and swallowed it. Gradually collapsing to the ground, preparing to close your eyes and await your demise. The depths of this situation were far too profound, constantly leading you unwittingly into high-stakes scenarios. Thankfully, the simulator had sustained you. Had it been your real self, you would have perished countless times. Indeed, this simulation should come to an end. As you closed your eyes, feeling the life force within you rapidly dissipate, on the brink of death and concluding the simulation, a sudden tremor jolted you. Boom! Suddenly, the ground nearby erupted, creating a large fissure from which a figure resembling a groundhog emerged. Disheveled and filthy, exuding a nauseating stench. The creature clutched a bloodied dagger and fixated its red-rimmed eyes upon you, embodying the visage of a foe. Lu Qian, you bastard. After more than 20 years. I've traversed mountains and valleys, nearly scouring the entirety of this great sphere, even daring to breach the imperial palace, relentlessly pursued and treated like a dog. Unable to eat or sleep well. Today, I have finally found you. 10 years ago, in the bustling metropolis, there existed a scoundrel who bore a resemblance to you. In a moment of confusion, I mistakenly took his life with a single strike, even going so far as to unearth his bones. Do you comprehend how I have endured these past 2 decades? Soon, you shall understand. Today, I shall exact vengeance for the severed arm and the stolen wife from years gone by. Suddenly, the fated protagonist, Yi Chen, appeared. His demeanor erratic as he approached you step by step, brandishing a bloodied blade. From his words, it became evident that he had been seeking retribution against you for the past 20 years. I shall dismantle your very being, he proclaimed. But upon witnessing your fading consciousness, the frantic desperation overcame him. Do not succumb yet. I have searched for you for 2 decades, you cannot perish now. As he observed you teetering on the brink of death, Yi Chen's already unstable mind faltered further. What could be more devastating than the imminent prospect of avenging one's grievances, only to confront the possibility of an enemy's demise? With a sudden burst of audacity, a golden arrow pierced the air, striking Yi Chen squarely in the chest and sending him sprawling, as Yong Hong, having sensed the disturbance, returned to investigate. In that moment, Yi Chen's bloodied dagger slipped from his grasp, crashing down upon your head and rousing you from the brink of death. As if granting you a fleeting glimpse of life once more. That wretched fool struck my head, you thought, but alas, as your vitality waned, your fate drew near its conclusion. Chapter 87, Semi-Divine Artifact, Soul-Devouring Demon Blade. You have perished, the simulation concludes. With a chuckle, Lu Qian could not help but laugh aloud. It was evident that he had been amused by a certain destined protagonist. No wonder that fellow Yi Chen had been wandering for 2 decades in the villain simulator, seeking revenge. Even Chen Tai, the elusive mastermind, unwittingly bore the brunt, suffering a lethal blow. Ultimately, when he sought out others, he was struck by an arrow from Yong Hong, leaving his fate uncertain. Yi Chen was indeed an enigma, his thoughts unfathomable, always managing to surprise Lu Qian. Even as the narrative approached its grand finale, it unexpectedly unveiled a significant twist. There was an odd charm to this character. Had he known, he might have been more lenient in their initial encounters. Throughout 5 simulations as a villain, it appeared that Yi Chen, the fated protagonist, had suffered greatly at his hands. Yet none of those instances ever threatened his life. In fact, there were several pivotal moments when Yi Chen had inadvertently aided him. Although Yi Chen's assaults inflicted little harm upon Lu Qian, his attacks on others were devastatingly effective. Even Chen Tai had once met his demise at Yi Chen's hands, showcasing an extraordinary display of power. In comparison to the previous dismal outcomes, this simulation turned out rather splendidly. Although he had been stripped of his cultivation and had the Supreme Emperor's bones extracted, he faced the end of his days with dignity and amassed considerable gains. Presently, the entire situation had become crystal clear. Lu Qian's gaze flickered, seemingly imbued with a terrifying pressure. The 5th simulation concludes, the final settlement commences. The cold, mechanical voice of the villain simulator resonated abruptly. Boom! The familiar river of time cascaded down, enveloping Lu Qian before him. Fragments of all that transpired in the 5th villain simulation began to unfold within the shards of the time river. Yi Chen, driven mad, was pierced by an arrow, pinned against a mountain, wailing in despair. Lu Ruyue, cradling a hungry infant, gazed blankly at a photograph. Su Mei, heavily pregnant, stood at the doorway like a stone waiting for her beloved to return home. And there lay a young man's lifeless body, silently resting before a grave, clutching a blood-stained long knife. Lu Qian's expression grew complex as he beheld the memories before him, sensing a profound revelation. Swish! The river of time began to coalesce rapidly. A spectral figure of a young man emerged, pallid and serene, exuding a calmness akin to a mountain, wielding a blood knife steeped in malevolence. Upon this young man's spectral form, 8 radiant glimmers manifested, surpassing all previous encounters, swiftly converging into corresponding Dao fruits. The harvest from this villain simulation appeared to be exceptionally bountiful. Lu Qian raised an eyebrow, murmuring to himself. In previous villain simulations, the final tally had yielded merely 6 Dao fruits. Yet now, 8 Dao fruits had emerged all at once. Moreover, within it, there were unexpectedly 3 orbs radiating a faint golden glow. Commencing the final settlement, the host may select 4 options from the 8 listed below. First option, Qing Emperor's Longevity Sutra, 5th layer, Pinnacle of Mountains and Rivers. Second option, 9 Steps to Heaven, Heavenly Talisman. Third option, Fixed Green Talent, Becoming One's Innate Talent. Fourth option, 6th Order Talisman Master, Talisman Illustration. Fifth option, Mysterious Turtle Shield, Heavenly Artifact. Sixth option, Heavenly Relic, Revered Ghost Doctor. Seventh option, Heavenly Sword Talisman, Single Use. Eighth option, Soul Devouring Demon Blade, Semi-Divine Artifact. Whoosh. A Semi-Divine Artifact. Lu Qian's gaze widened upon witnessing the 8th reward, his pupils contracting as he fixated intently on the spectral image of the young man, who wielded the blood-red blade emanating an eerie aura. He could hardly fathom that the sinister blood knife carried by Yi Chen was, in fact, a semi-divine artifact. The caliber of such an item appeared to be exceedingly extraordinary. No wonder Yi Chen could slay Chen Tai with a single stroke. It was because he possessed a semi-divine artifact. Gone was the 9 Steps to Heaven, replaced directly by a semi-divine artifact, the treatment of a destined protagonist, which left him utterly envious. Damn it, it truly is the fate of the protagonist. Whatever is lacking, there is no scarcity of fortune, akin to a sheep with wool that can never be fully sheared. Fortunately, at the critical juncture of this simulation, he managed to grasp this semi-divine artifact, otherwise it would have been a tremendous loss. Huff. Lu Qian exhaled a breath of turbid air and resolutely made his final choices. I select the 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 8th rewards. Whooshed. 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 2 orbs of faint gold, one of deep purple, and one of deep green, representing the Qing Emperor's Longevity Sutra, Soul Devouring Demon Blade, 6th Order Talisman Master, and Fixed Green Talent, fell instantaneously. The 4 Dao fruits transformed into streams of light, shooting into Lu Qian's body, merging swiftly. Boom. 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 Lu Qian felt his cultivation level surging uncontrollably, instantly reaching the pinnacle of the mountains and rivers realm. An overwhelmingly tyrannical force, devouring vitality and nourishing himself, extending his lifespan, the Qing Emperor's longevity qi permeated his entire meridians, consuming other spiritual energies for transformation. In an instant, his lifespan doubled, reaching a millennium. His skin became fair and supple, more exquisite, as if undergoing a metamorphosis. Even his recovery ability exhibited a remarkable change, surpassing his previous capabilities by tenfold. The myriad effects of the Qing Emperor's Longevity Sutra, a terrestrial true immortal grade technique, proved to be more potent and domineering than any previous method he had encountered. At this moment, the strength of the spiritual energy within him was at least tenfold that of his peers. Simultaneously, the extensive experiences regarding talismans acquired from the villain simulator fused instantly, allowing countless 5th and 6th order talismans to be inscribed into his soul. He had become a 6th order talisman master. The integration of this verdant talent is remarkably tranquil, akin to a drop of water merging into a river, devoid of any ripples. Suddenly, at the final moment, a pale golden Dao fruit erupted with a resounding crack. In an instant, a blood-red blade, exuding an eerie aura inscribed with countless tadpole-like runes, manifested in his grasp, a surge of inexplicable malevolence flooding his mind. Kill. 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 A pure, intoxicating intent permeated his consciousness, nearly compelling him to transform into a puppet solely devoted to slaughter. A crimson light radiated from the blade, almost enveloping Lu Qian's eyes. In that fleeting moment, Lu Qian began to comprehend why Yi Chen had descended into madness, exhibiting signs of fractured sanity. With a sharp crack, the Supreme Emperor bone emitted a crisp sound, as if a slumbering giant had suddenly awoken. Let me see what is happening here. With a swift motion, the blood light dissipated, and the malevolence receded. The soul-devouring blood blade in his hand fell into a quietude, adopting an unexpectedly docile demeanor. However, there exists an even more formidable weapon. Soul-devouring demon blade, semi-divine artifact, a malevolent blood blade forged from the blood of celestial beings, possessing the ability to devour souls and siphon lifespan. Upon slaying a target, it can consume their soul and rob them of a portion of their lifespan, briefly augmenting its wielder's vitality. By banning their own lifespan, the wielder can enter an immortal blade spirit state, significantly enhancing their recovery and combat prowess. This demon blade is inherently wicked, subconsciously enticing its master. And consuming too many enemy souls will lead to a split in the wielder's soul, forcing them into madness and loss of control until their lifespan is completely exhausted, resulting in self-destruction. Chapter 88, Northward. Back to the imperial capital. Lu Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he studied the description of the soul-devouring demon blade in his hand, resembling a treasure he had just unearthed. The so-called immortal blade soul, which purportedly enhances recovery and combat prowess, held little significance for him. What truly captivated him was its ability to plunder the lifespans of others, albeit momentarily. This power was an exquisite complement to heavenly steps. The more foes he vanquished, the more life force he could amass, allowing him to transform heavenly steps, his trump card, into a regular technique, effectively compensating for his own lifespan deficiencies. By utilizing the life force of others as the primary fuel and his own as a supplementary source, he could unleash heavenly steps to attain formidable strength. As for the matter of the heavenly loan, as long as there were individuals consistently providing him with spiritual energy, he could easily disregard it. In such circumstances, the side effects of heavenly steps could be nearly obliterated. The synergy between the soul-devouring demon blade and heavenly steps was nothing short of perfect. At this moment, Lu Qian was nearly overwhelmed with joy and excitement regarding the potential side effects of the soul-devouring demon blade. With the Supreme Emperor bone at his disposal, he could effortlessly suppress any adverse effects. He could scarcely fathom the magnitude of his own power at this moment, fully committed. Were anyone to dare regard him as a mere pinnacle of the mountains and rivers, he could easily teach them a lesson in humility. Suddenly, Lu Qian's expression shifted, and he raised his gaze. To his astonishment, the river of time before him had not yet receded. The youthful phantom still stood there, gazing at him with tranquil eyes. In that instant, the serene visage seemed almost to come alive, silently fixated upon him. Then, in the moment Lu Qian had been anticipating, the youthful phantom, akin to the elderly figure from the third simulated antagonist, suddenly sprang to life. With a swift motion, the youthful phantom seized the last shallow golden Dao fruit from its chest and cast it forth. This was the heavenly steps, heavenly human talisman. In an instant, the Dao fruit melded seamlessly into Lu Qian's forehead, transforming into the complete heavenly steps. Simultaneously, deep within his soul, a heavenly human talisman coalesced, granting him the ability to ascend to the heavenly human realm with the expenditure of sufficient lifespan. Lu Qian had not anticipated that, following the third simulation of the antagonist, he would receive yet another boon. However, this recent act seemed to have drained much of the youthful phantom's energy, rendering it increasingly ethereal as it spoke in a diminished voice, northward. Back to the imperial capital. Excellent. Lu Qian's eyes flickered with understanding. It was now evident that heading south was a perilous pitfall, leading to confrontations of a higher caliber. Yang Hong was clearly still in hiding, reluctant to make a move, biding his time. To rashly involve himself would yield no benefit. Moreover, He had already come to the realization of his true identity and the shifting dynamics of the imperial capital. With this understanding, why not venture north, return to the capital, and actively engage in the unfolding events? After enduring countless hardships to draw me out, I shall return to contend with you all. Although the Lu family currently finds itself in a predicament, it has not perished, and thus can be salvaged to prevent truly unbearable consequences. Furthermore, I intend to investigate the meaning behind that note from Yonghong. I am eager to discover what contingencies my late father left for me, sufficient to challenge those individuals. Upon witnessing your firm resolution and comprehension of his intent, a flicker of excitement graced the face of the youthful apparition. Let chaos reign. With a sudden flourish, his form fragmented into countless grains of sand, merging into the river of time, becoming ethereal and vanishing from sight. Host, Lu Qian, age 18, lifespan of 1000, occupation, Talismanga, 6th tier, realm, pinnacle of mountains and rivers, cultivation techniques, a 5th layer of the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture, earthly true immortal level. 4th layer of the ancient dragon elephant scripture, celestial being level, 5th layer of the Thousand Shadows demonic art, celestial being level, true record of talismans. Illustrated talisman diagram, divine abilities, Azure Emperor's longevity body, dragon elephant overlord's body, shadow mimicry, shape-shifting, vast overlord dragon fist, supreme mode. 9 steps to heaven, physique, supreme imperial bone. Talents, grist feet, blue, you cannot see me, red, talisman Dao seed, purple. Endless deceit, green, items, soul-eating demon blade, semi-divine artifact, life-replacing blood escape talisman, Xian in treasure mirror, celestial being treasure. Celestial being's legacy, ghostly medical sovereign, simulation count, 0, villain points, 58, 500, by condensing celestial talismans, should I step into the 8th stride, I could instantly attain the status of a celestial being. Coupled with the numerous hidden cards I possess, there are few entities within the entire Great Xia Empire that I need to regard with caution. Lu Qian's gaze turned cold as he regarded Lu Ruyue beside him, having shed any previous trepidation, leaving only an infinite tranquility. Unlike before, when he needed to court favor and cautiously probe, Lu Ruyue and the forces behind her were now crystal clear in his eyes. His current strength was also markedly different from before, rendering a more lenient attitude towards Lu Ruyue unnecessary. From previous simulations, it appeared that the Lu family was destined for annihilation within a week, thus. It seems I still have time. For now, I must attend to certain matters, beginning with a visit to the mysterious realm. The temporal flow within that realm differs from the real world, allowing ample opportunity for me to prepare meticulously. With a swift motion, his figure dissipated like a gentle breeze, reappearing outside the Century Hotel, bursting forth with terrifying speed, soaring through the air toward the Demon City's maritime expanse. Below, Liu Zhong and the others charged with guarding the area remained oblivious. Only Lu Ruyue, sharing a bed with him, suddenly opened her astonished eyes in disbelief. Pinnacle of the mountains and rivers. What is happening? Just hours ago, he was merely at the level of divine powers. How is it that one can so swiftly transcend into a new realm? Lu Ruyue's expression fluctuated between light and shadow, after a moment of contemplation. She resolutely chose to follow suit. In the mystical sea region of the Demon City, a mysterious figure made their appearance 2 days prior to the opening of the secret realm, suddenly wielding an ominous blood-red long knife. With a casual slash, they struck at the most vulnerable point. A tearing sound erupted as a rift in space materialized. Whooshed. Lu Qian sheathed his knife and cast a tranquil glance behind him before vanishing into the rift. Chapter 89, Golden Talent, a heavenly official bestows blessings, the mysterious secret realm. As Lu Qian's figure entered, he immediately sensed an overwhelming surge of terrifying spiritual energy, far surpassing that of the outside world by tenfold. In an instant, he felt the pinnacle of his cultivation begin to stir within him, as if on the verge of a breakthrough. The richness of the spiritual energy in this place was indeed extraordinary, accompanied by a peculiar flow of time and concealed treasures such as the 9 steps to heaven, suggesting an extraordinary origin. A glimmer sparkled in Lu Qian's eyes. During the fifth simulation of the antagonist, had he not been stripped of his powers, he would have been close to breaking through to the sixth realm of transcendence. However, now was not the time for breakthroughs. He had pressing matters to attend to. After a brief assessment of his surroundings, Lu Qian transformed into a fleeting shadow, recklessly racing towards the ruins. Along the way, even when confronted by bizarre foreign beings attempting to impede him, they were effortlessly dispatched with a single strike. The souls and lifespans devoured by the soul-devouring demon blade briefly augmented his strength, propelling him into an immortal blade spirit state. Yet, the accumulated lifespan would swiftly dissipate, necessitating further hunts, otherwise, he would begin to consume his own lifespan. In this immortal blade spirit state, Lu Qian felt his vitality and mental acuity heightened to a terrifying degree, becoming an unstoppable force, as if slaying gods in his path. Mountain and River Realm, Transcendence Realm, Saintly Entry Realm. All the bizarre foreign beings attempting to obstruct him were powerless against the might of his blade. Such formidable combat prowess astonished Lu Ruyu, who followed closely behind. This rogue had concealed his depths remarkably well. While she marveled in silence, Lu Qian had already arrived at the ruins. Without a glance at his pursuer, he strode boldly into the depths. Lu Ruyu instinctively wished to follow, but as her foot touched the threshold, she suddenly felt her cultivation and spiritual energy inexplicably dissipate, returning to the heavens. This abrupt change terrified her, prompting a hasty retreat. What kind of place was this? She gazed in disbelief at the mysterious figure disappearing into the mist of the ruins, her mind blank with confusion. What was happening? How could he be aware of this place? How could he enter so effortlessly? And that bizarre surge of power. At that moment, the shock he instilled in her surpassed all previous encounters combined. It was as if he were shrouded in an ethereal mist, perpetually obscured from view. In the ruins, a mysterious stone statue stood. A fragmentary parchment hovered above the incomplete statue. Lu Qian, gripping the soul-devouring demon blade, approached step by step, maximizing his sensory awareness to explore the surroundings. He harbored grave suspicions that during the last antagonist simulation, Yi Chen had come here in advance, lurking in the shadows and fearful of revealing himself. Yet, despite his probing, he uncovered nothing. The lingering spirit of the old man within Yi Chen seemed extraordinary. Both the 9 steps to heaven and the soul-devouring demon blade were opportunities that could only be grasped under his guidance, enabling Yi Chen to obtain them. Such a mysterious existence surrounds Yi Chen. Even if he is deemed a failure with a troubled mind, the notion of succumbing to despair is a challenge. It is not impossible that my perceptions could be obscured. However, the advantage lies with me at present. Even if he lurks in the shadows, he dares not act. Lu Qian's furrowed brow gradually relaxed as he gazed ahead. Suddenly, a hand, pale and delicate, seized the incomplete stone statue that suspended in the air, along with the sheepskin scroll containing the 9 steps to heaven. Yi Chen's first opportunity for ascendance was now within his grasp. Ding. The host has preemptively seized the opportunity belonging to the fated protagonist Yi Chen, 9 steps to heaven, causing a slight alteration in the future timeline. Reward obtained, Talent Enhancement Scroll, Purple. Talent Enhancement Scroll, Purple, randomly elevates any one of the host's talents to a purple tier, facilitating a transformative advancement. Lu Qian's eyes brightened as he stored the sheepskin scroll into his special ring, eager to explore the reward of the Talent Enhancement Scroll. It was a scroll radiating a resplendent purple light, adorned with a multitude of enigmatic runes. Thus far, he possessed only one purple talent, the Fulu Dao Seed, which had provided him considerable aid. Now, the prospect of acquiring an additional new purple talent was tantalizing, though the selection was random rather than specified. This detail held little significance. With a decisive rip, Lu Qian tore the Talent Enhancement Scroll, Purple, and was instantly enveloped in a surge of purple light. Ding, commencing random selection. Selection complete. The target talent enhancement is Tall Tales, Green. Tall Tales, Green and Tall Tales, Purple. Tall tales, purple. The fabrications you utter will not only be instinctively believed by people but even by spirits to a degree. To speak words that even spirits would believe indicates a significant enhancement in persuasive ability. Lu Qian raised an eyebrow, contemplating finding someone to experiment upon. Yet found himself surrounded by nothing but emptiness. Very well, with this, I must temporarily abandon that notion. The Lu family's demise looms in 7 days, however. Within the mysterious realm, time flows at a ratio of 10 to 1. This implies that I still possess several dozen days to break through to the extraordinary realm. Before officially venturing to the imperial capital, I ought to simulate once more, to stir up some chaos. Conveniently, the remaining villain points are sufficient for another simulation. At the pinnacle of the mountain and river realm, he prepared to engage in the simulation once more, requiring 50,000 villain points. Currently, he could just about afford this expense. Should he achieve the 6th realm of the extraordinary in advance, however, it would not suffice. The villain simulator initiated its 6th simulation. Ding, 50,000 villain points have been deducted from the host to exchange for one simulation of a villain's life. Ding, beginning the 6th simulation of a villain's life. Detected that the host possesses ample villain points. Would you like to spend 5,000 villain points for a temporary 10-fold talent draw? Yes. Although villain points are scarce at present, talents are an invaluable resource that cannot be conserved. It is worth the gamble. Chime, the 10 consecutive draws have commenced. The draw has concluded. Please select one from the following 10 temporary talents. Born to wealth, read a continuous influx of fortune, exuding prosperity. Master of arrays, green. Your comprehension of formations has reached a level of genius. Unyielding as a mountain, green. Your physical form is as solid as a mountain. Yielding remarkable results in body cultivation techniques. Swordsmanship prodigy, red. Your understanding of swords has ascended to an unimaginably powerful level, marking you as a natural talent, far surpassing the ordinary. Indestructible kidney, blue. You possess an indestructible kidney, though its utility remains uncertain. Slave trainer, red. Targets you whip may have a chance to submit, becoming your slaves, albeit with a possibility of rebellion. Brotherhood, green. When you utter the phrase brother, one of us, those around you will instinctively regard you as one of their own, the fewer the number, the higher the success rate. Peach blossom luck, red. You possess an innate charm with the opposite sex, embodying the traits of a natural heartbreaker. Perhaps an indestructible kidney would serve you well. Heavenly blessings, gold. Chapter 90, Lu Qian, Lu Ruyue. Let me tell you about the puppeteers behind the scenes. I still have a few more hounds to dispatch. Heavenly officials blessing, gold. You have received a mysterious blessing, bringing fortune, warding off evil, avoiding curses, and enjoying good luck. Heavenly officials blessing. Golden talent. Lu Qian's pupils contracted in astonishment, instantly disregarding all other talents before him, fixating intently on the final, uniquely radiant talent shrouded in golden light. To his surprise, this 10-fold draw had yielded a golden legend. Could it be that he is the fabled lucky sovereign? I choose Heavenly Official's blessing. Prior to the emergence of Heavenly Official's blessing, he might have contemplated other options, especially since several red talents were available this time. However, upon the appearance of this golden talent, Lu Qian hesitated no longer. This talent, entwined with the ethereal notions of fate and fortune, was evidently extraordinary. It resembled the destiny of a fated protagonist. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the temporary golden talent, Heavenly Official's blessing, commencing the 6th simulation. Lu Qian sheathed the soul-devouring demon blade, and sat cross-legged before the fractured statue, appearing as though in deep meditation, wholly unguarded. The peculiar nature of the ruins ensured that few dared to tread lightly. It could be deemed a sanctuary of safety. Of course, he had not forgotten the existence of a certain fated protagonist. Should the latter dare to ambush him during his meditative state, Lu Qian would not hesitate to deliver a surprise of his own. With a golden talent secured from the outset, he was eager to discover what treacherous lair the imperial capital truly was. Why must that accursed scoundrel be here? having preemptively seized the opportunity that was rightfully mine. Amidst the fog, the one-armed Yi Chen lay in concealment behind a crumbling wall, enveloped in a shadowy soul fire. His presence entirely erased as if he were non-existent. He gnashed his teeth, glaring at Lu Qian, who sat in serene meditation, brimming with a desire to flay him alive. Just as Lu Qian had surmised, the fated protagonist Yi Chen had indeed entered the enigmatic realm ahead of time, yet due to his limited power, he could only explore in fragments. Witnessing Lu Qian's sudden intrusion, he hastened to follow, but ultimately arrived a moment too late. The opportunity had been snatched away. Master, did you not say that this